Bound, bound, at last found. In the stagnant ranks a sudden piercing explosion shattered the silence. The pallid-faced crowd gawked as their eyes fell on a girl crouched near a mound who excitedly burst into a small jump. Her dainty face was smudged and dirty, her frail figure as thin as a bamboo pole dressed in drab ashen garments. Lost in the throng, she went unnoticed. Jiang He, are you out of your mind? You've brought disgrace upon us. A nearby girl with a clean face and delicate features, her high ponytail swaying, glared at her in disdain. After speaking, the girl stepped aside by 2 paces, as if distancing herself from a deadly virus. A tall, handsome man wrapped her in his arms and soothed her gently. There, don't be angry. That rustic girl has always been scatterbrained. Just ignore her. Jiang He, coyly covering her mouth, quickly broke into laughter at his tease. Brother Huifeng, how can you say Jiang He is just a rustic? She is my elder sister. Xia Huifeng snorted coldly. She grew up in the countryside, nothing more than a rustic. Even if she bears the Jiang blood, it still pales in comparison to even a fraction of you. At his words, Jiang He's eyes sparkled as she nestled affectionately into his embrace, proclaiming, Brother Huifeng, in my heart no man can ever compare to you. Once we safely reach the base with Brother Huifeng's talents, there's no doubt you'll rise to leadership. Xia Huifeng pinched her chin before leaning in and bestowing a French deep kiss, as if the world around them ceased to exist. Under normal circumstances, Jiang He would have been repulsed by such an eye-offending display that would leave her skin crawling with goosebumps. But today marked the day she would finally break free from her miseries. To Jiang He, everyone around her was mere background, insubstantial as air. Always lacking presence, she slipped away from the group unnoticed. Reaching an open space, Jiang He stopped and with tears and snot mingling lamented, Tong, how heartless you are. Only now do you come for me, doesn't your conscience ache? Jiang He was not truly of this world. Her real identity was that of a time-traveling operative flitting between realms to undertake managerial missions. The 003 universe's mightiest management system was her steadfast partner, each with their own system. Together they flawlessly coordinated across alternate realms, ancient eras, interstellar domains, and celestial martial worlds, orchestrating countless miracles and shattering business records. At one time she had ascended to the illustrious top of the management rankings. Yet this time, arriving in a post-apocalyptic world ravaged by disaster, Jiang He had crossed over 6 months earlier. Yet the system had betrayed her, vanishing without a trace. It was only when she was on the brink of starvation that she finally encountered Tong. Host, listen to my explanation. Jiang He lowered her head and covered her ears, crying, I won't listen, I won't listen. The system fell silent. After a couple of affected seconds, she let her hand drop, deciding to give the system another chance. Speak then. What reason do you have for abandoning me and leaving me to survive alone in this apocalypse for half a year? The system cleared its digital throat. Unforeseen tempests befall all, and every system has its shelf life. Having exited the previous world, I was whisked away for factory maintenance, which delayed me by merely a bit. Such a plausible excuse was beyond anything Jiang He had imagined. Yet, she could not immediately forgive. Little Tong, don't you know what days I have lived through these past 6 months? Days of chaos, relentless storms, misery beyond measure, and absolute darkness. Had it not been for my unparalleled brilliance, valor, ingenuity, and deftness. As she extolled her own virtues, hunger overcame her, and she vomited. With an empty stomach, churning out nothing but sour bile, she declared, forget it, Tong. I won't hold it against you. Now hurry and get me something to eat. The system fell silent for 2 seconds, then cheerfully announced, host, good news. In this world you shall possess an immensely, tremendously vast supermarket. Jiang He sensed that the system was holding even more back, and her joy was short-lived. And what of the bad news? The bad news is, the supermarket cannot be entered at will. The host must complete tasks to earn purchasing time before retrieving desired goods. In this world you will operate a mobile supermarket with a virtual depot for supplies. The mobile market must open its doors every day. Our objective is to expand and empower the supermarket business to grand heights, to traverse the nation, serve countless disaster survivors, and safeguard this world's human civilization. In each realm, Jiang He assumed a different identity and name with tasks that varied accordingly. Yet one common goal remained: to manage enterprises that would prevent the extinction of humanity, or any race, and stave off global collapse. Every new world marked a fresh beginning with nothing inherited from the previous one. Without the system, Jiang He had once been nothing more than feeble. The system scrutinized her expression and cautiously intoned, host, I shall now unlock the grand new world gift package for you. Deep congratulations, host. The gift package in this world includes a protective shield granting immunity to all external attacks and hazards, poison-proof, with added weight, and siren passives, impervious to wind and water with no rebound effect. Seconds ticked by. 1, 2, 3. Before further details could follow, Jiang He widened her eyes in disbelief. That's it. Nothing more. A gift package with just one reward. Was that fair? Fortunately, worldly-wise as she soon composed herself. In every world, the early days were fraught with hardship. Once she earned enough and upgraded her supermarket, she would truly enjoy life. What task awaits me now? Proceed to the Tornado Center to sign in. Rewards: a transport overflowing with girlish charm and 1 minute of purchasing time. Tornado. There's no such thing as a tornado. No sooner had Jiang He spoken than a piercing scream rang out from nearby. A tornado. A tornado is coming, everyone run. She recognized the voice as that of her little sister's fiancé. 6 months ago, Jiang He had entered this world usurping the identity of the deceased original host. The original host, raised in the countryside from childhood, was only reclaimed by her biological parents at the age of 18 before being brought into the Jiang family. Jiang Shiyue, on the other hand, was the imposter-rich daughter dearly favored by the Jiang parents. Even knowing she was not of blood, the family continued to treat her with unwavering affection. The original host did not fare nearly as well. Upon returning to the Jiang household, she was openly and covertly sabotaged by Jiang Shiyue, leading everyone around to despise and shun her. When the apocalypse descended, the first calamity to befall their city was a massive flood. Relentless rains for 7 days and nights inundated the entire metropolis. The very next day, Jiang He's parents drowned, and clutching her meager provisions, she ran desperately toward higher ground, barely clinging to life. Xia Huifeng relished the adulation showered upon him, priding himself on his leadership. Under the pretext of mutual care, he organized the survivors of an entire building into a team, assuming the role of a small-time leader. Unluckily, Jiang He was also consigned to his team. Later, when government soldiers arrived to rescue the survivors, they were all transported by boat to a safe haven. Soon chaos erupted at the base. Xia Huifeng led his team away, setting off for the fabled orderly and resource-rich Nanyang base. The tornado resembled a colossal vortex. Everything in its path, no matter how sturdy, was swept up and shattered into countless fragments. Insignificant humans before nature's wrath were utterly defenseless, approached too near and death was certain. Indeed, the eye of the tornado beckoned. A lean figure passed by her side, suddenly widening his eyes and exclaiming, "Jiang He, you're running in the wrong direction. Jiang He, come back right now, the tornado is almost here. You'll die." The desperate roar wrung from someone's very last ounce of strength rang clearly in the ears of every member of the squad. While running, Jiang Shue glanced back over her shoulder. That fool running to her death of her own accord, who else could it be but that country bumpkin, that village girl? The mere existence of Jiang He served as a constant reminder that she herself was nothing more than a counterfeit standing in for the Jiang family's true young lady. All along the way, Jiang Shue had wanted to abandon her, but with Xia Huifeng present, she had never found a suitable opportunity. Now, watching Jiang He draw ever closer to the colossal tornado, the corners of her lips curled up of their own accord, a gleeful delight surging in the depths of her eyes. She should have died long ago. Leaving her life here would save Jiang Shue the trouble of taking action herself in the future. If blame was to be assigned, it could only fall on Jiang He's own lack of wits, so stupid that in the end not even an intact corpse would remain. Xia Huifeng's brows were tightly knitted. Although he had no favorable impression of Jiang He as the leader of the team, he was responsible for the personal safety of every single member. Jiang He, stop running, it's dangerous over there. He had no idea what madness had suddenly seized her. Even a 3-year-old would know that at a time like this one should flee for one's life, yet she just had to go against all common sense. He had always known she was a bit unhinged, but he had not expected her to be this insane. Brother Huifeng, at a time like this, why are you still bothering with her? Jiang Shue whined coquettishly, her expression all feigned annoyance. Maybe she just doesn't want to live anymore. We can't stake our own lives for her, can we? In the early days of the apocalypse, countless humans unable to endure the cruelty of the New World had quietly chosen to end their own lives. Once given an excuse, Xia Huifeng's conscience quickly settled. He no longer paid any attention to Jiang He, who was running farther and farther away, and instead grabbed Jiang Shue, sprinting with her toward a safer area. Their team had originally numbered around 100 people, but later, due to all kinds of accidents, that number had been brutally slashed down to just a few dozen. 40-odd people now found themselves out in the open with no buildings anywhere nearby. They could only lie prone in a shallow depression in the earth, arms wrapped tightly over their heads, waiting for the tornado to pass. The tremendous roar of the wind was like a death knell, making even the ground tremble. After sprinting for a while, Jiang He's strength was completely exhausted. She could only move at a slow, steady pace, as if she and the tornado were charging toward each other from opposite directions. Thick, sturdy trees were ripped up by the roots and tossed into the air like weightless toys, spinning round and round within the swirling winds. In stark contrast, the note of an hundredgen Jiang He might as well have been surrounded by no wind at all. Her steps were exceptionally steady, her body not swaying in the slightest, as she forced her way straight through the very heart of the tornado. If anyone else had witnessed the scene, they would have been shocked to the point of doubting their own sanity. Ding, check-in successful. Reward has been issued. Will the host please check it? Turning her head, Jiang He saw a tiny tricycle parked on the ground. A pink, so pink it could hardly be any pinker. On the rear door of the vehicle, 5 large characters were clearly printed, the hope of the whole village. Faced with this so-called bursting with girlish exterior, Jiang He no longer even had the energy to complain. But damn it all, it was not even electric, it was a purely pedal-powered tricycle. The system also seemed a bit guilty and fell silent for a long moment. Host, don't look down on it just because it's a little tricycle right now. As long as you accumulate enough points, it can be upgraded into a full caravan later on. Air conditioning, fridge, comfy mattress, everything included. Just look at this vehicle. The space in the back is so big, so roomy, you can load up an awful lot of things in there. And its color, so youthful and energetic, so clean and bright. Host, you're incredibly capable. Even if it's a little difficult at the beginning, I believe you will definitely achieve new glory and surpass yourself again. Jiang He manually cut off the system's rainbow-colored flattery and reluctantly accepted the overly pink tricycle. Setting all else aside, I'm hungry. I want to eat. The system let out a huge sigh of relief. No problem. Host, close your eyes and I'll take you into the virtual supermarket right away. A flash of white light swept past. When she opened her eyes again, Jiang He was standing at the entrance of a virtual supermarket. About 1 meter ahead stood a red and transient exit barrier, currently in the closed position. Looking through the transparent glass, she saw that the supermarket was not large, only about 8 square meters, so small she could take in the whole space at a glance. A tumter-high shelf with 3 levels stood inside, but only the very bottom level held any goods. Host, the virtual supermarket is currently at level 1 and has unlocked only 2 types of goods: seaweed, meat floss, bread, and bottled mineral water. Do your best and try to grab as many items as you can within 1 minute. There is also a warm reminder: once you step into the supermarket, the system will begin the countdown. Only after the stocking time reaches 0 will you be able to walk out of the supermarket. The system paused for 2 seconds, cleared its throat, and prepared to give the command. 3, 2, 1 SD. Jiang He had more or less understood the rules. Stocking up meant racing against time. She would need to be in peak condition if she didn't want to lose out. Wait. Let me tie my shoelaces first. The system was silent for half a second before mercilessly exposing her lie. Host, you're wearing flip-flops. They don't have laces. Jiang He lowered her head and only then remembered that in this apocalypse she had scraped by for half a year. The fact that she hadn't starved to death was already fortunate. Being too poor to own proper shoes was perfectly normal. The more she thought about the reason behind it, the more anger bubbled up inside her. System, the fact that I can only afford flip-flops, whose fault is that? I don't care, you owe me compensation for my psychological trauma. The system's voice grew timid. Then I'll dip into my little private stash and buy you a new outfit. Will that do? There would be nothing left after that. During the mission period, it was a poor system as well. The points for the clothes would have to be borrowed from the neighboring system, and it absolutely could not let the higher-ups find out, otherwise it would receive a red card warning, and its final ranking would be affected. Jiang He folded her arms, tapping the tip of her right foot against the ground again and again, every inch the stance of a debt collector. Fine. Go buy it now. The system did not dare object, and at the fastest possible speed procured a new set of clothes: a white t-shirt, jeans, and a pair of sneakers. After changing into the new shoes, Jiang He tested them in place. They were comfortable and non-slip, and the quality seemed decent. They shouldn't slow her down. She nodded, indicating that she was ready. In the next second, the supermarket entrance barrier lifted. Jiang He shot forward like the wind, heading straight for the shelf stacked with bread and water. She flung her arms wide and then swept them inward. In one motion, a dozen or so bottles of water filled her embrace. At the entrance of the supermarket, there was a fixed shopping cart. Only items placed inside that cart would be counted as belonging to Jiang He. She shuttled back and forth, and the single minute flew by in an instant. By the time it ended, Jiang He had secured 42 pieces of bread and 24 bottles of water. When she walked out of the supermarket, the bread and water were already neatly arranged in the cargo bed of the tricycle. By then the tornado had vanished, the outside world had returned to silence, and the land lay in utter ruin. Jiang He, all right, this is really wonderful. An excited female voice interrupted Jiang He just as she was twisting open a bottle cap. The newcomer was a girl from the same team named Li Ting. Over the past half year, she was the only one who could still exchange a few words with Jiang He. Their relationship could be considered decent. She had also been the first to cry out to stop Jiang He from running toward the tornado. Seeing her standing here safe and sound, Li Ting genuinely felt happy for her. Yet her face, emaciated to the point of distortion, made her smile look even more pitiful than a sob. Jiang He shook the bottled water in her hand toward her. Li Ting, do you want to buy some water and bread? Only when she came closer did Li Ting notice what Jiang He was holding and the extra pink tricycle beside her. The water in the bottles looked clean and crystal clear, without the slightest trace of contamination. In the apocalypse, this was the most precious of resources. Even a single sip was enough to drive countless people to fight each other to the death. As for the bread on the tricycle, it was golden and soft. Even through the thin outer packaging, she seemed to catch a whiff of its sweet, enticing fragrance. Li Ting swallowed hard, and the stomach that had gone without food for many days began to cramp and ache under the lure of real sustenance. Jiang He, with things this rare, are you really willing to sell them to me? She was simply too thirsty and too hungry, with no time to doubt where the food had come from. Jiang He curved her lips into a smile and nodded. You are my first customer. As long as the payment is not in cash, you can try exchanging anything else like gold or silver jewelry. A piece of bread costs 60 points and a bottle of water costs 100 points. As for how many points your items are worth, I will set the price. After saying that, she continued drinking water and casually picked up a piece of bread, tearing open the packaging and taking a large bite, her mouth filled with the taste of meat, floss, and wheat. She opened the system interface to check the task list. Having completed 2 tasks yesterday, new ones had already appeared. With great effort, she managed to control herself and not rush forward to snatch it. Li Ting quickly rummaged through her backpack, which was filled with mostly useless items. Reluctant to eat, she found a half-eaten rotten fish, a rusty fruit knife, a dead lighter, and an empty matchbox. Nothing usable. Suddenly Li Ting seemed to remember something and reached to touch her neck. In the first month of the apocalypse, no one had anticipated that the unprecedented flood was just the beginning of humanity's dark times. At that time, Li Ting had also imagined that once the flood receded, things would be fine, yet she missed the best opportunity to trade valuable items for food. First, cash became worthless paper, and later even gold lost its value, and no one was willing to trade their food. Only by choosing a reliable base could one obtain the meager food through labor. This gold necklace was her mother's heirloom, which is why she had kept it until now, holding no hope that it would be useful. Jiang He took the delicate gold necklace and placed it on a black card. After about 2 seconds, a ding sound was heard. Congratulations, customer Li Ting, you have successfully recharged 200 points. Hearing this, Li Ting's eyes filled with disbelief. Her necklace could be exchanged for a bottle of 550 milliliters purified water and a piece of bread larger than her palm. Moreover, there were points left. Jiang He handed over the black card, saying, "This is your points card. Have you decided what you want to buy?" Li Ting almost blurted out, "A bottle of water, a piece of bread." "Okay," Jiang He replied, taking out a black box. "Please place your points card on this." Ding, 160 points deducted, account balance 40 points. Holding the water and bread in her hands, Li Ting finally felt a sense of reality. She eagerly twisted open the bottle cap and took a small sip, feeling the cool and sweet liquid. Her cracked lips were moistened, and Li Ting felt as if she was floating on a cloud, fully revived. After drinking a small sip, she quickly screwed the cap back on, fearing that even a tiny bit of the water would evaporate in the heat. Her hands trembled as she tore open the bread. It had been many days since she last ate normal, not sour and non-rotting food. The enticing aroma made Li Ting eagerly bite into the bread. Of course, she was reluctant to eat too much, taking small bites, and in the end she saved more than half, carefully placing it in her backpack. After putting everything away, Li Ting stared intently at the tricycle's cargo, where the stacked fresh bread resembled a small mountain. If rationed, it could last a person for several months. Her eyes were filled with envy, but there was no jealousy or resentment. "Jiang He, thank you for willingly exchanging food with me." Before she could finish, Xia Huifeng and the others approached, drawn in by the aroma. Jiang Shue looked at Jiang He in astonishment, her brows furrowed. This little brat had not been swept away by the tornado, yet she appeared here with a brand new set of clothes, completely unharmed. Where did that pink tricycle and the food on it come from? Jiang He had become quite capable, managing to find so many good things. In an instant, Jiang He was unsure whether to feel happy or angry. She stepped forward, looking down at Jiang He. Jiang He, where did you get these things? You could only safely reach here today. With the help of brother Huifeng, you must give him half of your supplies. The calculation was quite clear. Jiang He almost laughed out loud. If it weren't for her vigilance along the way, she would have been harmed to the point of leaving no bones behind. Following the group was also to avoid drawing attention to her solitary actions. Blending in with the crowd increased her survival chances and prevented her from being targeted by perverts. Though the people in this group hadn't really helped her, the large group had indeed shielded her from a lot of danger. After all, the water and bread had to be sold, and selling to them could be seen as repaying a favor. She smiled and nodded, sure. Jiang He looked pleased, delighted at the prospect of gaining a lot of supplies. Just as her lips curled up, she heard Jiang He's voice shift. However, nothing will be free. If you want food, you'll have to trade something in return. She glanced back at the others in the group. Food is limited, first come, first served. The crowd, which had been puzzled, suddenly brightened at her words. However, a few individuals harbored more sinister intentions. Jiang He was just a defenseless woman and couldn't possibly guard so many valuable items. Wouldn't it be easier for them to just snatch them? It was true that calling her a fool was accurate, who would display food so openly for others to see. Wasn't that inviting crime? 4 or 5 men, thin as monkeys, exchanged glances and then rushed toward the tricycle. Their eyes were greedy hands reaching for the golden bread. Ding, robbery detected, initiating attack mode. The host can choose from the following punishment methods: electric shock, heart-piercing arrows, extreme compression, swarming ants, 1,000 cuts. Jiang He scanned them calmly, lightly uttering 2 words, electric shock. Her voice was not loud, but Li Ting and the others heard her clearly. Just as everyone looked bewildered, the few who attempted to snatch the items suddenly began to convulse, as if struck by lightning, their eyes turning white, quickly becoming lifeless, blackened corpses. Jiang He lowered her gaze, her eyes lingering on the pile of corpses for a few seconds before calmly turning away, her voice steady. If you want to buy my items, you must abide by my rules. Otherwise, you will meet the same fate as them. Do you understand? Silence fell in the air, a deathly stillness. Almost everyone stood frozen, their expressions blank, until Jiang He's voice rang out again. All right, anyone who wants to buy water and bread can come to me to obtain a points card. A gold and silver jewelry can all be exchanged for points. In less than half a minute, 5 people suddenly died. If this were before the apocalypse, these individuals would have long fled in terror. However, they had already experienced the brutality of the apocalypse, and the sight of their kind's corpses no longer instilled fear or panic in them. What surprised everyone was the drastic change in Jiang He. It was as if she had suddenly become a different person. Yet in the face of food, all those doubts became irrelevant. Survival was the most important thing. Dozens of people rushed forward, shoving and pulling one another in a desperate bid for food. Jiang He, I have something to trade. Let me get a card first. I have something too. The scene descended into chaos and noise. Jiang He pulled out a loudspeaker system, standard issue, and shouted at the crowd, everyone please queue up in an orderly manner, do not crowd. One at a time. Once the line is organized and quiet, I will start issuing cards. As soon as she finished speaking, the crowd fell silent, forming an exceptionally neat line. Jiang He was stunned in place, taking a long time to regain her senses. Was the person who had just acted like a grim reaper causing troublemakers to perish really her rustic younger sister? Jiang He looked at Jiang He as if she were a monster. Was the person who had just acted like a grim reaper causing troublemakers to perish really her rustic younger sister? Jiang He looked at, fearing Jiang He would overhear. Xia Huifeng quickly covered her mouth. Yeah, you saw what happened just now. You can't speak carelessly from now on. As for that village girl, let's observe the situation first. If there really is a problem, she will eventually reveal her true colors, and then we can. The two whispered together while Jiang He was too busy to pay them any mind. Li Ting and her group intended to head to the Nanyang base. The journey was long, so they naturally needed to travel light, discarding anything unnecessary. No one thought to bring along precious jewelry and ornaments. After all, they were worthless, now taking up space in their bags and making travel inconvenient. Upon learning that Jiang He would accept those items in exchange for food, each one regretted not bringing them. The burly man at the front began to search himself inside and out. Suddenly remembering something, he opened his mouth wide, revealing 2 shining gold teeth that sparkled in the sunlight, nearly blinding anyone who looked. Zhao Peng grinned, mumbling, Jiang He, can I exchange these 2 items for points? They're pure gold. I spent several tens of thousands on them back then. You can exchange them, but first you need to take them out. Hearing this, Zhao Peng's face lit up as he hurriedly pulled out a black string from his bag, folded it, and fumbled to loop it around his 2 connected gold teeth. Removing teeth was tricky for one person, so Zhao Peng asked his friend behind him to hold one end of the string while he turned and ran forward as fast as he could. With two cracking sounds, the gold teeth smoothly fell from the man's mouth. Zhao Peng's mouth bled profusely, yet he seemed oblivious to the pain as he carefully cradled the bloody gold teeth, grinning widely as he approached Jiang He. The freshly removed gold teeth exuded a rather foul odor. Jiang He slightly recoiled from Zhao Peng's outstretched hand, saying, "Just place the gold teeth on the points card." The man lowered his head and complied. Moments later, a notification sound was heard. "Ding, congratulations, customer Zhao Peng successfully recharged 600 points. His heart raced and his hands trembled. Zhao Peng was so excited that he could barely speak coherently, and it was Jiang He who reminded him from the side, "A loaf of bread costs 60 points, and a bottle of water costs 100 points. Customer, what would you like to buy? You can choose freely." Zhao Peng looked at Jiang He, then at the pink tricycle, his mind racing. This 600 points needed to be allocated wisely. Water and bread were both essentials. The months of fleeing had made Zhao Peng acutely aware that clean water was far more important than food. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke up, "I want 4 bottles of water and 3 loaves of bread." Jiang He pushed the black box forward, signaling him to swipe his card. The delightful sound of the transaction followed. Ding, host received 580 points. Zhao Peng quickly locked the items in his bag and clutched it tightly to his chest. These were his lifeline. Anyone who dared to rob him would face his wrath. Before leaving, Zhao Peng opened his mouth wide, asking, "Jiang He, I still have 20 points left. Can I come back later to exchange for more items?" The others behind Zhao Peng also looked at Jiang He with eager eyes. They could hardly imagine a situation where items could be exchanged for food like today. In the apocalypse, a loaf of bread the size of a palm was enough to drive countless people to fight for their lives. Not to mention, Zhao Peng had exchanged just 2 gold teeth for so much life-saving food. Jiang He lightly cleared her throat, saying, "Let me make an announcement. From today onwards, my Dawn supermarket is officially opening. The points cards you will receive are free, strictly for personal use, and cannot be transferred. If lost, a reissue will require 2,000 points, so please keep them safe. As long as your card has points, you can come here to buy items. The goods at Dawn Supermarket are limited, available on a first-come first-served basis, and are to be purchased. If any food waste occurs, the card will be voided and you will be permanently blacklisted and worse." Jiang He turned her head and glanced at the charred remains on the ground. "You will meet the same fate as them." The crowd shuddered, shaking their heads vigorously. In this apocalypse, who would waste food unless they were out of their mind? By stating the rules up front, Jiang He continued her business. A ragged mother and son stepped forward. Before Jiang He could say anything, the disheveled mother suddenly knelt down. "Jiang He, please have mercy on us and give us something to eat. Back when your parents were around, my child's father helped your family quite a bit. Look at your parents' favor and at least give us a bottle of water." Having been in the same line for 6 months, Jiang He naturally recognized the mother and son. They used to be a family of 3 neighbors of the Jiang family, living quite well. They were friendly and close friends with Jiang He's biological parents. The little boy's father went missing in the first month of the apocalypse, while searching for food swept away by floods, leaving them as orphans, which was indeed very tough. However, in the apocalypse there are many more people in dire need. If one comes forward, should Jiang He give out food for free? Would her supermarket even continue to operate? "I'm sorry, the goods at Dawn Supermarket can only be purchased with points and cannot be given away for free." Li Yua's light dimmed, her eyes returning to a wan ashen hue. Before the end of the world, she loved to hoard gold. Every kind of ornament filled the storage cabinets of her room. Had she known this day would come, she would have taken those treasured baubles with her, no matter how arduous the road. Li Yuhua had witnessed the terrible power that clung to Jiang He, yet for a single sip of water for her son she risked being singed to charcoal, kneeling to beg. As was to be expected, she won no food. To remain on her knees would only provoke Jiang He with unimaginable consequences. Gritting her teeth, Li Yuhua rose, gripped her son's hand, and prepared to leave. "Wait." Jiang He suddenly called after them. Li Yuhua flinched, shoulders trembling, and instinctively drew her son behind her. "We don't want anything, I'm sorry." She shut her eyes tightly, fearful that the next second Jiang He hesitated, not as merciless as she feared. He said calmly that aside from cash, other items could be converted into points, and it was not limited to gold and jewels. Li Yuhua opened her eyes and followed Jiang He's gesture. Her gaze fell upon the amulet at her son's chest. It was a charm her parents had obtained from a temple before she gave birth, worth little in coin, priceless in sentiment. Could that be exchanged for points as well? Li Yuhua reacted quickly, unfastened the amulet from her son, and placed it against the points card. A chime acknowledged the transaction. Xinxian had been credited 100 points. It was not much, but enough to buy a bottle of water. Li Yuhua felt a rush of elation and stammered her thanks to Jiang He. "Son, we have water." The little boy's face brightened with a radiant smile. His mother led him aside, and they crouched in a corner, sipped the water with trembling care. Once people understood that Jiang He would not be moved by force, those queuing for supplies behaved themselves, trading the things on their persons for points without further trouble. The water dwindled very quickly. In fewer than 10 customers it was gone. Those left behind were parched and cracked-lipped several days without a single clean drink. With the supermarket's limited stock, they could only watch with envy as others guzzled. When the bread was sold out as well, Jiang He lifted his megaphone once more. "Shuguang Supermarket is closing for today. If you didn't get anything, you may come back next time. I'll be heading to Nanyang Base and will await your return." Amid sighs of regret, Jiang He pedaled away on his small pink tricycle until he vanished at the road's end. A system notification chimed that the host had earned 4,700 points on opening day. The virtual supermarket was currently only level 1 with 20 product slots. Spending 1,000 points would unlock a single product in the virtual store. Urged by the prompt, Jiang He, pedaling with a rueful expression, opened the system panel and scrolled to the product grid. 20 squares lay before him. Only the first 2, water and bread, were lit, the rest empty. A level 1 supermarket could only unlock food. Higher levels would permit a greater variety of goods. Scrolling further revealed the conditions for upgrading. To reach level 2, the virtual supermarket required 1 Shuguang supermarket to have served 500 customers, 2 lighting, all 20 product slots, 3 20,000 points. The virtual and physical supermarkets were bound and would upgrade in tandem. In other words, as the virtual market leveled up, Jiang He's Shuguang supermarket would level up as well. Very well. She resolved to strive harder to improve her circumstances. She could not make the little tricycle go any faster. Jiang He tapped an empty slot, and a product window popped up on the screen. There were many varieties listed, most locked and visible only upon future upgrades. From the first 2 rows, Jiang He selected 4 items. Instant noodles 80 points, a treasure porridge 80 points, a rice ball 60 points, tiger skin phoenix claws 50 points. She successfully unlocked 4 items, leaving her account with 700 points. After pedaling for what felt like an age, she had not gone far. Fortunately, her constitution was different now and fatigue did not take hold, otherwise she would have thrown in the towel. "System, I want tiger skin phoenix claws," she said. The system replied simply, "Oh." It felt annoyingly terse. Jiang He sighed. "I do not expect you to do much for me. Just tell me what tasks I can take so I can restock the virtual supermarket." The system praised her independence and encouraged her, but Jiang He narrowed her eyes and demanded enough flattery. "Where are the tasks?" The system listed them. Task 1, sign in at the highest rooftop of Nanyang Base and shout the designated slogan aloud. Reward 2 minutes of extra restock time. Task 2, accumulate 20,000 points in supermarket turnover. Reward 5 minutes of restock time. Task 3, sell 20 down jackets. Reward 4 minutes of restock time. None of the 3 could be completed quickly, and Jiang He's lips pressed into a helpless line. "System, it's sweltering. Asking me to sell down jackets is just setting up poor Penghu to fail. I don't care, give me an easier task." Tiger skin phoenix claws were her favorite, but she hadn't tasted them in months. The system replied softly that only 3 tasks could be active at a time and none could be skipped. Only after completion would new ones refresh, and they refreshed once per day. Coughing, the system added that this situation was somewhat special. Beyond running, the supermarket higher-ups had assigned each system additional KPIs. The goods beyond the supermarket's usual fare were overstocked items from other worlds languishing unsold for a long time. A leadership wanted to recoup their capital and thus imposed these rigid tasks. The system cheered her on. "Do your best." The system believed in her. Were it not for the generous benefits tied to this job, Jiang He would have resigned and drifted to some other world to retire. No, she told herself she would take a break once this world settled, and when she returned to work would depend on her mood. With that thought, she reluctantly accepted the extra KPIs. At the crawl of a human-powered tricycle, it would be impossible to reach Nanyang Base before nightfall. Seeing an abandoned gas station nearby, Jiang He stopped and decided to spend the night there. She parked the pink tricycle at the entrance and was about to step into the station when a greasy, leering male voice reached her ears. "Don't put on airs. I've been following you for some time. I came for food. You and that stupid little sister of yours can entertain me for one night and you'll get this biscuit. Be sensible, I don't want to mess with corpses." Before she had finished moving, a thug stationed at the door spotted her. "Boss, another pretty girl outside. I'll grab her in for you to play with." At this moment Jiang He had yet to wash her face, appearing dark and dirty, barely revealing her features. Yet here she could still be called a beauty. These people must truly be starving. Without waiting for her subordinates to catch someone, Jiang He took the initiative to push the door open and walked in. Glancing around the room, she noticed two young girls huddled in the corner, frightened, one of whom was half pressed to the ground by a tattooed man, her hair and clothes in disarray. Jiang He's sudden appearance made the tattooed man stop his actions, allowing the girl being suppressed to struggle free and tremble as she held her sister, hiding in the corner. Facing the lewd and disgusting gazes of 4 or 5 men, Jiang He spoke nonchalantly, "This gas station is quite large. I have nowhere to go tonight and plan to spend the night here. You wouldn't mind, would you?" The tattooed man spat out a laugh, sizing up Jiang He with interest as he approached her. "Of course we don't mind. My brothers just happen to be without women. You can keep them company tonight and you won't miss out on the benefits." Due to the physical disparity between men and women in this apocalypse, women who are powerless are always at a disadvantage. If these men are utterly vile, they still promise to provide supplies afterward. For this very reason, the number of women willing to throw themselves at them is countless. Compared to those who offer themselves for free, they have a shred of dignity. But not much. These two sisters were clearly coerced. Since they had food in their hands, why not seek out those who would be willing? Jiang He shook her head, refusing. "That's not possible. You are too noisy and will disturb my rest." The tattooed man wiped his lips vigorously, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. "Beauty, you're quite bold. My brothers like women like you, you're intriguing." As soon as he finished speaking, a bold subordinate chimed in, "But there's just one flaw, your figure is too skinny. From a distance I'd think you were an elementary school student, all bones with no substance." Jiang He instantly turned cold. She knew she was as thin as a stick, but couldn't tolerate being mocked. "You're the elementary school student, your whole family is made up of elementary school students." She rolled up her sleeves, wanting to personally deal with that person until he couldn't recognize his own mother. The system quickly advised host, "Calm down, calm down. You cannot proactively attack the people of this world or you will be struck by lightning. This is the most basic professional code for time travelers. It is said that a time traveler who ended up in a male-dominated world couldn't bear the shameless men who thought too highly of themselves and ended up hitting someone in a fit of anger. After venting, they received a lightning punishment, losing all previous task rewards and account assets, and were locked away in a small dark room for 10 years. Jiang He took a deep breath, trying to calm down. It wasn't worth losing everything for such people. It didn't matter, she could wait. As long as the other party made the first move, it wouldn't be her problem. "If I don't want to, what can you do to me? I bet you definitely can't beat me." The tattooed man patted the gun on his waist. "Why would I hit a woman? A single shot would be the easiest way to deal with you." Jiang He clutched her chest in feigned shock. "Wow, I'm so scared." Those who could hold guns in the apocalypse undoubtedly held a high status, firmly standing at the top few levels of the food chain. The tattooed man wasn't foolish. He noticed that although Jiang He claimed to be afraid, her expression and demeanor revealed no fear. He immediately became alert, raising his gun to aim at Jiang He, sternly asking, "You bitch, is someone behind you?" Jiang He slowly turned her head to look at the empty space behind her, intentionally misunderstanding his meaning. When she turned back, her face was filled with terror. "No one is here, please don't scare me." Seeing this, the tattooed man felt even more uneasy. Using a woman as bait for robbery and murder was not unheard of. The other subordinates also sensed that something was off, watching Jiang He warily. "Boss, why don't we just forget it today? A woman like her dares to come in so brazenly. There must be many people outside waiting for us to fall into their trap and then come to grab supplies." The men exchanged glances and after a brief discussion fled the gas station in haste. Worried about being pursued, they increased their speed to the maximum, leaving behind a cloud of pungent exhaust. Jiang He was left speechless. They were scared off just like that. How boring. Turning back, she saw 2 pairs of terrified eyes staring at her. "I'm tired and ready to sleep. You can do as you please, but please don't make any noise that might disturb my rest." As she spoke, Jiang He took out the mattress she had obtained from the system, propped it against the wall, lay down and covered herself with a thin air conditioning blanket, looking every bit the part of the room's owner. Sigh, what a world. It's not as good as one world. The conditions this time are too poor, not even a house. The system, as if on a caffeine high, explained loudly, "Host, once the supermarket upgrades, our conditions will improve. This system will not let you wander forever. Keep going, charge ahead. Stop charging, close your little mouth, and let me sleep well." During these months of fleeing, Jiang He rarely had a good sleep, as unexpected events could happen at any moment. Natural disasters are one thing, but the most deadly are the mutual killings among the same kind. On a day like today, having a room to shield from the wind and rain, a soft and comfortable mattress, and a clean and fresh blanket is a very luxurious thing. After Jiang He fell asleep, the two sisters squatting in the corner looked at each other, both stunned. They hadn't even blinked. How did this person suddenly appear with such a large mattress? Goodness, it must be at least 2 meters long. It could easily fit 3 people. With Jiang He lying there alone, she appeared even smaller. Tang Wanren secretly muttered to herself, wondering what kind of person she was able to sleep so peacefully in such a terrible environment. Knowing that Jiang He held Noah while the sisters leaned against the wall and gradually fell asleep themselves. Morning came, and the sky brightened. Jiang He opened her eyes to hear the familiar voice of the system ringing in her mind. A fresh and energetic day begins again, host. Just as the words were halfway out, they were interrupted by a bright and crisp female voice. Hello, sister, how are you? Jiang He turned to look and saw a girl with 2 braided pigtails waving her right hand, greeting her. Her eyes sparkled, radiating a childlike innocence. At that moment, Tang Wanren entered the room and scolded softly, Tang Wanqing, did you forget what I told you again? You won't be getting any food today, you might as well starve. After giving her sister a scolding, she turned to Jiang He looking anxious. I'm sorry, my sister has a problem with her brain, she's no different from a 5-year-old child, and didn't mean to disturb you. By the way, the tricycle outside is yours, right? Someone just tried to steal it and passed out as soon as they... Jiang He could leave her pink tricycle unattended outdoors, confident that it was protected by an invisible force field, only she could move it. If an ordinary person touched it in Jiang He's absence, the force field would deliver a mild electric shock, enough to induce temporary unconsciousness, from which one would awaken after half an hour. Jiang He glanced at the man lying unconscious beside the wheel, face-up, body slightly curled, his expression still contorted in pain. A warning sign was clearly needed, better safe than sorry, lest an innocent be harmed. With that thought, she instructed her system to craft a wooden placard and hung it on the tricycle's side, bearing 2 bold red lines. My mother has stepped out briefly, she'll be back shortly. And don't touch me, anyone who does will die, and having issued such a stark warning, she bore no further responsibility if someone chose to defy it. She set off once more toward Nanyang Base. Pedaling the tricycle for 3 to 6 hours would get her there. Before even clearing the gas station, a figure sprinted over and blocked her path. Big sister, are you heading to the base? Could you please take us along? And Tang Wanqing's face glowed with earnest sincerity. I can help pedal. Jiang He's eyes lit up. This was indeed a brilliant idea. And system, hey system, can I let someone else ride me? Though pedaling posed no real strain, having another shoulder the effort would make things far easier. And the system replied, no, this tricycle is bound exclusively to its host. No one else may operate it. Jiang He had no choice but to decline the sister's plea and continue alone, bearing her load in solemn solitude. And along the way, hunger gnawed at her belly, so she ate yesterday's remaining loaf of bread with half a bottle of water. Since becoming a space-time traveler, this was by far the most meager meal she'd endured. And dearest host, you've pedaled valiantly, and the system chimed in periodically, offering gentle encouragement. Not weary, just wretched, and wiping sweat from her brow, Jiang He muttered, system, I seriously suspect you offended some higher-up, and that's why the main system exiled us to this world. Fine, she'd said nothing. And Jiang He accelerated her pedaling, heart racing, tiger skin phoenix claws. I'm coming, and through sheer determination she and her tricycle arrived at Nanyang Base 30 minutes ahead of schedule. Fine, she'd said nothing. And Jiang He accelerated her pedaling, heart racing, tiger skin phoenix claws. I'm coming, and through sheer determination she and her tricycle arrived at Nanyang Base 30 minutes ahead of schedule. After the cataclysm struck, no corner of the nation remained untouched. In response, surviving factions coalesced into over 100 bases, some vast, others modest in scale. Nanyang Base, ranked among the larger ones garrisoned by military forces, it preserved a fragile semblance of civil order and law, making it a beacon of hope for survivors across the region. The base was divided into 2 distinct zones, civilian district and military district. And civilians performed all essential production work, primarily agriculture, and received rations every 3 days. To sustain stable operations, the base strictly regulated its population. All outsiders seeking entry underwent rigorous multi-layered screening by the military. Those aged under 6 or over 60 deemed incapable of productive labor were categorically denied admission. Yet exceptional talents could override every restriction. The administration welcomed such individuals with open arms. Pedaling her vivid pink tricycle, Jiang He stood out conspicuously amid the long queue of survivors waiting to enter Nanyang Base. It took nearly 2 hours before her turn finally came. A soldier holding a rifle gave her a cursory glance and said flatly, "Step forward," and Jiang He followed him into a glass-walled chamber where 3 doctors in white coats awaited. The screening resembled a standard physical exam, but relied solely on manual assessment, no machinery involved. And Jiang He passed swiftly, physically sound, well within the age requirements, and thus granted formal entry into Nanyang base. Other survivors hurried to registration desks to claim identity tokens, engraved with assigned residential addresses. And Jiang He alone pedaled straight toward the tallest structure in the base, the military district tower. Upon arrival, she couldn't even lay a finger on the building's threshold, let alone reach the rooftop. Armed guards flanked both sides of the entrance, their vigilance absolute. Civilians passing nearby dared not meet the soldiers' gazes, hurrying past with downcast eyes and quickened steps. Jiang He dismounted and scanned the perimeter before approaching the most imposing young guard. "And, handsome sir, could you possibly grant me access to the rooftop?" Qin Song looked down, his gaze as cold and unyielding as polished stone. Not a word escaped his lips, yet refusal hung thick in the air. And Jiang He's thoughts were fixed on tiger skin phoenix claws. Today that rooftop would be hers. "I have urgent business up there. If you refuse to let me pass, I'll force my way through. And should injury result, don't hold me accountable." At that, the soldier beside Qin Song burst into laughter. "And you?" Harmas Nun stood tall and broad-shouldered, over 185 centimeters, hardened by iron discipline, and the other slender and slight, barely seeming to cast a shadow. Anyone hearing those words would surely question Jiang He's sanity. A single sharp glance from Qin Song silenced the soldier instantly. His voice turned stern. "Clear off, madwoman. Interfere again and you'll be expelled from the base immediately." Voluntary passage was impossible. To fulfill her mission, Jiang He would need another approach. And look a plane. This classic misdirection tactic held zero effect against Qin Song and his rigorously trained unit. Knees shut, legs pumping, Jiang He charged headlong toward the tower's entrance. Qin Song raised his rifle and barked, "Halt, or I fire, and go ahead, waste the bullet." Jiang He shoved aside the guard blocking her path, seemingly without effort, and sent him flying 2 meters backward. A veritable titaness of raw strength. And frowning, Qin Song aimed at her calf and pulled the trigger. A sharp crack echoed. The bullet streaked forth. Yet just before impact, the projectile vanished into thin air, leaving not a trace of wound upon Jiang. Even Qin Song, calm, composed, unflappable, stared in stunned disbelief. And bang, bang, bang. And he fired repeatedly, each time the same impossible vanishing act. His comrades rushing to intercept were either hurled aside or kicked to the ground, becoming unwitting stepping stones beneath Jiang He's advance. And Qin Song recognized the gravity of the threat and immediately activated his radio. "Alert! Alert! An unidentified intruder has breached the military district, heading toward the rooftop. Immediate reinforcement required," and within moments the command center deployed elite special forces and dispatched 2 fighter jets. The rumbling sound echoed as 2 silver-gray fighter jets soared past the base. Such a spectacle was a first for the residents, who anxiously turned their gaze towards the military district building. Could it be that terrorists were attacking their base? They had finally settled down here and they couldn't let it all. Meanwhile, Jiang He, mistaken for a terrorist, huffed and puffed her way up to the 12th floor. Behind her, a pile of people blocked her ascent to the rooftop stacked against the wall. Jiang He pushed one person aside with ease, as if she were shucking corn. "Host, don't stop, keep pushing forward, victory is just ahead." Just as she caught her breath, the system urged her forward like a driven donkey. In light of the tiger skin phoenix claws, she climbed all the way to the 18th floor rooftop in one go. Upon stepping out, she saw that the special forces had already taken their positions surrounding the rooftop tightly, with 4 or 5 snipers crouching in the distance and 2 ammunition-laden jets overhead. The atmosphere was tense and oppressive. Hundreds of dark gun muzzles pointed directly at Jiang He's head. A loud voice came through the loudspeaker. "You have been surrounded by us. If you don't want to be shot into a sieve, drop your weapon and surrender." Jiang He was stunned for 2 seconds, spread her hands, and looked innocent. "I have no weapon." Her defiant attitude made the special forces surrounding her clench their fists in unison. The feeling of wanting to hit someone, but being unable to, was quite frustrating. The system quietly reminded her, "Cough, host dear, let's get down to business quickly." Oh right, she needed to check in to do her tasks. Jiang He raised her right hand, a small gesture that set off alarms for Qin Song and the others. What was she raising her hand for? Was she going to throw a bomb and blow up the military district? Bang, bang, bang. Hundreds of guns fired simultaneously, flashes of fire flickering as bullets flew out in a dense swarm. However, the final result left everyone feeling a chill run down their spines. The bullets didn't even graze Jiang He's clothing, simply vanishing mysteriously. Qin Song reported the situation to his superiors at the first opportunity, but no one believed him. They thought he was hallucinating. Now, with so many witnesses present, his innocence was restored. Just as everyone was shocked beyond measure, a loud shout suddenly rang out. "Oh, great nature filled with dark energy, please grant me power." This phrase felt a bit familiar. Was she about to transform? Vala Vala, little magic fairy. No, it sounded more like a phrase from Cardcaptor Sakura. The crowd instinctively took 2 steps back, but the imagined transformation scene did not occur. Ding, check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have gained 2 minutes of shopping time. Jiang He slightly bent down, an apologetic smile on her face. Sorry for the interruption, I truly came to borrow the rooftop. Now that I'm done, you all can continue your work, I'll be leaving. Just as she turned to leave, she suddenly looked back. The soldiers slowly lowered their guns, then quickly raised them again, their expressions tense as they stared at Jiang He. Though it was of little use, her momentum needed to be in place. Can I take the elevator down? Jiang He had already found climbing up quite troublesome, so she wanted to take it easy. Hearing the instructions over the intercom, Qin Song immediately replied, Miss, you cannot leave for the time being, our commander wishes to speak with you. Jiang He waved her hand dismissively. We can talk another day. I have urgent business, so I won't chat with you. She had only eaten a piece of bread today, and she was eager to fill her stomach. Since I can't take the elevator, it's quicker for me to go down myself. It was impossible to go back down the stairs. Jiang He glanced around and walked briskly towards the edge of the rooftop, leaping down. Her graceful movement left others momentarily stunned. Where did she go? She jumped off the building. This was the 18th floor. Qin Song quickly ran over to peer down, and a pink tricycle was slowly moving below. The person pedaling the tricycle seemed to have noticed their gaze and waved an arm towards the rooftop. Jiang He left effortlessly, waving her sleeve, without taking a single cloud with her, but the military district was thrown into chaos. Who wouldn't be wary of someone unafraid of bullets? As the head of the base, Xia Jingshan immediately issued a task to find the person and ascertain their background. To avoid causing panic among the residents, this matter had to be conducted discreetly and in secret. In a corner of the civilian area, Jiang He was full of excitement. System, I want to shop, hurry up. Okay, coming right up. With a flash, Jiang He arrived again at the entrance of the virtual supermarket. Compared to last time, the shelves were now much more stocked. Jiang He quickly spotted the tiger skin phoenix claws, bent down to tie her shoelaces, and did a few stretches on the spot. Ready, set, go. With a whoosh, Jiang He sprinted to the shelves like a spring. Tiger skin phoenix claws, bring them to me. Instant noodles, bring them to me. A treasure porridge, bring it to me. At this moment, Jiang He truly felt the disadvantage of being a skinny person. Her arms were too thin to carry much at once. Moreover, since the shopping cart was fixed at the supermarket entrance, carrying too much risked dropping things on the way back, tripping and falling, wasting precious seconds. Time is money, and those 2 minutes were, well, she didn't exactly exert much effort to earn them. After learning her lesson once, Jiang He focused on being steady, taking as much as she could but not being greedy. As soon as the time was up, Jiang He was ejected from the virtual supermarket. The system had an automatic sorting feature, and the goods she just entered were already neatly arranged in the tricycle's cargo area. After a quick count, she had obtained a total of 24 bottles of water, 15 pieces of bread, 13 cups of instant noodles, 11 A treasure porridges, 18 rice balls, and 99 packs of tiger skin phoenix claws. From these numbers, it was clear what the supermarket owner favored. Jiang He looked at her haul with satisfaction, casually grabbing a bucket of spicy beef noodles, tearing open the lid only to realize something was missing. System, where's the hot water? The supermarket has a hot water station available for unlocking, but permanent unlocking requires 5,000 points. Your balance is insufficient, but you can rent it for a day at just 300 points. Jiang He caught the scent of a scam, but instant noodles needed hot water, so she could only rent it for a day. Okay, 300 points deducted, host account balance remaining 400 points. The hot water station resembled a water dispenser and was painted Barbie pink to match the tricycle. After soaking the instant noodles in hot water for 3 minutes, Jiang He scooped up 5 tiger skin phoenix claws, opened the packaging, and added them all to the noodle bucket. This full bucket was extravagantly indulgent. The tiger skin phoenix claws soaked in the noodle broth looked even softer and more springy. Taking a bite, the juices burst in her mouth, filling it with flavor. Jiang He was so happy she could bubble over. After enjoying the delicious meal, she still felt unsatisfied. Seeing her in such a good mood, the system quickly reminded her host, the Dawn supermarket is open for business today. Let's work hard together to grow and thrive, creating brilliance together. A pink tricycle laden with supplies appeared on the street, instantly attracting everyone's attention. It was around 6 in the evening, just as the residents were finishing their work, and they all unconsciously gathered around the tricycle. Jiang He pedaled the tricycle while shouting, "Don't miss out as you walk by. Shuguang Supermarket is now open. Instant noodles, rice bowls, 8 treasures, porridge, bread, tiger skin, chicken feet, mineral water. Come and get your points card if you want to buy something." Hearing this, everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. Even in the apocalypse, someone was actually running a supermarket selling water and food. This must be a scam. Or the prices must be outrageous. Boss, what does it mean to get a points card? How much are these mineral waters? Do I have to trade oil for them? Money has become worthless paper. The most valuable resources are water, oil, and other rare supplies. Jiang He shook her head. "I don't want oil. I will take gold, silver, jewels, and antiques." Huh. Those things can be exchanged for supplies. Is it really true? The crowd remained skeptical, and a weary-looking middle-aged man directly took off his gold ring and handed it to Jiang He. "Boss, how much can this get me?" Jiang He first processed his points card and placed the gold ring on it. Congratulations to customer Wang Hongba, successfully charged 800 points. In front of each item on the tricycle there was a pink sign indicating the corresponding price. Wang Hongba stood beside the tricycle scanning the items with excitement, his heart nearly leaping out of his throat. His 800 points could buy quite a lot of good things. "Boss, I want 4 bottles of water and 6 loaves of bread." Wang Hongba was 35 years old, a local of Nanyang. Being a native of the base, his elderly parents and children had avoided being expelled from the base. In order for his family to have something to eat, Wang Hongba worked tirelessly every day, and the physical exhaustion led him to contemplate giving up countless times. In order for his family to have something to eat, Wang Hongba worked tirelessly every day, and the physical exhaustion led him to contemplate giving up countless times. His family was the only belief that supported him to keep living. This month Wang Hongba's strength had been dwindling, and the supplies he brought home were fewer and fewer. His elderly parents, due to insufficient food intake, could only lie in bed all day to conserve energy. He knew that if this continued, his parents would surely starve to death. But Wang Hongba had no other options and could only endure this painful and desperate existence day by day. Seeing the tricycle loaded with food, he unhesitatingly took out his ring, but with the mindset of trying his luck, he never expected it could actually be exchanged for supplies. Holding the bread and water, Wang Hongba felt as if he were dreaming. With tears in his eyes, he pinched his thigh hard, yelping in pain. It's not a dream. His parents were saved. Boss, thank you. After saying this, Wang Hongba quickly turned and ran towards home. With him setting the precedent, the others did not hesitate and immediately came over to Jiang He to get points. Every time a customer approached, she would casually ask, "My supermarket's down jackets are of good quality too, originally 200 points, now at a discounted price of 60 points. Would you like to get one?" "Sorry boss, I don't need clothes and I don't have enough points, so I won't buy it." The temperature in Nanyang was rising daily and had now reached 42 degrees. Unless one was foolish who would spend points to buy something unnecessary to take home. With 60 points, wouldn't it be better to buy bread or rice balls? In less than an hour, all the supplies on the tricycle were snatched up. Only those 20 black down jackets remained just as they were when she arrived. Jiang He couldn't help but curse inwardly, wondering which inconsiderate jerk had imposed this KPI to sell down jackets in such hot weather. The system could hear her thoughts and dared not say a word, fearing to be caught in the crossfire. With the items unsold, Jiang He could only pedal her tricycle around the base, looking for any unsuspecting victim who might take them all. Unfortunately, finding a fool was too difficult. After a long detour, no one paid her any mind, leaving Jiang He bored enough to hum a tune, with iron hooves clanging, traversing mountains and rivers. "I really want to live for another 500 years. Before the last note faded, a sweet voice came from behind. "Boss, I want all these down jackets." The wonderful song abruptly stopped. Jiang He's eyes sparkled with excitement. A big spender had appeared. Approaching her was a little girl slightly shorter than Jiang He, dressed in a light yellow puffy dress with 2 cute bun hairstyles, utterly adorable. Yi Qingqing was carrying a bulging handbag which was a bit heavy to lift. "I need to get a points card before buying, right? Is this enough to exchange for a down jacket? If not, I can go fill another bag." As soon as the handbag opened, Jiang He was dazzled, and she immediately turned her head aside. Inside were 3 large gold bars, a shirt made of pure gold, a golden mask, golden chocolate, and a golden phoenix crown. This pile of items would have been worth at least several million before the apocalypse. Such extravagant spending clearly indicated she was a wealthy lady. No wonder she could buy 20 down jackets without hesitation. Jiang He regained her focus. "That's enough, more than enough. After processing the points card, she charged the entire bag of gold, which exchanged for over 4,000 points. Yi Qingqing sent a glance towards the distance, and immediately 2 bodyguards came over to pack up the 20 down jackets. She looked at Jiang He with bright eyes, and when she smiled, 2 adorable dimples appeared on her cheeks. "Boss, will you come out to sell again tomorrow? I heard from others that you also sell instant noodles here, and it's a pity I didn't get to buy any." The girl's friendly appearance, combined with her swift clearing of the poor down jackets, significantly increased Jiang He's fondness for her. "I will, but the quantity of items in the supermarket is limited. You need to come early to get them." Fondness aside, Jiang He would never offer anyone special privileges. She had promised that it would be first come first served, and no one would cut in line in her store. Yi Qingqing was very satisfied with this answer, and did not feel upset for not being treated specially. Jiang He shook the bottled water in her hand toward her. "Li Ting, do you want to buy some water and bread?" Only when she came closer did Li Ting notice. Completed the down jacket sales task, gaining 4 minutes of restocking time. Today's sales totaled 11690 points, with an account balance of 12090, directly surpassing 5 digits. "You're the best host." Jiang He spent 5000 points to buy a hot water station, then unlocked 7 new products, leaving her with a pitiful 90 points. The newly listed products were ham sausage 30 points. Braised egg 30 points. Little Bear biscuits only 1 piece in a bag, small quantity 10 points. Orange juice, 500 milliliters bottle 150 points. Cola, 500 milliliters bottle 150 points. Big chicken leg 250g 200 points. Milk, 250 milliliters 100 points. As night fell, Jiang He began to ponder where to settle for the night. Like yesterday, Jiang He casually found an old dilapidated house to stay in with drafts coming from all sides and no windows, even more shabby than the gas station. The experiences of the past 6 months had greatly lowered her expectations for the quality of life. In this run-down place, she could still manage to sleep. Still just a mattress and an air conditioning blanket, Jiang He lay down and quickly fell into a deep sleep, her breathing gradually becoming steady. The next day, as dawn broke, Jiang He woke up. She opened the system interface to check the task list. Having completed 2 tasks yesterday, new ones had already appeared. Task 1, sell 30 military coats, each priced at 100 points. Reward, you can gain 5 minutes of procurement time. Task 2, check in at the base museum and loudly shout the corresponding slogan. Reward, you can gain 1 minute of procurement time. Jiang He made herself a bowl of instant noodles, adding the 5 tiger skin chicken feet she had left from yesterday. After eating and drinking to her fill, she pedaled her small tricycle towards the museum. 20 minutes later, the little pink vehicle stopped in front of a wilting cornfield. Jiang He looked around, her view exceptionally empty, not even half a building could be seen. "System, are you sure we're not lost? Is the museum really here? How could this system make a mistake? The Nanyang City Museum is right here, it's just that the base flattened the building and planted corn instead. Yes, the check-in point is in the middle of the cornfield. Please proceed further in." Jiang He abandoned the small tricycle, pushed aside the corn leaves, and burrowed into the field. "System, have we arrived?" "Not yet, walk another 100 meters to the left. A bit further forward. Now move a little to the right." This check-in location was indeed quite precise. After a considerable amount of effort, Jiang He finally reached the correct spot. She cleared her throat, planted her toes into the ground, and shouted the task slogan, "I am the best, I am the strongest." System, crash into the wall for me. Whoever breaks your wings, I shall destroy their entire paradise. A few meters away, an old man guarding the cornfield ran over holding a steel fork. "Who is it? Which little brat dares to steal corn? Don't you value your life? Where are your wings? Just wait until I skewer you." Jiang He turned her head and saw a gleaming 3-pronged fork swiftly moving toward her. Like a thief stealing melons, she instinctively turned and ran. The tricycle pedaled like the wind, the footboard nearly smoking, finally leaving the old man far behind. The check-in task was completed without any danger, and Jiang He earned 1 minute of procurement time, bringing her total to 5 minutes. The supermarket now had 13 items, and Jiang He took a little of each. Of course, she still had her priorities. Water, bread, and tiger skin chicken feet were the items she took the most. The categorized goods filled the tricycle to the brim. There was no room left for the hot water container, which had to be placed on the front seat. Meanwhile, the team led by Xia Huifeng had finally arrived outside the Nanyang base. The sun blazed fiercely, and Li Ting and the others were getting their skin red and peeling, looking like boiled shrimp. If they hadn't bought water from Jiang He, half of them might have died of thirst on the way. Jiang He was in so much pain she could hardly walk, her body leaning heavily against Xia Huifeng as she barely managed to move. Xia Huifeng patted her hand, comforting her. Yeah, just hang in there a bit longer. Once we get into the base you can rest well. Jiang He's voice was weak. Brother Huifeng, I'm so thirsty. Upon hearing this, Xia Huifeng glanced around cautiously. The teammates were all focused on the road, and no one was paying attention to them. He reached into his backpack, and when he pulled out his hand there was a bottle of clean mineral water. Jiang He tilted her head as Xia Huifeng fed her a small sip of water, and she instantly felt much better. She leaned her head against the man's arm, adopting a spoiled demeanor like a little bird. Brother Huifeng, it's good that you have the space. The moment those words left her mouth, Xia Huifeng frowned and quickly raised his hand to cover her mouth, his tone unusually severe. Have I not told you about this? Have you forgotten? Jiang He looked innocent, thinking her voice was not loud enough for others to hear, believing this secret was only between the two of them and could not possibly leak out. Seeing that Xia Huifeng was genuinely angry, Jiang He could only soften her approach, licking the palm of his hand with her tongue. Brother Huifeng, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I won't bring this up again outside. She was able to maintain her current beautiful appearance in the apocalypse largely thanks to the space that Xia Huifeng had unexpectedly acquired. While fleeing from disaster, Jiang He went hungry, secretly eating pickled beef noodles, gnawing on duck necks and chicken feet, and sometimes even indulging in fruit for a vitamin boost. Jiang He had no water to wash her face or bathe, looking as dirty as something picked from a trash can, yet she could wash up every few days and remain the cleanest and prettiest among all the girls in the team. The reason Jiang He could tolerate Jiang He staying in the team for so long without being harsh on her was due to the stark contrast between them. Seeing Jiang He living worse than herself brought Jiang He immense satisfaction. So, what if she was Jiang's biological daughter? In this apocalypse she could crush her with just one hand. The original host, raised in the countryside from childhood, was only reclaimed by her biological parents at the age of 18 before being brought into the Jiang family. To thrive. More than 40 people queued to enter the Nanyang base. After receiving their identity cards, the group finally showed clear smiles on their faces. Stepping into the base meant that they no longer had to wander about. Their lives had gained a certain level of security. Even inside the base their team did not disperse. Suddenly someone pointed nearby. Hey, isn't that Jiang He? Li Ting's eyes lit up. Jiang He hadn't lied to them. She had indeed come to Nanyang ahead of them. Moreover, she was serious about running a supermarket, as she had previously sold only water and bread, and now the variety of goods had actually increased. Seeing her teammates suddenly drawn to Jiang He, Xia Huifeng felt an undercurrent of displeasure. As the captain, he promptly issued orders. We should head to the dormitory now. However, no one paid him any heed. Everyone's eyes were filled with the food on the pink tricycle. I still have points left. Let's see if there's anything I can afford. Last time Jiang He sold her goods, they were all gone by the time it was my turn. This time I must get some mineral water. A swarm of people rushed away. Jiang He bit her lip, glaring at Jiang He, who was busy gnawing on a chicken leg while effortlessly attending to customers. Hearing Jiang He's words, Xia Huifeng's expression grew increasingly grim. The Jiang He they knew was clearly someone with nothing to boast about, a rural girl who often spoke in a nonsensical manner. It would not be an exaggeration to call her half-crazy. Yet now she possessed countless resources, and others could exchange worthless items with her for food, making her a savior in the eyes of many, akin to a divine being. It shouldn't be this way. As someone as lowly as Jiang He should forever remain mired in the mud, a wretched rat. There must be something wrong. Xia Huifeng squinted. As far as he knew, there was a military district at the Nanyang base, a formidable backbone that maintained order within the base. If they were to learn of Jiang He's mysterious transformation, it might earn him some credit, leaving a deep impression on the base's leadership, which would also benefit his future development within the base. Jiang He and he hit it off instantly, and they immediately headed towards the military district. As newcomers, they could not easily meet the base's leaders. The military district building was heavily guarded with soldiers stationed in every corner. Not even a fly could get in. Xia Huifeng did not harbor any illusions about being able to enter the building smoothly. After all, he was merely a small fry who had just entered the base without much standing. The soldier at the entrance held a steel gun, his expression serious, clearly not someone to be trifled with, instilling fear in others. Summoning his courage, Xia Huifeng approached, trying to maintain a facade of calm. Hello. Qin Song turned his head, looking at him with a blank expression, radiating an aura of authority, without anger. This is a restricted area of the military district. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to. Jiang He stared intently at his handsome face, stunned for 2 seconds, before quickly softening her tone. We have important matters and need to report to your leader. Could you make an exception for us, young man? To obtain resources, Qin Song had encountered hundreds of people like them at the military district entrance, claiming they wanted to see the leader. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't spare them even a glance. However, just yesterday, the military district had been forcibly breached by a mysterious girl with unknown origins and mysterious powers, and despite the overwhelming force used, they could not capture her. To be safe, Qin Song coldly scanned the two with a fleeting glance, his voice low as he uttered 3 words, "What is it?" Seeing he had responded, Xia Huifeng seized the opportunity and quickly added, "There is a woman at the base who drives a tricycle to buy things, and we know her, and she has something strange about her." Upon hearing this, Qin Song raised an eyebrow, immediately realizing who the strange woman they were referring to. The base had sent someone to investigate yesterday afternoon, but the woman was highly vigilant. Even after buying many items from her, it was difficult to engage her in conversation, let alone uncover her true nature. After a brief silence, Qin Song lowered his head and opened the intercom, consulting his superiors in a tone inaudible to the two. Unsurprisingly, he received an affirmative response. Qin Song called over another soldier to check whether the two were carrying any dangerous items. After confirming everything was fine, he allowed them to pass. As they entered the building, Xia Huifeng and Jiang He were still a bit dazed. They had not expected to pass through the military district's stringent checks so easily. The leaders were busy managing the affairs of the base, and they thought they would have to wait a long time. As they entered the building, Xia Huifeng and Jiang He were still a bit dazed. They had not expected to pass through the military district's stringent checks so easily. The leaders were busy managing. This was the highest leadership of the base. If their news could be of use, it would surely be a great help to Brother Huifeng. Inside the office, Xie Jingshan stood in a crisp military uniform by the floor-to-ceiling window, his expression complex and inscrutable. Upon hearing a knock on the door, he turned and said, "Come in. Please take a seat." Xie Jingshan slightly curved his lips, gesturing towards the sofa directly opposite him. Coming to their senses, Xia Huifeng promptly sat down with Jiang. "Please take a seat." Xie Jingshan slightly curved his lips, gesturing towards the sofa directly opposite him. Coming to their senses, Xia Huifeng promptly sat down with Jiang He. "Hello, Chief. My name is Xia Huifeng. I come from Yunjiang City, and I am 24 years old." Xie Jingshan raised his hand, interrupting his lengthy self-introduction. "Let's get to the point. Who are you reporting?" Xia Huifeng swallowed the words he had prepared, and before he could react, Jiang He interjected, "The one running the supermarket at the base." Xie Jingshan appeared intrigued. "Oh, tell me more." "That woman is named Jiang He. She is a freak, previously mad and inconspicuous, but now I don't know where she got her resources, being fawned over by a crowd." Seeing her speak so eloquently, Xie Jingshan nodded lightly. "Be more specific about her other circumstances." With a high-ranking leader listening so earnestly to her, Jiang He's vanity was immediately satisfied. She straightened her back and recounted everything about Jiang He's upbringing in the countryside and her usual demeanor. "She's a genuine ingrate. We fled from Yunjiang City, and Brother Huifeng led us all the way, saving her countless times. But her, with so many resources in hand, she hasn't even thought about repaying Brother Huifeng." Jiang He was quite clever, covering up all the information that could be detrimental to her, not mentioning her relationship with Jiang He at all. Now, in a completely new environment, she could no longer let labels like imposter or usurper stick to her. Xie Jingshan's expression turned solemn as his fingertips lightly tapped on the armrest of the sofa. I understand the situation. You may go back for now. Is that it? Shouldn't he issue an immediate order to capture that monster Jiang He?" Jiang He couldn't wait another moment, wanting nothing more than to see Jiang He suffer and not flaunt herself before her. "Chief, when will you capture her for research? She must have mutated. Her body needs to be studied thoroughly." Xie Jingshan raised his eyes, his tone flat. "Are you teaching me how to do my job?" Xia Huifeng sensed the atmosphere turning sour and quickly pulled Jiang He behind him, signaling her with his eyes not to speak anymore. "Chief, we have finished providing the information. If there is anything else you need to know, we will cooperate at any time." After saying this, Jiang He was pulled out by Xia Huifeng. The man wore a displeased expression. His opportunity for a good performance had just been taken by Jiang He, and he hadn't managed to say a single word. Jiang He also realized this and quickly leaned against the man, her voice sweet. "Brother Huifeng, please don't be angry. I was just too hasty and didn't mean to interrupt you. I promise not to do this next time." Xia Huifeng's throat moved as he pinched the soft flesh of the woman's waist, suppressing the fire within him, though the wicked desires deep inside him could not help but stir. He rasped, "I can't wait until tonight. Take me to the dormitory now." In the small square of the base, a long line of over 100 people stood in silence, waiting quietly. Li Ting and the others were incredibly fortunate. When their turn came, the supermarket goods were not yet all sold out. The sight of the plump chicken drumsticks made Li Ting's mouth water uncontrollably. This was meat as she hadn't had any meat in months. Even filling her stomach was a challenge, let alone. She glanced at the price, 200 points. Too expensive, too expensive. Li Ting quickly forced herself to look away. She continued to scan the items with only sausages, marinated eggs, and small biscuits falling within her budget. Among these items, the small bear biscuits offered the best value for her. With the remaining 40 points in her card, she could buy 4 of them. If she chose the other 2 items, she could only get 1. Such a small bag of biscuits would be enough for her meals for a day. Tightening her belt, she could last 3 days without too much problem. She still had plenty of mineral water left, so if she saved, she wouldn't have to worry about food and drink for a long time. Starting tomorrow, she would go to the base to receive tasks and gather supplies daily. A life would surely get better. With hope in her heart, Li Ting's eyes sparkled. Jiang He, which dormitory are you assigned to? If you have some free time, I'd like to chat with you, is that okay? Before Jiang He was just invisible in the team, everyone was minding their own business, and no one paid her any attention. Only Li Ting frequently chatted with her, the two of them together to relieve boredom. Dormitory. Jiang He was momentarily stunned before recalling that when entering the base the administrator mentioned where to pick up the identity card to get assigned to a dormitory. She hurried to the rooftop to sign and not really paying attention. Jiang He nodded. Of course we can chat as long as I'm not busy. However, I currently don't have a dormitory nor have I received my identity card. Li Ting immediately took out her identity card. I just picked it up. It's in the hall less than 100 meters from the base entrance. Do you want me to take you there? It's fine, I'll go after I finish selling my things. You go ahead and do what you need to do first. Jiang He was accustomed to acting alone. If it weren't for the system messing up and bringing her to this world alone, she wouldn't have made any friends, just like in all the previous small worlds. However, having someone of her kind to chat with occasionally was quite nice. Talking only to the system for long periods could become dull. Zhao Peng, who stood behind Li Ting, had lost 2 front teeth and spoke with a noticeable lisp. Jiang He, that military coat looks really good on you. It matches the aura of a big man like me perfect. The military coat is even more expensive than yesterday's down jacket, and Jiang He hasn't sold a single one yet. She grinned. Do you want to take one home? I don't have that many points. I should buy something to eat first. Zhao Peng had only a pathetic 20 points. After buying 2 bags of small bear biscuits, he went with Li Ting towards the dormitory. The cheapest biscuits were even selling faster than mineral water. Not everyone had valuable items like gold or silver. Those cheap accessories could be exchanged for 10 points, which was already considered quite high. Those who managed to exchange for points felt quite satisfied. Completing a task in the base could yield about 10 milliliters of water and a piece of dry food, which was approximately the limit. If one didn't receive a good task, working all day would only provide water or dry food, one or the other. But overall life in the base was better than starving and sleeping rough outside. The small bear biscuits from Shuguang's supermarket were like a pie falling from the sky, allowing them to enjoy a Wang Hongba returned home yesterday with a full load. His elderly parents drank water and ate bread, feeling much better, and this morning they could already get out of bed and walk a few steps. He and his 2 children rummaged through the house all night, gathering everything of value and packing it into a bag. When Wang Hongba arrived, he cradled the bag like a treasure. Sweating profusely, he reached the square and spotted the pink cart still there, instantly feeling relieved. When it was his turn, he learned that he had already obtained a points card, and at home he could load all the items into the card without the fear of carrying them all the way. A pair of gold earrings, as soon as they were placed on the points card, vanished in seconds. What was the difference from performing magic? Although everyone felt surprised, they were more concerned with acquiring food through this method than delving into its depth. If they asked too many questions, what if Jiang, the owner, refused to sell them anything? So it was better to buy supplies honestly. Wang Hongba exchanged everything in his bag for points, ultimately raising his card balance to over 11,000 points. This was the advantage of locals who could find all their belongings. Those who came from elsewhere only brought essentials and abandoned their possessions. The current items could only be exchanged for a few points. He couldn't even afford a bottle of water, and a group of people were anxious to fly back home to collect all the valuable items they could exchange for points. Looking at his balance, Wang Hongba felt a sense of relief. After circling around the tricycle, he bought the last 5 bottles of water. Without hot water to soak instant noodles at home, he bought 8 loaves of bread, 3 cans of 8 treasure porridge, and 2 rice balls as staples. Thinking of his hungry children at home, Wang Hongba gritted his teeth and grabbed 2 fragrant chicken drumsticks. His 2 children had been living day-to-day thin as skeletons with no flesh on their faces. Now that he had enough points, he needed to buy them some meat to nourish them. Moreover, seeing Jiang He work so hard to promote the military coats yet not sell a single one, Wang Hongba, with a grateful heart, spent 100 points to buy a sturdy military coat. In the end, the total came to 1840 points. Wang Hongba frowned slightly as over 1,000 points were deducted at once. Although his current points were not few, if his family of 5 continued to only spend and not earn, they would eventually return to the days of being unable to afford food. He still had to figure out a way to find something to exchange for points. Finally, selling the first military coat brought Jiang He to the brink of tears with gratitude, silently wishing in her heart, may good people live safely for a lifetime. Yesterday, the rich lady Yi Qingqing rushed in at the last moment. Yi Qingqing, with a sweet smile and 2 cute dimples, asked, "Boss, where are you living now? Is it inconvenient for you to wash up?" Such a lovely young girl, her face dirty as if she just crawled out of the ground. "I have hot water on my side. Would you like to come back with me to take a shower?" If those words came from a man's mouth, Jiang He would definitely confront him with 2 punches. Host, that woman's approach seems suspicious given how precious water resources are now. Inviting a stranger to bathe must be a trick. Jiang He nodded in agreement, saying, "Yes, I really want to eat some deep-fried buns." System, will there be such a thing after the supermarket upgrade? The system fell silent. Were they really talking about the same thing? Seeing that she didn't immediately refuse, Yi Qingqing felt there was hope and became even more enthusiastic. "Boss, my place not only has a shower but also air conditioning. Do you want to eat some chilled watermelon or ice cream?" The way she eagerly recommended it resembled a kidnapper luring a child. Was Jiang He really that easily deceived? She immediately asked, "Is the watermelon sweet?" In the base's civilian area, there were distinctions between the rich and the poor. Yi Qingqing's luxurious villa was clearly a place for the wealthy. However, she seemed unfamiliar with the villa's layout and needed help to successfully lead Jiang He into the air-conditioned room. "Host, do you really want to eat their food?" Jiang He snorted indifferently. "It's been so long since I've eaten watermelon, can I crave this? If the supermarket had watermelon, I wouldn't have to go to someone else's house for it." So I look at how the other systems provide their hosts with delicious food and substantial rewards, while I can't even get a bite of watermelon. System, you need to keep working hard too. The system sensed something was off, but couldn't articulate it and could only fall silent in shame. Within 2 minutes of sitting down in the air-conditioned room, a bodyguard in black brought in a plate of chilled watermelon. Jiang He possessed an immunity to poison and wasn't afraid of them poisoning the watermelon. She only cared whether the watermelon was sweet or not. She picked the reddest and largest piece, the bright red flesh, still exuding a cool aura. Jiang He bent down and took a big bite. The sweet juice instantly filled her mouth. The flesh was delicate, and it was refreshingly cool. Your watermelon is really good." Jiang He gave Yi Qingqing a thumbs up, then, without any courtesy, finished the entire plate of watermelon in 5 minutes. A free treat should never be passed up. Yi Qingqing sat across from Jiang He, observing her expression intently. As she watched the watermelon gradually disappear, Jiang He remained unfazed, causing Yi Qingqing's heart to sink. "Boss Jiang, the bathroom is just outside. Do you want a shower now?" Jiang He let out a burp and waved her hand dismissively. Showering is such a private matter. In a completely unfamiliar environment, it's not appropriate to undress and wash up. Besides, if there are cameras in the bathroom, wouldn't that mean she would be running naked? She was a person with a moral compass. She couldn't bring herself to run naked. "Missy, I finished the watermelon. I'll take my leave now." Before leaving, Jiang He didn't forget to compliment once more. "This is the sweetest watermelon I've ever eaten. Thank you for the hospitality. I will definitely come back to visit next time." Not only did it have no effect, but we also lost a whole plate of watermelons airlifted from elsewhere. 2 seconds later, a voice came from the other end. "Received to continue to engage with her to gain her trust." In the base's resident registration office, Jiang He managed to obtain her identity card just before closing time. It was a simple wooden rectangular card with her basic personal information, including name, gender, and age. The last section listed the assigned dormitory address, succinctly noted as Building 32. After hopping on a tricycle, Jiang He quickly arrived at the dormitory, which was essentially renovated from an old residential complex. The walls were peeling and cracked, some of the plaster had fallen off, revealing the brick seams underneath, and an indescribable odor permeated the air. This area had no water or electricity. A residents had to use the public dry toilets in front of the dormitory. The accumulated waste was used for fertilizing and irrigating the fields. After settling in the dormitory, Li Ting and her group went downstairs together to the public restroom. Although the order in the base was not as chaotic as outside, various small factions existed, and it was common for old residents to bully and exclude newcomers. Thus Xia Huifeng and the others continued to act collectively. Their original group wouldn't simply disband upon arriving at the base. The restroom was filled with a terrible stench, and Jiang He hurried out after pinching her nose to finish her business. As she breathed in the fresh air, she complained internally. What kind of hellish dormitory was this? The conditions were so poor that it was hardly a place for humans. She and Xia Huifeng lived in a one-bedroom unit in the old residential complex, 35 square meters, with absolutely no furniture, just a hard wooden bed. The walls and ceiling of the room were moldy, and the window glass was cracked into a spider web, posing a risk of shattering at any moment. Jiang He was dissatisfied with everything, hoping the information they provided to the base would soon come in handy. If they did well, the base would surely upgrade their dormitory conditions. She heard that there was an unoccupied standalone Western-style building in the dormitory area, which she thought would be quite nice. That way she and Huifeng could enjoy their own little world together. Unlike the current room where the wooden bed creaked with the slightest movement, normal conversation could be heard clearly from the neighboring room, let alone anything more private. Jiang He put her hands on her hips and straightened up when a flash of pink suddenly caught her eye. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed that little brat Jiang He along with her gaudy Barbie pink tricycle. Li Ting saw Jiang He and immediately smiled as she approached. Jiang He, have you received your identity card? Our group has been assigned to Building 9, so we can look out for each other. What about you? Which dormitory were you assigned to? Jiang He, not looking in their direction, perked up her ears to eavesdrop on their conversation. Building 32, Jiang He replied. Li Ting and her friends were new and unfamiliar with the dormitory area. An old resident passing by paused upon hearing this, looking at Jiang He with astonishment. You can't be serious. Did you really get assigned to Building 32? Jiang He took out her identity card to confirm and nodded lightly. That's right, it's Building 32. The person slapped their thigh, their face visibly displaying envy. Oh my, how lucky you are. Building 32 is a 2-story villa. It's spacious, and right now you're the only one living there without having to squeeze into a small room like us, making everything inconvenient. Hearing this, Jiang He's expression turned exceptionally grim. Why did Jiang He get to live in the house she had her eyes on? Also, hadn't she already reported to the commander? Why hadn't the base taken action? Jiang He was filled with confusion, just about to step forward and question, when she was suddenly pulled back by Xia Huifeng. Yeah, don't be impulsive. Xia Huifeng was much smarter than her, always remembering Jiang He's remarkable killing techniques. With their current abilities, if they angered her, they would be utterly helpless against her. It was better to quietly wait for the base's troops to subdue her. When she received the identity card, Jiang He was puzzled as to why there was no room number written on it. It turned out to be an entire villa. Regardless of whether it was a trap set by the base, Jiang He chose to accept the goodwill. Living in a large house was not a bad thing. Building 32 was at the very back of the old community, requiring passage through the entire area. 15 minutes later, Jiang He rode her bicycle to the front of an old villa. The spacious courtyard was devoid of any grass, with a few cedar trees cut down to mere stumps. The villa was 2 stories high, featuring a unique European style, elegant and grand. However, it had been uninhabited for too long, and the entire building exuded a chilling aura. System check if there are any cameras or similar devices inside. Jiang He was not worried about anything else, but she definitely did not want to be monitored at all times. Fee 500 points. Are you stealing points? The system felt no embarrassment. Host, you need to let me earn a little extra sometimes. Alright, 500 it is, hurry and start. As soon as Jiang He finished speaking, the system hummed a cheerful tune and quickly scanned every corner of the villa. Report. There are a total of 10 rooms inside, each equipped with pinhole cameras. The entrance, living room, kitchen, and balcony were all included except for the bathroom and toilet. Zzz, the sound of electricity crackled. All cameras have been destroyed by the system, and the host can now move in with peace of mind. At this moment, in a monitoring room of the military district, watching as more than a dozen surveillance screens went black simultaneously, Qinling couldn't help but curse. Damn, is this a ghost? How did she know there were cameras, and she dismantled them so precisely, leaving none behind? The next moment, a black and white image suddenly flickered on the screen with 4 striking characters. Don't even think about spying. Qinling rubbed his eyes. This person could even hack into the military network. Could it really be a ghost? Qinsong pushed the door open and saw a burly man sitting on the ground in fright. Qinling, still shaken, looked up, pale-faced. Captain, the mission has failed again. Today's revenue for the Shuguang supermarket was 20360 points. After deducting the system's inspection fee and adding yesterday's leftover, the balance was 19950. Fortunately, there was no initial investment required for stocking up, or else the supermarket would eventually be eaten up by her. There were only 7 slots left in the product shelf, and Jiang He directly spent 7000 points to unlock them all. Self-heating hot pot 250 points. Chocolate 100 points. Beef jerky 100 points. Hot and sour noodles 120 points. Purple sweet potato and taro cakes 90 points. Chicken breast 180 points. Sprite 500 milliliters 150 points. 2 out of the upgrade conditions have been met. Next, she just needed to wait for the guest count to reach 500. The villa was spacious with many rooms, but Jiang He had no intention of staying here for long. She casually chose one room and did not use the large bed inside, still sleeping on the mattress provided by the system. At 8:30 in the morning, Jiang He woke up naturally. The system promptly reported to her about the task completion and refreshing status. 30 military coats have been sold, and the total revenue of the supermarket has reached 20000 points. Congratulations to the host for earning 10 minutes of restocking time. Today there are 3 brand new tasks. Task 1: sell 50 thick anti-cold hats priced at 100 points and 50 sets of special self-heating warm clothing priced at 200 points. Reward 8 minutes of restocking time. Task 2: the Shuguang supermarket's total revenue reaches 10000 points. Reward 10 minutes of restocking time. Task 3: sign in at the volcano in Sheep Village. Reward 5 minutes of restocking time. 1 disaster warning information. Seeing those 2 items bundled with the supermarket, Jiang He had nothing to say and silently brewed herself a bucket of instant noodles. Every time the supermarket opens, she would reserve her breakfast for the next day in advance. Tiger skin chicken feet, ham sausages, and marinated eggs all included. A bucket of luxurious instant noodles that was about to overflow. It was unknown how many people it could tempt. After finishing breakfast, Jiang He strolled around the courtyard a few times to aid digestion before leisurely pedaling her tricycle toward the sign-in location. She exited the base gate, and the system suddenly spoke clearly: host exclusive system personally navigating for you. Now there are many kilometers left to the destination. It is estimated to take 2 hours and 49 minutes to reach by tricycle. Host, keep pushing forward. Jiang He immediately went pedaling. Feeling bored, she hummed a tune to entertain herself. The big windmill spins slowly. The scenery here is really ugly. The sky is ugly, the ground is ugly, and there are a lot of disgusting dead cockroaches on the ground. Holding your hand, holding my hand, today's little system, tomorrow's great misfortune. In the scorching heat of over 40 degrees, there were still countless people on the road braving the blazing sun, trying to reach the Nanyang base. The road to Sheep Village was very remote. The number of people visible on both sides decreased, and eventually only she and her tricycle remained traveling along the desolate rural path. Host, do you see that volcano ahead? Take it down. Jiang He slowly raised her head. The dormant volcano was surrounded by lush vegetation, looking no different from a normal mountain. If it weren't for the system, she wouldn't have recognized it as a volcano. She couldn't ride the tricycle up the mountain, so Jiang He had to temporarily leave it at the foot of the hill. The volcano wasn't high. In less than an hour, Jiang He reached the summit. Beep! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing and earning 5 minutes of restocking time. After a 2-second pause, the system's voice rang out again. Host, don't be fooled by how quiet and obedient this volcano appears now. It will suddenly erupt 2 days later without any warning. Jiang He frowned. The dormant volcano had not been active for a long time, and the nearby villagers must think it was dead. Little did they know once it started moving it would be a major event. The system informed her of the disaster warning, and whether to disclose it was up to Jiang He herself. At the foot of the mountain, a group of men and women of all ages surrounded a pink tricycle. In the middle of the crowd lay a young man, eyes tightly closed, unsure if he was dead or alive. A woman in her 50s knelt beside him, crying out loudly, "Dongza, Dongza, my son, wake up quickly, don't scare your mother." Which heartless person parked the tricycle here and can't even touch it? Such a heartless thing will surely meet its retribution. Why do you have to mess with my car? Just because it looks nice you want to steal it? Jiang He was baffled with such an eye-catching statement on the vehicle. This person was clearly selectively blind, coveting her pink tricycle. Hearing the voice, the surroundings suddenly fell silent. A suddenly appearing stranger made the villagers of Mianyang village immediately wary. Hearing the voice, the surroundings suddenly fell silent. Zhang Shuang suddenly stood up, pointing her finger at Jiang He and scolding, "So it's you, this little wretched girl who harmed my son. Today I will have you pay with his life." Before she could act, a middle-aged man immediately stopped her, lowering his voice to advise, "Right now saving Dongzi is the priority, everything else can wait until the child wakes up." However, Zhang Shuang was like a mad dog biting at anyone nearby. "Chao Songshan, do you have your eyes on this little wretched girl wanting to bring her home? Do you feel sorry seeing her get hit?" Hearing this, Chao Songhan frowned, his expression immediately becoming serious. "Zhang Shuang, if you want us to save Dongzi, then be quiet." This person was evidently an important figure in the village. His words carried weight, low in volume, but imbued with authority. Other villagers echoed, "Zhang Shuang, your mouth is becoming increasingly uncontrollable. You can't say anything sensible. If this continues, something bad will happen sooner or later." Dongzi was so well behaved. As a child, he was so understanding. "It's just that you ruined him. It's not like he couldn't read the sign on the car clearly says not to touch. It was his own foolishness that brought him misfortune. He can't blame anyone else." Zhang Shuang's face turned various shades as she was scolded by everyone. Unable to argue against so many, she could only temporarily swallow her anger and turned to take care of her precious son. There was a doctor in the village who came to check on the man. "There's nothing serious, just fainted. He should wake up after a while." Zhang Shuang breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly asked someone to help carry her son back home so he wouldn't overheat here. Before leaving, she didn't forget to glare fiercely at Jiang He, and after being warned by Chao Songshan, she left in anger. Chao Songhan scrutinized Jiang He. Her face was smudged, and she appeared young, slender, and delicate, not much different from an ordinary girl. Yet for some reason he felt that this girl exuded a unique aura that shouldn't be underestimated. "Little girl, what are you doing here alone in Anyang village?" Jiang He smiled and said, "I run a supermarket, am in the business." "The supermarket?" Chao Songhan thought Jiang He was referring to the one she had before the apocalypse, and just then her clear voice rang out. "The Dawn supermarket I run sells many things like water, instant noodles, and more. Do you want to buy some?" A villager widened his eyes. "What? Did I hear you right? You sell water. Is it clean? Are you trying to trick us?" Jiang He didn't elaborate, just wait 15 minutes and you'll know if it's true or not. After saying that, she pedaled her little tricycle away. Jiang He could have directly gone to the virtual supermarket to stock up, but what if those people thought she vanished into thin air and got scared to death? For safety's sake, it was better to find a deserted place. Water resources were currently the scarcest. In her previous 3 trips, she had only taken mineral water, able to carry over a dozen bottles at a time. Once the shelves of mineral water were emptied by her, the system would automatically restock. She hadn't tried the self-heating hot pot or the spicy sour noodles yet, so she had to grab a few of those too. Among drinks, Jiang He loved orange juice the most, so she casually grabbed a few bottles. In the first few attempts, she only had a few minutes to stock up, and each time was rushed. This time, with 15 minutes, Jiang He was determined to grab everything from the shelves. In the first 10 minutes, she had taken nearly all the best-selling items and those she liked. In the final 5 minutes of the sprint, Jiang He grabbed everything in sight. Following the principle of proximity, she fetched the large chicken legs and chicken breasts nearby over a dozen times. The shopping cart looked small, but had a folding space similar to a bottomless pit, and no matter how many items were thrown in, it would never be full. "Time is running out, host, keep it up." The countdown began. 10, 9, 8, 7. Jiang He looked at her small frame and felt increasingly dissatisfied. If she gained a little more weight, she could carry even more. Thus she needed to eat more, especially meat. In the last 3 seconds, Jiang He also snatched 8 large chicken legs. The group led by Chao Songhan watched Jiang He vanish from sight, their faces a mix of confusion. What does this mean? Why did she leave so suddenly? Chao Tianshan snapped back to reality. "Dad, should we go back or wait here? Do you really believe such a little girl?" Chao Songtan gazed in the direction Jiang He had left, his eyes never wavering. "Just 15 minutes, a waiting won't hurt. Even if they didn't wait for her, they would incur no loss." Soon 15 minutes passed, and they didn't even see a shadow. Chao Songhan shook his head in disappointment. "Let's get back to work." Just as Chao Tianshan was about to turn around, he caught a glimpse of something pink out of the corner of his eye. When he focused, he was so excited he almost jumped up. "Dad, look. She's back, and she's loaded with great stuff." Hearing this, everyone turned their heads. Not far away, the petite girl pedaled a pink tricycle that was mismatched with her size, creating a strangely harmonious sight. The cart behind her was filled to the brim with food. Bottles of clean, transparent mineral water, various flavors of instant noodles, soft golden bread, towering piles of spicy sour noodles, and juicy large chicken legs. Jiang He's appearance at this moment shone in the villagers' eyes, radiating brilliance, making it one of the most unforgettable scenes of their lives. She's coming, she's bringing supplies. Chao Songhan was filled with excitement. He knew this person was extraordinary, and it turned out she was the benefactor of Mianyang village. Chao Tianxuan, overwhelmed with excitement, half-jokingly asked, "Little girl, aren't you afraid of being robbed with so many supplies?" Jiang He smiled lightly. "If I dare to take them out, I naturally have my own abilities. If you don't believe me, feel free to try and see if you can take them." Looking at her obedient and pure smile, Chao Tianshan inexplicably felt a chill run down his back, his legs going weak and his smile freezing on his face. Chao Songhan was anxious and kicked him from behind. With a thud, Chao Tianshan knelt down on both knees. "What a mess, what nonsense are you spouting? Hurry and apologize to her." Jiang He didn't take it to heart and simply explained to them how to exchange points before letting them line up for their point cards. One villager wearing a silver necklace immediately took it off, charged it to his point card, and exchanged it for 30 points. "Boss Jiang, what can I get with these 30 points? Jiang He pointed with her chin at the tricycle. "You can choose for yourself. Every item has its price marked." Chao Songhan quickly glanced at the product prices, suddenly widening his eyes in disbelief. A simple silver necklace could be exchanged for 3 packs of bear biscuits. That's enough food for several days. How could he feel as if he were dreaming? "Boss Jiang, our village is not far from here, and there are many people who want to buy your things. Could you come back to the village with us?" The villager who was picking out items followed up. "Boss Jiang, I still have several gold necklaces at home. I want to charge more points to buy some drinks, so please come back with us." He had been torn between buying bear biscuits or ham sausages or marinated eggs. The village chief was thoughtful. As long as Boss Jiang drove to their village, he wouldn't have to worry about making a decision. Jiang He had originally planned to do business in the village and to convey some news to them. After hearing their words, she had no objections and pedaled the tricycle toward the village. As soon as Chao Songhan returned home, he shouted into the yard, "Honey, hurry and clear out the flower pots in the yard. And your jewelry, you haven't lost it, right?" Zhu Yuxia, still unaware of what had happened, walked out of the house in confusion. "What's going on? Did robbers break into the village and want to fight over the flower pots?" "Mom, don't ask now, just follow us later and you'll find out," Chao Tianshan said while running to his room, pulling out 5 large gold watches from the innermost part of the cabinet. Before the end of the world, he had done business in the city and earned quite a bit with a penchant for buying various brand-name watches and shoes. Unfortunately, he only brought these 5 watches back home while the others had likely been washed away by the flood. 3 minutes later, the Chao family stepped out carrying bags both useful and useless. Jiang He parked the tricycle at the basketball court of the village committee. Thanks to the promotion from Chao Songhan and others, more and more villagers came to buy goods. Chao Tianshan's family was among the early arrivals, positioned at the front of the line. They queued while charging points to their cards. The flower pots at home were passed down from the older generation and had a certain age. Ding! Congratulations to customer Chao Tianshuan, successfully charged 1 point. Hearing it was only 1 point, Chao Tianshan was speechless. "Dad, not every old thing is an antique. This was worth just the price of a flower pot back in my great-grandfather's time, and it's still worth that now. It was a huge effort to bring it over, and I only got 1 point for it." "Alright, don't blame your dad. At least we have 1 point right. Little by little we have 10 flower pots, which makes 10 points, enough to exchange for a pack of biscuits." Zhu Yuxia was beaming, still floating from the excitement, unable to help but exclaim, "I really can't believe such a good thing has happened to our village." Mianyang village is a small village, and after the end of the world some people have moved away. Now there are only about 200 people left in the entire village, with the elderly accounting for nearly half. Some villagers were even more excited than Zhu Yuxia, crying tears of joy. "I told you Mianyang village is a blessed place. It's not as severely affected by natural disasters as outside. People die every day out there. Now a supermarket has come to our village. It's a manifestation of our ancestors' blessings. The ancestors' blessings, the ancestors' blessings." As they spoke, a group of elderly men and women knelt down, bowing their heads every few steps. Though it seemed somewhat superstitious, no one stopped them. While picking out items, Chao Songhan's hands trembled uncontrollably. He was so excited. Although the villagers had more supplies than those in the city, half a year had passed since the apocalypse, and they had nearly consumed all their resources. The roots, bark, and leaves from the trees on the mountain had already been stripped bare by them. Who would dare to think they could still eat normal food? Chao Songshan's family had decent conditions before the end of the world, and the items they could exchange for points were significantly more than those of the other villagers. Each of the 3 family members had tens of thousands of points on their cards. They bought a total of 50 bottles of mineral water, 60 loaves of bread, and 60 rice balls, primarily focusing on staple foods and water on sale. Jiang He was not responsible for packing, and they had to figure out how to take the items home themselves. At the entrance of the village committee, Zhang Shuang rushed over with her son, who had just woken up, excited to exchange for supplies. Son, your extravagant wife is somewhat useful after all. The jewelry she bought before is coming in handy now. If we exchange for more food to take home, we can bury that rotten meat. The villagers were all familiar with each other. As Zhu Yuxia passed by them, she glanced over and asked, Zhang Shuang, why didn't your daughter-in-law and granddaughter come? I hope you weren't beaten up so badly that they can't go out. I've told you before, in the apocalypse, a family must work together to live well. Hearing this, a flicker of unusual emotion flashed in the old woman's eyes. Dongzi, and I can buy the items back just the same. Zhou Xiangdong clenched the things in his hands, avoiding Zhu Yuxia's gaze. Mom, let's hurry up and go. If we're late, there will be nothing left to buy. The two quickened their pace to leave. Zhu Yuxia watched their retreating figures, feeling that something was off, but she couldn't pinpoint it. After all, it was someone else's business, and she couldn't involve herself too deeply. Zhang Shuang and Zhou Xiangdong hadn't gotten point cards. When it was their turn, the old woman shamelessly spoke sweet words. Boss Jiang, I'm sorry. What happened earlier was my fault, I misunderstood. Please don't hold it against this old woman. Could you help me and my son get 2 cards? Host, these 2 individuals have a strange aura. They must have eaten human flesh several times. Jiang He lifted her eyelids, her tone indifferent. I want to do business with you. After saying this, she looked at the next person in line. Next. Zhang Shuang, holding a bag of jewelry and specifically coming to buy things, was not easily dismissed by a single sentence, lingering and refusing to leave. Hey boss Jiang, you're not running a shop like this. Guests come, and you chase them away. I haven't harmed you in any way. Why can't I buy things? You need to give me a valid reason. Having eaten human flesh, what do they want to buy from her? Jiang He, maintaining her patience, tugged at the corner of her lips. Just because I am the owner of the supermarket, and I don't like you, I don't want to sell you anything. What? Do you want to eat me too? Upon hearing this, Zhang Shuang and Zhou Xiangdong froze in place, their eyes starting uncertainly. They had conducted that matter with utmost secrecy. After all this time, not even the villagers had discovered it. How could she possibly know? It must just be a coincidence. After reassuring herself, Zhang Shuang cast a pleading glance at the village chief Chao Songhan. Boss Jiang, could you possibly make an exception? But before Chao Songhan could finish, he was coldly interrupted by Jiang He. Don't bother. No one can speak on their behalf. If you make me angry, I will immediately take my supplies and leave. With that one sentence, Chao Songhan fell silent. He could not jeopardize the interests of the entire village for the sake of 2 individuals. Chao Songshan, you useless coward. You can't even help with this little matter, yet you still call yourself the village chief. Amid Zhang Shuang's scathing remarks, she and Zhou Xiangdong were collectively expelled from the village committee by the villagers. After this incident, everyone realized that Boss Jiang was a person of temperament, and before her the villagers became increasingly cautious, not daring to speak loudly. With limited supplies at the Dawn supermarket, half of the 200 villagers were unable to purchase anything. 3 winter hats were sold, and 2 sets of thermal clothing sold just as poorly as ever. After all the food was sold out, Jiang He took a loudspeaker and stood atop a tricycle, drawing everyone's attention. Ahem, I have good news to announce. I will be staying overnight in Sheep Village tonight, and will continue to run the supermarket here tomorrow. As soon as her words fell, a wave of cheers erupted from the crowd. That's great. Boss Jiang, you truly are a wonderful person. Boss Jiang, please stay a few more days. Everyone in our village welcomes you. Jiang He smiled mysteriously. 1 day is already the limit. I don't want to be melted into ashes by lava. At her words, the crowd exchanged puzzled glances, not quite understanding the meaning of her statement. Chao Songhan felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding, his brows knitting together. Boss Jiang, how could there be lava in our village? Jiang He's voice was melodious, yet her words filled the villagers with terror. In 2 days, the volcano near the village will erupt. I will definitely leave beforehand. Whether you believe me or not is none of my business. Having conveyed the message to them, Jiang He had already shown her benevolence. There was no way she would force them to evacuate from the village to escape. Though Chao Songhan was troubled by the impending volcanic eruption, he still did not forget to warmly accommodate Jiang He, arranging for her the best lodging. Nearby the village committee, there was a small separate courtyard. The house may not have been as splendid as a large villa, but the countryside courtyard possessed its own rustic and natural beauty, which Jiang He found quite pleasant. Dinner consisted of a self-heating tomato beef brisket hot pot tangy and sweet with tender beef that melted in the mouth so delicious that one could hardly stop eating. After enjoying the sumptuous meal, Jiang He checked that day's revenue. The supermarket earned 60720 points with an account balance totaling 61130. Congratulations, host. The Dawn supermarket has now served 500 customers and all upgrade conditions are met. Would you like to spend 20000 points for an upgrade? Yes. Great. 20000 points have been deducted and the supermarket has successfully upgraded to level 2. The area of the virtual supermarket has expanded and the daily living area has been unlocked. Host, go unlock the product section. The Dawn supermarket has reached level 2 and the mode of transportation has been replaced. Please check host. The small tricycle parked in the courtyard vanished with a whoosh. In less than 2 seconds, a pink van appeared in Jiang He's sight. She walked over and noticed that the back of the van still bore the 5 big words, the hope of the entire village. Upon opening the door, Jiang He was pleasantly surprised to find it was a world of wonders inside. The van looked somewhat mini on the outside, but the interior space was much larger than she had imagined. The driver's seat was just like that of a normal vehicle, but the back seat was enclosed with a pink wooden door. As Jiang He pressed the handle and looked up, her eyes widened in shock. Goodness, it was a folding space. Behind the door was a small room of about 25 square meters small but fully equipped. On the right side of the entrance stood a milk-white wardrobe filled with various women's clothing suitable for all 4 seasons. In the center of the room was a soft, large bed, the floor covered with a light pink fluffy carpet, and a cloud-shaped lazy sofa placed to the right of the bed. Above the sofa was a small window. Pulling back the white curtains revealed the outside view. The bathroom and toilet occupied a tiny corner of the house, just enough for Jiang He to move around. The system gently coughed. Little girl, are you satisfied with what you see? Jiang He squinted her eyes. What did you call me? After a moment of silence, the system immediately knelt down. Host, darling, I promised not to let you wander outside for too long. This is the best arrangement I could secure for you. Why don't you go tidy yourself up first? As the host of this system, you can't be too shabby. Jiang He raised an eyebrow. Was she shabby? It was just fine, wasn't it? Entering the bathroom directly opposite the door was a bright mirror reflecting a face that was gray and dirty, making it hard to discern her features. Wow, where did this little beggar come from? Having not looked in the mirror for too long, Jiang He barely recognized herself. Previously, she had habitually smeared dirt on her face to avoid attracting unwanted attention. Even after the system arrived, she hadn't changed this habit, neglecting her appearance. Indeed, it was a bit shabby. Now that conditions allowed, Jiang He certainly wanted to thoroughly clean herself up. She opened the wardrobe and randomly picked out a floral dress before stepping into the bathroom to take a shower. The shower head sprayed warm water, a long sensation that soothed every cell in Jiang He's body. With steam enveloping the bathroom, she looked in the mirror again, and her previously gray face transformed into a clean and delicate one. Her dried black hair cascaded over her shoulders, and the little beggar had turned into a little beauty. After a warm shower, drowsiness washed over her like a tide. Jiang He didn't even have time to check the upgraded virtual supermarket and went straight to bed to rest. Meow meow. In the middle of the night, Jiang He was awakened by the sound of a cat meowing outside her window, tossing and turning in bed, unable to sleep. She sprang out of bed and ran outside to precisely find the troublemaking cat in the grass. Jiang He had originally intended to teach it a lesson about the cruelty of humanity, but saw a dirty little orange cat popping its head out from the dry grass. It had a chain around its neck, the other end of which was attached to a stone larger than the cat itself. With a heavy load dragging behind, it struggled to walk. The system spoke in a melancholic tone. Any cat that can be tied up is not to be trifled with. Who knows how many chicken and duck lives it carries on its back. No matter what else, just look at how fluffy it is, how adorable. It's a long-haired orange cat. If its fur is washed, I'm sure it will look beautiful and be very pettable. Host, your focus is probably on the last 3 words, right? Jiang He untied the iron chain from the little cat's neck and brought it back to the van. The little orange cat showed no signs of resistance throughout, being exceptionally obedient. It was too thin, there was hardly any flesh on its body, and its damp fur made it look like a tiny mouse. Jiang He patiently dried its fur, and then slowly used a hairdryer. Suddenly the system excitedly spoke up. Wow, host, great news. You just accidentally activated the magical shelf. I speculate that the hidden unlocking condition for the magical shelf is that the host must have a cute pet. Jiang He stroked the soft head of the little orange cat, and its appearance surprisingly helped her out. After a moment of reaction, she frowned slightly and asked, "What is the magical shelf for?" He, the products on the magical shelf are not sold to the public. They are exclusive benefits for the host, which are very helpful for our operational tasks in this world. After hearing this from the system, Jiang He also became curious. She put down the little cat and swiftly entered the virtual supermarket. The magical shelf was not placed inside the supermarket, but at the entrance. Unlike ordinary shelves, the magical shelf is an entire screen embedded in the wall. Jiang He reached out her finger and lightly touched it, and the all-black screen instantly lit up. An image appeared in the center with explanatory text beside it. Magical products are now available. New product supply station. The supply station is equivalent to a small unmanned supermarket where customers can shop in a self-service manner. After the host purchases the supply station, it can be built in any location and later can be upgraded using points to expand its area. Level 1 supply station can choose to place 3 types of products with a limit of 50 items each time, and the listing method is set by the host. Level 2 supply station can place 8 types of products with a limit of 100 items each time. Level 3 supply station can place 15 types of products with a limit of 200 items each time. Jiang He glanced down and saw that the selling price of the supply station was 880000 points. Looking at her own balance, well, she was still short by a large amount. The supply station was indeed a good thing, but for now the supplies she had in hand were barely enough for herself, let alone have any surplus for the supply station. At this stage, Jiang He still needed to complete more tasks, stock up on goods, and earn more points. Opening the system interface of the virtual supermarket, the food area had 5 empty product slots, while the daily necessities area had only 2. After hesitating for 2 seconds, Jiang He tapped a few times on the interface, unlocking all 8 product slots. Lunchboxes, braised chicken legs, spicy diced meat, oyster sauce, lettuce, 300 points. Marinated dishes, a box containing chicken feet, chicken gizzards, duck necks, duck frames, kelp, and edamame, super value, set, 350 points. Chocolate ice cream, 100 points. Toilet paper, 10 points per roll. Sanitary pads, 5 points each, 10 points for a pack of 10. Host, you have unlocked the lunchbox and ice cream, so you need to purchase the corresponding facilities. Microwave, 10000 points. Refrigerator, 20000 points. Everywhere requires points. The few tens of thousands of points she just earned had not even warmed up yet before she had to spend them all. After deducting 000 points for product, unlocking her account balance was 33130 points. After buying the microwave and refrigerator, Jiang He was left with a pitiful 3130 points. This time Jiang He's restocking time was only 5 minutes, but the virtual supermarket had grown from 8 square meters to 16 square meters, which tested her physical stamina. Entering the supermarket, Jiang He fully showcased her frenzied routine. Her eyes gleamed with excitement as she swept through, wasting not a single second. As the 5-minute countdown ended, the system reminded Jiang He, "Host Zhang Shuang and Zhou Xiangdong have crawled through a dog hole and sneaked into your yard. Mom, look, there's a car, and it seems like the lights are still on inside." Zhou Xiangdong held a shovel in his hand, pointing excitedly at the pink van in the center of the yard. Just as he was about to walk over to take a closer look, Zhang Shuang grabbed his arm. "Don't see you've been fooled once. Why don't you learn from your lesson? Didn't you see that wooden sign next to the car?" Chao Tianchun was momentarily stunned, then realized he had misspoken. "I apologize, I was joking. I didn't mean to take your things." He bent at a 90-degree angle, his attitude extremely sincere. "That Jiang person, didn't she only have a broken tricycle? When did the van drive into the village?" Zhang Shuang observed for a long time, but couldn't figure it out. "Anyway, don't touch the car, it definitely has electricity. If you touch it, you'll be electrocuted." Zhou Xiangdong vividly remembered the tingling pain and immediately dismissed the thought of getting close to the van. "Forget about the car. That stinky girl named Jiang must be sleeping in this house. Let's take advantage of her deep sleep to deal with her swiftly." Zhang Shuang's plan was very perfect. To the last time they killed someone, they used the same method. If they succeeded once, they could succeed a second time. Taking advantage of her sleep, they aimed to take her life. Once Jiang He was dead, all her supplies would belong to them. They didn't know if the volcano eruption was real, but with the supplies in hand, they could leave the village and live anywhere. With a creak, the door was pushed open, and 2 sneaky figures walked into the living room. Having searched 3 rooms in a row to no avail, Zhang Shuang's right eyelid twitched incessantly as she considered checking the second floor. In the empty, dark living room, a clear female voice suddenly rang out, carrying a hint of laughter. "Are you looking for me?" Zhang Shuang and Zhou Xiangdong were startled. Realizing that the person standing at the door was not a ghost, but a human, Jiang He forced a smile and said, "Boss Jiang, why aren't you sleeping in your room? Why are you wandering outside in the middle of the night? I'm so hungry with my son that we thought we'd try again. It would be best if you could forgive us." "Oh, is that so?" Jiang He's tone revealed no emotion. Zhou Xiangdong immediately chimed in, "Yes, we came specially to ask for your forgiveness." Without waiting for the words to finish, Jiang He replied, "I can't forgive you at all. I can't quite understand how people like you who are both evil and foolish have managed to survive in the apocalypse until now. Perhaps it's because you've eaten enough human flesh that you haven't starved to death." Upon hearing this, Jiang He's mouth, which had been grinning, instantly froze. She secretly gave Zhou Xiangdong a glance, signaling him to prepare his weapon. "We don't understand what you're saying. We just came to find you to avoid starving." She spoke softly, trying to lower Jiang He's guard, planning to flank her with Zhou Xiangdong. The shovel would be plunged into her chest, and warm blood would spurt out like a fountain. Once the blood was drained, the person would die. That wasteful daughter-in-law and the worthless granddaughter of hers had died just like that. Jiang He was just waiting for them to make their move. Seeing the shovel raised by Zhou Xiangdong, she coldly curled her lips, 10,000 ants eating heart. In the next second, Jiang He and Zhou Xiangdong seemed to be frozen in place, with only their widening pupils revealing the torment they were enduring. The two of them opened their mouths wanting to cry out, but the pain left them with no strength, only able to emit painful whimpers. The next day, the villagers who hadn't bought supplies the day before arrived early at the village committee. Seeing two people tied to the basketball hoop, everyone was astonished and curiously gathered around. "Isn't this Jiang He and her precious son?" The two bound individuals had faces as pale as if they had been dead for 3 days, their eyes barely open, hollow and unfocused. After enduring a night of torturous pain that gnawed at their hearts like ants, both were already on the brink of death, living a fate worse than death. Jiang He deliberately instructed the system to leave them with half a life. A dying too easily would be too merciful for them. Each of them wore a tag around their necks. Murdering wives and children worse than beasts. Eating human flesh and drinking human blood, filthy hearts and rotten lungs. What does this mean? Jiang He and Zhou Xiangdong killed their daughter-in-law and granddaughter, and even ate their flesh. Remembering that she had asked Jiang He about the unfortunate mother and daughter just yesterday, Zhu Yuxia couldn't help but feel her hair stand on end, a chill running down her back. Such people can ruthlessly kill their own flesh and blood. It's only a matter of time before they extend their dark hands to others. Being married into their family and born into their household was truly a stroke of terrible luck. Although this incident didn't happen to her, the villagers couldn't hide their anger. They stood in front of the basketball hoop, pointing at the two, spewing verbal abuse with spittle flying everywhere. After exhausting themselves with insults, they finally stopped and went to the side to queue up for purchases. The upgraded van had a modified trunk. Opening the tailgate revealed an extendable rack. When fully extended and supported on the ground, it became a 3-meter-long, 2-meter-high, and 1.5-meter-wide shelf. The space for placing goods was 4 to 5 times larger than that of a tricycle. Jiang He didn't bring many goods this time, so the shelves weren't fully stocked. The doors on both sides of the van could slide left and right or be pulled up directly to form a canopy for shelter from the wind and rain. Jiang He opened the left door of the van. The rear compartment was connected to the folding space, which had no seats. The empty section was occupied by a hot water station, a microwave, and a refrigerator. The sumptuous boxed meal had everyone enchanted. Upon seeing the price, it was 300 points. Well, that was beyond their means. Wiping away the drool from the corner of their mouths, they continued to calculate their expenditures, wishing they could split a single point in half to spend. Compared to the boxed meal, bread and biscuits were more cost-effective for them. After all, once the points were exhausted, they would truly be gone, and there was no place for them to earn more. The boxed meals and marinated dishes sold slowly, but Jiang He wasn't in a hurry. If they didn't sell, she could keep them for herself. In less than an hour, most of the supermarket items had been sold out, leaving only 2 boxed meals, 3 boxes of marinated dishes, and a few scattered snacks and drinks. At noon, Jiang He tearfully ate a boxed meal, 2 boxes of marinated dishes, and a bottle of chilled cola. This was the living standard she deserved. Chao Songhan had something to discuss with her and had been waiting nearby for a long time. He didn't expect that the petite Jiang boss would have such a big appetite. After finally seeing her put down her chopsticks, he noticed she picked up a pack of tiger skin chicken feet and started gnawing on them. Chao Songhan quickly retracted his leg and squatted down, waiting for another 10 minutes, counting how many tiger skin chicken feet Jiang boss had eaten in total: 3, along with 2 hot dogs, 1 marinated egg, and a handful of beef jerky. By the time his legs felt numb, he saw her stand up and pull out a frail orange cat from the van. Chao Song-han seized the opportunity and walked over calling out, "Jiang boss." Jiang He took out a piece of chicken breast, tore it into small pieces, and tossed them in front of the little orange cat. The little orange cat gobbled up the food, making a purring sound like a tractor. Meow meow, delicious, truly fragrant. After seeing this, Chao Song-han couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It was truly good to follow Jiang boss, even the cat could eat meat. Hey, isn't this the cat raised by old lady Zhao? I can't believe it's still alive. Jiang He looked up and asked, "Do you recognize it?" Chao Song-han nodded with a smile. "Look, it's missing a small piece from its right ear, isn't it, old lady Zhao's? It often got into fights with the dogs in the village. A piece of its ear was bitten off by a dog. The dog was much worse off, covered in blood, and limped for more than half a month. The lost cat even killed geese from other families, so later old lady Zhao tied it up. The system was quite excited. I told you I wasn't mistaken. It didn't carry the fate of a chicken, but it did carry the fate of a goose." As if it understood what Chao Song-han said, the little orange cat raised its head, its round eyes glistening with tears, weak, pitiful, and helpless. Jiang He felt a tingling in her hands and couldn't help but scratch its chin. "I found it in the small courtyard. Did that old lady Zhao abandon it?" "Not really. Old lady Zhao passed away from a heart attack half a month ago. She was a lonely old woman, and this cat had accompanied her for several years, almost like family. During the past 6 months of the apocalypse, she had saved up her rations to feed the lost cat, allowing it to survive. After the old lady's death, the villagers hadn't seen the cat again and thought it was already dead. Half a month without food, still tied with an iron chain, it's truly a miracle that it has survived. Host, this world is different from the apocalypse you experienced before. There are no zombies, but there will be mutated beasts, mutated insects, and mutated plants competing for survival with humans. This cat may have already begun to mutate, but hasn't fully evolved, which is why it maintains its original appearance. If it were in the wild, it would be eaten in one bite by those ferocious mutated beasts." The system suddenly explained so much, making Jiang He feel that things were a bit more complicated. Beep beep beep, successfully detected a failed mutation in an animal, triggering the beast raising space, currently capable of accommodating 3 animals, can be upgraded to level 2 for 1 million points. "I'm just running a supermarket. Oh, why am I developing other businesses?" Jiang He frowned tightly. "Is it appropriate for me to become a caretaker? Our goal is to earn the most points and reach the top of the leaderboard. Multiple businesses, multiple incomes. Host, you currently only have 1 animal. You can collect more." The conversations with the system occurred entirely in her mind, so to outsiders, Jiang He appeared to be in a dazed and motionless state. Chao Song-han cleared his throat and cautiously spoke, "Jiang boss, Jiang boss." What is it?" Jiang He suddenly came back to life, startling him so much that he almost lost his legs and knelt down. Chao Song-han touched his wildly beating heart, struggling to force a smile. It's like this, Jiang boss. I came over to ask when you are leaving today. Our villagers want to follow you." Last night, he held an impromptu village meeting to discuss and deliberate. Ultimately, the minority obeyed the majority, and they decided to collectively evacuate from Mianyang village. Going to another place is all unknown, but following Jiang boss is different. At least they wouldn't have to worry about food. All the villagers unanimously agreed wherever Jiang boss goes they would follow, becoming her loyal shadows. This morning the system refreshed the check-in task, and the check-in location was the office of the commander at Nanyang base, so Jiang He had to return to the base. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, she set off from Sheep Village with a long line of vehicles following behind her pink van. Villagers rode tricycles, bicycles, pulled carts, and pushed unicycles. As long as it had wheels, they put it to use. With no gasoline, all the 4-wheeled vehicles were abandoned in the village. At this time, it was the hottest part of the day. The earth felt like a steamer with suffocating heat waves continuously surging, making breathing particularly difficult. Today's temperature was at least 50 degrees Celsius, and everyone was too exhausted to continue their journey. Chao Song-han kept wiping the sweat from his forehead to prevent it from dripping into his eyes, and when he saw someone lagging behind, he immediately encouraged and comforted them. "Everyone, just hold on a little longer, we are almost there." Even so, several people fainted along the way, especially the elderly, who couldn't withstand the strain. Along the route, the villagers got into heated arguments. "I voted against it yesterday. That volcano hasn't shown any signs of activity for over 100 years. How could it possibly erupt all of a sudden? It's all your fault for insisting on moving. Now look, people are dying on the road. My father died." Half of the group comprised elderly individuals, which meant that some with poor health were destined to perish on the relocation route. Chao Song-han not only had to endure the sweltering heat, but also had to serve as a punching bag for the villagers who had lost loved ones. "The volcano will definitely erupt tomorrow. If it doesn't, it'll pay for the lives of those who have died. Everyone stop arguing now, conserve your energy for the journey." If anyone truly doesn't believe me, you can go back now, I won't stop you. With half the journey already completed, very few wanted to return to Sheep Village. Those who supported Chao Song-han still made up the majority. The group fell silent, as the village chief was right. Complaining among themselves would only slow their progress and waste their strength. A little girl of about 10 squatted beside an elderly woman with white hair, crying inconsolably. "Grandma, let me help you up, let's keep going." Uncle Village Chief said, "We are almost there." She tugged at the elderly woman's arms with her small hands, but the girl was too weak to lift the exhausted elder from the ground. The elderly woman patted her hand weakly, her voice barely audible. "Child, don't worry about me, I've reached the end. The rest of the journey must be faced by you alone. You must take good care of the points card, try to use it sparingly. Once you go to the base, work actively, and if you encounter any issues, consult your Uncle Village Chief." By the end, the old woman had lost her grip on reality, and her lips moved without sound. The village doctor came to check, shaking his head in regret. When your grandmother hopes you continue to live. The main group won't wait for anyone, and you can't stop for too long. Hurry and go. Ju-wen covered her face and cried, reluctantly bidding farewell to her grandmother before wiping her tears and quickly catching up with the group ahead. She could not let her grandmother's expectations down. She must strive to live on, carrying a piece of her grandmother with her. The van was much faster than those tricycles and carts. It took nearly 3 hours to get to Sheep Village, but it only took a little over an hour to return to Nanyang Base. As she passed through the base gates, Chao Song-han's group was far behind, and she could no longer see any of them. Each person has their fate. How many of them would make it to Nanyang Base depended solely on their luck. As soon as Jiang He returned to the base, the military district received news. 3 minutes later, Yi Qingqing received a task from her superiors to make contact with Jiang He again and gain her trust. She did not act immediately, but waited to see where Jiang He would open the supermarket before heading to her destination. Waiting and waiting. Suddenly, an anxious voice came from the intercom. "Alert, alert, the target is heading towards the military district building." At the same time, the soldiers guarding the military district building received the news and felt like they were facing a formidable enemy. Just one person had a presence more terrifying than 1,000 troops. "Captain, what should we do?" Chin Song asked with a tense expression. He glanced at them and calmly replied, "Let's wait and see first, observe what she intends to do." Beep, beep, beep. Jiang He skillfully maneuvered and parked the pink van at the military district entrance. "Hi, handsome, we meet again." She waved enthusiastically at Chin Song, who remained unfazed, his gaze fixed on her. "Oh, don't be nervous. I won't go up to the rooftop this time. I just want to take a look around the commander's office." Upon hearing this, Qinling was dumbfounded. That's the commander's office, and she made it sound as simple as visiting a vegetable market. "What? You're not letting me in again?" Jiang He feigned innocence and shrugged helplessly. "Then I guess I'll have to force my way in again." "Wait." Chin Song blocked her path. "I've already consulted my superiors. The commander is waiting for you in the office. I'll take you up." That's more like it. Letting her force her way in would waste time and severely waste the military district's manpower and resources. Finally, Jiang He could see what the interior of the military district looked like on the stairs she had used last time. In the lobby, 7 or 8 heavy tanks were parked, and various weapons displayed in glass cabinets on the walls revealed the base's military strength. On the 9th floor, the commander's office. Chin Song approached and knocked on the door, saying, "Commander, the person has arrived." Shortly after, Xia Jingshan personally came to open the door, his gaze lingering on Jiang He for 2 seconds before stepping aside and gesturing for her to enter. "Boss Jiang, please come in." As soon as she stepped into the office, the system's voice reminded her host, "You can shout your slogan to check in." Glancing at Chin Song and Xia Jingshan behind her, Jiang He cleared her throat and declared emphatically, "The reeds are tall and the white dew forms frost." What on earth is going on? The 2 men at the entrance stiffened simultaneously. What was she doing suddenly reciting as soon as she entered? Could it be that she was about to put on a talent show? Xia Jingshan and Chin Song were completely baffled, and the next second they heard Jiang He assertively shout, "Those who follow me shall prosper, those who oppose me shall perish." The 2 men's expressions changed slightly, maintaining a high level of vigilance and caution. This sounded like it was directed at them. Finally, the true intention was revealed. Was she going to take action against the base? "Ding, congratulations, host, check-in successful. You have received 5 minutes of restocking time." Jiang He nodded in satisfaction, then unceremoniously sat down in the office and turned to look at the entrance. "You must have many questions for me. Conveniently, I happened to stroll by today, so we can chat a bit. Why are you all just standing there? Come sit." She seemed to have returned to normal, as if nothing had happened just now. Xie Jingshan felt a momentary confusion. The last time that couple came to report they said a lot, and at least one thing wasn't a lie. This boss Jiang indeed has some unusual behavior. Murdering wives and children worse than beasts. Eating human flesh and drinking human blood, filthy hearts and rotten lungs. What does this mean? Zhang Shuang and Zhou Xiang. After a moment of silence, Qin Song's gaze deepened as he softly uttered 2 words, reciting poetry. In the office, Xie Jingshan gradually snapped back to reality, filled with a multitude of questions waiting to ask. I want to understand where the supplies in your supermarket come from. Jiang He shook her head. The secrets of heaven cannot be revealed. Why are bullets unable to harm you? Did your body undergo mutation? As he asked this question, Xie Jingshan's eyes lit up. If there truly are mutated humans, does that mean everyone else has a chance to awaken and gain similar powers? Just like in novels and movies. With the enhancement of supernatural abilities, humanity's survival space in the apocalypse would greatly increase. The secrets of heaven cannot be revealed, Jiang He paused and added, but there is one thing I can clearly tell you. Humans will not mutate, but plants and animals will, and their aggressiveness is hard to estimate. Upon hearing this, Xie Jingshan's expression turned grave. The current natural disasters had already pressed them to the brink, and with mutated plants and animals, wouldn't that spell extinction for humanity? The mysterious power Jiang He possessed made Xie Jingshan unconsciously believe everything she said, and his mind began to consider how to adjust the base's future strategic deployments. After digesting for a few minutes, Jiang He continued, I am just an ordinary merchant, a small supermarket owner here to sell things. I won't do anything to harm the base, nor will I actively attack the residents of the base. So Chief Xie, you don't need to send anyone to monitor me anymore. Being confronted directly, Xie Jingshan awkwardly clenched his fists against his lips and cleared his throat. Boss Jiang, we didn't understand the situation before. For the benefit of the base, we must grasp your information. We cannot leave hidden bombs for the base. If there was anything offensive, please forgive me. In the future, absolutely no one will disturb you again. After saying this, he walked to the desk, opened the drawer, and took out a half-drunk bottle of mineral water. At a glance, it was clear that it came from the Dawn supermarket. Xie Jingshan placed the water on the table, his gaze sincere and earnest. Boss Jiang, the base would like to discuss a cooperation with you. How much of this kind of water do you have on hand? Name your price, and our base will buy it all. As a supermarket owner, Jiang He felt embarrassed to say she currently couldn't spare even a single bottle of water. She sold as much as she received daily. I'm sorry, but our supermarket is not offering wholesale services at the moment. If Chief Xie wants to buy water, please wait until the supermarket opens. You are welcome to come then. Although the cooperation matter was rejected by Jiang He, Xie Jingshan felt a deep sense of regret. If the base's reserves could be replenished, it would greatly reduce the pressure of survival on the base. Boss Jiang, do you plan to leave Nanyang base later? Not at the moment. I will stay here for a while longer. Hearing this, Xie Jingshan's eyes brightened even more. Although cooperation could not be achieved, having someone like Jiang He who could provide valuable resources staying in the base was still a great thing. Upon exiting the military district building, the soldiers on guard looked at her as if they had seen a ghost. As soon as Jiang He's gaze swept over, they quickly turned their heads, fearing to make eye contact. Getting into her pink van, Jiang He rolled down the window and waved at them. Goodbye, see you next time if there's a chance. You're welcome to shop at Dawn Supermarket. Seeing the pink van drive away, Qinling turned his face and asked in a low voice, has anyone here been to her supermarket? What do they sell there? Immediately someone replied, down jackets and military overcoats. Following Yi Qingqing to the supermarket, the bodyguard in black was his good brother, and he had heard a little about it. Qinling frowned. In such hot weather, can anyone buy that? If you go take a look, you'll understand. Tomorrow after their shift ends, they have half a day off. Qinling became interested and immediately invited a few brothers to go to Dawn's supermarket together. Captain, are you going? He joked with a smile. That female boss has talked only to you twice. Maybe she has her eye on you. Qin Song turned his head, his cold gaze fixed on him. Looking for death. Qinling's scalp prickled and he shrank his neck in surrender. Captain, I was just joking. Just pretend you didn't hear. After signing in for 5 minutes of stocking time, realizing it was still early, Jiang He went to the virtual supermarket to stock up, then drove her van around the base. The van had a built-in loudspeaker function that could also record audio, and its sound could be heard hundreds of meters away, echoing endlessly. Thinking of the empty beast raising space, Jiang He made a recording, playing it on repeat while driving so that most of the people in the base could hear it. Ahem, collecting cats, collecting old cats, broken cats, non-aggressive cats, collecting dogs, collecting puppies, medium dogs, large dogs. As long as they are breathing little animals, we will collect them all. There was also a prominent sign hanging on the Van Dawn's supermarket long-term collection of various small animals' generous rewards inquiries. Welcome. It was already the 7th month of the apocalypse, and most pets and poultry had either starved to death or were turned into food. In the entire base, no one kept animals that took up their food supply. The base had originally planned to open a farm, but they couldn't even feed the people, so where would they get food to feed livestock? Thus the plan was shelved. The van hadn't been driving long when a large crowd of residents gathered around, mostly coming to buy food with very few customers inquiring about animal collection. Jiang He got out of the car, opened the trunk, and pulled out a shelf, setting it firmly on the ground. Boss Jiang, we hadn't seen you around these past few days. We thought you had left the base. Jiang He smiled at the people. I went out for a stroll, just got back today. What do you want to buy? Feel free to pick. Wow, Boss Jiang, the supermarket is even selling boxed meals now. The portion sizes are quite generous. 2 people can easily share. They had not properly eaten rice with dishes for at least 4 or 5 months, and they instantly became excited, tears welling up in their eyes. Boss Jiang, I want a chicken leg boxed meal. Sure, the boxed meal needs an additional 3 points to microwave. Of course, you can choose not to heat it, but it won't taste as good. Those who can spend 300 points to buy a boxed meal won't mind these 3 points. Alright, no problem, Boss Jiang, please heat it up for me. There were quite a few rich people in the base, and boxed meals and marinated dishes sold much better than at the sheep village. Fortunately, Jiang He had set aside a boxed meal in advance, otherwise she wouldn't have anything to eat. Yi Qingqing stood in line, feeling particularly anxious. The closer she got to the van, the more nervous she became. When it was her turn, she closed her eyes, bent down, and bowed, her voice trembling slightly. Boss Jiang, I'm sorry, I deceived you. If you can forgive me, I'll do anything you ask. Yi Qingqing stood too close. As she bent down, Jiang He was poked by the twin buns atop her head. It's all right. You were only following your superior's orders when you did those things. Hearing that she had been forgiven, Yi Qingqing shot upright in excitement, only for her round buns to jab Jiang He once more. Boss Jiang, I knew you were a kind-hearted soul, beautiful inside and out. Before she could finish, Jiang He slid forward the unsold lei foam cap and thermal clothing set. Would you like to buy these? She blinked her bright, sparkling eyes, gazing intently at Yi Qingqing. Yi Qingqing hesitated for a moment, then instantly grasped the implication and nodded vigorously. Yes, I'll take them all. The items previously purchased with loyalty points had all been bought using Yi Qingqing's own points she could spend freely. Beep. Congratulations, host. Task completed. Awarded 8 minutes of restocking time. Yi Qingqing strolled slowly before the shelves. She'd been so preoccupied with task completion over the past 2 days that she hadn't truly explored Shuguang's supermarket yet. Spotting over a dozen packs of sanitary pads on the far right shelf, her heart leapt with elation. Managing menstruation without sanitary pads was profoundly inconvenient. Each month she resorted to cloth strips stitched together, unhygienic and deeply uncomfortable. At just 5 points per pad, the supermarket's sanitary pads were remarkably affordable. Wishing to leave some for other women, Yi Qingqing didn't take them all, only 8 packs, enough to last 3 months. How had she never realized before that Shuguang supermarket was such an extraordinary treasure trove? With such an overwhelming variety of goods, her eyes darted wildly, so she decided to sample a little of everything. A born hoarder, she found herself unable to stop buying 5 bottles of mineral water, 3 instant noodles, 3 cans of A treasure porridge, 8 loaves of bread, 3 rice balls, 3 self-heating hot pots, 1 set of meal containers, and 2 portions of marinated delicacies. 5 tiger skin chicken feet, 2 large chicken legs, 2 packets of beef jerky, 4 purple sweet potato Andean pastries, 3 bottles of chilled cola, 3 bottles of lemon lime soda, 2 bottles of orange juice, and 1 chocolate ice cream. 5 rolls of toilet paper, and 8 packs of sanitary pads. In total, her purchases amounted to 2,153 points. The lei foam cap and thermal outfit accounted for the lion's share, but if it meant earning Boss Jiang's forgiveness, Yi Qingqing considered every point well spent, more than worth it. Tang Wanun and her younger sister Tang Wanqing had arrived at Nanyang Base nearly 2 days ago. Given their limited labor capacity, the food they could barter for remained meager. For 18 hours each day, both sisters endured gnawing hunger. Tang Wanqing had been born with genetic abnormalities, congenital developmental delay, and intellectual impairment. Before the apocalypse, her family enjoyed considerable wealth. Her parents had invested over 10 million yuan seeking treatment for their youngest daughter. Should treatment cease, Tang Wanqing's intellect would likely deteriorate further, plunging her into complete mental incapacity accompanied by epileptic seizures and life-threatening complications. Soon after the apocalypse struck, her parents sacrificed themselves to protect their children, dying alongside assailants in the raging floodwaters. Oblivious to reality, Tang Wanqing lived entirely within her own world. When her mother failed to return the next day, she burst into tears and refused to walk any farther. For one fleeting moment, Tang Wanqing contemplated abandoning her simple-minded sister. Surely she'd fare better alone than burdened by this liability. Just as she had during elementary school, when classmates mocked her for having a mentally disabled sister, leaving Tang Wanqing humiliated and silent among peers for years, resenting Tang Wanqing, bitterly refusing even to speak to her. Once Tang Wanqing had indeed left her behind and walked away alone. Midway, her mind kept replaying her parents' final words to her. Take care of your sister and survive. Tang Wanqing collapsed onto the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. In this merciless post-apocalyptic world, she had no idea how to truly survive. Tang Wanqing stumbled after her, reaching out to pat her back in clumsy comfort. Big sister, don't cry. We'll go find mom and dad. From that day onward, Tang Wanqing never again entertained thoughts of abandonment. She reframed their desperate struggle for survival as a shared game, a quest to reunite with their parents. At worst, they would perish together. Yet fortune smiled upon them. Side by side they endured and survived until this very day. Shuguang's supermarket has reopened. Let's hurry. If we're even a few minutes late, everything will be snatched up. Starving, the sisters trudged listlessly back toward their dormitory. Overhearing a passerby's remark, Tang Wanqing's eyes lit up. She tugged eagerly at Tang Wanqing's sleeve. Big sister, supermarket. She knew what a supermarket was, a place brimming with delicious food that could silence her hollow, aching stomach. At first, Tang Wanqing refused to believe it. How could anyone possibly run a supermarket in the apocalypse? But seeing more and more people sprinting toward the same location, she hesitated only briefly, then seized her sister's hand and joined the search. After all, there might be bargains to be found, and even if not, a look wouldn't cost anything. Tang Wanqing spotted the delivery van from afar and pointed gleefully. It's the older sister who saved us. She waved frantically, calling out, Big sister. Again and again, heedless of whether the woman could see or hear her. Bystanders cast glances laced with pity, as if observing someone unhinged. Once Tang Wanqing would have cringed with embarrassment, but now she felt nothing but numb resignation. She gently pulled her sister's hand down and fixed her with a stern, unyielding gaze. Tang Wanqing, if you want food, will you behave? Yes. Then obey. Disobey, and you won't accompany me. You won't call me Big Sister. Successfully cowed, Tang Wanqing fell obediently into step beside her sister, silent, still utterly subdued. Tang Wanqing guided her sister into line, then turned to ask a nearby man. Excuse me, sir, what currency does the supermarket accept? The man held up his loyalty card for her to see. First, get a card from Boss Jiang, gold, silver, jewels. Anything goes for point conversion. They stock many affordable items, like bear-shaped cookies at 10 points per pack. Last time I snagged 8 bags. Rationed carefully, they'll last me ages. Rumors say new merchandise arrived today. I just hope something remains by the time our turn comes. As he spoke of supermarket fare, the man launched into an animated monologue. Tang Wanqing murmured polite agreement, then turned away and unfastened the amulet hanging at her chest. Unwrapping its crimson cloth pouch revealed a solid gold card. Each year her parents had visited temples, not for wealth or power, but solely to pray for their daughter's safety and peace. Both sisters wore identical amulets, worn continuously since the day they were first bestowed. Now it was the sole object on their persons valuable enough to convert into points. Tang Wanqing resisted parting with hers, twisting anxiously. Big sister, this was mom and dad's gift. Must we really give it away? If you want to starve, then keep wearing it. Tang Wanqing's way of getting along with her sister had always been blunt words, and a soft heart, a genuine tenderness, was simply out of the question. Tang Wanqing pouted, but in the end obediently removed the protective talisman and cradled it like a treasure. Seeing 2 familiar faces, Jiang He smiled at them both. What a coincidence we meet again. Tang Wanqing's smile was bright as she greeted warmly. Hello, sister. You 2 haven't gotten points cards yet, have you? Put your hand over and place it on this black box. Tang Wanqing was eager, doing whatever Jiang He instructed. Before long, both of them had a black card in their hands. When the gold card touched the reader, it vanished instantly. A chime announced congratulations to customer Tang Wanqing, 500 points successfully added. Congratulations to customer Tang Wanqing, 500 points successfully added. Tang Wanqing stared at the card in wonder. Sister, it's gone. Where did it go? Tang Wanqing said nothing as she seized her sister's arm and pulled her toward the shelves. Never mind that, buy food first. She glanced around and her gaze landed precisely on the bare biscuits on the second shelf. Only 13 packs remained and Tang Wanren took them all. Tang Wanqing fixed her eyes on a large chicken drumstick, mouth-watering. "Sister, can I eat this?" Tang Wanren shot her a sideways look and barked roughly, "No." "All right." Tang Wanqing's shoulders sank in disappointment, but when she spotted a meat floss bun beside her, her eyes instantly brightened. "Sister, can I have a little bun?" Tang Wanren hugged a pile of biscuits, checked the price of the buns, and compared it with everything else on the shelf. "Take 6. Yay!" Tang Wanren did quick mental arithmetic of their points. Water was a must, but only 2 bottles of mineral water remained. They still had 310 points available. After a 2-second hesitation, Tang Wanren grabbed 2 rice balls and 4 braised eggs. After paying, Tang Wanqing lingered by the refrigerator, repeating twice, "Sister, there is ice cream inside." With her arms full this time, Tang Wanren did not pull her back and strode ahead. "You can stand there and look at him going back to the dorm to finish all the little buns." At those words, Tang Wanqing's face tightened and she hurried after her. "Sister, I want little buns too." The supermarket sold out. Jiang He climbed into the bread van and returned to her room for a shower. For dinner, she had a chicken leg box meal and a bottle of chilled orange juice. The system praised the host. "You did very well today, replenishing the virtual supermarket twice in one day. Commendable diligence." Today's turnover reached 7540 points and the account balance stood at 75670 points. The beanie hats and warm clothes sold out. A cumulative turnover for the supermarket topped 100,000, earning an additional 18 minutes of restock time. Jiang He wiped her mouth with a napkin and opened the system interface. The Level 2 virtual supermarket had 25 food slots, all of which were unlocked. The daily goods section was pitifully sparse, with only 2 lonely slots. She checked the conditions to upgrade the virtual supermarket to Level 3-1. The Dawn supermarket must serve 2000 customers to accumulate a turnover of 100,000 points. 3. Spend 99,000 points. The system reminded the host that completing daily tasks offered a chance to unlock product slots. Jiang He narrowed her eyes. "Tongzi, even if those KPIs come from above, you should still filter them properly." She added, "If tomorrow's extra items are a jumble of useless junk again, don't blame me if I deal with Tong decisively." The system trembled in reply, "I'll try." A soft mewing followed. Just as Jiang He stepped out of the supermarket, a fluffy little creature rubbed against her ankles. The beast raising space only opens after collecting 3 failed mutated animals, so the little orange cat still slept in her room. Jiang He bent and scooped up the kitten, ruffling its fur into delightful disarray. "Songbia, wait, I'll find you a few more companions," she promised. The next morning, the task list updated on schedule. Task 1, sell 100 ice packs priced at 300 points each. Reward 5 minutes of restock time. Task 2, labor is glorious. Help harvest corn in the fields for at least 3 hours. Reward 2 minutes of restock time and the unlocking of 1 daily use product slot. Task 3, reach a cumulative turnover of 300,000 points. Reward 5 minutes of restock time and a restock assist tool valid for 10 minutes. This time the merchandise was finally sellable, though the prices were a touch high. The system reassured the host that the ice packs could keep cold for 24 hours, so the price was reasonable. Keeping cold for 24 hours was indeed impressive. Jiang He gave a satisfied thumb up and said, "Tong, keep this up. I can finally see you standing on your own." Because the fields were parched by drought and crops could not survive, the base decided to harvest as quickly as possible. Whatever grain they could gather, they would gather. Considering the daytime heat, the base adjusted labor hours to 3 to 7 in the morning and 5 to 8 in the evening. When Jiang He woke, the morning shift was already done, so she could only go in at 5. After washing and spending a moment petting the little orange cat, Jiang He went to the virtual supermarket to restock. She stretched her legs and loosened her shoulders with a warm-up. "Tong, I'm ready." The system replied, "Okay, ready. Timing starts now." Boxed meals sold well on the base, so Jiang He grabbed 50 portions. The braised dishes smelled good. She loved them and took a few extra portions. She also scooped up more than 40 packs of bear biscuits. After a hectic 18 minutes, the supermarket was finally ready to open. Shelves brimmed with goods and the customers in line felt reassured at the sight. With this much stock today, everyone was sure they could snatch something good. The night before, Ling had emptied his meager belongings and realized how utterly poor he was. Apart from a few sets of clothes and the rations the base issued, he owned almost nothing. When he came to the supermarket in the afternoon, he could only watch enviously as his brothers bought delicious treats. Song arrived carrying a bulging bag that promised many good things. Ling edged over, practically peering into the bag. Gold earrings, a necklace, bracelets, a comb. "Hey Song, where did you get so much women's jewelry?" Did you secretly get married? Song didn't feel like answering, but the other brothers were already gossiping. Captain, who's the wife? We've never seen her. We all agreed to stay single, and yet the captain sneaks off to find someone. Annoyed by the fuss, Song tugged a corner of his mouth and replied in a low voice, "They're for getting married, things to use when taking a wife." Ling and the others suddenly understood. These gold pieces were all the savings their team leader had painstakingly accumulated before the apocalypse meant for his dowry. Ling rubbed his hands together and with unembarrassed boldness said, "Team leader, could you lend me a gold bracelet? I'll pick up more tomorrow on our mission and return it to you right away." Soldiers stationed at the base were divided into over a dozen small teams, each varying in size, rotating shifts to guard the military compound. Going on a mission meant venturing outside to scavenge essential supplies. In the past, during building sweeps, they'd seen gold and silver jewelry everywhere, but simply tossed them aside onto the floor. Such trinkets were abundant in the hollow, abandoned residential towers. Ling was convinced he could fill an entire sack with treasures by tomorrow afternoon. Song, indifferent to such trivialities, handed him the bag and told him to choose freely. The group arrived at Dawn's supermarket. Residents instantly recognized them as soldiers from the base and hesitated, uncertain whether to yield space for these formidable figures. Jiang He's sharp gaze caught a faint stir at the rear of the crowd. Immediately she raised her megaphone, "Those in uniforms at the back. Yes, I mean you. Please line up properly. No cutting in line." Having grown accustomed to preferential treatment within the base, Ling and his comrades felt a jarring sense of dislocation standing shoulder to shoulder with ordinary civilians in a queue. "This supermarket's making quite the spectacle. I wonder what's truly so special about it," Ling muttered under his breath, reluctantly taking his place at the very end of the line. "Team leader, what exactly did the commandant intend? After speaking with the supermarket owner yesterday, he withdrew all surveillance personnel. Does that mean he's truly letting her go?" Song cast him a blank, expressionless glance. No wonder people nicknamed him Stumphead. His mind simply refused to turn. Song replied tersely, uttering only 4 words, "Talent recruitment." The moment Ling looked up and saw Jiang He's face, memories flooded back. The day she'd stormed the military compound. To put it plainly, the incident had left him with profound psychological trauma. A terrorist qualifies as talent. Song offered no further reply, his eyes fixed ahead as he waited quietly in line. As their turn drew near, Ling finally glimpsed Dawn's supermarket's true inventory, who had told him it sold nothing but down jackets and military overcoats. As soldiers, they received rations far more generous than civilians, but most often those rations consisted solely of monotonous compressed rations, tasteless, dull, and barely palatable, sustenance alone, not satisfaction. Occasionally, they were treated to self-heating meals, such as diced meat fried rice or curry fried rice, but even those offered little culinary delight. Dawn's supermarket evoked in Ling a startling illusion of pre-apocalyptic life. Fizzy-eye chilled cola, generous boxed meals piled high with chicken legs, cured sausages, marinated eggs as strips of dried beef. Ling's eyes widened in disbelief. He hadn't seen such foods in ages, yet their flavors remained vivid, sealed deep within memory. At the sight, his mouth flooded with saliva. Clutching Song's arm tightly, shamelessly abandoning all dignity, he whined and pleaded, "Team leader. Team leader. Lend me more gold, please, please." "Yes, sir. Thank you, team leader." Ling snatched a pair of gold earrings and a gold necklace from the bag, swiped them across his points card, and topped up 1000 points. Before the refrigerator, Ling bought frantically. His roommate behind him shouted repeatedly, "Ling, you traitor. Don't hoard all the cola. Leave some for us." Before such feasts, brotherhood dissolved entirely. Had his points allowed it, Ling would never have stopped so soon. Song, ever the calm and steady leader, stood unruffled amid the frenzy. He purchased 2 bottles of water, 3 loaves of bread, 2 packs of instant noodles, 1 boxed meal, 2 bottles of Sprite, 3 rolls of toilet paper, and 2 ice packs, leaving a healthy balance in his account. Ling beamed, cradling 5 frosty colas as he bounded up to Jiang He, cheeks flushed with exhilaration. "Boss Jiang, I'll never call you terrorist again. You're an immortal fairy, a runaway princess from Disneyland." Jiang He herself had no idea she'd been labeled a terrorist by the base. She'd merely strolled across the rooftop terrace of the military compound and done absolutely nothing else. Li Tsong ambled over and nudged Ling's shoulder. "Hey fool, did you grab any ice packs?" "Ice packs?" Ling blinked, utterly bewildered. They stay frozen for 24 hours, cool enough to keep you from sweating through the night. Jinling's eyes widened. Damn, I was too busy snatching cola to even notice these existed. He turned to borrow more, only to find team leader Chinsong had vanished without a trace. He blustered instead, "I've got 5 colas, I'll hug them tight tonight and sleep like a log." The ice packs sold out rapidly. Anyone holding a 4-digit balance on their points card immediately purchased. Under this infernal heat, carrying an ice pack felt like bearing a portable mini-fridge, finally granting them precious life-sustaining relief. Second only to bottled water, ice packs became the day's second fastest-selling item. Beep, 100 ice packs sold. Congratulations, host, you've earned 5 minutes of restocking time. The supermarket closed at 11 a.m. In the afternoon, they'd work the fields. Jiang He napped soundly after lunch, then spent a few quiet moments petting Sang Biao before preparing to head to the cornfield. By 4:50 p.m., residents assigned to harvest the cornfield had already assembled in neat rows before the field. A robust, vigorous elder stood at the front delivering a stern, commanding address. "You must fully harvest this cornfield before 8 tonight. Speed is paramount. Under no circumstances may you fall behind the neighboring plot. I know many among you are newcomers, but you will still stand tall and move swiftly. Should I catch anyone slacking, my pitchfork won't hesitate to strike. Is that clear?" Over 100 voices thundered in unison, "Clear." "Then line up here to receive your sickles and get to work. These sickles are tools for harvesting corn, not weapons for brawling," the elder warned as he distributed. "See the patrol troops standing nearby. Anyone who causes trouble here will face live ammunition without warning." Jiang He parked her van on the open ground and hurried, just in time, to join the queue for sickles. The elder handed out sickles with brisk efficiency until he reached Jiang He. Suddenly he paused. Fixing his gaze upon her face for several silent seconds, he squinted and said, "You look strangely familiar." Seeing the steel fork standing nearby Jiang, he instantly recalled this run to Uncle Wang. Her face remained unperturbed, her heart unruffled. "Must be my common-looking face." No, Uncle Wang shook his head slowly. "A few days ago a thief sneaked into my cornfield, and I caught him red-handed." "That thief was you?" Jiang He's jaw dropped. How on earth had this uncle recognized her with such uncanny precision? She hastily waved her hands, denying it 3 times in rapid succession. "I didn't do it. I wasn't there. Don't make things up." Uncle Wang's gaze burned intensely as he fixed his eyes upon her. "I saw clearly. The thief who stole my corn was just as short and slender as you, with hair of exactly the same length." Jiang He gritted her teeth, maintaining a polite smile. Truly impressive how vividly the old man remembered every detail. Just as the standoff reached its peak, Li Ting stepped forward. "Uncle Wang, Jiang, he absolutely could not have stolen your corn. You must have heard about the Dawn supermarket that just opened in the base. Jiang He is its owner. She lacks neither food nor drink. Why would she come here to steal corn?" Upon hearing this, Uncle Wang scrutinized Jiang He once more from head to toe. Yes, he certainly knew of that supermarket. Even bottled water was sold individually, a sign of remarkable prosperity. Yet he'd never been lucky enough to catch it open. Every time he went, the doors were shut. Doubt began to stir within him. Had he truly mistaken her? "Ahem, my apologies. I must have misidentified you. Still, if you're the supermarket owner, what—" Jiang He clenched her fist lightly, her expression earnest and solemn. "After all, I am a member of the base. With the harvest rush underway, it's only right that I contribute my share of effort." "Well said." Uncle Wang's voice boomed like temple bells, his eyes now gleaming with genuine admiration. "If only the base had more people like you, people of such high awareness, the future would surely flourish." "Humbly unworthy, I still have much to learn from you, uncle, especially your unwavering sense of responsibility." Amidst the crowd, Jiang He watched the two exchange effusive praise with cold, disdainful eyes. Shameless wretch, she must seize the spotlight wherever she goes. Pretentious, insincere, dripping with false virtue. She already commands abundant supplies, yet still shows up to help harvest corn. She must harbor some hidden agenda. Jiang He turned her head, slightly glancing at the handsome man beside her, and a suspicion flickered across her mind. Could Jiang He possibly be here for brother Huifeng? Nowadays, monogamy had all but faded into obsolescence. Only a modest ration of food was required for any one man or woman to enjoy the pleasures of multiple companions. Xia Huifeng possessed striking features, and thanks to his spatial artifact, his diet was rich and nourishing. His physique therefore remained robust and well-proportioned, unlike the gaunt frames of most other men in the base. He ranked among the most desirable. In less than a week, no fewer than 10 women had pursued him relentlessly, vying to entice him into intimacy. Jiang He guarded him with obsessive vigilance, hardly ever leaving his side, clinging to him like conjoined twins to ensure no rival found an opening. Even so, a deep-seated sense of crisis gnawed at her. She had grown almost unhinged, convinced every woman in the world sought to steal her man. Jiang He gently swayed Xia Huifeng's arm, her voice soft and honeyed. Brother Huifeng, don't look at Jiang He, not even for a single glance. Xia Huifeng chuckled, lightly drawing her into his embrace. Why would I look at her? Looking at you is more than enough, my darling. Hearing his tender words, Jiang He flushed with delight and rose onto her toes, eager to kiss him. Uncle Wang's eyes widened in fury as he pointed sharply at the pair. What on earth are you doing? Is this cornfield a place for courting? Get back to work, immediately. If you haven't finished by 8 o'clock, you'll stay behind and harvest under the cover of darkness, tonight. Xia Huifeng subtly eased Jiang He away, creating a respectful distance between them. My love, let's finish harvesting first. Everything else can wait until we return to the dormitory. Recalling their ceaseless nights together, Jiang He blushed deeply. All right, I'll do as you say. Host dear. The system had barely begun speaking when Jiang He clutched her chest and cut it off. Wait, don't call me dear. It makes me queasy. Oh, host, your 3-hour labor session has commenced. This system will monitor your progress closely. Only upon meeting the required workload threshold will you receive your reward. Stay strong, host. You've got this. So, no slacking whatsoever. Jiang He stretched her limbs and joined Li Ting at the edge of the field to begin harvesting corn. She grasped several stalks, swung her sickle, and with a gentle pull severed them cleanly. She stacked the cut stalks neatly beside her before moving on to the next row. Before long, her pile of corn stalks had grown into a small hill. Li Ting gazed at her with open admiration. Jiang He, you harvest corn so quickly, it's incredible. Born and raised in the city, she had never performed farm labor before, not even knowing how to wield a sickle. Harvesting corn proved exhausting for her, nothing like Jiang He's effortless grace. Jiang He continued working without pause, smiling as she replied, I'm from a rural hometown. I'm used to this kind of work. In truth, her farming expertise had been honed across a minor realm, a cultivation novel where she'd managed a farm, initially clueless about agriculture, but gradually mastering every task. Back then, she'd been assigned to a rustic cultivation narrative, running a farm from scratch. At first, she'd known nothing of sowing, weeding, or harvesting, but practice over time had forged true skill. Meanwhile, Uncle Wang moved steadily through the cornfield, supervising everyone closely, personally guiding those unfamiliar with handling sickles. Hey, why so clumsy? Angle the blade toward the stalk and press down firmly. Speed matters. Hey, your blade's too high. There's still corn below. Just who do you intend to leave it for? I've shown you dozens of times. Why can't you get it right? Are you made of pig brain? Jiang He flushed crimson. Raised in luxury by the Jiang family, she had never lifted a finger for manual labor, and such coarse tasks were utterly beyond her. She longed to beg Xia Huifeng for help, but Uncle Wang's watchful eyes allowed no room for even the smallest gesture. Seeing Jiang He humiliated, Li Ting lowered her head, lips curving upward in quiet, suppressed mirth. I heard Uncle Wang is the father of one of the base's senior leaders, and with decades of farming experience, he refused to idle at home, insisting instead on guarding this cornfield. Even someone as haughty as Jiang He turns timid as a quail before him. She dares not raise her voice. Jiang He nodded thoughtfully. No wonder his presence feels so commanding. Only after Jiang He finally showed slight improvement did Uncle Wang shift his attention elsewhere. For dozens of people his expression remained stern, until he passed Jiang He's section, where at last a satisfied smile softened his features. Special commendation to Comrade Jiang He, her output exceeds the combined yield of 3 others. Everyone should take her as a model. At that moment, a woman's furious shout erupted from the far end of the cornfield. Xia Huifeng, why did you hold her? How dare you flirt with another woman behind my back? While Uncle Wang was instructing Jiang He, a woman beside them seized the opportunity to strike up a conversation with Xia Huifeng. Huifeng, your sickle technique is truly impressive. Would you teach me? Xia Huifeng thrived on admiration. A single glance of reverence was enough to make him swell with self-importance. Without hesitation, he agreed, of course. The others around them remained absorbed in their own tasks, paying no attention. No one noticed the two drawing steadily closer. Ever eager to play the mentor, Xia Huifeng instructed the woman with solemn earnestness. I'll demonstrate once. It's quite simple. But Song Lin's intentions were anything but pure, though she nodded along. Her gaze had long since wandered elsewhere. There, you've seen it. Now try it yourself. As Xia Huifeng turned to leave, Song Lin suddenly staggered, collapsing forward against his chest. He did not step aside. Instead, he caught her fully in his arms, and felt unmistakably the firm rhythmic pressure of her bosom pressed tightly against his sternum. He glanced down, and was met with an unobstructed breathtaking view that struck him like a physical blow. Lifting her face, she offered him an apologetic smile. "I'm so sorry. I just suffered a sudden cramp in my right leg. Would you mind letting me lean on you for a moment?" A faint knowing curl touched Xia Huaifeng's lips, but before he could reply, Jiang He arrived. The sight of the two locked tightly together ignited in that instant all the suppressed anxiety she had carried for days. Jiang He erupted, shrieking without restraint indistinguishable from a street brawler. For the first time Xia Huaifeng stared stunned, then hurried to explain, "You've misunderstood. It's not what you think." She was beyond reason. Pointing fiercely at their entwined hands, she demanded, "Misunderstood. You're still holding her." Song Lin suppressed the upward twitch of her lips and withdrew from his embrace, stumbling slightly as she stepped back. "Xue, truly, you've misunderstood. Nothing happened. I simply felt unwell and asked Huaifeng to support me." Jiang He saw through the charade instantly. These tricks were relics of her own discarded playbook. "Don't pretend. You did this on purpose, thinking I wasn't watching, trying to seduce brother Huaifeng. Dream on, he'd never choose someone like you." Song Lin sighed softly, feigning fragility. "If you refuse to believe me, then let it be my fault, but please don't blame Huaifeng." Jiang He seethed inwardly, shameless schemer, manipulative hypocrite. Then turned reed toward the man beside her. "Brother Huaifeng, do you trust me, or her?" Her aggressive tone struck him as utterly alien. His brow furrowed deeply as if capable of crushing a fly between its creases. "You stop this nonsense." When had his fiancée grown so paranoid? First she'd accused him of an affair with Jiang He, now she raged at him like a madwoman. It left him utterly drained. That single sentence shattered her composure. She lunged forward, jabbing a finger at Song Lin and shrieking, "You slut, stealing another woman's man." Uncle Wang arrived in a flash, striding across the field with astonishing speed. "Silence. Do you think I'm dead?" His voice thundered, sharp and piercing. Jiang He froze, her fury momentarily eclipsed by shock. In her rage, she'd forgotten entirely that they stood in a cornfield. Uncle Wang stood rigid, hands clasped behind his back, his hawk-like gaze sweeping coldly over each of their faces. "All three of you, stay behind after 8 o'clock. You won't leave until every last ear of corn is..." Over 100 laborers worked relentlessly, without pause, yet still failed to finish harvesting the corn within 3 hours. Uncle Wang would personally supervise Xia Huaifeng and the other two, demanding they complete the harvest, even if it meant working through the night. After bidding farewell to Li Ting and the others, Jiang He returned to the van. She showered, then patted her hollowed stomach, deciding on a lavish midnight feast. Most of her stock had sold out by day's end thanks to ice packs. Today's earnings exceeded 100,000 points, exactly 116810. Her account balance stood at 192,480 points. At this pace, tomorrow would mark the supermarket's cumulative sales milestone of 300,000 points. Jiang He wondered curiously what auxiliary procurement tool awaited her. To prepare her feast, Jiang He unlocked the 2 new household items in the virtual supermarket. They were a flashlight and a hot water bottle. Why a hot water bottle in sweltering heat? Because the system offered only those 2 options. The flashlight cost 50 points, the hot water bottle 100. She examined the flashlight's sleek black battery-powered, compact yet rugged, built for endurance, with an exceptional 60-hour runtime. In other words, used conservatively, 1 hour per day, it would last 2 full months. Exceptional. The hot water bottle came in 2 colors, rose pink and beige green, in small, 550 milliliters, and large 1100 ml sizes. Both retained heat for 24 hours, were fully reusable, and priced at a remarkably fair 100 points. Jiang He moved through the virtual supermarket with practiced ease, procurement now as instinctive as breathing. With only 7 minutes allotted, she prioritized food, adding household goods as secondary selections. She purchased 30 rolls of toilet paper, 50 packs of sanitary pads, 10 flashlights, and 5 hot water bottles. Her small room held a modest dining table, perfectly sized for 1, cramped for 2. The table groaned under a sumptuous midnight spread: chicken leg bento boxes, marinated delicacies, tiger skin, phoenix claws, chocolate beef jerky, purple sweet potato, cakes, and orange juice. Before Sang Viao sat a generous slab of chicken breast and a clean bowl of water. Master and cat dined heartily side by side. Meanwhile, Jiang He and Xia Huaifeng fared wretchedly, scant food, empty stomachs, and endless labor. Even a workhorse from the production team would have collapsed before them. Uncle Wang stood sentinel, steel fork raised in one hand, palm leaf fan swaying in the other, eyes fixed unblinkingly upon the trio. Hurry up, no slacking. The next morning Jiang He awoke late, nearly 11 o'clock. Usually crowds would already be gathered outside the van by then. She opened the door ready to open shop, only to find not a single soul in sight. Temperatures had climbed again. Sunlight fell like countless razor-sharp blades. Anyone stepping outdoors would suffer severe skin burns within 60 seconds. Inside the base, all residents huddled indoors, unwilling to venture beyond their buildings, not even Chinsong and the others whose external missions were now suspended until temperatures dropped. The system chimed warmly. Host, the supermarket must open for business at least once per day. Failure to meet this requirement will incur penalties. Jiang He followed up, what penalties? All your points will be deducted, every last one. They'll be mine. Any lingering thought of laziness vanished instantly. Only one word blazed in Jiang He's mind, do it. Those hard-earned hundreds of thousands of points could never be surrendered to the system. Fueled by fierce determination, Jiang He resolved if customers couldn't venture out due to the scorching weather, she would bring the supermarket straight to their door. Selecting a dormitory building at random, Jiang He parked her pastel pink van beneath it and raised a loudspeaker. Hello. Is anyone home in this building? An unnatural blistering heat pressed down. Even indoors lethargy clung like damp cloth, leaving people listless and bedridden. Even motionless bodies glistened with sweat. The mattress grew clammy and suffocating. The dormitory stood utterly still, lifeless, silent, drained of vitality. At the sound from below, Chao Tianshun jolted upright in bed. Living on the second floor, he stepped to the window, and there it was, the soft pink van. Boss Jiang, it really is you. We're here. We're here. Voices trickled down from above. A 12-story residential building housed nearly 200 residents. Most villagers relocated from Yanyang village had been assigned to this very building. Anyone interested in shopping? I've got a cooling marvel, chill patches. 20 points per patch, effective for 3 hours. Shout if you'd like some. Just call out your room number. I'll deliver straight to your door. The chill patches were part of today's sales quota, 500 units. Though less potent than ice packs, their lower price reflected that modest advantage. Considering customers' depleted stamina, delivering directly to their rooms was an extraordinary courtesy. Where else could one find such a thoughtful, conscientious, and principled shopkeeper? Chao Tianshun lived alone, while next door resided the married couple Chao Songhan and Zhu Yuxia. Boss Jiang will take 30 chill patches and 3 bottles of chilled cola. Immediately another voice followed. Boss Jiang, I'm in room 302 on the 3rd floor. I need 5 chill patches, 1 bottle of Sprite, 1 bottle of mineral water, and 3 loaves of bread. Room 108 requests 10 chill patches, 1 bottle of cola, 1 bottle of orange juice, and 20 packets of bear-shaped cookies. After recording 10 orders, Jiang He paused firmly. I'll deliver to these 10 households first. Everyone else, please hold on. I'll take more orders shortly. The first delivery went to the Chao Songhan household, a family of 3. Drenched head to toe, they looked as though they'd just emerged from a river. Boss Jiang, thank you, truly. Had you not warned us about the volcanic eruption, we'd already be dead. On the second day after relocating to Nanyang base, news confirmed the volcano's eruption. Nearby lands submerged beneath rivers of molten lava. Had they remained, escape would have been impossible. A searing heat would have reduced them to ash in seconds. Jiang He held up a bag. Here are your items. Please settle the points first. Chao Tianshun scanned his card and immediately peeled open a chill patch, pressing it onto his forehead. In the next instant, he exhaled deeply, long and slow. Far more comfortable. Just moments before, breath had been labored and ragged, and now air flowed freely again, and his body temperature gradually eased back toward normal. After profuse thanks, Chao Songhan hurriedly applied a chill patch himself. Wife, quickly put one on. It's truly miraculous. My mind feels clear again, alert and awake. Zhu Yuxia tested hers and instantly regretted buying so few. With no end in sight to the extreme heat wave, they'd need to stockpile more, not merely for comfort, but for survival. She asked hesitantly, Boss Jiang, could we purchase 30 more chill patches? Jiang He glanced at her order sheet. After I finish deliveries to the remaining 9 households, I'll bring yours personally. Perfect, thank you, Boss Jiang. 2 sips of icy cola restored Chao Tianshun's strength. With no elevator in the dormitory, Jiang He climbed flight after flight. Her 10th stop was on the 8th floor. Faint footsteps approached the door. Moments later, a gaunt woman appeared, her arms trembling as she reached for the food in Jiang He's bag. Jiang He stepped back half a pace and reminded her, your points card, please. Payment first, then delivery. Before the words fully settled, a man's furious voice erupted from within. Li Yanfang, how long does it take just to fetch water? Do you intend to let me die of thirst? Jiang He's brow furrowed. She pushed the door fully open, and there sprawled across the center of the bed lay a middle-aged man, limbs splayed in careless arrogance. 10 chill patches, 3 bottles of mineral water, 5 loaves of bread, total 800 points. Silence fell over the room. The man struggled into a seated position, casting an impatient glance at the woman in the doorway. Where's the points card? Li Yanfang twisted the soaked hem of her shirt, eyes lowered, refusing to meet his gaze. It's not with me. If it's not with you, then what did it vanish into thin air? His temper flared. Snatching up a slipper, he struck her face with brutal force. Slap, slap, slap. The sharp stinging cracks echoed with terrifying intensity. Li Yanfang's cheek swelled, instantly grotesquely distended, yet she remained rooted in place, absorbing every blow without resistance. To resist now would only invite worse violence. Once the door closed behind Jiang He, the scene unsettled Jiang He deeply. As a woman, she felt profound empathy, but she was no savior obligated to intervene in every injustice she witnessed. She remembered clearly her purpose in this world was commerce, not charity. Will you be purchasing these items, or shall I leave? At those words, the man halted mid-swing and flashed Jiang He a sickeningly obsequious smile. Boss Jiang, our points card may have been misplaced by this wretched woman. Could you extend credit just this once? As soon as I locate it, I'll repay every point. Jiang He let out a cold, quiet laugh. She saw through his scheme instantly. He wanted a free meal. But whether he possessed the fortune to claim it remained to be seen. Shuguang's supermarket operates on razor-thin margins, no credit extended under any circumstances. The man's expression flickered, a flash of venom crossed his eyes before vanishing beneath practiced calm. Boss Jiang, you carry so much inventory in your van. Surely this small amount won't make a difference. Grant us this one exception, and we'll never breathe a word to anyone. He kicked the woman beside him. What are you waiting for, Neil? Beg Boss Jiang to give us the goods on credit. Dazed by repeated blows, Li Yanfang's ears rang violently. She couldn't even decipher his words. Her calf, numbed by the kick, refused to move. You damned mute. Seeing him raise his hand again, Jiang He lost all patience and cut him off, voice glacial and unyielding. Why don't you kneel? He paused, then curled his lips upward, eyes burning with unnerving intensity. Boss Jiang, if I kneel, will you give me the goods? The commotion from 808 carried clearly to a dozen nearby households. In this building, many people did not even have 1 point and survived only on the sporadic supplies from the base. They pricked up their ears. If a single kneel could win food, they could do that too. Jiang He crossed her arms, her eyes as still and deep as a pool fixed straight on him. You kneel first, try it. Chen Tianping watched her face, but could read nothing. In half a year of the apocalypse, he had begged on his knees many times, but never before had he knelt to a mere young girl. He knew Jiang He owned the Shuguang supermarket, yet she looked unremarkable, thin, small, fragile, like a little creature he could crush without effort. To kneel or not to kneel? Chen Tianping wavered for half a minute. When Jiang He said again she would leave, he grit his teeth, shut his eyes, and went down onto his knees. A faint smile curved Jiang He's lips. In an ambiguous tone she said, since you're already kneeling, won't you kowtow once? Chen Tianping pressed his tongue against his molar, swallowed his anger, put his hands on the ground, bent over, and tapped his forehead on the concrete. In less than 2 seconds, he lifted his head. Is that enough? Jiang He did not look at him. She stared at her nails, as if they were a little long and in need of trimming. After a while she replied casually, I don't think I heard anything. A kowtow must make a sound, how else is it sincere? Chen Tianping's face flickered between sullen and ashen, but for the sake of food he obeyed. With a thud, he struck his forehead to the ground. Still not enough. After 10 kowtows in a row, his scalp had split and blood streamed down. Seeing Jiang He standing there languidly, the man finally realized what was happening. Are you fucking with me on purpose? The kowtow game was anything but fun. At Jiang He had thought it might drag on for the more he struck his head, the clearer his mind became. He had seen through it so quickly. Jiang He shrugged with an innocent look. I'm no turtle in a wishing pool. If you want something, say it, and I'll give it. After enduring so much humiliation, his head split open, and yet he gained nothing. Chen Tianping was beside himself. He sprang up, raised both huge hands, ready to tear her apart. You filthy woman. A system voice sounded, detected someone attacking the host, to choose whether to punish. Seeing the man lunging, Jiang He remained rooted to the spot, showing no intention of dodging. Even if no punishment were chosen, outside attacks did nothing to her. This time an electric shock, don't make it too strong. The system replied that the punishment was executed. Chen Tianpeng convulsed violently as a fierce current tore through him like 1,000 needles, pricking every inch of his flesh at once. Every cell felt ripped apart, his head seemed ready to explode, and the pain was unbearable. In less than 10 seconds, the man lost consciousness, his eyes rolling white as he fainted. Li Yanfeng was badly frightened, trembling. She checked his breathing. Jiang He spoke up at once. Don't worry, he's still alive. This won't end his life. But he'll be a vegetable, now a living corpse. A paralyzed vegetable in the apocalypse had nothing but to wait for death. Unless someone was willing to care for him, feed him, clean him, he might live a while longer. Jiang He had no idea what Li Yanfeng would do. It was not her concern. She had business to attend to. In situations like today, having a storage space would be far more convenient. She could pull items from it directly to trade. Running up and down like this wasted too much time. She had become a supermarket porter in all but name. The system, sensing her thought, answered immediately. The space will be available. Host earn points, and when the supermarket upgrades it will be unlocked. With the system's reassurance, Jiang He felt better. In extreme heat, a cooling patch could save a life. Anyone with over 20 points on their card would come to Jiang He to buy one. After supplying that dormitory, the supermarket still had a fair amount of goods, but fewer than 50 cooling patches remained. Jiang He started the van, planning to change location and continue doing business. The system chimed. A sign-in task has refreshed. Go to Nanyang Base Military Men's Dorm and sign in, shouting the required slogan. Complete the task to gain 5 minutes of resupply time. Jiang He paused. Go to the men's dorm to sign in. That's not great, is it? The system mercilessly exposed her. Host, your mouth is telling a different story. Jiang He suppressed the upward tug at her lips. It was the military dorm after all, row upon row of tall, handsome soldiers. The very thought was pleasing to her. Ahem, let's go. The military dorm was some distance from the civilian quarters. The little van drove for nearly half an hour before arriving. The contrast between the two dormitories was striking. The military buildings looked newer, with single and double rooms and ample space, nothing like the dim, cramped civilian rooms. Qinling hadn't gotten an ice pack yesterday and was now going door to door mooching cold. Captain, open up. I'm about to melt. Inside, Qin Song sat quietly on the bed, clutching the ice pack in his right hand. The noise outside kept him from settling. After 2 minutes he relented and let the man in. As soon as Qinling entered, he pressed his face to the ice pack and happened to brush Qin Song's hand. To any uninformed onlooker, their awkward posture would look compromising. Qin Song, annoyed, released his grip and handed the ice pack over. Take it and return it in an hour. The pack could stay cold for 24 hours, but after a night it now had only about 2 hours left. Qinling was nearly moved to tears. Captain, you're the kindest to me. Actually, we could share. Hold this end, I'll hold that end. Qin Song gave him a look that left no room for argument. Before Qinling could say more, he spotted a pink object moving quickly outside the window. Looking more closely, he recognized it at once. Hey, isn't that Boss Jiang's princess van? How did it get over here? Qin Song turned to the window. On the road before the dormitory, a pink van was driving. When it reached the front of the building, it stopped. The system chimed. You have arrived at the sign-in location. Host, shout the slogan now. Jiang He had cultivated for years. Her face had long since thickened with practice. Yet when she saw the words the system gave her, for a single second a prickling crawled across her scalp. The system dutifully activated the vehicle's loudspeaker. Jiang He coughed once inside the car. Her voice carried clearly enough for everyone in the entire building to hear. Master, as long as you aren't embarrassed, it's others who'll be left flustered. Go on, you're the most plump. No, wait, the greatest. Jiang He closed her eyes briefly, maintaining a serene smile as she recited the check-in slogan. It was you who asked to part ways, so part we shall. Her clear crystalline voice streamed through the loudspeaker and drifted into Qin Song's room. That single simple line instantly conjured for Qinling a cascade of overwrought romance dramas. He glanced at Qin Song and ventured a guess. Is Boss Jiang heartbroken? Has she come to confront that scoundrel? How utterly ungrateful. Whoever wounded Boss Jiang's heart, I'll condemn him without mercy. Qinling tugged insistently at Qin Song's sleeve. How utterly ungrateful. Whoever wounded Boss Jiang's heart, I'll condemn him without mercy. Qinling tugged insistently at Qin Song's sleeve. Captain, you're joining me in this condemnation. Qin Song regarded him with the detached, pitying gaze one reserves for someone profoundly lacking in intellect, had he truly failed to recognize it as a song. Downstairs, Jiang He's voice continued buoyant and rhythmic. You sold my love, and now you owe a debt of conscience. Qinling shot upright, electrified. What? That man not only betrayed Boss Jiang, he's juggling 2 women. Who possessed such audacity? Qinling burned with curiosity to meet him face-to-face. Qinling kept listening intently, hoping for any concrete clue about the rogue. Within this dormitory complex there wasn't a single soul he didn't know. If even the faintest detail surfaced, he deduced the culprit instantly. Love isn't something you can simply buy. Just because you want it doesn't mean you can. Qinling murmured along, then suddenly paused. Its cadence felt effortlessly familiar, almost singable. Hey Captain, doesn't that line ring a bell? Qin Song responded with stony silence, his expression unreadable, his patience thin. Jiang He finished the verse in one breath, and nearly broke into full song by the final line. She reconsidered, however. Perhaps sparing others from her vocal prowess was an act of mercy. The system. Indeed, every time its host opened her mouth to sing, the system alone bore the brunt of the suffering. Jiang He's tone brightened sharply. Though love may elude purchase, our Shuguang supermarket offers cool-pressed patches to soothe your fevered heart. We also stock boxed meals, braised delicacies, beef jerky, ham, boiled eggs, taro paste, pastries, bread rolls, a treasure congee, orange juice, Sprite, and toilet paper. All available for doorstep delivery. Qinling remained poised for revelation, only to be blindsided by a commercial jingle. The phrase cool-pressed patches ignited a spark in his eyes. Brother Songa, I beg you. Lend me some points. Qinling all but dropped to his knees. Last night's sweltering heat had robbed him of sleep. He downed 4 chilled colas and spent the morning battling severe diarrhea. Without cold compresses, he'd have long since succumbed to heat delirium. Qin Song ignored his plea, striding calmly to the window and calling out. Room 301, 10 cool pressed patches, 1 boxed meal, 1 flashlight. Confirmed, delivery en route. As before, residents placed orders from within the dormitory, and Jiang He delivered them door to door. For upper floors, she knocked methodically, asking each resident if they required anything. Reaching the 3rd floor, Jiang He raised her hand to knock, only for the door to swing open before she could. 2 bare-chested men stood framed in the doorway, clad only in short boxer briefs reaching mid-thigh. Their powerfully sculpted physiques were fully exposed, tall, long-limbed, broad-shouldered, narrow-waisted arms and abdominals taut with coiled strength, their defined hip lines flowing with elegant, explosive grace. The sight struck with staggering intensity. Jiang He met it with unwavering composure, her gaze steady, her demeanor unruffled, as she extended the goods. Total 550 points. Qin Song produced his points card and placed it atop the black delivery box. Beep, 550 points credited to your account. Qinling pressed a cool press patch to his neck, then leaned in with eager curiosity. Boss Jiang, who exactly was your ex? Someone from our building. Were those words downstairs meant to confront him or to reconcile? Not that I'm meddling, mind you, but having betrayed you, he's nothing more than trash. Why bother retrieving refuse? Wouldn't it be wiser, and far more delightful, to find someone who cherishes you sincerely? Jiang He blinked, her brow furrowed in utter bewilderment. What are you talking about? Love for sale. Never heard of it. He'd conjured an entire tragic romance in his head, imagining her abandoned, heartbroken, discarded by some faithless lover. Where on earth did that idea come from? Did someone like her even need a romantic partner? One human, one system, effortlessly mastering life together. Qinling scratched his head, then suddenly widened his eyes in dawning recognition. He remembered. It was a wildly popular song from over a decade ago. No wonder its rhythm felt so instinctively familiar. Huh. A misunderstanding, purely a misunderstanding, Boss Jiang. Please don't take offense. He'd nearly introduced their captain as the suspect. Thankfully, the words had stayed unspoken. Every resident in the military compound held points. Within an hour, the supermarket's entire inventory was sold out. Deliveries had offered brief, pleasant exchanges, but now outside not a soul stirred. Jiang He sat idly in her room board. Lunch again covered the table. Heat held no sway over her appetite. It remained as hearty as ever. Sang Biao, a gluttonous feline, devoured his chicken breast, then settled beside the table, gazing up at Jiang He with round, unblinking eyes. She found herself unable to eat alone. Each morsel she took she shared generously with him. The system had scanned Sang Biao thoroughly. He could safely consume human food, provided portions remained moderate. Like Jiang He, Sang Biao adored tiger skin phoenix claws. The aroma was irresistible, the texture tender and yielding, requiring barely any bite. Jiang He reserved 5 phoenix claws for herself, gave 1 to Sang Biao, and claimed the rest exclusively. System, I demand a television. Snacks tasted infinitely richer paired with a captivating drama. The system politely declined. Master televisions, projectors, and computers will appear in your room only after the supermarket upgrades. Another wait. System, don't think I don't know you've hoarded countless films and series, copied from the miniature worlds I've visited before. It was a sprawling Qin dynasty palace intrigue epic. Jiang He had watched it over 20 times. Merely hearing the opening notes told her precisely which episode was playing. Such treasures, hoarded away for your own secret enjoyment. System, does your conscience feel nothing? Caught red-handed, the system faltered slightly. That screen is native to my core architecture and highly energy-intensive. Without sufficient charge, I must expend substantial points to replenish it. So, I wouldn't quite call it sneaking. Its voice dwindled to a whisper. Jiang He's eyes curved into a knowing smile. She'd seized upon its softest vulnerability. Here's a proposal: I'll pay you points to stream content for me. Turn your private viewing into legitimate side income. How does that sound? The system hesitated. Could there possibly be a trap here? Sensing its suspicion, Jiang He's smile gradually faded. Can we not get along amicably anymore? Was she the kind of host who would swindle the system? Host, how much are you offering? Jiang He raised 5 fingers, 500 points per hour. The system calculated at full energy its holographic interface could operate continuously for an entire month. By that metric, this deal was profitable. It wasn't much, but even a fly's leg was still meat. Deal. I want to watch that palace intrigue drama. Skip straight to the blood test episode. The system eagerly interjected. I know, it's episode 63. A blank white wall stood in the room, and the system instantly projected the drama onto it. As the familiar theme music swelled, Jiang He suddenly realized the snacks on her desk were far too few. This episode was so appetizing, she couldn't possibly finish it without more to eat. Pause the video, I'll restock first. Understood. Having completed both the daily sign-in task and the cooling patch sales task, Jiang He earned 10 minutes of restocking time. Host cumulative supermarket revenue has surpassed 300,000 points. Restocking time extended by 5 minutes. The restocking assistance tool awaits you inside the virtual supermarket. Your access window is 10 minutes. Hurry and claim it. A flash of white light and Jiang He stood before the entrance of the virtual supermarket. A large pink spherical mass completely blocked the doorway. She pointed at it, baffled. This is the assistance tool. A sphere nearly 2 meters tall. What on earth could it do? Even a simple basket would have been useful. Anything that could hold something. She wasn't a dung beetle after all, expected to push a ball around everywhere. Ahem, host, my apologies. A minor oversight occurred. The assistance tool arrived powered off. You'll need to activate it manually. Jiang He approached the sphere and spotted a glowing button. She extended her index finger and pressed it firmly. Click-clack, clatter-clatter. In under 5 seconds, the sphere reconfigured itself into a towering, on-a-point-in metal pink robot. Master, greetings, I am Xiaobao, your service robot. It is my honor to assist you. Jiang He had to crane her neck upward just to meet its gaze, her neck already aching. This, Xiaobao, certainly wasn't small. Hello, have you ever restocked before? Do you know how to operate? Master, I possess exceptional learning capabilities. I'll master it immediately. So it didn't know yet. No worries, it's simple. Just follow my lead. Jiang He only wanted to finish restocking as quickly as possible, to return snack and resume watching her drama. 15 minutes, countdown initiated. At the system's announcement, she shot forward like a sprinter bursting headlong into the virtual supermarket. Robot Xiaobao followed closely behind. Seeing Jiang He spread her arms wide, it mimicked the gesture, then swiftly clasped them together. Jiang He dashed toward a shopping cart near the entrance, clutching over a dozen bottles of mineral water, and dumped them all in at once. Glancing back, her mouth instinctively formed a perfect O. A 1.9-meter giant. Truly made all the difference. In that single motion, Xiaobao had already gathered nearly 50 packs of instant noodles. Jiang He herself could carry no more than 8 packs at once. This assistance tool was extraordinary. 1 Xiaobao equaled 5 Jiang He's. Each restocking session became a full-scale sweep, clearing entire shelves in moments. Shelves automatically refilled, no waiting required. Xiaobao fetched the tiger skin chicken feet. Jiang He began issuing commands. Understood, master. Xiaobao strode directly to the designated shelf and with a single long-armed reach secured 200 tiger skin chicken feet in an instant. While Jiang He waged her restocking campaign inside the virtual supermarket, Jiang Shui and Xia Weifeng sweltered in their dormitory like dogs in heat. In the early days of the apocalypse, Xia Weifeng had stockpiled vast supplies within his spatial realm, enough to sustain both himself and Jiang Shui for several years. Yet he had utterly neglected to gather anything capable of lowering temperature. After harvesting corn all night, the pair collapsed, too exhausted even to speak, and fell asleep the moment they reached their room. When Xia Huaifeng awoke, he sensed something wrong. The temperature had risen again. He urgently roused Jiang He, fearing she might literally overheat and perish in her sleep. Overwhelmed with emotion, Jiang He burst into tears, sniffling uncontrollably. "Brother Huaifeng, I knew you still cared for me, still loved me. Yesterday was my fault. I let jealousy cloud my judgment and spoke those terrible words. Please don't stay angry with me, okay?" Xia Huaifeng gently stroked her hair, his expression tender, his compliant, obedient fiancé perfectly aligned with his preferences. "Yue, I'm not angry, but please never again doubt my fidelity to other women. Don't you know my heart belongs solely to you?" Jiang He nestled sweetly against his chest, eyes brimming with devotion. Whatever you say, Brother Huaifeng." They held each other for less than half a minute before the unbearable heat forced them, mutually and wordlessly, to part. Xia Huaifeng had stored copious quantities of water within his spatial realm. He'd previously tested at times stood still inside, so nothing ever spoiled. Now the only thing capable of cooling them down was that water, yet water was too precious for him to waste. Touched by his sacrifice, Jiang He gritted her teeth and declared, "Brother Huaifeng, you go cool off with the water. I'll be fine, I can endure it." "Truly." His face softened with reluctant concern. Jiang He nodded emphatically. "Brother Huaifeng, the water is too precious. Use it freely." Xia Huaifeng harbored private motives. Sharing the water felt like a painful loss, but using it alone, entirely acceptable. Without further hesitation, he retrieved a large plastic bucket from his spatial realm and filled it to the brim. The water's temperature was normal, but under such extreme heat, water freshly drawn from stasis felt as cold as ice. Xia Huaifeng stepped into the bucket, crouched low, and submerged himself fully. The searing heat vanished, instantly replaced by profound, blissful relief. Water spilled over the rim, pooling across the floor before evaporating into thin air within seconds. Downstairs, Li Ting frowned slightly. Had she imagined it? Was that truly the sound of running water? Surely it was illusion. No one in their building could possibly afford to waste water so recklessly. After waiting a moment and hearing nothing further, Li Ting shifted to press her ear against another wall. Useless perhaps, but better than nothing. Silently she prayed she'd survive the scorching heat, and when conditions improved she vowed to seek out items exchangeable for points. "I crave icy soda, creamy ice cream, even just a single bite of steamed rice." Inside the virtual supermarket, aided by Xiaobao Jiang, he worked with unrestrained delight, her grin stretching wider with every item she hauled. She could already envision tomorrow's supermarket revenue soaring to a gloriously magnificent figure. Suddenly the towering pink robot froze motionless. Jiang He hurried over and poked its armpit. "Xiaobao, what's wrong? Don't scare me. Without you neither I nor the supermarket could survive." The system remained silent. "Host Xiaobao isn't broken. It's merely programmed to assist for 10 minutes. Time's up. It's now entering temporary standby mode." Her partner in procurement only stayed with her for 10 minutes before leaving. What a pity. Host Little Treasure won't leave as long as you complete the corresponding tasks. In the future you will have the chance to activate it again. Only 4 minutes and 21 seconds remain for procurement. Host, hurry up and continue with the purchases. Oh right, Little Treasure is gone, but she's still in the virtual supermarket. Jiang He quickly gathered her spirits, refusing to waste even a second as she aimed to wipe out all the goods on the shelves. This time her procurement volume broke the previous record. The shelves of the Dawn supermarket simply couldn't hold everything. The excess was stored in the supermarket's shopping cart. As the goods on the shelves were bought by customers, the system would restock them from the cart. Seeing her master reappear, Sang Biao rushed over, meowing incessantly as if sensing the good things she carried. Jiang He patted its little head. All right, today I'll give you 2 chicken feet, but you mustn't make noise while I'm watching TV later." Sang Biao clutched the tiger skin chicken feet and agilely jumped into its cat nest, a square box made of cardboard. On the small table were marinated dishes: beef jerky, chocolates, braised eggs, ham, sausages, purple sweet potato paste, cakes, orange juice, and an innumerable amount of tiger skin chicken feet. As the music played, the grand show began. Jiang He stared at the TV screen, casually grabbing a pack of beef jerky, enjoying each piece, which had a delightful chewiness. From afternoon to evening, all the snacks on the table were devoured by her, leaving her so full that she skipped dinner. Turning off the drama, the system quietly reminded her host, "You have watched for 6 hours, totaling 3,000 points." Jiang He nodded, acknowledging him. "Go ahead and deduct it." The system was overjoyed as the small treasury received 3,000 points at once, so thrilled that it almost lost control and accidentally revealed its thoughts. I didn't expect the host to be so trustworthy this time. Jiang He, the original host. She clutched her chest, appearing gravely wounded. System, so this is how you think of me in your heart. It hurts so much, so painful that I can't breathe. I just want to cry. The system froze. How could it forget to mute its voice again? Host I. Jiang He sighed dramatically. I will never love again. Oh no, will the host be driven mad by it? The system thought long and hard, only coming up with one way to compensate. It reluctantly spoke. Dear host, I'm sorry I misunderstood you. To make amends, I am willing to return you the 3,000 points. Let's consider the time spent watching TV as my... Jiang He immediately returned to normal, fearing that if she took too long to respond it might regret it. Sure, no problem, transfer the funds now. The system felt it was at a loss, but after watching TV for the entire afternoon it didn't feel like it had lost out. Even as the sky darkened, the temperature outside barely dropped. The higher-ups at the base were quite relieved that the crops had been harvested ahead of time. If delayed by a day, those grains would have rotted in the fields. In a certain villa in the military district, it was the only place of joy within the base. Even from 10 meters away one could hear the laughter of men and women inside. Inside the villa the lights were bright, and the central air conditioning had been running all day, making the indoor temperature very comfortable. Staying here one could hardly imagine that it was the apocalypse outside. The living room resembled a nightclub dance floor with over a dozen bikini-clad beauties swaying their bodies to the upbeat music. In the center stood a slender man in a white shirt and black trousers, gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose. Ignoring the surroundings, he was undeniably a charming young man. The women like wolves gazed at him hungrily, and one daring woman wrapped her arms around his neck. Zhou Xiao, you're so bad while others are suffering. You called so many sisters over to party. Zhou Yanzi pinched the woman's chin, exhaling a puff of white smoke onto her face. Aren't you happy? Happy? It's so comfortable here, not hot at all. The woman flirtatiously blinked. If Zhou Xiao could come to my room tonight, I would be even happier. Sure, I'll fulfill your wish. I'll come find you later. Zhou Yanzi smiled, but his eyes held little emotion as he caressed her cheek. After playing for a while longer, feeling it was getting dull, Zhou Yanzi picked up a glass of red wine and returned to the sofa. A man walked over teasingly, saying, Zhou Xiao, are you bored with so many beautiful girls? Zhou Yanzi took a sip of wine, remaining silent. He enjoyed all things stimulating, and playing with women was one of them. However, over time he found it uninteresting. The women surrounding him were either fearful or attempting to please him. None ignited his desire for conquest. It was simply too dull. The man continued, something interesting has happened at our base. I wonder if Zhou Xiao has heard of it. A mysterious woman has opened a supermarket within the base selling water and food. As long as you have gold and silver treasures, you can exchange them for supplies. The items in the supermarket have been snatched up frantically by those civilians. Zhou Yanzi raised an eyebrow. He had been negotiating a batch of arms outside a few days ago and truly had no idea about this. That's quite interesting. I'll go check it out another day. The revelry in the villa lasted until the early hours of the morning. The next day the temperature did not drop, but rather rose, even hotter than yesterday. Though Jiang He could not feel the high temperature, she could see the heat rising from the road, distorting the surrounding scenery. Driving down the road felt like a blurred vision. This morning the task list refreshed with 2 tasks. Task 1, sell 30 cooling mats, which can keep cool for 24 hours, priced at 400 points. Reward 3 minutes of procurement time. Task 2, recover 3 failed mutated small animals. Reward 3 minutes of procurement time. Unlock 1 magical pet. The sign-in task isn't available every day, and it hasn't refreshed today. Having procured a large batch of goods waiting to be sold, Jiang He drove her pink van early in the morning to the dormitory area to start her business. Overnight, some residents with weaker constitutions without any cooling devices quietly perished in the sweltering heat. The bodies quickly decayed, and the foul smell seeped through the door cracks, spreading throughout the entire corridor. Sensing the smell of a comrade's passing, the extreme heat felt even more unbearable. Wang Hongba woke up this morning to find his elderly father and mother had died in their room from the heat. He covered his face, wanting to cry, but no tears would come. At home, his 2 children, the elder 7 years old and the younger only 5, stared blankly at their lifeless grandparents lying on the bed, tears streaming down their faces as they cried uncontrollably. The weather was already stifling, and with the children crying like this, Wang Hongba was terrified they might suffocate. He hurried over to comfort them, setting aside his own sorrow. Duodua Tongtong, listen to Daddy, stop crying and conserve your strength. In a little while I'll give you some water, and you'll feel a bit better. The children obediently quieted their sobs. Tongtong looked up with a weak voice and asked, Daddy, will we be like Grandpa and Grandma tomorrow, falling asleep and not waking up? I don't want to be away from Daddy and my brother. Wang Hongba's nose felt sour and his eyes reddened, but he held back his tears. He never expected that despite his good fortune of encountering Guang's supermarket and boss Jiang and stockpiling so many supplies at home, his elderly parents still wouldn't survive long and passed away just like that. Tong Tong, don't think too much. It will cool down soon, let's just hold on a little longer. As for what the future holds, Wang Hongba couldn't foresee, but he could only comfort himself and the two children. Daddy, I'm so hot and my head feels dizzy. Duo's lips were pale, his breathing heavy, and tears welled at the corners of his eyes. Daddy, I can't hold on any longer. This symptom clearly indicated heat stroke. If not alleviated soon, it could worsen into heat illness, endangering their lives. Wang Hongba quickly took a bottle of mineral water from the cupboard and fed it to the two children. In such high temperatures, even the water was warm. After taking a big sip, they still didn't feel much relief. The two children were sensible, not crying or making a fuss, enduring it all. If things continued like this and the two children perished, Wang Hongba would lose his will to live. Perhaps in this arduous end of the world, self-liberation was the best choice. Just as Wang Hongba was in despair, the sound of a car horn suddenly echoed from downstairs. Beep beep. After parking the van, Jiang He opened the loudspeaker. Guang's supermarket, delivering right to your door. If you need anything, please have your points card ready. Most people were too exhausted to stand at the window and shout out their needs, making it difficult for them. Therefore, Jiang He decided to change her approach today, directly knocking on doors one by one. Knock, knock, knock. The front door was knocked on and Wang Hongba staggered towards it. Upon seeing Jiang He, the big man who had just been holding back his tears burst into them. Jiang He smiled and introduced, Guang's supermarket has cooling pads for sale today, about 1 meter long and 50 centimeters wide for 400 points each. They can keep cool for 24 hours. Would you like one? Wang Hongba felt incredibly fortunate that he hadn't spent all his points on the card. The remaining points were more than enough to buy 3 cooling pads. Boss Jiang, does the supermarket have any chilled items? Jiang He nodded. Yes, we have cola, Sprite, orange juice, milk, and chocolate ice cream. Which ones do you need? Wang Hongba calculated the points in his mind. He had previously stockpiled food for 5 people at home, and now that his parents had passed, those supplies would last them a long time. Food wasn't lacking much, but they definitely needed to buy more water. 3 cooling pads, 6 bottles of water, a bottle of cola, 2 bottles of orange juice, and 3 bottles of milk. Jiang He quickly noted it down in her small notebook, marking it with a 101 at the top. All right, please wait a moment, I'll bring it over right away. Then she went to knock on the door of the neighboring unit 102. After registering the needs of 10 households, Jiang He returned to the supermarket and filled a large plastic basket with the items listed in her notebook. This was still something she picked up from the roadside. The system had no use for it. Meow meow meow. The little cat Sang Biao stood by the window, scratching at the glass, with its paws trying to attract Jiang He's attention. Hearing the commotion, Jiang He turned her head and saw the cute little orange cat dancing in the room, instantly melting her heart. Biao, do you want to come out and play? Meow meow meow. Sang Biao's meow instantly rose an octave, and its fluffy tail seemed ready to shoot up to the sky. In Jiang He's impression, kittens were usually home buddies, but Sang Biao seemed different, very bold, and perhaps preferred running outside. System, can Sang Biao come out to play? On such a hot day, wouldn't the ground be too hot for its paws? Not really, it is a failed mutated animal and does not have heat tolerance. Since the system said so, Jiang He had no choice but to heartlessly refuse the little kitty. Biao, wait until the weather cools down a bit. I'll let you come out to play. Watching her owner walk away, Sang Biao's little tail instantly drooped down. At door 101, Wang Hongba was holding a pile of things, his face full of gratitude. Boss Jiang, thank you. Without you, my 2 children and I might not have survived today. The 2 little kids hadn't seen another person in a long time, standing timidly in the living room with their little faces flushed red, a clear red mark on the bridge of their noses. Jiang He withdrew her gaze and kindly reminded, you should use the cooling pads for a while first. Once your body temperature goes down, you can drink the chilled beverages. In the current situation, drinking directly could very well harm their bodies. Okay, well, remember that. Thank you, Boss Jiang. Wang Hongba was speaking while holding on by a thread. After the door closed, he felt completely drained. He didn't know how to deal with his parents' bodies. He could only lock the door first and worry about the rest after enduring the extreme heat. The cooling pads weren't as cold as ice packs, but they were large and cool enough for a person to lie on, providing immense comfort. Duo and Tong being small lay perfectly on the cooling pads. Feeling the coolness, the children's faces were no longer expressions of pain, and their taut lips gradually, after lying on their backs for a while, they flipped over. The 2 children slowly regained some energy, and Wang Hongba noticed it, finally letting out a sigh of relief. He touched a few bottles of drinks. They were no longer as cold. Dua Tong Tong, get up and drink something. Do you want orange juice or milk? Choose for yourselves. Half an hour passed and Jiang He finally arrived on the second floor. She knocked on 201 for 2 minutes, but heard no response. The residents inside were most likely already deceased. Jiang He could only turn and walk to the door of 202, just as her hand was raised the door opened. Tang Wanyun frowned, wanting to scold her. The A0000 points had already gone to the car the chick now belonged to Boss. With a bang, the door was slammed shut again. In the corridor, only Jiang He and the boy were left staring at each other in confusion. What did this mean? The next second, a woman's voice came from 202, Boss Jiang, this child isn't mine. I don't know who left him at my door. I can't afford to raise him, so just let him stay with you helping you work. You have plenty of resources in the supermarket, you can easily feed him with just some food. Jiang He stood there in a daze, looking as if she were some kind of great fool. Unable to raise a child, yet they wanted to leave one with her. She owned a supermarket, not a welfare institution. 202's lady, we at Dawn's supermarket do not require any employees, nor will I take this child. If you don't intend to buy anything, I'll move on to the next store. Just as she turned to leave, the boy, who had remained silent, suddenly dashed forward and clung tightly to Jiang He. Boss Jiang, my mom doesn't want me anymore. Please take me in. I can do anything. If you don't take me in, I'll starve to death. Before being pushed out, he had been instructed to do everything possible to evoke Boss Jiang's sympathy. If he could go to Dawn's supermarket, not only could he survive, but he could also secretly bring food back to his mother. There would be endless water to drink and bread to eat. The boy hadn't eaten for a long time, his head spinning from hunger and weakness. When Jiang He took a step back, he easily freed himself from the boy's grasp. She slightly bent down, her voice soft. Little friend, where did you come from, and where are you going back to? I'm very busy right now. If you disrupt my business again, I'll throw you out to dry in the sun. Hung up at the supermarket's entrance as a warning. She was clearly smiling, yet her words sent chills down one's spine. Despite the high temperature around, the boy was drenched in cold sweat. He ran back to 202, desperately pounding on the door. Mom, she won't give me anything to eat and wants to kill me. I don't want to go with her, I want to go home. Mom, open the door. Half a minute passed, and the door to 202 slowly opened, revealing a woman with a sallow, emaciated face. She pulled the child in and knelt on the ground. Boss Jiang, my husband died from the heat, and we have nothing to eat at home. I don't mind what happens to me, but I can't just watch my child die. My child is very sensible and will definitely not cause you any trouble. Please have pity on him, and let him stay with you for food. Jiang He had already made her stance clear, and had no intention of interacting further, continuing towards room 203. But the woman persisted. Boss Jiang, are you truly so heartless as to watch us mother and child die? Boss Jiang curled her lips, her eyes icy. Your desire to drag the child down with you is your own issue. Don't think you can morally bind me. I'm not a saint or a savior. Don't expect that by kneeling you will gain salvation. She had seen countless corpses on the first floor. Were those people not pitiable? If she truly let her compassion overflow and gave out food for free, how would she earn points or acquire more? If the supermarket went out of business, not only would she be punished, but the system would also be locked away by the main system. Click, the door to 203 opened a crack. Jiang He pulled her thoughts back and raised her business smile again. Turning her head, she found that not a single figure was in sight. Hey, where did everyone go? A weak, powerless voice seemed to float up from the ground. Boss Jiang, I'm down here. Jiang He looked down and saw a head peeking out from the room. The man had clearly exerted tremendous effort just to crawl up here. After uttering a sentence, he needed a moment to catch his breath before continuing. Boss Jiang, I want 3 bottles of water, 1 bottle of cola, and 5 loaves of bread. Wu Guangxing shakily pulled out his points card. After getting a card from the supermarket, he had never managed to catch a good time, and had only been able to buy 2 packs of bear biscuits at Dawn's supermarket. He had over 1,000 points in his card, yet had never been able to use them. Today the supermarket has cooling mats for 400 points, and there's only 1 left. Do you want to buy it? Upon hearing the words cooling mat, Wu Guangxing's eyes instantly lit up. Could it be the kind that can lower temperature? It can keep things cool for 24 hours. I want it. I want it. As Jiang He left to retrieve the goods downstairs, the woman from room 202 approached Wu Guangxing. Big brother, I'm willing to follow you and become your person. Could you spare some food for me and my son? Wu Guangxing glanced at her, utterly uninterested. I'm not starving to that extent. Sun Ying felt humiliated, her face turning from pale to green. Gritting her teeth, she lowered her voice. As long as no one dies, I can play whatever game you want. Wu Guangxing didn't want to waste his energy talking to her and intended to crawl back inside. Seeing the man struggle to move, Sun Ying's eyes flashed with malice. It was your own fault for not knowing better. I don't blame her for being ruthless. She returned to room 202, grabbed a stool, and unhesitatingly smashed it over the man's head. Wu Guangxing let out a groan and fainted instantly. 5 minutes later, Jiang He returned upstairs with supplies for 10 households, finding the mother and child from 202 still standing at the door. She ignored them and headed straight for 203, knocking on the door for quite some time, but received no response from the room's occupant. Just a short while ago, everything was fine. Could they have died from the heat in just 10 minutes? Just as she was puzzled, the woman from room 202 suddenly approached. Boss Jiang, since he is gone, can you sell me that cooling mat? Jiang He turned her head to see the woman holding a points card. The cards issued by Dawn's supermarket all looked the same, and at a glance there was no way to tell any difference. If she had a points card, why didn't she take it out earlier? Unless she had stolen or snatched it. After a moment of thought, Jiang He could imagine what had just occurred. She took out a black box and gestured. You wanted to buy something, right? Place the card on here. Sun Ying couldn't contain her joy watching the food in Jiang He's basket, swallowing her saliva incessantly. She hurriedly placed the card on top, thinking about how she would soon be able to buy water and bread, her heart racing to her throat. Within 2 seconds, the black box suddenly lit up with a red glow. Beep beep beep. The entire corridor was filled with a piercing alarm sound. Sun Ying's face turned pale with fright, instinctively taking 2 steps back. What is happening? Jiang He removed the card from the box and the alarm ceased abruptly. This is a points card for Dawn's supermarket meant for specific users. You are not the card holder and cannot use the points inside. Sun Ying had never had a card and was completely unaware of this rule. She thought that once she snatched it, the points inside would belong to her. Sun Ying's eyes turned red, unable to accept the sudden fall from heaven to hell. Products in the supermarket are purchased with points. This card was given to me by someone else, and it has points remaining. Why can't I use it? Am I to be denied the right to buy things at the supermarket just because the money I bring is given to me by someone else? This example is well made. Let's not mention it again. I am the owner of the Dawn supermarket, and everything in the store is under my control. The supermarket's rules clearly state that the points card is for personal use only and cannot be transferred. Therefore, regardless of how you obtained your card, you have no right to use it. Seeing Jiang He carrying supplies about to leave, Sun Ying's face turned into a terrifying grimace. That was clearly already her possession. It must not be taken away. She grabbed a nearby stool and aimed to smash it down on Jiang He's head. A resident from room 204 screamed, "Boss Jiang, watch out." Jiang He had a protective shield, so she was not afraid of being ambushed from behind. She slowly turned around. Sun Ying's face turned pale, her eyes filled with terror. Hadn't she just hit Jiang He? Why didn't she react at all, and why was there no sign of any injury on her head? A monster, she must be a monster. Sun Ying wanted to escape, but her legs had already gone weak from fear. Just as she took a step, she fell to the ground. Host, what punishment should be used this time? Jiang He glanced at the boy beside her. As soon as their eyes met, the boy hurriedly ducked into room 202. There's no need for punishment. I'd just throw her outside to let her brain dry out in the sun. In the next moment, Sun Ying vanished from her spot and was placed in the empty, deserted plaza of the base. The scorching sun beat down on every inch of her skin, and the intense pain made it hard to breathe. Sun Ying stared intensely at the distant buildings. If she could get there, she would be saved. However, the ground was hotter than she had imagined. As soon as she lay down on it, Sun Ying felt like meat on a grill being roasted from all sides. By the time she crawled into the building, her skin had already rotted and blood and flesh were everywhere. Whether she could survive depended entirely on luck. As she passed room 203, she faintly heard a slight sound coming from inside. Jiang He waited for a while. The door was finally opened with great difficulty by Wu Guangxing. Jiang, boss, my cooling mat. Is it still there? His life was truly big. A woman like Sun Ying hadn't eaten in a long time, lacking strength, and although she hit his head several times, she couldn't kill him. The craving for the cooling mat was too strong. Wu Guangxing managed to awaken at a critical moment thanks to his astounding willpower. Jiang He took out the items he wanted to buy from the plastic basket, including the cooling mat. Seeing that he couldn't get up, the kind-hearted Jiang He took the initiative to help him swipe the card, deducting 1150 points. Thank you for your next visit. Wu Guangxing hugged the cooling mat and happily slithered back to his room. Having just witnessed Jiang He's extraordinary abilities, the customers in room 204 didn't dare to breathe loudly, all bowing and scraping, acting submissively. Jiang He looked at him with a broad smile. Don't be nervous. As long as you don't want to kill me, I won't treat you that way. The resident of room 204 immediately raised 3 fingers, swearing an oath. I wouldn't even dare to kill myself, let alone Boss Jiang. He wasn't foolish. A Boss Jiang sold food to them, which made her their provider. Killing her would mean cutting off their own means of survival. After finishing this building, the cooling mats sold out completely, and the chilled drinks and ice creams were also nearly gone. However, many other products still remained. Jiang He drove the van and continued to call out in other dormitory buildings. Dawn's supermarket delivery to your door. A wide variety of products welcome to purchase. The sound of the loudspeaker echoed throughout the dormitory area. Every resident lying in their dormitory felt a renewed sense of hope upon hearing this voice. Even in such a harsh environment, the Dawn supermarket persevered in its operations. This shows that Boss Jiang is indeed a reliable supermarket owner. If they could survive the extreme heat, they would definitely find a way to earn points to buy things from the Dawn supermarket. In the cramped room, two figures lay side by side on the floor. Hearing the sounds from outside, Tang Wanqing suddenly opened her eyes. Sister, I want to eat ice cream. Imagining the cool texture of ice cream in her mouth, Tang Wanyun swallowed hard. Wait until tomorrow, we will buy it tomorrow. Tang Wanqing shifted her body, pouting. Sister, you said the same thing yesterday. Although she had some mental deficiencies, she wasn't completely foolish and had a decent memory. For the past few days, Tang Wanyun had been using such words to placate her, hoping to give her sister a spark of hope to help her through the extreme heat. The points on their card could only buy a pack of teddy bear biscuits. They only had points from their gold card, and after redeeming them they had nothing left. They couldn't go out of the dormitory. Fortunately, they hadn't eaten all the food they bought, so they wouldn't starve to death in the short term. However, Tang Wanyun couldn't think about what to do in the future, and whether they could survive the extreme heat was also an issue. Her sister had incomplete mental faculties, and she could only digest her anxieties alone. Tang Wanyun took a small bite of bread and said softly, if you say one more word you won't get to eat ice cream in the future. Speaking took too much energy. In the current situation, conserving strength was the most important. Tang Wanqing was threatened and quickly shut her mouth, no longer whining for ice cream. After working for 8 hours, the items in the supermarket still hadn't sold out. Jiang He was exhausted. She couldn't operate for more than 8 hours in a day. Any more would be exploitation of labor. As soon as she returned to her room, she collapsed onto the soft bed. Her body wasn't tired, but her heart was weary. Congratulations, host, you earned 182,670 points today, and the supermarket's total revenue has exceeded 500,000 points. Keep up the good work, and you'll reach the upgrade conditions soon. After dinner, Jiang He went to bed early, ready to continue her diligent work at the supermarket the next day. She nibbled on a large chicken leg while looking out the window. It was a sea of black heads everywhere. Is it cooler outside? Yes, it's dropped by about 10 degrees. Although it's still very hot, at least everyone can come out and move around. The extreme heat passed surprisingly quickly. There was no need to run around delivering goods anymore, and Jiang He was still very happy. Before opening the supermarket, she had to restock. She unlocked daily necessities, a set of toothpaste, toothbrushes, and cups available in red, yellow, and blue, priced at 60 points. The toothpaste also came in mint, lemon, and floral flavors. Jiang He didn't like the toiletries provided in the bathroom, so when restocking, she took a set of lemon-flavored toothpaste for herself. 3 minutes for restocking passed quickly. Ding! Today's sales task has been refreshed. Sell 50 pairs of heated waterproof snow boots priced at 88 points. Rewards: 5 minutes of restocking time. Unlock 1 food item. Jiang He's smile vanished. How could this KPI-linked sales start acting up again after just a few days? The temperature had dropped, but it wasn't snowing. Who would buy snow boots to take home when they couldn't even eat? More and more people gathered outside the supermarket. Jiang He didn't delay any longer, pulled out the shelves, and began her business. The first customer was Chao Tianshan. He picked a bunch of food. When it was time to check out, Jiang He nervously pushed, would you like to buy a pair of snow boots? They're smart and heated, maintaining temperature for 360 hours, definitely worth more than. The products from Shuguang supermarket are undoubtedly of excellent quality. However, one strange thing is why Boss Jiang insists on selling out-of-season items. Once I earn enough points, my family will definitely support your business. Jiang He took his politeness for granted, not realizing he was truly going to earn points today. In the morning, news spread from somewhere. Inside the abandoned apartment buildings outside the base, there were countless gold and silver jewelry, enough to fill sacks. This news set all the residents ablaze with excitement. It was unsafe for one person to leave the base, so everyone found partners to team up, preparing food and water ready to rush out as soon as the base gates opened. After 3 in the afternoon, a large crowd of residents gathered at the base gate. It was overcrowded. The guard at the entrance immediately reported to the leaders asking whether the residents could be allowed free access to the base, since they had no work tasks today. This matter reached the office of Chief Xie Jingshan. Let them go, it's better for everyone to have hope than to be lifeless. According to what he learned during this extreme heat, over 100 suicide cases had occurred at other bases. Those people saw no hope and did not wish to continue living in suffering, resorting to various means to end their lives. There were also some extremists who, wanting to die themselves, dragged others into a riot at the base. Most bases outside were in chaos. Only their Nanyang base remained relatively stable because of Shuguang supermarket, where everyone harbored a glimmer of hope to survive enduring hardships with strong willpower. It was as if the light of Shuguang supermarket truly illuminated everyone's hearts. Thinking of the self-heating hot pot spicy noodles, chicken leg lunchboxes, cola, and orange juice in the supermarket. There were so many delicious things it would be too regrettable to die. Xie Jingshan had just learned that boss Jiang had not rested during the extreme heat, personally going door to door to sell supermarket goods. This had allowed hundreds of residents to successfully survive the extreme heat. Xie Jingshan felt a surge of emotion. Boss Jiang had made a significant contribution to the base, and he must find time to thank her in person. At the base gate, soldiers raised their loudspeakers and shouted to the crowd, "If you need to go outside, be sure to bring your ID badge. We will check them one by one when you enter the base. Only with an ID badge can you prove you are from Nanyang base. The base gate will be locked at 8 in the evening, so be mindful of the time and don't get locked outside." As soon as the words were spoken, those without ID badges hurried back to their dorms to retrieve them. Xia Huifeng had ample food in his space and was not interested in earning points, but the others in the team were counting on going out to earn points to buy supplies from the supermarket. As the team leader, he had to lead the group in action. It was unbearably hot outside, and after just a few steps one would be drenched in sweat. Jiang He had no desire to go out at all. Yet, she had to keep an eye on other women. If her fiancé were to be taken away, she wouldn't even know where to cry. "Can you all move faster? You're as slow as turtles." Jiang He held a piece of cardboard, constantly fanning herself. She just wanted to hurry into the building, but the others in her team were walking too slowly, dragging her down with them. Li Ting pressed her cracked lips together. She had very little food left, having only eaten a piece of biscuit yesterday and today. Zhao Peng and the others were in the same situation, feeling hungry and thirsty, and with the hot weather they had no strength in their limbs, moving like zombies, naturally leading to a slower pace. In contrast, Jiang He relied on Xia Huifeng's space, having 3 meals a day without missing any, and after the temperature dropped slightly, she immediately regained her energy. Along the way, she never stopped complaining. Li Ting couldn't help but feel puzzled. Jiang He and her group had never gone to the supermarket to buy anything, yet they always had supplies, looking as if they had no worries about food and drink. But she had seen the backpacks carried by Xia Huifeng and Jiang He, and they weren't very large at all. How could they hold so many things? So many silver necklaces. A teammate's excited voice interrupted Li Ting's thoughts. Seeing something to pick up, she immediately rushed forward, disregarding everything else. With so many people around, she only managed to snatch a silver earring. It should be worth a dozen points, enough to buy a pack of bear biscuits. Realizing that there were indeed many valuable items to collect outside, everyone instantly perked up. Within the base, with the military guarding it, order was relatively stable, and there wouldn't be any blatant acts of murder or robbery. However, once outside the base, without any constraints, people's hearts turned treacherous. Those with teams were better off banding together. Even those wanting to rob had to weigh whether they could take on dozens of people. If someone ended up alone, it would be extremely dangerous, and they wouldn't even know how they died. The Tangwanan sisters had no acquaintances in the base, being 2 girls, and no one was willing to team up with them. Tangwanun begged around, finally managing to join a team mostly composed of men under the condition of offering half of the found items. When they left the base, they fell behind, not gaining any advantage. They could only walk a longer route to the less populated apartment buildings. Tangwanun stopped at the entrance of a yard on the first floor, staring wide-eyed at something, unwilling. The man leading the team spoke impatiently. "Tangwanun, you both just go in there and search thoroughly, don't miss any corners." Tangwanun smiled, saying, "Okay, Brother Chen." But once she saw them enter another room, she immediately dropped her smile. Tang Weinixing, I told you so much before we left. Did you just ignore it? If we get kicked out of the team, we'll starve to death. Tang Weinixing seemed not to hear her anger at all, her eyes fixed on a certain spot. "Sister, there are little chicks inside." Tang Wanun frowned, glancing around the yard, finding nothing, thinking her sister was talking nonsense again. What little chicks? At this time, what living creatures could there be? Tang Weinixing's eyes sparkled as she pointed to a corner of the yard. "There are little chicks that can be given to Boss Jiang right inside there." It was well known among the residents of the base that Shuguang's supermarket often recycled small animals. But until now no one had ever found a living animal. Her sister had always loved to play with cats and dogs, and she was usually quite sensitive to these small creatures. But until now no one had ever found a living animal. Her sister had always loved to play with cats and dogs, and she was usually quite... She quickly opened the yard gate, letting Tang Weinixing go in first. "Sister, be quiet, don't scare the chicks. They are very frightened right now." Tang Wanan glanced around, noticing that no one was approaching them yet. She slowed her pace, following her sister, quietly edging toward the corner of the yard. It was a flower bed. The plants inside had long been stripped bare, leaving only a thick pile of withered leaves. Suddenly 2 leaves by the wall moved slightly. Cheep cheep. The faint chirping made Tang Wanyan's eyes widen involuntarily. There really was something inside. Tang Wanqing squatted in front of the flower bed and lowered her voice. Little chick, we are good people and won't harm you. Boss Jiang loves little animals and is a very, very nice person. Her supermarket has lots of delicious food. Are you hungry? My sister and I will take you to Boss Jiang, and you can eat meat every day. Cheep cheep. Cheep cheep. The little chick's sounds were very soft, barely noticeable unless listened to closely. Before long a small yellow head popped out from under the leaves. It was covered in light yellow fluff, only the size of a human palm, fluffy, and from a distance looked like a ball of yellow cotton. The little chick waddled clumsily towards Tang Wanqing, its claws long and thin. Confirming that there was indeed something good here, Tang Wanan kept a vigilant watch on their surroundings. Seeing the little chick taking the initiative to play with her sister, she waved her hand and hurriedly said, "Quick, put it away, don't let anyone else see it." She had only agreed to hand over half of the gold and silver jewelry they found, but this little treasure could not be shared. Tang Wanqing carefully cradled the chick, placing it in her clothing pocket and gently stroking its little head to comfort it. "Don't be afraid, stay here, and once my sister and I finish our work we'll take you to the Dawn supermarket." On this day those who went out to earn points mostly returned with full loads. The empty bags they took out were filled to the brim before dark. Points could be directly loaded onto the cards, but most of them went out in teams, and the items they picked up had to be brought back to be divided, which required bags. Li Ting and Zhao Ping among others wore expressions of harvest joy. They could go find Jiang He to buy supplies again. All the hard work of today was worth it. Jiang Shue pretended to be casual and also collected half a bag of gold and silver jewelry. Upon arriving at the last large flat, it was evident that this household was a super wealthy one with a dedicated dressing room spanning nearly 30 square meters. Upon entering the dressing room, one could see a whole wall of brand name bags flanked by clothes, shoes, and various accessories. Valuable jewelry was their first choice. Bags and such weren't worth many points and took up a lot of space, so generally not many people picked them up. Jiang Shue was the first to approach the vanity, stuffing all the skincare and makeup products into her bag. For others, these nundable items weren't even worth a glance. But she was different. She didn't have to worry about food and drink, only the lack of expensive skincare products to maintain her skin. In such an apocalyptic environment, if she didn't take good care of her face, she would turn into a haggard woman in less than half a year. Men were visual creatures. She had to maintain her beautiful face so that Brother Huaifeng would always like her and not be seduced away by other vixens. By the time they came out of the large flat, it was already past 6. Wretched women daring to hoard things. "You won't be able to return to the base today. Keep us company and we might consider letting you two live." Li Ting was startled by the man's angry shouts and hurriedly hugged the bag full of jewelry, fearing it would be snatched away. Following the sound, she saw 2 frail girls surrounded by a group of men being pushed closer and closer. Although she didn't know what was happening, it seemed that the 2 girls were in grave danger tonight. Li Ting felt sympathy in her heart, but there was nothing she could do. In an apocalyptic world where everyone was fearful, she could consider herself lucky just to protect herself, let alone play the hero and intervene in others' affairs. Xia Huaifeng glanced over that way and quickly withdrew his gaze. "Everyone stay close, hold on to your things, and don't fall behind." One group after another made their way toward... Everyone stay close, hold on to your things, and don't fall behind. One group after another made their way toward... They had hidden the little chick well, but there was a man in the group who, seeing that Tang Wanqing was pretty and a naive fool, wanted to take advantage of her. Tang Wanqing struggled desperately, accidentally revealing the chick's head, which the man seized upon. The little chick, frightened, clung to Tang Wanqing's clothes with its claws, preventing it from being snatched away. In the group that the sisters had joined, the number of men was overwhelming, and the only reason they were allowed in was that the men had their eyes on them. Today, regardless of whether they handed over half of their items, they would be toyed with by this group of men and become their playthings. By the time Tang Wanun realized this, it was already too late. What she regretted was bringing her sister into this den of wolves. What should they do? How could they escape? Were they to watch her sister be violated by this group of beasts helplessly? Tang Wanren felt she had been naive believing that as long as the two sisters were together they could live well in the base. But they were inherently at a disadvantage, without support, without a reliable group, only to be bullied by others. Watching as several men approached closer, Tang Wanren decided to fight with all her might. She opened her pocket and grabbed a handful of jewelry, throwing it forcefully into the air. While scattering, she shouted, "Gold, gold." Those passing by were originally indifferent. Upon hearing there was gold, a crowd rushed forward. Taking this opportunity, Tang Wanren pulled Tang Wanqing and desperately ran towards the base. The Dawn supermarket, which only had a lively morning, became sparse with customers in the afternoon. With little business, Jiang He simply moved the sofa outside, sitting under the carport chewing on beef jerky while playing with the cat. She made a simple cat toy from a branch, amusing the cat as it jumped around. The orange cat, as expected, had already gained a noticeable amount of weight after just a few days of care. Host please note, host please note. A large wave of customers is about to arrive. Please be prepared. How many people could there be? Jiang He turned her head to look and couldn't help but squint. There were indeed a lot of people. A bustling crowd stretched far into the distance. Had everyone from the base come out? They rushed in like prisoners just released from jail, racing towards the Dawn supermarket, jostling each other, fearing they would be a step slower than others. Jiang He couldn't help but smile. With so many people, those 50 pairs of snow boots should be able to sell out. Right. Welcome to the Dawn supermarket. The first person to rush in was a bald man. After throwing his sack on the ground, he panted heavily. "Boss Jiang, I want to get a membership card." This roar was filled with bravado. Jiang He glanced at the customers, lined up behind her, each with a smile on their faces, radiating happiness. It seemed everyone had earned a good amount of points this time. A large bag of items, all exchanged for points, would take at least a few minutes to process. The bald man meticulously took each item out, ensuring not a single one was overlooked. Watching the points gradually increase, the man's smile widened. After a hard afternoon's work, he had accumulated over 20,000 points. It was such a great deal. Tears of excitement welled up in the bald man's eyes. He was almost on his knees, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Boss Jiang, you are my deity. Is someone causing trouble?" The nearby Sang Biao was startled and leaped up, arching his back, his fur bristling. If it weren't for Jiang He holding him back, the bald man's face would have been scratched by Sang Biao by now. "Hurry up and pick your items, there are many others waiting behind." The bald man thanked her repeatedly and then walked towards the supermarket shelves. Amidst the envious and jealous gazes of the crowd, he bought 22 bottles of mineral water in one go. The customers behind were internally lamenting. Today I can't buy water again." After purchasing the water and 15 pieces of bread, the bald man stopped his actions. Although he still had a fair amount of points, he couldn't squander them recklessly. What if an emergency arose later that required the use of points? Just like during extreme heat when the Shuguang supermarket sold ice packs, cooling pads, and other life-saving items, if he couldn't buy them with points, it would be quite uncomfortable. This time he was lucky to have endured. Next time a disaster strikes, he might not be so fortunate. "Boss Jiang, I'll take these." He paused, pointing to the snow boots on the cart. "Are those cotton boots from the supermarket?" Hearing the customer's inquiry, Jiang He's eyes brightened. She immediately took down a pair and showcased them in her hands. "Yes, these are self-heating snow boots, thickened and plush, high-tech. Did you see this button? If you want them to heat up, just press it, and the shoes will quickly warm up with 3 heating levels: low, medium, and high. A long press turns it off, so there's no need to worry about wasting power. It can maintain warmth for 360 hours. The soles are warm and considerate. As for the price..." Jiang He paused, strategically holding up her thumb and index finger. "Not 998, not 888, just 88 to take them home." The bald man was taken aback, privately marveling at how hard Boss Jiang was trying to sell the boots. "Okay, I'll take a pair. It's only 88 points, no matter what, I can't let Boss Jiang down." Jiang He smiled with joy. The supermarket finally sold its first pair of shoes. In her mind, she conversed with the system. "System, did you see? These shabby items ultimately rely on my silver tongue to sell them. This is true power." The system replied, "You are impressive." The customers who came to buy things afterward had earned a significant amount of points yesterday afternoon, with even the least having over 10,000. The mere 88 points for the boots were worth it. If they made Boss Jiang happy, they bought them. Chao Tianshun exchanged over 60,000 points, grinning like a fool, his mouth stretching to the back of his head. "Boss Jiang, I'm here to support the supermarket business. Give me 3 pairs of snow boots." He and his parents each wanted a pair. Jiang He smiled at him. "I'm sorry, but the snow boots are sold out." "So soon?" Chao Tianshun chuckled awkwardly. "Then I'll come back next time to support you." By the time he had arrived, the food had already gone cold, and the shelves were sparsely filled with a few daily necessities. After circling around, Chao Tian-shun bought the remaining 3 rolls of paper. Besides that, he had no other gains. He clenched his fists secretly. I must come early to queue tomorrow. Although the supermarket items were sold out, customers lining up to apply for points cards stretched from the base square all the way to the entrance of the base. Jiang He was the same as yesterday. Not physically tired, but mentally exhausted. Repeating a few phrases, place your hand on the box. Place the items on the card. Application successful, welcome next time. Starting tomorrow, she would set the supermarket's operating hours. Anyone who tried to make her work overtime outside that time frame would be out of luck. Not even the system could. The base could not set up streetlights. Once night fell, the square would be pitch black, only the bread van illuminating the darkness. Jiang He felt hungry and wanted to return to her room for a meal, so she raised the loudspeaker and shouted, Shuguang Supermarket is closing today. Those who haven't applied for a card come back tomorrow. Many of these people had queued for half an hour to an hour. Upon hearing the supermarket was closing, they bore no complaints. What could they complain about? Should they blame the supermarket for selling great value items and having a booming business? How could that be? If they couldn't get a car today, they'd just come back tomorrow. After all, Shuguang Supermarket wouldn't run away. Jiang He put away the shelves, preparing to enjoy dinner. Sang Biao didn't know what had gotten into him, making a warning sound like woo-wah from his throat, his entire body in a state of alert. Following his line of sight, Jiang He saw 2 figures leaning on each other, limping towards her in the dim environment. Tang Wanxing's face was pale, holding an unknown object in her hands. She extended it towards Jiang He, her eyes shining. Boss Jiang, a small animal. Here, a gift for you. The system's voice immediately sounded beep beep beep, scanning complete. This chick, like Sang Biao, belongs to a failed mutation animal. Host, capture it. Jiang He smiled professionally. Where did you find this? Tang Wanyun took a breath, speaking with difficulty. In a courtyard. To escape from those people, she had thrown out all the jewelry she had found. Now the only thing left that could be exchanged for something was this little chick. Boss Jiang, if we hand the chick over to the supermarket, what kind of reward will we get? This small animal, after my assessment, has a recycling price of 8,000 points. Jiang He glanced at the 2 of them. Whose card should these points go to, or should we split them? 80,000. Tang Wanyun had thought the reward would be generous, but she hadn't expected a chick to be worth so many points. Her pallid face flushed with a faint pink hue due to excitement. Let's split it. Following that, the system operated, pulling up both of their card numbers on the user interface and transferring 4,000 points to each of them. Jiang He's account balance was instantly deducted by a whopping 8,000 points. It hurt. But it was okay. The system said that with these small animals she could recoup her losses, and even earn more in the future. Tang Wanxing reluctantly stroked the body of the little yellow chick, eagerly asking, Boss Jiang, can I come see it again later? Tang Wanyun frowned, wanting to scold her. The A0,000 points had already gone to the card of the chick, now belonged to Boss Jiang, so what was there to see? What a troublesome little thing. Jiang He, however, spoke up before Tang Wanyun. Sure, I'll often let it out to play, then you can come see it. Having collected the points, Tang Wanyun happily took her sister and left. After resting for a night, they must come early tomorrow to queue and stock up on supplies. Meow meow. As Sang Biao cursed and jumped around, it looked ready to pick a fight with the little yellow chick. Jiang He pulled her hand back a bit, seriously staring at it. Sang Biao, stop messing around. This is your little chick friend. You'll be living together from now on, so be a little nicer to it. Raising a chick would require a separate nest, and tomorrow she would go out to collect some rubbish to build one similar to Sang Biao's. Before that, the 2 of them would have to share a nest. Closing all the doors of the van, Jiang He took the 2 little ones back to her room. At dinner time, she had a self-heating hot pot with beef brisket and tomatoes, a large chicken leg, several tiger skin chicken feet, and a bottle of chilled cola. Sang Biao received 2 pieces of chicken breast, 2 tiger skin chicken feet, and a bowl of mineral water. As for the little yellow chick, Jiang He gave it a piece of bread. It was small and could get full after eating half a piece. Jiang He sat at the small table, opened the hot pot, and poured all the ingredients into a plastic box, which was quite ample and filled to the brim. She placed the heating pack at the bottom, and then added hot water. While waiting, Jiang He turned around to check, and saw the 2 little creatures in a chaotic eating area with chickens flying and cats jumping around. The little yellow chick was cornered by Sang Biao, curled up into a ball of fluff, trembling. A fierce glare swept over, landing on the culprit, Orange Pig. Sang Biao, you need to understand that you are a zero-cost purchase, while it is worth A0,000 points. Don't let me see you being aggressive again. Otherwise, I'll confiscate your chicken feet. Sang Biao's greatest fear was still Jiang He. After being scolded, it obediently picked up the chicken breast and went to the side to feast. The yellow chick secretly glanced at it several times, confirming it had moved far away before slowly approaching the bread. Upon smelling the food, it couldn't help but gulp down the bread. Pecking away, it created a large hole in the bread and then slowly ate the crumbs around it. Jiang He felt as if she were taking care of two little children. In the future, she would be the kindergarten principal. System, can I throw them into the beast raising space now? Not allowed. You must gather 3 little animals to unlock the beast raising space. Host, you already have 2 little cuties. Just 1 more to unlock it. Keep up the good work. Jiang He. This thing won't help even if I try, it's all up to luck. After dinner, Jiang He planned to go to the virtual supermarket to digest a bit. Today the supermarket stock was completely cleared with sales reaching 1,5460 points. After deducting the A0000 points for the little animals, Jiang He's account balance was already over 5,00000 points. With a little more effort, she hoped to upgrade soon. After selling 50 pairs of snow boots, she gained 5 minutes of restocking time, unlocking a braised chicken wing meal. Price the same as the chicken leg meal at 300 points. The set included braised chicken wings, minced meat with sour beans, and stir-fried water spinach. Jiang He regretted eating dinner too early. She should have come to unlock the food first. Chicken wings, she loved chicken wings. After little treasure entered hibernation, it turned back into a round ball and was placed at the supermarket entrance. Every time she passed by Jiang, he would give it a light tap and greet it. She wondered how long it would be until she saw little treasure again. She missed the tall figure of 1.9 meters, which gave her a sense of security. With a way to earn points, the residents of the base had become richer overall, and their purchasing power naturally increased. With 5 minutes of restocking time, Jiang He focused on mineral water and 2 kinds of box meals, moving them out again and again. The next morning, Jiang He made a wooden sign clearly stating the operating hours of Dawn's supermarket: 9 a.m. to 12 p.m., 1 p.m. to 6 p.m., exactly 8 hours, leaving an hour for lunch. Once the supermarket goods were sold out, she would close early. Now the base residents knew when to come. This morning, a new sales task: refreshed, sell 100 cups of bitter coffee priced at 100 points per cup. Reward: 6 minutes of restocking time, unlock 1 daily necessity. After the task was issued, a pink thermos box appeared in Jiang He's room. Opening it, she found 20 cups of coffee inside, giving off a faint chill. Life in the apocalypse was already hard enough, who wanted to suffer more? Jiang He started to worry about today's KPI. However, the real situation was beyond her expectations. The Chow family had gotten up at dawn and waited outside the van for 3 hours, firmly glued to the first spot. Hearing the sound of the car door opening, Chow Tianshan instantly perked up. Good morning, boss Jiang. Jiang He lightly nodded at him. Good morning. She manually pulled out the shelf from the trunk and set it on the ground. 2 rows of empty shelves were instantly filled with various products. Chow Tianshan immediately spotted the boxed meals of the supermarket had restocked again. After earning so many points yesterday, their family had to eat meat today. Welcome to Dawn's supermarket. You can go ahead and select your purchases now. As soon as Jiang He finished speaking, the Chow family rushed forward. Usually steady Chow Songhan also became impatient at this moment. The 3 of them bought 30 bottles of mineral water, 12 breads, 9 bottles of A treasure porridge, 3 braised chicken wing meals, 1 box of marinated dishes, 3 bottles of chilled cola, and 3 flashlights. The secondary supermarket was very simple, just 2 shelves with no cash register at all. Jiang He stood beside the shelf with the black box for payments, and customers would come to her to check out after selecting their goods. If the operating hours were long, she would bring out the sofa and sit down to take a break. Chow Tianshan kept swallowing, wishing he could stuff the chicken wings into his mouth right now. But he couldn't. He had to pay the points first. Heating the 3 box meals would require another 9 points. The microwave had a large capacity, so heating all 3 box meals at once was completely fine. Chow Tianshan sniffed, catching a whiff of coffee aroma. Boss Jiang, is the supermarket selling coffee today? Jiang He nodded and said with little hope, 1 cup is 100 points. Would you like one? Military overcoats and snow boots can be set aside for now. Coffee is different. Once bought, it must be drunk, otherwise it would be a waste of food. It smelled bitter, which she certainly wouldn't drink. If it really couldn't be sold, she would think of another way. Bundled sales weren't out of the question. Buying coffee with another product as a gift, surely someone would be willing to buy it. Chow Tianshan's eyes lit up. Coffee is great. We barely slept a few hours last night, and we have to go earn points outside later. A cup of coffee would be perfect to energize us. Yes, that's the logic. The more spirited they are, the more points they can earn. Jiang He only disliked the bitterness of coffee and didn't think of this selling point. Chao Tianchun's family bought 3 cups of coffee and immediately gulped them down upon receiving them. If they had opted for brewed coffee, they would undoubtedly have purchased a few more cups. Jiang He secretly breathed a sigh of relief, there would be no worry about selling the coffee. After that, she hardly needed to promote it actively as the coffee in the thermal box diminished at a visibly rapid pace. Tang Wanyan was so excited last night that she couldn't sleep and woke her sister early to go queue at the supermarket. The sun was scorching and everyone typically needed to take precautions covering their exposed skin. Not wanting to run into those men from yesterday, Tang Wanyan and Tang Wanqing used a rag to cover their faces, tightly leaving only their eyes exposed. Zhou Tao and his brothers wandered around outside the queue searching for the 2 women who had slipped away from them. Were they tired of living to dare play tricks on them? At the Nanyang base, although Zhou Tao lived in the civilian area, he was protected by military personnel, allowing him to act arrogantly among the civilians. In the civilian area, he was second to none. No one dared to claim the top. Others kept their distance except for the newcomers like Tang Wanyan, who, unaware of the situation, dared to associate with them. Zhou Tao displayed impatience, saying, "After all this time, why haven't you found them? What are your eyes for? You're all useless." The men being scolded lowered their heads, too afraid to make a sound. Suddenly a short man pointed to the middle of the queue, excitedly shouting, "Brother Tao, look, is it those 2? Zhou Tao slapped him across the face, leaving a clear red mark. "Are you giving me orders? Hurry up and go confirm for yourself." The man nodded respectfully and quickly approached the queue, ripping off the rag covering the 2 women's heads. Once he saw their faces clearly, he swiftly grabbed their arms. "Brother Tao found them, it's these 2. Zhou Tao strolled over, leisurely, hands in his pockets, a lewd smile spreading across his face. "Keep running, let's see where you can escape to." He raised his chin. "Take them away. Those who dare to play tricks on me must learn a lesson today." Tang Wanqing collided into the man while simultaneously kicking up. "Let go of my sister. Bad guys, we won't go with you." She looked like an adult, but inside she was just a 5 or 6-year-old child, unaware of how powerful these people were, nor did she understand the consequences of attacking them. Regardless of who they were, anyone who bullied her sister was a villain. She had to protect her sister and defeat the bad guys. Zhou Tao found her amusing, saying, "Oh, a little fool with quite a temper." Tang Wanyan thought that entering the base would make these people more restrained, but they seemed undeterred by the patrolling soldiers behaving just as recklessly. She held her sister's hand, pulling her behind her. "This is the base. If you dare to cause trouble, I will call the soldiers over." Zhou Tao seemed to hear the biggest joke in the world, maliciously curling his lips. "Shout all you wanna, let's see if they listen to." He shot a cold glance at the people beside him. "All right, stop wasting time with them. Grab them and let's go. Let go, you bunch of bad guys." The 2 struggled fiercely, causing a disturbance among the customers waiting in line, and the scene quickly descended into chaos. Jiang He was busy ringing up customers in front, not wanting to be distracted by the queue. However, the cries and angry shouts from that direction were driving her crazy. Unable to tolerate it any longer, Jiang He raised the loudspeaker and shouted, "What's all that noise?" from the group of men at the back. "Are you intentionally looking for trouble? I warn you once, let them go quickly, or don't blame me for blacklisting you." Zhou Tao had suffered losses from these 2, and was unwilling to let them go easily. However, he still felt some fear towards Jiang He, so he sent a little brother over to explain. "Boss Jiang, we didn't intend to cause trouble. It was those 2 women who provoked Brother Tao. We'll take them and leave immediately. We won't disrupt the supermarket's business." The little brother wore a flattering smile and recounted what had happened yesterday to Jiang He. "We kindly wanted to take them out of the base to earn points, but who knew they were hiding something and wanted to monopolize the good stuff. Our big brother couldn't tolerate that, so they had to pay the price." As for who was right or wrong, Jiang He was unsure and didn't want to know. But their actions were disruptive at the Dawn supermarket, violating her rules. "I'll say this, only once anyone who causes trouble in the queue will be blacklisted." Is a warning not enough, huh? She communicated with the system in her mind, instructing it to blacklist all troublemakers. "All right, you've been blacklisted." The little brother didn't expect Jiang He to be serious. They had picked up many accessories yesterday, each earning 1 or 2,000 points, right? And now they hadn't bought anything yet, they were blacklisted. He instinctively asked, "What about the points on the card?" Jiang He coldly replied, "Destroyed, invalid." Wasn't that too unfair? Several tens of thousands of points just vanished. The little brother looked pained and hurried to report to Zhou Tao. "Big brother, it's bad. All our points on the card were swallowed by Boss Jiang. Yesterday's hard work was all for nothing." Clearly they had been destroyed, yet it was twisted in this person's mouth to sound like Jiang He was targeting them, greedily coveting their points. Zhou Tao's expression changed. It was no big deal that they were blacklisted from the supermarket. At worst, they could ask others to help buy things. However, the points he had with several brothers totaled hundreds of thousands. To have them vanish just like that meant he needed to have a serious talk with Jiang He. Boss Jiang, give me some face. We didn't mean it, it was just that those two bitches went too far, and I lost my temper wanting to teach them a lesson, not realizing this was your territory. Jiang He lifted her eyelids and glanced at him. The supermarket rules state that causing trouble in the queue results in a blacklist and severe cases will face electric shock punishment. How many points is your face worth? Can I change the rules just for you? Her voice was flexible, but her gaze was particularly cold, instilling fear in others. Zhou Tao was used to being overbearing in the civilian area. No one dared to speak to him like that before. He glanced at the nearby shelves, and then at the 7 or 8 brothers he had brought. He contemplated the possibility of smashing her supermarket. Jiang He didn't want to see him any longer, signaling to the patrolling soldiers nearby. Several soldiers carrying guns quickly approached. Jiang He pointed at Zhou Tao and his group. They are disrupting my business and openly using violence, attempting to forcibly take 2 customers from the supermarket. Shouldn't they be arrested and kept for 10 days or half a month? Zhou Tao listened silently as she reported him, his eyes filled with disdain. He had connections in the military district. They couldn't possibly arrest him. The next second, a soldier with a gun sternly shouted at him, "You all behave yourselves and come back with us for an investigation." The other younger brothers instantly became obedient, crouching on the ground with their heads in their hands. Zhou Tao still had his hands in his pockets, his face exuding arrogance. "Do you know who I am? I have someone backing me. Do you dare to arrest me?" Before he could finish, a soldier pressed a cold gun against his forehead. "It doesn't matter who you are. Anyone causing trouble at the Dawn supermarket will be severely punished by the base. The notice issued personally by Director Xie must be strictly enforced. No matter who Zhou Tao has backing him, he cannot be greater than the director." Even if Zhou Tao was arrogant in the face of absolute force, he could only surrender obediently. As he passed by the sisters Tang Wanyun, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. "Don't think I'll let you off just like that. When I get out, you'll only die in a more miserable way." Even if he was caught, it was no problem. In less than half a day, he would be fine. The person from the military district would definitely help him. Shooing away the noisy flies, Jiang He smiled and continued doing business. Tang Wanyun escaped a disaster, but still felt anxious, worrying about Zhou Tao's revenge and not knowing how to deal with it. Tang Wanxing thought that the bad guys had been chased away by Jiang He and that no one would bully them anymore, her eyes sparkling with joy. She gently poked Tang Wanyun's arm and asked with a smile, "Sister, can I have ice cream today?" Tang Wanyun's face turned extremely ugly, her restless emotions instantly dispersed by her sister's question. Zhou Tao and his gang had already been taken away. They were temporarily safe now, and the most important thing was to buy supplies first. Everything else could wait until later. A chocolate ice cream costs 100 points. Tang Wanyun thought about the A0000 points in their card and decided to fulfill her sister's wish. "We can only buy one." Tang Wanxing's eyes curved with joy as she cheered, "Yay." Tang Wanyun quickly pulled her hand down, placing her finger on her lips to signal silence. "Keep it down. If we disturb Boss Jiang, we might get kicked out and you'll never have ice cream again in this lifetime." Tang Wanxing covered her mouth, glancing towards Jiang He's direction. Fortunately, Boss Jiang was not angry. She would definitely remember to be quiet while waiting in line in the future. Half of the coffee was sold out and Jiang He's mood improved significantly, her voice becoming cheerful. "Welcome to the Dawn supermarket. Feel free to pick what you need." Tang Wanxing looked at her with a silly smile and softly thanked her. "Boss Jiang, thank you for saving me and my sister just now. They are the bad guys and you are a super good person." Receiving a good person card, Jiang He. She wasn't that kind-hearted. It was just a coincidence. Tang Wanyun worried that Jiang He might find her sister annoying, so without saying a word she pulled Tang Wanxing towards the shelves. With the previous experience, she felt that buying bread was the most cost-effective and it wouldn't spoil for several months. Ignoring the complaints of the customers behind her, Tang Wanyun packed all 41 loaves of bread left on the shelf. She bought 20 bottles of mineral water and 30 packs of bear biscuits. Chicken leg lunchboxes, chicken wing lunchboxes. Anything over 200 points had nothing to do with them. Tang Wanyun's gaze fell on the sanitary napkins in the upper right corner. When she had her period, it was too troublesome without them. Gritting her teeth, she took down 4 packs. Then she got 5 rolls of toilet paper, enough for a long time. Even with A0000 points, Tang Wanyun was still frugal, unwilling to waste even half a point. The only generous thing was letting her sister buy 1 ice cream. Tang Wanxing took an ice cream from the freezer and turned around to see her sister had nothing. She curiously asked, "Sister, aren't you going to eat?" Tang Wanyun's cold expression replied, "I don't like that stuff." Tang Wanxing squinted slightly, as she might be silly, but was not forgetful. Sister is lying. When we were young you used a twig to trick me out of my strawberry ice cream. You said that twig had magic and could turn anything into ice cream, so I could have endless ice cream. Tang Wanyun. Did she really do something so silly? Cough, we need to save points. We can only buy one. If you keep talking you won't get any. After a moment of silence, Tang Wanxing held up the chocolate ice cream, her face full of smiles. I will share it with sister. The sisters finally spent a total of 4,860 points, which was already very frugal. In the heat of over 40 degrees, the ice cream melted quickly, and within a minute they had finished it, taking turns with each bite. Around 11 o'clock, all the supermarket goods were sold out, leaving only 8 cups of bitter coffee. Li Ting and Zhao Ping among others were left empty-handed again. There were simply too many people coming to buy things, and the supermarket could not keep up with demand. Jiang He had come with them this time, pursing her lips, unable to help but scoff. Is this really called a supermarket when so little is sold every day? It's not even enough to fill gaps between teeth. How petty. They might as well rename it to Dawn Convenience Store. Compared to the supplies in the space of Brother Huaifeng, what Jiang He sold daily was pitifully scarce. Li Ting frowned tightly, shooting her an unhappy glance, which Jiang He caught. What are you looking at? I didn't say anything wrong. In this line, Jiang He had the favoritism of Captain Xia Huaifeng, and the team members generally didn't dare to retort her. But Li Ting simply couldn't stand her always speaking ill of Jiang He behind her back. It's not that the supermarket has too few items, it's that there are too many people coming to buy them. Jiang He's supermarket has supported everyone in our team. How can you say that about her? On the side, Zhao Ping, missing a tooth, couldn't help but chime in. Jiang He is our savior. Without the water in her supermarket, we would have died of thirst long ago. If you don't care for the things at Dawn's supermarket, then don't line up. If you have the ability, then don't eat the food Jiang He sells when you starve in the future. If it weren't for Xia Huaifeng, Jiang He wouldn't want to come along. The secret of the space couldn't be exposed. They both needed to have visible supplies to avoid raising suspicion. Xia Huaifeng pulled her close, whispering a few words into her ear. Yu Wei, these people are currently very supportive of Jiang He. You already upset everyone with the cosmetic incident. If you argue with them again, I won't be able to help you. Be good after the card is done. I'll reward you when we return. Yesterday, among our team, only Jiang He came back with half a bag of cosmetics and skincare products, while also wanting to share the other valuable gold and silver jewelry with everyone. If it weren't for Xia Huaifeng keeping the peace, Jiang He would have almost been beaten up by the others. After hearing this, Jiang He immediately became obedient, glaring fiercely at Li Ting, but said nothing more. Quite a few people had come to get their points card, and after waiting for nearly 40 minutes, it was finally their turn. Jiang He raised her eyebrows. Oh, aren't these familiar faces? System, are you sure they aren't old enemies? Xia Huaifeng spoke first. Jiang He, we are here to get our cards. This familiar yet commanding tone sounded very familiar to Jiang He. As her gaze swept over the two, she rested her chin on her hand and spoke slowly. The flowers have dried up, you know to water them. The rain has stopped, you know to use an umbrella. Your backside is cold, you know to wear pants. The supermarket has been open for so many days, and you know to come and get a card now. Having come to apply for a card, Xia Huaifeng frowned upon hearing a bunch of irrelevant remarks. What do you mean, huh? The literal meaning. Jiang He looked at the two with amusement, a slight curve forming on her lips. The items from Dawn's supermarket are only sold to those in need. From the first day the supermarket opened, you knew of its existence, yet unlike Li Ting and the others, you didn't come to me for a points card, indicating you didn't lack for the supplies from my supermarket. Now coming to apply is too late. After half a year in this apocalyptic world, she had been together with this disgusting little couple for nearly 5 months. They had secretly enjoyed a good life, and Jiang He was not blind. How could she have failed to notice? Only the other team members, having trusted Xia Huaifeng too much, had not suspected these two. While everyone else was thin and haggard from hunger, they were still glowing with health. Everyone thought it was because Xia Huaifeng had the ability to procure a lot of supplies from the previous survivors' base, sufficient to cover his and Jiang Shi's daily needs, keeping them from being as miserable as the rest. Jiang Shui bit her cheek and tugged at Xia Huaifeng's sleeve. Brother Huaifeng, let it go. If she doesn't want to issue it, then so be it. She didn't care for it anyway. Coming to queue for a card already put her at a disadvantage against Jiang He now being refused. She had no intention of further embarrassing herself. Xia Huaifeng himself looked down on Jiang He upon learning that Jiang's biological daughter was someone else, a village girl raised in a mountain village, hideous and coarse. He felt disgusted and couldn't eat all day. No matter how his family persuaded him, he was unwilling to change his fiancée, becoming more convinced of Jiang Shui. Faced with Jiang He's cold disdain, Xia Huifeng felt his male pride was insulted. He once held Jiang He in contempt, now it was this inconspicuous village girl mocking him. Xia Huifeng didn't say another word, wrapped his arm around Jiang Shiyu's shoulders, and left with a grim face. If he couldn't get a card, he would find other ways, he didn't need to beg her. Li Ting was somewhat surprised, but felt Jiang He's refusal was within reason. On their escape route, Jiang Shiyue had never treated Jiang He kindly, speaking with sharp and bitter words behind Xia Weifeng's back. As an observer, she couldn't bear to listen, let alone Jiang He herself. After suffering so much injustice in front of them, why should she sell supplies to them now? Li Ting and Zhao Peng smiled at Jiang He and also formed a team to leave. System confused host, isn't everything in our supermarket available for purchase with points? When did applying for a card become a matter of timing? Jiang He casually replied, "Oh, I simply find these two fools intolerable, saying nonsensical things and to stir up suspicion among the other team members." If they hadn't approached her, Jiang He might have forgotten about these two entirely. Jiang Shiyue was rude and spiteful, her mouth spewing foul language. Back then Jiang He had nothing to fight back with, fearing she would die too quickly, so she treated her like a mad dog, unable to feel at ease without barking a few times daily. Xia Huifeng claimed to be the team leader, professing fairness and justice, yet allowing Jiang Shiyue to bully others in the team, protecting her while being a double-standard dog. Neither of them were good people. Jiang He was busy running the supermarket and had no time to deal with these two fools, but if they insisted on hovering around her, her words were bound to be unkind. Oh, I almost forgot. Host blacklist them. Anyone on the blacklist would not only be unable to shop at the supermarket, but they couldn't even touch any goods coming from Dawn's supermarket. Military district of the base. Zhou Tao was shoved into a small dark room, and after entering he was anything but calm, constantly banging on the iron door. "Let me out, I want to see your team leader." "Do you know who I am, E? You locked me up without asking anything. Let me tell you, you're done. Don't even think about mixing in the military district in the future." The soldier at the door couldn't stand it any longer and called the team leader over. The captain in charge of the base's prison was a middle-aged man in his 40s named Li Haobua. He was an old acquaintance of Zhou Tao with mutual interests and a good relationship. Seeing that his men had actually brought Zhou Tao in, his gaze darkened slightly. "What happened? Who locked him up?" The soldier lowered his voice and explained, "Zhou Tao caused trouble at Dawn's supermarket. Boss Jiang personally reported him. We had to bring him back." Li Haobua's heart sank. Now that it was connected to Dawn's supermarket, things were a bit tricky. Upon seeing Li Haobua arrive, Zhou Tao immediately calmed down. After waiting for a long time, no one came to unlock the door. He banged on the iron door again. "Captain Li, what's going on? Your men must be blind to have arrested me. Hurry up and open the door." Li Haobua walked to the door and sighed. "Zhou Tao, you can't get out today." Hearing this, the man in the dark room froze, his eyes suddenly widening. "Captain Li, what do you mean by that?" "My superior is Zhou Xiao. With a word from him, the entire military district would tremble, let alone this tiny cell, which could be flattened by tomorrow." A small supermarket, can it really cover up Zhou Xiao? Li Haobua, unseen by him, rolled his eyes, and he truly thought a person as important as Zhou Xiao would personally come to deal with such a trivial matter. He was just a distant relative who couldn't even secure a position in the military district, only able to act tough in the civilian area. What Commander Xia personally stated is that no one can stir up trouble at Dawn's supermarket. You've been caught, as an example, the chicken in the slaughter, to warn the monkeys. If you were released, then anyone could go to Dawn's supermarket and cause a ruckus, which wouldn't be easy to explain to Commander Xia. Although Li Haobua had a good relationship with him, people were inherently selfish. He did not want to lose his position as the prison captain over this matter and be sent to the civilian area to— Zhou Tao calmed down, his voice chilling. "Captain Li, I have often shown you kindness, giving you so many supplies. Is it too ungrateful to turn your back on me in a critical moment? This matter might not be without room for negotiation." Li Haobua pondered for a moment and immediately had an idea. "I'll go speak to the people on Zhou Xiao's side. As for the outcome, I cannot guarantee it." In the office, Zhou Yanzi held a cigar in his mouth, discussing matters with several ministers of the base. Before the apocalypse, the Zhou family's foundation was abroad, collaborating with various forces, thriving locally as renowned arms dealers, making enough money to circle the globe several times. When the natural disasters broke out, the situation abroad was far worse than at home. The Zhou family seized this opportunity, using all resources to shift their arms business to the domestic market. Zhou Yanzi is the youngest son of the Zhou family, liaising with the Nanyang military to provide arms support to several nearby bases. He has two older brothers who went to different bases. Zhou Yanzi does not participate in the management of the Nanyang base, but his status is only slightly lower than that of the commander. After the meeting, one of his subordinates immediately came in and relayed Li Haobua's message. Zhou Yanzi raised an eyebrow and lazily blew out a smoke ring. Dawn's supermarket again. Hearing this name for the second time, it was time to pay a visit. After selling out the supermarket goods in the morning, Jiang He continued to process customer loyalty cards in the afternoon. She closed the shop promptly at 6 o'clock. Stretching lazily, she carried the pink thermos box back to her room, saving herself the trouble of picking up trash, which was just perfect for Ba Wan to use as a cat nest. Seeing that the chick's nest was a brand new sturdy pink box, Sang Biao immediately felt that his shabby cardboard makeshift cat nest was no longer appealing and insisted on squeezing into the box with Ba Wan. For dinner, she had a braised chicken wing lunchbox. Inside the box there were 5 chicken wings, which was quite generous. The minced meat with sour green beans and the hollow vegetable each occupied a compartment, filling it to the brim. The braised chicken wings looked enticing, and even before she picked up her chopsticks, Jiang He couldn't help. As she picked up a chicken wing and took a bite, the flavors of savoriness and sweetness blossomed on her tongue, the meat tender and falling off the bone with just a gentle bite. By the time Jiang He finished such a large lunchbox, her little belly was already bulging. She opened the supermarket panel and unlocked wet wipes under the daily necessities section. A pack containing 100 sheets was priced at 20 points. Today she earned a total of 24600 points. Compared to yesterday, the revenue had significantly shrunk. The main reason was the lack of tasks, leaving her with no other way to gain restocking time. There had been no sign-in tasks for several consecutive days, and she could only rely on completing sales tasks to gain a little time to restock in the virtual supermarket. She didn't know if her complaints had worked, but the next day when she opened her eyes, the system notified her that 2 tasks had refreshed for today. Task 1: sign in at the rooftop of Building 39 in the military district and shout the corresponding slogan. Reward 8 minutes of restocking time, unlock 1 type of food. Task 2: sell 100 pairs of windproof and cold-resistant thickened wool gloves priced at 40 points. 100 pairs of super thick thermal wool socks priced at 20 points. Reward 5 minutes of restocking time. Jiang He looked at the sign-in address and paused. This villa belongs to a private owner, right? If I go in without permission to sign in, doesn't that count as trespassing? The system replied nonchalantly, host, it's the apocalypse. What does it matter if you trespass? Will they call the police and arrest you? Jiang He nodded, realizing that this was indeed the apocalypse. What place was off limits for her? She had already trespassed on the military rooftop. How could the villa rooftop be any different? Glancing at the time, it was 7:48 in the morning. After washing up, it was already 8 o'clock. Beep beep beep. Outside the van there were many customers waiting for the supermarket to open. Hearing the horn, the crowd jolted and sprang up from the ground. Was the supermarket opening early today? Not wanting to make so many people wait in vain, Jiang He rolled down the window and shouted outside, dear customers, the Dawn supermarket is not opening here today, so you don't need to wait here. As for where the supermarket would be when it opened at 9, she wasn't sure herself. This mobile supermarket could just set up shop anywhere. As she finished speaking, Jiang He closed the window and, following the system's navigation, headed to the sign-in location. Watching the van drive away, the customers were left dumbfounded. Hadn't they always said that the Dawn supermarket was at the base and couldn't run away? Now wasn't it running away? Once they realized, the residents hurriedly chased after it. Boss Jiang, where are you going? Boss Jiang. Wait for us, Boss Jiang. Without you, how can we survive? Please take us with you, Boss Jiang. Boss Jiang drove incredibly fast, a cool-faced driver, leaving them in a cloud of exhaust as she turned the corner and vanished from sight. Fortunately, the folding space was not affected by the speed of the vehicle, otherwise Sang Biao and Ba Wan would probably be throwing up. Passing by the military dormitory building and driving further inside, they would reach the villa area. The villa that Yi Qingqing had taken Jiang He to was in this vicinity. Many people saw the pink little van zoom past, racing toward a certain destination. Where in a hurry is Boss Jiang going? It feels so anxious. No way, the speed is over 100 miles per hour. Even if we wanted to chase, we couldn't catch up. Jiang He wasn't anxious either. She hadn't had a sign-in task for a long time, and she was slightly excited. 10 minutes later, the van stopped at Building 39. Jiang He got out and looked at the super luxurious villa in front of her, her mouth agape. As far as the eye could see, the area belonged to the villa. The main structure of the villa was magnificent, easily accommodating 200 people. With all kinds of facilities, every corner exuded an aura of luxury, as if she was in an opulent palace. The owner of the villa was Wang. She couldn't imagine how happy she would be living inside. The system said softly, host, do you despise your little room now? Jiang He blinked and looked around. I wonder if this door leads into the villa. The topic had turned too abruptly and the system was not fooled. Host, your room will get bigger and bigger in the future, and it won't be worse than this place. Too much. Jiang He nodded randomly. Okay, I believe you. System just being perfunctory. The luxurious villa was so big that Jiang He couldn't find the door. There was a fence all around with iron mesh on top. Who could it possibly keep out? Jiang He attempted to climb over the fence, but her legs were too short, so she gave up. Well, it could keep her out. Who are you? What are you sneaking around for? A hulking man with a gun stepped out from behind the fence, his face full of muscles, glaring fiercely at Jiang He. Finally seeing a person, Jiang He hurried over and politely inquired, "Big brother, is this villa yours? I have urgent business and need to go to the villa rooftop. Could you let me through?" The big man's gaze flickered. He wished he were the owner of the villa. This villa belongs to young Master Zhou. Trespassers are not allowed. Leave quickly before I get angry. Seeing that she spoke relatively politely, he chose to turn a blind eye this time. However, Jiang He did not appreciate his kindness and continued to ask, "Is young Master Zhou home? Can you call him out? I need to talk to him." The hulking man's brows furrowed, his tone fierce and menacing. "Get lost. How could young Master Zhou be someone you can meet?" With no means of communication, Jiang He sighed, realizing she had no choice but to find another way. There were many small doors in the villa's front yard, but after checking them one by one, they were all locked. This wouldn't do. A half an hour had passed with no progress at all. She had to open the supermarket at 9 and conduct business. Jiang He ran back to the van and opened the loudspeaker. "Young Master Zhou, are you there? Can you hear me? Please come over and open the door. I have something very important to discuss and want to borrow your rooftop. Don't worry, I absolutely won't cause any damage and am not a terrorist. I'm the boss of Dawn's supermarket. Just ask Chief Xia and you'll know my character is guaranteed." Inside the villa, Zhou Yanzhe was sleeping in his room, having pulled an all-nighter the previous day and barely having slept for 2 hours. Voices kept calling out, "Young Master Zhou, young Master Zhou." Was it finally his great-grandfather and great-grandmother coming to pick him up? Zhou Yanzhe suddenly awoke from a nightmare, realizing that the haunting sound in the room came from outside the villa. With a gaze as cold as a viper, he slightly squinted. He pulled out a handgun, exuding a fierce killing intent as he walked outside. "Am I feeding you all for nothing?" The bodyguards and servants in the villa fell silent, scared, and huddled in the corners, afraid that they would be the next targets. "There's someone making noise outside. Hurry up and deal with it." A burly man approached with his head down, his voice tense. "Report young Master Zhou. The one making a racket outside is Boss Jiang from Dawn's supermarket." Zhou Yanzhe smirked coldly. "Head Dawn's supermarket. I didn't go looking for her yet. She came looking for me first." Women from other rooms rushed over at the sound. "Young Master Zhou, don't get angry. It's just a supermarket owner. I'll let the bodyguards handle it." "Yes, young Master Zhou, don't let it upset you." These women were all stunningly beautiful gifts from others raised in the villa district, hardly ever going out and completely unaware of what was happening outside. Zhou Yanzhe was in a foul mood, his face cold as ice. He raised his gun and fired several shots into the ceiling. "Shut up." With that, he stepped towards the door, radiating a rebellious and intimidating aura. Jiang He counted down in her mind. 5 minutes passed and no one came to open the door. "Then I'm sorry, but she would have to make a scene and crash her car through. If there's no answer, I'll just open the door myself." Jiang He yawned, and as she looked up, she saw a tall, thin man walking out of the villa dressed in silk pajamas, looking as if he had just gotten out of bed. Could she have woken him up? How could he sleep at this stage of the apocalypse? Jiang He lowered her car window and tentatively called out, "Young Master Zhou." Zhou Yanzhe glanced at the pink van, then looked at the woman inside the car. Her hair was styled in a loose bun with 2 strands framing her delicate palm-sized face, her bright eyes sparkling with vitality, untouched by the oppressive atmosphere of the apocalypse. A rare beauty. The only downside was her figure, which paled in comparison to the women in his villa. It was like comparing an orange to a pineapple. Jiang He was displeased by the man's leering gaze. "Seriously, dude, are you picking a consort here? And now you're even judging." She raised her chin at him. "So you're the one called young Master Zhou. Let me use your rooftop." Zhou Yanzhe found her presumptuousness amusing, while also thinking her quite entertaining. It would be a pity to kill her. "What if I don't let you in?" "Then I apologize in advance. I've broken into military district rooftops before, so getting into your house shouldn't be hard." As Jiang He started the van, there were only 22 minutes left until 9 o'clock. She turned the steering wheel and backed up 10 meters. Whoosh! The pink van shot out like a bullet with a strong pushback sensation. With a loud bang, the iron railing was instantly shattered and fell at Zhou Yanzhe's feet nearly. Jiang He jumped out of the car, instinctively assuming a running stance. She had honed her running speed to perfection in the virtual supermarket, darting past the man like a wild horse. Entering the first floor of the villa, it was truly massive. She paused and looked around, seeing doors everywhere but unable to find the stairs. System, give me directions. Alright, continue straight for 200 meters. Zhou Yanjia had never been so bewildered before. What on earth just happened? Someone actually dared to break down his front door and force their way into the villa. And right under his nose. Interesting, oh so interesting. He summoned a few bodyguards, and they all headed towards the rooftop to see what that woman was up to. After navigating several turns, they finally found the staircase leading to the rooftop. Ding, you have arrived near the sign-in location. The rooftop had a massive swimming pool, and Jiang He nearly lost control of the car, almost crashing into the water. In the same base in the civilian district, some people died of thirst because they couldn't get water. Now look here in this 100-square-meter swimming pool filled with clean, clear water available for the villa owner's amusement. Whether before or after the apocalypse, one could always see the stark contrast between the wealthy indulging in luxury and the poor freezing to death on the streets. Host slogan. Jiang He cleared her throat, facing the pool to immerse herself in the moment. Oh, see, my homeland where I grew up. Seeing you brings me a sense of home. Ahem, host, why do you have an accent now? Sorry, let's do it again. Jiang He raised her hand and struck a pose once more. At the top of the staircase, when Zhou Yanjia arrived, he saw Jiang He passionately shouting at his swimming pool, calling it the sea. Could she possibly be a lunatic? She came all this way to crash through his front door just to see the rooftop pool and reminisce about her hometown. The burly man looked serious. Young master boss Jiang probably used to live by the sea. She must be feeling homesick. Zhou Yanjia shot him a glance. He wasn't deaf and could hear. A strange and bizarre woman. Ding, sign-in successful. You have gained 8 minutes of purchasing time, unlocking caramel-flavored sunflower seeds. Jiang He turned around to see a line of dumbfounded bodyguards in black at the staircase. Out of courtesy, she lightly nodded to them. Sorry for the intrusion. I have a class to attend. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now. Zhou Yanjia stared at her intently, his emotions unreadable. Wait, you broke my front door. How do you plan to settle this? Strictly speaking, Jiang He felt that this wasn't entirely her fault. Before entering the villa, she had politely asked many times if they could open the door. Since they refused to open it, she couldn't be blamed. But she had indeed damaged someone else's property, and Jiang He was a person with a conscience. She patted her pockets and took out a bag of unopened bear-shaped biscuits. Jiang He tossed it over. Here, this is for you as compensation. Zhou Yanjia caught it precisely. The blue packaging was about the size of his palm. Tearing it open revealed a thick biscuit shaped like a bear. The gesture of holding it up looked somewhat ridiculous. For ordinary people, biscuits were a precious resource. She actually offered this as compensation. That's quite sincere. The burly man watched the pink van drive away and hurried over, anxiously asking, Young master boss Jiang has driven off. Should we pursue? Zhou Yanjia put the biscuits away, glanced sideways, and shot him a look. She already compensated. What's there to chase? As the van exited the villa district, Jiang He immediately switched gears and drove to the supermarket. Don't miss out. Pass by and check out Dawn's supermarket with a variety of delicious options for you to choose from. With such a distinctive pink van present, there was no need for Jiang He to shout. Customers immediately rushed over to line up. A girl shouted excitedly, Mom, I've made it. I actually encountered the Dawn supermarket just as it opened. She queued at the supermarket every day but rarely managed to buy anything. She had long been craving the self-heating hot pots, boxed meals, instant noodles, marinated dishes, and sour and spicy noodles. Jiang He couldn't help but smile at the adorable girl. You are the first customer today. You can go ahead and choose your food. Jiang He stood in front of the dazzling shelves, never having been so wealthy before, feeling a bit at a loss. Overwhelmed by choice, she thought, forget it, it'll take a bit of everything. My brother will earn points and I have plenty in my card. Self-heating hot pots, 6 boxes. 3 portions of boxed meals and marinated dishes. 10 buckets each of instant noodles and sour and spicy noodles. 20 loaves of bread. 15 bottles of mineral water, 3 bottles of cola, 6 boxes of milk. She also needed to buy some daily necessities, 5 rolls of toilet paper, 5 packs of wet wipes, 6 packs of sanitary pads, and 2 flashlights. After selecting everything, she realized she couldn't carry it all. Struggling to bring her items to Jiang He, she shyly asked, Boss Jiang, I can't carry all this by myself. Can I take some now and come back for the rest later? You can leave them here, but I can't guarantee they won't get lost. Dawn's supermarket did not offer a storage service, and Jiang He was not obligated to watch over items. If she truly couldn't manage it, she would suggest the customer buy less or find a way on her own. Jiang He glanced at the items on the floor, reluctant to give any of them up. Each item was her little treasure. Having finally struck a bit of luck, she resolutely refused to let it slip away. Boss Jiang, please calculate my points for me. I want all of these. Jiang He thought of a brilliant idea. Her brother, noticing she hadn't returned for a while, would surely come looking for her. Perfect timing for him to help her carry everything back home. She was truly a little genius. Jiang He opened a bucket of instant noodles, paid 20 points, and went to get hot water. After waiting for 3 minutes, she couldn't wait to lift the lid. The steaming aroma enveloped Jiang He, intoxicating her. She quickly grabbed a fork and devoured the food ravenously. Standing and eating without a table did not diminish the deliciousness. Jiang He was like a living advertisement. Other customers, drawn by the aroma, could no longer resist. Buy instant noodles, buy. Jiang He had brought in over 50 buckets of instant noodles, and within 5 minutes they were all sold out. Woolen gloves and woolen socks still had few buyers. Fortunately, customers with points were willing to take a pair or two for Jiang He's sake. After all, Boss Jiang was working hard to promote them, and it wasn't easy to watch. Selling them slowly, one pair at a time, they would surely sell out within 2 days. Half an hour later, Jiang He's brother indeed came to find her. The man, around 30, initially appeared very stern. Jiang He, what are you doing? Buying things here without letting the family know. Don't you know Mom and I would worry? Ignoring his harsh tone, the girl pointed to the food and daily necessities on the ground. Brother, look, I bought so many good things. She pouted, slightly feeling a bit wronged. It's because I bought too much and can't carry it that I'm waiting. Only then did Zhang Feng notice the valuable supplies at his sister's feet, things that were usually hard to obtain. His tone softened. Let's go home, Mom must be worried alone at home. The siblings left Dawn's supermarket, each carrying a pile of items. In the middle of the line, Li Yanfeng wrapped her face tightly, almost burying her head in her chest, appearing timid, as if afraid of being recognized. Jiang He maintained a smiling face, actively welcoming customers. Hello, welcome to Dawn's supermarket. If you have a points card, you can go directly to select products. If not, please come to me to get one. Li Yanfeng stared at the ground, her voice barely audible. I don't have a card. Jiang He frowned. What did you say? Please speak up. The system's voice chimed in. She said she doesn't have a card. System, you're being annoying. Seeing the other person hesitate to look up, Jiang He grew impatient. If you want to buy something, just be straightforward and don't waste time. Li Yanfeng trembled slightly, shakingly removing her covering to reveal her entire face. Sorry, Boss Jiang. After a long pause, she couldn't find the words. Seeing her, Jiang He instantly understood and picked up the black box. Would you like to apply for a card? Li Yanfeng quickly looked up, her eyes sparkling with disbelief. Can I apply? Jiang He retorted, you haven't offended me and you're not on the supermarket's blacklist. Why can't you apply? Upon hearing this, Li Yanfeng lowered her head again, remembering that incident. She still felt uneasy and found it hard to breathe. My husband. Jiang He cut her off directly. Although you're married, the one who offended me was him, not you. I won't take it out on innocent people. However, if you want to buy something from the supermarket to take home for him. Upon hearing this, Li Yanfeng shook her head vigorously. I won't. He's already dead. That day, after being electrocuted, Chen Tianping took a long time to wake up. Just as Jiang He had said, he became a vegetable. The only thing that could move was his pair of murky eyes. Li Yanfeng, who had long suffered from domestic violence, had been suppressed to the point where she didn't even know how to resist. She dragged her husband back to bed, utterly exhausted, collapsing on the floor, unable to lift her hands. Suddenly she smelled a foul odor. Chen Tianping had lost control of his bowels and wet the bed. He couldn't speak, only able to make faint sounds. Even paralyzed, he still treated Li Yanfeng as a slave, his gaze exceptionally fierce, signaling her to change his clothes. Li Yanfeng felt as if she had awakened. The man who used to beat her every day could no longer stand. Why should she still serve him? After that, she no longer cared about Chen Tianping's life or death. She consumed the last of the food at home, enduring through the intense heat. On the second day of his paralysis, Chen Tianping perished in the heat. Li Yanfeng also participated in the fervor of earning points by going out. She teamed up with neighbors and collected many valuable accessories. She didn't dare face Jiang He, so she gave all the accessories to her teammates, letting them buy things and only taking a small portion for herself. It wasn't until today, when she accidentally discovered that Dawn's supermarket had opened here, that Li Yanfeng gathered her courage to join the line. Jiang He raised an eyebrow, a faint smile appearing on her lips. Congratulations, you've escaped from the sea of suffering. Li Yanfeng released her sweaty palm, a smile blooming on her face that she hadn't felt in a long time. A glimmer of light flickered in her once dull eyes, as if she had seen hope filled with gratitude and anticipation. Thank you, Boss Jiang. She processed her membership card, exchanging everything she had for points. Ding! Congratulations to user Li Yanfang for successfully recharging 1,000 points. As she walked towards the shelves, Li Yanfang still felt as if she were dreaming. She had escaped the clutches of that man and managed to survive in the apocalypse on her own. This was something she could never have imagined before. The items in the supermarket were scarce. Li Yanfang bought 3 bottles of water, 2 loaves of bread, 2 rice balls, and 3 bags of teddy bear cookies. The total cost was 570 points. After buying so much food, she still had nearly half of her points left. What a great deal. She had to find ways to earn more points. By around 10 o'clock, all the items in the supermarket had been sold out. Customers who hadn't managed to buy anything were all sighing in disappointment. Ah, is that it? I'm envious of those who were at the front just now. I'm always the one who runs alongside. My luck is just too bad. I'm so hungry and thirsty. I could hold out, but seeing them eat so well makes me even hungrier. Save your energy, go home and lie down to sleep, and you won't think so much. Come back early tomorrow and see if you can grab something. Even a bag of cookies would satisfy me. The system gently reminded host, you still have 8 minutes of purchasing time not yet used. Jiang He also remembered and immediately raised the loudspeaker. Everyone, don't rush to leave. A new batch of goods will arrive at the supermarket soon. If you need anything, you can wait for another 8 minutes. It won't take too long. As soon as she finished speaking, the dozen or so customers in line ahead were ecstatic, their eyes shining with excitement. Is there still stuff? Well, wait no matter how long it takes. Yes, Boss Jiang, we're willing to wait. Alright, you wait here. I'll step out for a moment and be back right. Jiang Wu put down the loudspeaker, walked into the van, and quickly entered the virtual supermarket. Recently, more customers had been buying flashlights, so she took 100 flashlights in 3 trips while restocking. Items like chocolate and beef jerky were stocked in smaller quantities. The hard currency remained mineral water and bread, so she aimed to stock up more of those. She also brought over a few bags of the newly unlocked sunflower seeds to crack open. Before Jiang Boss returned, the empty shelves suddenly filled with various goods, and the residents rubbed their eyes in unison. What just happened? Where did these things come from? They didn't even blink. How did it just appear out of thin air? The Dawn supermarket was truly magical. Even the restocking method was like performing magic. When Jiang He came out, the system had already replenished all the items. Alright, the Dawn supermarket continues to operate. Come over and select your items. She sat on the sofa waiting for customers to come and check out while leisurely cracking open sunflower seeds. When it was Yi Qingqing's turn, she was still in shock and hadn't reacted. Boss Jiang, how did you manage to restock from a distance? Is there some mechanism inside the shelves? Wanna know? Yi Qingqing's cheeks flushed, her round face resembling a ripe apple. I do. Jiang He smiled innocently, a subtle dimple appearing on her cheek. Knowing too much could lead to your demise. Are you sure you still want to hear? Yi Qingqing suddenly felt a chill down her spine, shaking her head like a rattle drum, her 2-bun hairstyles swaying along. No more, no more. She hurriedly ran to the shelf, gasping for breath. Although Boss Jiang had an innocent face, when she got scary it was truly terrifying. Having not come to the supermarket for several days, she had already consumed most of the supplies she hoarded last time, sharing them with her roommates. This time she came with her girlfriends, wanting to stock up again. Bread and box meals were much tastier than the food distributed by the base. They simply couldn't get enough. Since the items at Dawn's supermarket were first come first served, usually only one customer was allowed at a time to select items. However, if it was a family or if someone wanted to select items together, Jiang He wouldn't stop them. The 2 girlfriends followed behind Yi Qingqing, looking like they had never seen the world before. Wow, isn't this just like the supermarket before the apocalypse? What kind of background does this Boss Jiang have? This is amazing. Yi Qingqing thought with lingering fear, her mouth curling into a bitter smile. Some things are better left unknown for you all. He Tian leaned close to her ear, lowering her voice to ask, Qingqing, I just saw gloves and wool socks over there. Are they also from the supermarket? Yi Qingqing took a stealthy glance at Jiang He, seeing that she wasn't paying attention to this side, turned her head and replied in a voice only the 3 of them could hear, Boss Jiang often sells items that no one buys. Since we're here, we must definitely support Boss Jiang. Just a few dozen pairs of gloves and socks. Let's split them 3 ways and buy them all. Okay, I agree. I agree too. 3 girls almost cleared all the shelves, truly big spenders. 3 boxes of braised chicken wing meals, 3 boxes of marinated dishes. 25 buckets of instant noodles, 8 self-heating hot pots, 10 buckets of spicy sour noodles, 9 jars of treasure porridge, 10 loaves of bread, 20 tiger skin chicken feet, and 10 rice balls. 20 each of sausage and marinated eggs, 6 large chicken legs, 10 purple sweet potato mud cakes, 8 chocolate bars, and 12 bags of beef jerky. 20 bottles of mineral water and 9 bottles each of cola, orange juice, and Sprite. 12 rolls of toilet paper, 20 packs of sanitary napkins, 24 packs of wet wipes. In total they spent over 20,000 points. There were so many items that they ended up scattered all over the ground, requiring several trips to carry them all. Yi Qingqing had a sweet smile, pointing at the gloves and socks behind her. Boss Jiang, we want those too. Let's calculate the points together. This is a sudden windfall. Jiang He suppressed the corners of her mouth that were about to curl up. This was an incredible fortune that had unexpectedly fallen upon her. She had thought it would take until tomorrow to sell out, but didn't expect such a surprise. Ding, sales task completed. Congratulations to the host for gaining 5 minutes of purchasing time. Jiang He handed all the gloves and socks to them, smiling like a blooming flower. Welcome to visit again. This was heartfelt, as she hoped they would come again and again. She planned to save this 5 minutes of purchasing time for tomorrow. The system's daily tasks were unpredictable, and if tomorrow's refreshed task couldn't be completed immediately, that would be awkward. She needed to leave a safety net of the supermarket, couldn't operate without goods, and all the hard-earned points would be snatched away by the system. She had to defend her points. At this moment in the base's prison, Zhou Tao lay weakly on the ground after being hungry for a day and a night, occasionally shouting, "Let me out. Where is your Captain Li? Bring him to see me." Li Haobo had not appeared. One reason was that he had his own matters to attend to, and the second was that he hadn't received any concrete news from Zhou Xiao. That morning the base finally made a decision regarding Zhou Tao's execution. Seeing the execution result, Li Haobo was somewhat surprised and personally went to the prison. The cell door was kicked open and Zhou Tao instantly awoke, standing up weakly. Zhou Tao shielded his eyes with his hand. Having not seen light for so long, he struggled to adapt. He opened his eyes with difficulty and found that the person at the door was Li Haobo. He seemed to see a savior, excitedly gripping the bars of the door. "Captain Li, how is it? Can I go out?" Li Haobo slowly shook his head and sighed. "Zhou Tao, you've really kicked against an iron plate this time." Zhou Tao's heart sank, breaking into a cold sweat. "What the hell do you mean? Zhou Xiao is my cousin. There's a legitimate blood relation. How could he not care about me?" He reached out his hand through the door, trying to grab Li Haobo's collar, but the latter dodged. "Where's the key? Where is the key? Hurry and open the door for me. I need to find Zhou Xiao." Li Haobo brushed off the dust from his shoulder, his tone tinged with regret. "Little brother, I want to let you out too. After all, we've cooperated so many times, and it's been quite pleasant. But the base has issued a death sentence, and the good news is your life is safe for now." Zhou Tao's voice was hoarse. "What's the bad news?" "You've been assigned to the mine, never to return to the Nanyang base." After saying this, Li Haobo comforted him a bit. "Look on the bright side, this is already quite good. At least you're still alive. I won't get rough, just cooperate and go with them." Zhou Tao's face turned pale. A nun who were sent to the mine ever came back alive. Working in the mine was both grueling and dangerous. Only those who were disabled and unable to work would be released. Even if he got outside without the ability to act, he'd only have a dead end. "Captain Li, please help me again. I cannot go to the mine. You go tell Zhou Xiao that the owner of the Shuguang supermarket wants to harm me, not even giving him face. He will definitely come to save me." In the past, he relied on Zhou Yan's power strutting around the base. He could never have imagined he would fall to this point. It's all that wretched person from Shuguang supermarket. It's all her fault. He just wanted to catch 2 people without even smashing the supermarket, and she sent him into the cell. He was unwilling. "I have already sent word to Zhou Xiao. If he doesn't protect you, what can I do? Our relationship is such that I've done what I can. Don't make things difficult for me. Just get in the car and go to the mine." Li Haobo signaled for his subordinate to open the door. After Zhou Tao calmed down, he unexpectedly complied without any sign of resistance. 2 soldiers escorted him into the vehicle, heading towards the nearest mine to the base. After closing the supermarket, Jiang He planned to find a place without too many people, relying on the fields to let Sang Biao and Ba Wan run around. She immediately thought of the cornfield. It was spacious enough to walk the cat and the chicken without any issue. While driving, she hummed a cheerful tune, "Riding my beloved little car, I will never be stuck in traffic." In the off-road vehicle, Zhou Tao's gaze was gloomy, staring intensely at every shadow outside the window. Suddenly he saw a pink van. His dead fish-like eyes were filled with resentment, and he felt as though he were set ablaze, boiling with rage. Taking advantage of the soldier's distraction, Zhou Tao quickly stood up and violently slammed into the steering wheel. The tires screeched against the ground, producing a piercing sound. The off-road vehicle veered off course, directly crashing into the pink van. Jiang He felt a slight jolt in the vehicle and glanced at the rearview mirror. Goodness, the army green off-road vehicle was charging at her like a madman. Fortunately, the van had a protective shield and would not be affected. Is there really someone at the base so clueless, daring to crash into my little pink car? Host, that person is Zhou Tao, and there are 2 innocent soldiers in the car. Upon hearing this, Jiang He abandoned the thought of competing with the off-road vehicle. In this situation, can I punish him? Yes, he harbors murderous intent towards the host and wants to kill you. With her right hand resting on the steering wheel before Jiang He could decide on a punishment method, a gunshot suddenly rang out from behind. Zhou Tao was shot in the head. The off-road vehicle urgently braked, halting its wild swaying. In the rearview mirror, the window of the off-road vehicle was stained blood red, and the bloodied figure slowly collapsed. A single shot ending his life too quickly and too easily for him. Cornfield. No, it shouldn't be called a cornfield anymore. There wasn't a single cornstalk left in the field, only a ground littered with withered branches and leaves, the land cracked into chunks, particularly desolate. After stopping the car, Jiang He took out 2 small animals and placed them in the spacious field. You two play nice, don't run too far. Just as she finished speaking, a strong voice came from not far away. Who is that over there, and what are you doing? It sounded so familiar. Jiang He turned to look, and a sharp steel fork sparkled in the sun, dazzling her eyes. No way, there aren't even any cornstalks left in the cornfield, so why is old Wang still guarding this place? The sturdy old Wang quickly walked over, and upon seeing her he lowered the steel fork. Meow meow meow, chirp chirp chirp, oh my, this place is so big, so fun. The 2 small animals started playing hide and seek in the field. Ba Wan hid under a broad leaf, while Sang Biao rummaged here and there, flustered, even walking in a clumsy manner. Old Wang hadn't seen small animals in a long time and was very curious, staring for a long time. This little orange is so cute, he wanted to touch it. Old Wang held back, coughed lightly. Did you bring them? Yes, this should be a good place to walk. Cats and chickens, right? Of course, they will naturally fertilize the ground and the corn will grow taller next year. Speaking of corn, old Wang's eyes visibly lit up. Jiang He followed up on his words, asking, Old Wang, hasn't the corn been harvested? Why are you still guarding this piece of land? I don't have much to do at home, so I come over to turn the soil. As he spoke, old Wang remembered something and pulled something out of his back pocket. What a coincidence. I just dug this thing up while turning the soil over there. Take a look. Can it be exchanged for points? Can you also get me a points card? It was a cup of indeterminate color covered in dirt with a very unique shape. After Jiang He took it, she communicated with the system using her consciousness. System, check this out. Is it from last week or from the Shang and Zhou dynasties? Half a minute later, the system's voice sounded somewhat excited. Ding ding ding, host, you've found a treasure. This is a genuine antique, a wine vessel from the Midwestern Zhou dynasty worth over 100 million before the apocalypse. It's not surprising that such a precious item could be unearthed in what was once a museum. Collecting a rare antique grants you an opportunity to draw a grand prize. Jiang He quickly took out a black box and issued a points card for old Wang. Ding. Congratulations to customer Wang Tai for successfully recharging 120000 points. The old man truly lives up to his reputation. Even his name is so down to earth. Tai Grandpa Wang, the products in the supermarket are sold out today. You can come back tomorrow with your points card to shop. Grandpa Wang smiled, his face full of wrinkles, making him seem amiable. A tiny cup can actually be exchanged for over 100,000 points. I'll go dig around over there to find more good stuff. Saying this, Grandpa Wang grabbed a steel fork and headed to the field. Jiang He watched his retreating figure, her eyes curving into a smile. Keep searching, find more good items, so she can draw a few more grand prizes. The system's voice was tinged with a hint of excitement as it eagerly anticipated collecting a precious antique, which would earn it a small commission. The more the merrier. Jiang He furrowed her brows slightly and said earnestly, System, you're too greedy. I'm a kind-hearted and beautiful supermarket owner. How can I compete with my customers for points? It's not easy for them to survive in the apocalypse. Isn't it good to let them earn a little more? The system. Clearly just being lazy, yet it spoke, as if it were thinking of others. Jiang He sneezed, narrowing her eyes and speaking ominously, System, did you just insult me? The system denied vehemently, I didn't, don't wrongfully accuse good system. Seeing Sang Biao and Ba Wan having a great time, Jiang He returned to her room to draw her super grand prize. System, how do I draw? Let's get started. Alright. In the next moment, a colorful spinning wheel appeared out of nowhere on the fluffy carpet beside her bed. The round spinning wheel was divided into 7 colors, each area representing a reward. Red, a supply station. Orange, 30 minutes of restocking time. Yellow, a full fish feast. Green, a full crab feast. Cyan, a seafood feast. Blue, 50 thermal tents. Purple, Xiaobao. The red and orange sections were the smallest, only as wide as 2 fingers, while the yellow, green, and cyan sections were the largest. Host, there are darts over there. Once the wheel starts spinning, you can throw darts to draw a prize. After getting the darts Jiang He asked her lingering question, "System, what does that purple section mean?" Xiao Bao is the virtual supermarket robot. If you hit the purple section, Xiao Bao will be yours. You can assign it tasks like helping with restocking, cleaning, watching the store, or grooming Zhang Biao. However, the supermarket must be upgraded to level 5 or above for the robot to help with restocking. Previously, Xiao Bao could only enter the virtual supermarket with you because you completed a task. Jiang He nodded with bright eyes. This reward was indeed very appealing. Regardless of which color she hit, she would be very happy. Of course, hitting the supply station would be the best. After all, a supply station is priced at 880000 points. Jiang He took a breath over the darts, shook her hand, and then threw them forcefully. The wheel spun rapidly, and it took about 2 minutes to come to a complete stop. The system enthusiastically exclaimed, "Wow, congratulations, host. You've won 50 thermal tents. That's amazing." Knowing Jiang, he was curious about what the tent looked like. The system quickly produced a sample. The tent was already set up, blue in color, standing at 1.3 meters tall, 2 meters long, and 1.5 meters wide. The interior space was fully sufficient for 2 people to use it with some squeezing. 3 could sleep, and 5 was not an issue either. After all, survivors in the apocalypse were as thin as bamboo poles. The temperature inside the tent is unaffected by external conditions, maintaining a constant 21 degrees. It will be very comfortable inside. Such a tent would be extremely useful in both extremely hot and extremely cold weather. If taken out to sell, it would definitely be very popular. She would be able to make a fortune again tomorrow. Since she had some free time, Jiang He entered the virtual supermarket to stock up for tomorrow. Today's total sales amounted to 78260 points. The cumulative sales of Dawn's supermarket reached A02689 points. Before entering the virtual supermarket, she snapped the pink round ball. "Xiao Bao, wait for me. I'll definitely get you." Zhang Biao and Ba Wan had developed a camaraderie, and they were increasingly harmonious together. After stocking up, Jiang He stepped out of the van and saw Zhang Biao with its 2 meaty paws hugging Ba Wan, placing the whole little yellow chick on its belly, lowering its head, and licking its fur repeatedly. Ba Wan's fur was all wet, sticking to its skin, and the whole chick had slimmed down a bit, looking like a lewd little mouse. It was an eyesore. Before dark, she finally called the 2 little ones back. "It's time to eat, time to eat." Hearing the words "eat," Zhang Biao's body sprang up like a spring. Ba Wan, who had been dozing with its eyes half closed, was suddenly flipped over onto the ground, its head spinning in confusion. Ba Wan, the friendship and time spent this afternoon were ultimately wasted. The next day, the temperature dropped a bit more, becoming much more comfortable. Walking outside felt much better, and her complexion had improved. Ding, today's sales task has refreshed. Sell 100 sturdy iron umbrellas priced at 400 points. Reward 5 minutes of restocking time. Additionally, each thermal tent is priced at 5000 points, and the rewards will not count towards the supermarket's cumulative sales. Is one tent really 5000? Jiang He was a bit surprised. This was the most expensive item since the supermarket opened. However, the thermal tent had powerful functions and was indeed worth so many points. No matter how high the price was set, people would still buy it. At 9 o'clock, Jiang He casually found a spot to park and open the supermarket. She placed the tent sample next to the shelves to showcase it to customers from all angles. Li Ting and her group were lucky today. Just a few minutes after leaving the dormitory, they encountered the freshly parked pink van. They hurried over to seize the best positions at the front. Li Ting was beaming, pointing at the blue tent, and curiously asked Jiang He, "What's that?" During the introduction, Jiang He deliberately raised the loudspeaker so everyone present could hear. Dawn's supermarket newly launched 50 thermal tents. Don't be fooled by its appearance, which is similar to an ordinary tent. Its functionality is beyond your imagination. What do you do when the weather is too hot or too cold? Buy this tent and throw away your air conditioner and fan. As long as you lie down in this tent, you can enjoy a consistent, comfortable temperature of 21 degrees. The tent is made from special materials, waterproof, electric-proof, and radiation-proof, able to withstand even the strongest typhoons. Its quality is top-notch. Priced at 5000 points, it's genuine and trustworthy. After she finished speaking, all the customers in line stared wide-eyed, stunned for a moment before whispering among themselves. "If I had a thermal tent during the extreme heat, I wouldn't have suffered so much. I almost got heat stroke. Although the temperature is slowly dropping now, who can guarantee that it will remain normal in the future? I must buy a thermal tent to take home." The enthusiasm for buying tents was exceptionally high, but Li Ting and her friends were in a dilemma. They could indeed come up with 5000 points, but after buying the tent they wouldn't be able to purchase much else. Suddenly an idea popped into Li Ting's mind. "I see the tent is quite large. Why don't we pool our points together to buy it?" Zhao Ping's eyes brightened as he found this plan feasible. If two people pooled their resources, each would only need to contribute 2,500 points. With 3 people, it would just take a bit over 1,600 points. In this apocalypse, who cares how big the sleeping space is? As long as there is a comfortable spot for them to lie down, that is sufficient. Living in a temperature-controlled tent, they would definitely sleep well at night. Li Ting's teammates all believed this plan to be viable and began looking for others to share the cost. Zhao Ping, with a flush creeping to the back of his ears, tugged at Li Ting's shirt and whispered, "How about we live together?" Li Ting was startled by his words. Turning around, she saw Jiang He munching on seeds, watching them with a gossiping gaze. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she stammered, "What do you mean?" Zhao Ping felt that as a man he should be more proactive and stated directly, "I like you, and you like me too. Let's seize this opportunity to solidify our relationship, what do you think?" Seeing her remain silent for a long time, the light in the big man's eyes gradually faded. "Do you dislike me because I have no front teeth and speak with a lisp?" Li Ting quickly shook her head. "No, I've never disliked you. It was just that things felt too rushed. To having been single for over 20 years, she had just confirmed her feelings and was now considering living together. It felt a bit overwhelming. But on second thought, encountering someone who made her heart race in this apocalypse was indeed a rare and fortunate occurrence. Li Ting's small face turned crimson, and she gripped the hem of her shirt tightly. "All right, let's buy a tent together." Since they were already together, there was no need to be coy. Zhao Ping's face flushed with joy that he could not conceal. "Then I'll pay with my card, you keep your points for now." Jiang He, a golden bachelor, was left speechless by their display of affection. "Beep, the balance has credited 5,000 points. You need to set up the tent yourself after purchasing it. If you have any after-sales issues, feel free to come find me." The two received a vacuum-sealed bag containing the 6 major components of the tent. After confirming the purchase, Li Ting and Zhao Peng went together to select items from the shelves. They were the first to shop at the supermarket with plenty of items available. Sharing the same spending philosophy, they specifically chose cheap and practical items, ignoring snacks altogether. 30 bottles of mineral water, 30 loaves of bread, 30 bags of bear biscuits, 2 flashlights, 10 rolls of toilet paper, and 5 packs of sanitary pads. After selecting all the items, Zhao Peng hesitated for a moment. "Xiaoting, why don't we grab a boxed meal to take home? It was a special day for them, and they should celebrate with something good." Li Ting noticed what he was thinking and blushed again. It was a rare luxury for them. "Okay." Zhao Ping's heart leaped with joy, and he immediately went back to get a boxed meal of braised chicken wings, which Li Ting loved. The total expense for the two was 5,850 points, and since they couldn't carry everything in one go, Zhao Peng asked Li Ting to stay there while he made a few trips back. Before long, 20 tents had already been sold. The system hurriedly prompted, "Host, you forgot to promote our umbrella." "Hey, don't rush, let's wait a bit longer." With the temperature-controlled tent as a comparison, who would want to buy any ordinary umbrella? Once this wave passes, the iron umbrellas would have a chance to be promoted. Many customers short on points like Li Ting and Zhao Peng were also teaming up to buy tents. Of course, they needed to find a reliable partner, otherwise, if conflicts arose later, it would be a hassle over shared property. Zhou Yanjia instructed his subordinates to keep an eye on the Dawn supermarket, sending him a signal as soon as it opened. Upon receiving the news, he drove over, but he was still a step behind others, with a long queue already forming in front of the supermarket. Zhou Yanjia frowned impatiently, finding it troublesome. He got out with a gun ready to see who dared not to give way. A subordinate nervously reminded him, "Young Master Zhou, there are rules at Dawn supermarket, and no one is allowed to cut in line, or they will be blacklisted." "What?" "Not even me." The subordinate lowered his head, speaking cautiously. "Boss Jiang treats everyone the same." Zhou Yanjia turned his gaze to the crowd outside, where a pink van was lost among them. He absently stroked the trigger of his gun, speaking in a low and lazy tone. "Fine, let's play with her for a bit." The man stepped down from the armored vehicle, immediately attracting everyone's attention. He wore a white t-shirt and black cargo pants, broad-shouldered and narrow-waisted, with long fingers pinching a slender cigarette, exuding a wild and sharp elegance. Only military personnel could drive such a vehicle. Passers-by glanced at him briefly before quickly lowering their heads and walking around. Zhou Yanjia, wearing sunglasses, stood out among the disheveled residents. No one around him dared to make a sound. 50 tents quickly sold out, and Jiang He felt delighted, receiving 25,000 points, feeling a bit embarrassed. Happy as she was, she also remembered to do her business. Jiang He opened an iron umbrella, holding it overhead. Ahem, for those who didn't get the temperature-controlled tent, Dawn supermarket is proudly launching a new product, the iron umbrella. Just look at its material and you can tell how sturdy it is. It's no exaggeration to say it's tougher than bulletproof helmets and vests. This umbrella can not only shield you from the sun and rain, but can even stop bullets. Zhou Yanzhe listened lazily, suddenly lifting his eyelids and stepping out from the crowd. Your words alone lack credibility. I have a gun here and can help you test the umbrella's quality for free. Every item in the supermarket is proven to withstand the test of fire. Jiang He recognized him at a glance, but did not show any special reaction. With someone offering bullets for free, she certainly wouldn't refuse. Demonstrating it on site would surely enhance the sales effect. All right, I'll hold it, you can shoot directly at it. Zhou Yanzhe's captivating peach blossom eyes momentarily showed a hint of hesitation. Wouldn't holding the umbrella herself mean she risked being accidentally shot? Jiang He positioned the umbrella in front of her. After a long pause, without hearing a gunshot, she tilted the umbrella to reveal her bright and beautiful face. What's wrong? Is your aim so poor that you can't hit from this distance? Zhou Yanzhe was provoked especially since it was her. Without further hesitation, he raised the gun for the first time, his eyes betraying a habitual faint hint of malice. Bang! The bullet whistled out, and when it struck the umbrella, Jiang He involuntarily staggered back a step. The customers in front had the clearest view and immediately exclaimed, "Wow, the bullet clearly hit the umbrella, but there isn't a single mark on it. This is amazing. This umbrella would be a powerful weapon." Zhou Yanzhe, who personally fired the gun, was stunned for 2 seconds before realizing it. The bulletproof gear in the army is indeed not as sturdy and durable as this umbrella. From this point on, his interest in Jiang He grew even stronger. Just who is she to possess such phenomenal items? Chao Tianchun's family had stockpiled supplies last time, but they still came every day hoping for a stroke of luck. The more supplies, the better. The three of them were left speechless. Swallowing hard, Chao Tianchun regained his voice. "Boss Jiang, how many points for such an umbrella? It must be expensive too." The incredible sales effect was something Jiang He had not anticipated. Clearing her throat, she exaggeratedly stated, "Listen up, everyone, the price of the iron-bone umbrella is a flat price of only 400 points. You heard it right, you can take it home for just 400 points. The stock is limited, first come first served. Once it's sold out, it's gone. What are you all waiting for? Hurry up and buy. Although the umbrella's utility isn't as great as a constant temperature tent, it is cheap and practical. The enthusiasm for purchasing this time was even higher than before. Chao Tianchun immediately stepped forward, saying without hesitation, "Boss Jiang, well, buy 3. Their family had enough food now, but they were lacking defensive weapons. The iron-bone umbrella not only had excellent defensive capabilities, but also strong offensive power. Whoever dared to fight them would be directly stabbed to death with the umbrella." 100 umbrellas sold even faster than Jiang He had imagined. Its popularity was no less than that of the constant temperature tent. Zhou Yanzhe patiently waited in line for almost half an hour, and finally there were no more people in front of him. Before coming, he had already figured out the supermarket situation. He had to get a points card and recharge points into it to buy items from the supermarket. Holding the black card in his hand, Zhou Yanzhe smirked, his voice laced with a hint of playfulness. "I helped you a lot, shouldn't you give me a discount?" Jiang He smiled with a hint of sarcasm. "A discount? Do you want a bone fracture instead?" Forget it, she was a civilized and polite supermarket owner, so she had to be a bit more tactful with customers. "That can't be, you just said it was a free help." She emphasized the word free. "Young Master Zhou lives in such a large villa, I doubt he would be this stingy." Zhou Yanzhe's expression darkened. He had always been generous towards women, and no one had ever accused him of being stingy. It was strange that he repeatedly felt humiliated in front of the same person, but didn't want to get angry. The items on the shelves were already scarce, and Zhou Yanzhe casually glanced over. When he spotted the teddy bear cookies that looked exactly like the ones in his pocket, his gaze immediately stopped. Taking off his sunglasses for a closer look, the pink price tag indicated 1 bag for 10 points. Looking to the side, chocolate and beef jerky were 100 points, chicken breast 180, lunch boxes 300. Overall, the teddy bear cookies were the cheapest in the Shuguang supermarket. Jiang He leaned against the shelf, leisurely snacking on sunflower seeds, when she suddenly felt a wave of low pressure descend. Turning her head, she saw Zhou Yanzhe staring at her with an inscrutable expression, holding a handkerchief from which 2 barriers could vaguely be seen. Suddenly, with a forceful motion of his right hand, the complete and adorable teddy bear instantly shattered into pieces. Poor little bear. Jiang He thought, what's wrong with this guy? Is he sick? System Divine Gold. Putting down the sunflower seeds, Jiang He frowned and called out, "Hey, wasting food will get you blacklisted. Your current behavior is very dangerous." Before she finished speaking, Zhou Yanzhe stuffed all the broken cookies into his mouth right in front of her. Not even a crumb was spared. Jiang He thought, fine, let her act like she didn't say anything. System Divine Gold. Zhou Yanzi maintained a cold expression throughout finally buying all 13 bags of teddy bear cookies. At the checkout, Jiang He casually asked no other items. Zhou Yanzi, biting the back of his teeth, spat out 3 words: no need. Oh, it seems this person only loves teddy bear cookies and enjoys crushing them before eating. Shuguang's supermarket opened today near the dormitory area of the common people, and Xia Huifeng stood nearby observing for quite some time. The armored vehicle that symbolizes power is an important target for him in the near future. After gaining space, Xia Huifeng, believing himself to be the chosen one, would never willingly remain at the bottom, living as a powerless commoner. While the apocalypse is hell for others, he believes it is exactly the time for him to shine. To break the class barriers, the first step he must take is to establish connections with the military. Last time he met with the superior, but there was no follow-up. It was likely hopeless. In the end, he still had to rely on his own efforts. Xia Huifeng watched every change in Zhou Yanzi's expression after he entered the supermarket. He seemed very interested in Jiang He, but suddenly felt displeased due to something. Twice he had to use Jiang He as a decoy to cling to power. Xia Huifeng didn't know whether to feel lucky or unlucky. As Zhou Yanzi walked up to the armored vehicle, someone immediately came over to open the door. The 13 bags of teddy bear cookies were all thrown into the back seat, with 2 bags bouncing under the seat due to his excessive force. A nearby lackey tried to pick them up, but was sternly reprimanded by Zhou Yanzi. Did I tell you to pick them up? The lackey trembled, afraid to move again, as cold sweat dripped down his forehead. At that moment, Xia Huifeng took the opportunity to step forward, wearing a gentle smile. Young Master Zhou, I know a lot about Jiang He. Would you be interested in hearing? While Jiang He was busy earning points, she completely didn't notice that Xia Huifeng had approached Zhou Yanzi. At 1:30 in the afternoon, all 100 iron bone umbrellas were sold out effortlessly, netting her 40,000 points. Jiang He hummed a cheerful tune as she pushed the shelves towards the car. Suddenly, with a thud, a spherical object fell at her feet, startling her into a moment of clarity. What was that? The system reminded her host treasure. This is Xia Shui, and that is Xia Yu, and I am called Hail. Jiang He looked up to see large hailstones the size of goose eggs pouring down from the sky, as if they were free, hitting the ground, trees, and heads with a heavy thud. The sudden hailstorm caught many people off guard, and they didn't have time to run, sustaining serious injuries. Chao Tianshan reacted quickly, holding up the umbrella, while reminding Chao Songhan and Zhu Yuxia. Mom and Dad, it's hailing. Quickly open the umbrella. The silver umbrella felt very light in hand, and although the canopy was thin, it robustly shielded against the large hailstones. Few spending 400 points was truly worth it. Just after buying it, it proved to be incredibly useful. If they hadn't had the umbrella, they would have surely been injured, like those who couldn't make it back to the building in time, getting their heads. A massive hailstorm struck without warning, lasting for a full 2 hours without respite. The number of residents killed on the spot is expected to exceed 100. Several customers sheltered by the bread van from the hail. Jiang He could not close the door, so she left it open for them to take refuge. Several residents with sturdy umbrellas walked past her. It must be said this umbrella is quite... The system hesitated before revealing the truth. Actually, the sturdy umbrella was specifically designed for hailstorms. However, since hail occurs scarcely on that planet, and due to its high price, these umbrellas ended up unsold. Jiang He. What a thorough development. Without even a hailstorm, who would buy it? As night approached, there were no signs of the massive hail letting up, and the ground was covered in a layer of white pebbles. Jiang He wanted to return to her room to rest, so she drove the customers hiding from the hail back to the dormitory. The bread van was unaffected by the road conditions, bulldozing the hail to the sides. The injured residents who fell were rescued by the soldiers of the base, but they could only receive simple bandaging, lacking the qualification for further treatment. The medical resources at the base were limited, and all medications were reserved for those in the military district. Hence, many civilians were eager to push their way into the military district. Xia Huifeng was one of them. After striking up a conversation with Zhou Yanzi, he rode in an armored vehicle all the way to the villa area. Seeing the luxurious and extravagant mansion, he became even more determined to join the base's management. Zhou Yanzi casually found a meeting room and had a servant brew 2 cups of tea to bring in. Before the apocalypse, Xia Huifeng could be considered a young master, a rich second generation, but compared to the Zhou family, he was nothing. The sense of superiority and cold aura that Zhou Yanzi exuded was something he could never match. Sitting face to face, Xia Huifeng inexplicably felt dwarfed. Feeling the presence of the space around him, Xia Huifeng instantly regained his confidence. He was not an ordinary person, he was special, destined to look down from heights. Feeling the presence of the space around him, Xia Huifeng instantly regained his confidence. He was not an ordinary person, he was special, destined to look down from heights. Beneath her collar, Xia Huifeng quickly averted his gaze, staring intently at the tea, lowering his head to take a sip. Catching his small action, Zhou Yanzi chuckled and casually turned his teacup, speaking nonchalantly, "What is your relationship with Jiang He?" Finally returning to the main topic, Xia Huifeng stated the answer he had prepared. Zhou Xiao, to be honest, I almost married her. Hearing this, Zhou Yanzi raised his eyebrows as if he had heard a joke. Just you. Xia Huifeng clenched his fists, trying hard to ignore the disdain in the man's words. However, I am now her brother-in-law. Zhou Yanzi laughed and scolded. This relationship is really complicated. Following this, Xia Huifeng recounted the tangled relationship in detail. Of course, many details were omitted, such as how he used to look down on Jiang He and how Jiang Shue often took her out on a leash. Every word that came from his mouth was advantageous to himself. After listening, Zhou Yanzi keenly sensed something was off, but couldn't pinpoint it immediately. So according to you, Jiang He should call you a benefactor. Starting with a natural disaster, she has been under your protection as a captain, allowing her to safely arrive at the Nanyang base, leading to her subsequent adventures. Xia Huifeng humbly smiled. I can't be considered a benefactor, I merely lent a hand. After all, she is my fiancé's sister. Alright, I understand. Zhou Yanzi nodded thoughtfully and beckoned to the bodyguard at the door. Bring them all out to play, we have distinguished guests today, and they must be well entertained. The bodyguard glanced at the unfamiliar man in the room and immediately reacted. Understood, Zhou. Xia Huifeng had no idea what this play meant until he followed into the living room and saw a group of sexy beauties in bikinis. He swallowed hard, not looking closely, and turned his face away. Zhou Xiao, what are you planning? Zhou Yanzi patted his shoulder, his gaze filled with teasing intent. Tonight, don't go back, stay in the villa. Once you're done having fun, these beauties are yours to choose from, and I'll continue to accompany you in the evening. Xia Huifeng stiffened his neck and declined. I have a fiancé. Ha ha. Zhou Yanzi laughed heartily, clearly mocking him. Do you believe what you're saying? A man's nature, how can he not stray? A fiancé is merely a pre-apocalypse term, and nowadays who in power values monogamy. Let alone men or women of such status also keep numerous handsome young men at home enjoying life like immortals. That phrase about power and status made Xia Huifeng waver for a moment. In this apocalypse, whether there are more women or more men symbolizes a prestigious status. Zhou Yanzi raised his hand and dynamic music instantly erupted, causing the entire villa to come alive. A life of indulgence and pleasure. Xia Huifeng no longer suppressed himself, drinking red wine, smoking top-shelf cigars, and when he opened his eyes he was surrounded by enchanting figures. The desires in a man's heart were magnified infinitely and released at this moment. The nerves that were usually taut finally loosened for a moment. This was the immortal life that the powerful lived, even if he had to crawl. Xia Huifeng was determined to reach a high position. Nevertheless, he remained highly alert, drinking, but not completely drunk, and when returning to his room he firmly rejected the woman Zhou Yanzi offered. His space must not be discovered by others, as sleeping alone was the safest. The extreme hailstorm lasted all night, and when the residents woke up the next day they found the temperature had plummeted, suddenly transitioning from sweltering heat to winter in just 2 days. Yesterday it was still over 30 degrees, but today it dropped to only 5 or 6 degrees. However, most residents who had fled to the base from elsewhere did not have warm clothing for winter. In 5 or 6 degree weather they still wore short sleeves and shorts, shivering in the cold. Yi Qingqing had bought military coats and down jackets from the Dawn supermarket at the very beginning, having ample resources for winter. She kept a few for herself and distributed the rest to her dormitory and team sisters. Wearing wool gloves, wool socks, and wrapped in a thick down jacket, Yi Qingqing felt warm all over, nearly moved to tears. Woo-woo, I will never say again that the things sold by Boss Jiang are useless. Every item sold at Dawn supermarket is incredibly useful. Jiang He also found it strange. Not long ago she was worried about meeting extra KPIs. Selling heavy winter coats in the scorching heat was clearly a way to make things difficult for her. But not long after the temperature dropped, those unsold items became necessities. Just yesterday, as soon as she sold the umbrellas, the hail began. Could there be some connection? A warning. A sign of the next disaster. The system seemed to have been holding back for a long time and immediately jumped in. Bingo, host, you finally guessed it. Sensing something amiss, Jiang He immediately frowned and raised an eyebrow. Guess. Tongzi, how many secrets are you hiding from me? Are we still the best partners? You actually have little secrets behind my back. I am truly heartbroken. Our partnership needs to be reconsidered. Finding another Tong isn't out of the question. She spoke too quickly, leaving the system no chance to interject. I could only wait for her to finish speaking before hastily explaining. Host, I also want to tell you, but the main system doesn't allow it, insisting that you should explore slowly on your own. Jiang He. Fine, let's say the main system has a bit of conscience. Although it has assigned her extra KPIs and occasionally goes haywire, most of the unsold items are chosen according to the sequence of disasters, so she won't have to worry about selling them in the future. Jiang He opened the panel to check today's tasks. The sign-in task hadn't refreshed, only the sales task. Sell 100 down jackets, princess dresses priced at 300 points each. Reward 8 minutes of stocking time, unlock 1 daily necessity. Selling down jackets in winter isn't that simple, right? Seeing the samples on the sofa, Jiang He felt a wave of darkness before her eyes. How should I put it? It is indeed a down jacket. But this fluorescent color, isn't it a bit outrageous? Bright red, bright green, bright purple. A riot of colors. With ruffled edges on the shoulders, large peonies, plum blossoms, and camellias printed on the chest. The skirt is covered with a layer of lace adorned with shimmering sequins, and the belt is decorated with an exaggerated bow. All the elements combined are too much for the eyes. I didn't realize it before, but now Jiang He believes that the items in the sales task are indeed unsold stock. Where can these things be sold? Only people in post-apocalyptic times wouldn't be picky. The system was very optimistic. Host, it's okay being extremely tacky, is just trendy. As long as we aren't embarrassed, it's others who should be. Think positively, at least they are down jackets, they can keep you warm. After a night of hail, the pink van was submerged by piles of hailstones with only the roof left exposed. A large amount of hail completely blocked the entrance and exit of the dormitory building, trapping the residents. Another day of delivery. Jiang He started the van, forcefully squeezing through the surrounding hailstones, navigating through a world of hail more than a meter high. Within the base, all facilities were shut down and soldiers from the military district were dispatched to clear the roads with armored vehicles, bulletproof vehicles, and trucks all deployed. However, it was only after the engine began to smoke that they managed to travel a mere dozen meters. The resistance from the hail was simply too great. The vehicle was stuck, moving slower than an elderly person crossing the street. Qinling leaned half his body out the window, holding an iron shovel, struggling to clear the hail around the vehicle. After a lot of effort, their car had only moved half a meter. Captain, at this rate, are we going to have to work all night? Qinling panted, looking utterly disheartened. He would rather fight the enemies outside than shovel hail. Qinsong held the steering wheel, seeing the progress was too slow, picked up a tool, and joined his teammates in clearing. It's too cold outside. If we wait for them to melt by then, half the people in our base will starve or die of thirst. We need to clear a path quickly to minimize losses. Upon hearing this, Qinling and a few other team members worked even harder. After half an hour of labor, they suddenly heard a cracking noise not far away. The sound was akin to a ferocious dragon bursting forth, as if it intended to destroy everything around. Qinling's expression grew serious, and his right hand instinctively reached for his gun. Captain, could it be those bandits taking the opportunity to invade our base? In contrast, Qinsong remained much calmer. It's broad daylight, they aren't that brazen. Boom! A pink silhouette rushed past in front of their vehicle. Going too fast, Qinsong and the others could only see a blurry shadow. Qinling was hit on the forehead by a hailstone that flew by, quickly swelling into a large bump. He covered his head, his eyes nearly spitting fire. What the hell just flew past? If I catch it, I will definitely skin it. Qinsong turned his head, his tone nonchalant, answering his question. It should be Boss Jiang's van. In the entire base, she was the only one driving a small pink vehicle. An awkward silence spread in the air. Qinling lowered his hand, chuckling dryly, his speech slightly stuttered. It doesn't hurt that much. I didn't know that was Boss Jiang. Everything I just said doesn't count. Just pretend you didn't hear it, and don't let it reach Boss Jiang's ears. If Boss Jiang finds out I want to skin her, I will never be able to enjoy the big chicken legs from the supermarket again. Qinling straightened up and looked in the direction where Boss Jiang had left. At that moment, he saw a path that had been opened up. Unable to hold back, he swore, "Damn. Is Boss Jiang a walking shovel?" Wherever the vehicle passed, it had directly turned into a clear road. He shouted excitedly, "Captain, we don't have to work all night. Boss Jiang is the god of the road." Jiang He sped down the road, unaware that she had accidentally hit someone. Holding the hideously ugly down jacket, Jiang He only had one thought in her mind: the supermarket needs to upgrade quickly. With a portable space, she wouldn't have to keep going back and forth. The stairway was filled with hail, leaving not a single gap. Tong, is there any way to get rid of them? No way. Before Jiang He could say anything, the system quickly added, "But someone will come to help you soon." As soon as it finished speaking, a military green armored vehicle slowly approached along the path Jiang He had opened. Qinling, with a bump on his head, enthusiastically greeted her. "Boss Jiang, long time no see." After the vehicle stopped, Qinsong and the others got out. Qinling pointed at the clothes in Jiang He's hands, curiously asking, "Boss Jiang, is this the supermarket's new product? It looks quite unique." Jiang He glanced at the tools they were holding and nodded slightly. "Yes, 300 points each. Do you want to take one back?" Her eyes sparkled like autumn waters brimming with starlight, making it hard for anyone to refuse. Qinling scratched the back of his head awkwardly. "Boss Jiang, I'm sorry, we are on a mission and not allowed to buy things privately." Afraid Jiang He might misunderstand, he kept explaining. "This is the army's rule. Violating it would get us locked in a small dark room. It's definitely not that we dislike these down jackets for being too ugly, that we don't want to buy them. Nor is it that we find them tacky. It's not that we find them too commonplace." Qinling nudged the teammate beside him, desperately signaling him. "Right. Songge." Li Tsong shifted aside, not wanting to admit that he was on the same team as the. A small excavator drove up behind the armored vehicle, evidently to clear the hail from the dormitory building. Jiang He didn't bother to argue with Qinling, as anyone with eyes could see what these down jackets were like. She stepped aside, patiently waiting for the excavator to dig a path. Upstairs, someone heard the commotion, opened the window, and caught a glimpse of the delivery van from Shuguang's supermarket, excitedly shouting, "Boss Jiang is here to open a supermarket." At his shout, the residents in the building rushed to the windows to confirm. Seeing that it truly was Boss Jiang, they quickly grabbed their loyalty cards and ran downstairs. Finally, it was their turn to buy supplies from the supermarket. More and more people were descending, all blocking the stairs between the first and second floors. At this rate, Jiang He didn't plan to deliver goods anymore. She directly pulled out the shelves and sat waiting for customers to come. Tang Wanqing leaned at the window, spotting a familiar figure, and hurried to the bed to shake her sleeping sister Tang Wanyun, excitedly exclaiming, "Sister, Boss Jiang is here." The two sisters, worried about being retaliated against by Zhou Tao, and the others stayed in the dormitory obediently except for going to the bathroom. Neither of them had warm clothes or thick blankets. They had been woken up by the cold last night and had huddled together for warmth, managing only 3 to 4 hours of sleep. Hearing the name Jiang, Tang Wanun groggily opened her eyes and quickly jumped out of bed. "Let's go." It was colder outside than at home, and the two wore only short sleeves and ice silk wide-leg pants, their bodies trembling like a sieve, their teeth chattering. As the excavator cleared half of the hail, a gap was opened and people squeezed out. Everyone was eager to buy supplies, fearing that if they were a few minutes late, the supermarket's goods would be snatched up. Standing beside the shelves with a smile, Jiang He greeted, "Welcome to Shuguang Supermarket. We have new products today. Would you like to take a look?" The first in line was a middle-aged man in short sleeves and shorts, constantly rubbing his hands and stamping his feet to keep warm. "Boss Jiang, I want to buy a down jacket." Jiang He displayed several sample jackets, her tone gentle. "What color do you want?" She looked at the 7 jackets lined up like a rainbow, dazzling to the eyes. The middle-aged man hesitated, asking, "Is there no other style?" However, in the face of the cold, he couldn't afford to be picky. Just give me any one." Jiang He picked out a blue one that resembled Princess Elsa's dress, dreamily sparkling. As the middle-aged man touched the down jacket, fluffy and soft, comfortable and warm, he overlooked its appearance and realized that the quality was quite good, worth the price. He quickly put it on, wrapping himself in the thick down jacket. The princess dress on the uncle looked a bit comical, but no one would laugh at him. In the dead of winter, being able to buy warm clothing was already a great deal. Being ugly was far better than freezing. The middle-aged man instantly felt much warmer, his pale face finally showing a hint of color. He walked over to the shelves to shop and saw a hot water bottle, quickly grabbing one. 10 bottles of mineral water, 10 loaves of bread, 3 self-heating hot pots, and 3 cups of instant noodles. In cold weather, it's best to have something hot. After selecting everything, the middle-aged man headed to the checkout. "Boss Jiang, how do I use this hot water bottle?" Jiang He took the hot water bottle and explained it to him in detail. "Buying our supermarket's hot water bottle in winter is a wise choice. It has a capacity of 550 milliliters. You can fill it with hot water at the hot water station, and it costs 100 loyalty points, just like mineral water. The hot water bottle is made of a special material, keeping warm for 12 hours without issue. The water inside can still be drunk when it cools down, killing 2 birds with 1 stone, absolutely worth the value." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man felt it was quite a bargain, being able to warm himself and have drinking water for just 100 points. The customers behind him stretched their necks, having heard their conversation, and also had their targets in mind. They also wanted to buy a hot water bottle to take home, which would allow them to buy 1 less bottle of mineral water. Almost everyone who came to the supermarket had at least 1 down jacket. No one knew if the temperature would drop sharply again tomorrow, so stocking up on winter supplies in advance would at least prevent them from freezing later. Just like in extreme heat, being unprepared would be too hard to endure. Seeing so many pretty clothes, Tang Wangxing's eyes widened and Tang Wanun was almost shaken out of her wits by her. Sister, I want to buy that blue dress. I love Princess Elsa. Sister, you should wear red. It looks festive and beautiful. Tang Wanyun. As long as you like it. She only cared about whether it would keep her warm, not the color or style. When it was their turn, Tang Wanqing was especially enthusiastic, her excitement hard to hide. Boss Jiang, my sister, and I want one blue dress and one red dress. After pondering for a moment, Tang Wanun followed up, Boss Jiang, make it 2 red and 2 blue, please. During the day it was still bearable, wearing a down jacket could fend off the wind and cold, but at night the temperature difference was significant, and without blankets it was very easy to catch a cold. For commoners like them it was unrealistic to think about having medicine for illnesses. Spending a few hundred points to buy 2 down jackets to use as blankets was far more economical than falling sick. They also bought 2 hot water bottles, filled them with hot water, and hugged them close. It was incredibly warm. Tang Wanqing felt so happy she could bubble over, and her sister even bought her instant noodles, which she could enjoy after soaking in hot water for a few minutes. As the weather changed, the customers' shopping preferences also shifted. Instant noodles, self-heating hot pots, and boxed meals became the most popular items. Hot water bottles were selling very quickly as well. Jiang He felt she should have stocked more, and next time she would bring in more goods. While she was doing business there, Qin Song led his team to continue clearing the way along the dormitory building. An hour later there were no more customers queuing in front of the supermarket, and there were very few items left on the shelves, with only 4 or 5 down jackets unsold. Jiang He planned to go to the next dormitory building and sell out all the items in the supermarket. With a whoosh the delivery van sped past them, opening up a straight and wide path. Qinling instinctively covered his head with his hands, blocking his head. Finally, he was not hit by hail again. Bad luck shouldn't strike him twice. Compared to the path opened by Boss Jiang, the results of their hour's effort were hardly different from doing nothing. Captain, should we continue to follow Boss Jiang to pick up the leftovers? Qin Song didn't respond, entering the driver's seat and driving the car onto the newly opened path, tailing Jiang He to another dormitory building. The excavator followed closely behind, continuing to dig and clear the hail from the corridors, liberating the residents inside the building. Just as Jiang He was running, her supermarket, disaster struck from above. A corpse was thrown out of the window. Judging by the trajectory, it was aimed directly at her. Qinling turned his head and saw a corpse, pale as death, hurtling toward Jiang He's crown. No, could Master Jiang truly be crushed to death like this? Who dares commit such a reckless, unforgivable act against her? His prized grilled leg, his last cherished memory of the pre-apocalyptic world, must not be lost. Dropping everything in his hands, Qinling lunged forward to save Master Jiang. Yet another person reacted even faster. Qin Song's gaze turned pitch black and icy. The moment danger registered, instinct propelled him toward Jiang He, but they stood too far apart. Before he could close the distance, the corpse plummeted at terrifying speed, mere inches from striking her skull. Master Jiang, watch out. Everyone present held their breath in dread. If she fell, who would supply them with such affordable provisions? Jiang He wore an expression of utter bewilderment, until a heavy pressure descended upon her head, and only then did she realize someone had tried to kill her. At a mere 5 centimeters from her forehead, the corpse was repelled by an unseen force and crashed loudly at her feet. Stunned by the surreal sight, the crowd stared in disbelief. What had Master Jiang done? How had the corpse been flung aside so abruptly? Yet that was not the gravest concern. What mattered most was that Master Jiang remained unharmed, and the Dawn supermarket endured. Qin Song paused, then recalled this young woman was no ordinary mortal. She was impervious even to bullets. Such a crude assassination attempt meant nothing to her. Qinling too realized his panic had been unnecessary. How could anyone possibly harm a being as formidable as Master Jiang? The sheer intensity of the moment had momentarily erased his memory. Jiang He was no ordinary human. Though unscathed, she was furious over the attempt on her life. Qinling approached and asked gently, Master Jiang, are you all right? Who among them possesses such audacity to dare strike at you? I couldn't see which floor the corpse fell from, but rest assured we will uncover the perpetrator. The corpse lay face up, a woman in her 40s, eyes wide open and vacant, frozen in eternal unrest. Jiang He felt a vague flicker of recognition, yet with so many people passing before her, daily faces rarely lingered in memory. System, where is the one who sought my death? 7th floor, room 705. Armed with the answer, Jiang He turned to Qinling, her voice calm and certain. The corpse was thrown from room 705. The base commander had long decreed the Dawn supermarket vital to the base's survival, and thus under strict protection. Qin Song exchanged a glance with Qinling, then spoke coldly. Go up. Arrest the suspect. Room 705. A boy crouched in the corner, knees drawn tightly to his chest, lips curled into a feverish, unnerving smile. Mother, I've avenged you at last. You did not die in vain, you shall have company. Bang, bang, bang. Violent pounding shattered the boy's trance, yanking him back into reality. Panic seized him. His entire body tensed, his lips trembled violently. Impossible. They couldn't possibly have found him so quickly. He'd timed it perfectly. The crowd below had been entirely absorbed by that wicked woman, oblivious to his window. He buried his face in his knees, slipping into near delusion, willing himself to ignore the battering at the door. It must be an illusion. He must have misheard. Thud. After 7 or 8 brutal impacts, Qinling finally shattered the door open. Raising his firearm, he swept his gaze across the room. A rancid stench assaulted his senses, so overpowering he nearly vomited. The interior was chaos incarnate. Garbage littered every inch of floor, leaving no space to step. Only one figure stood out, a boy of about 10. Qinling demanded sharply, was it you who hurled objects downward? The boy lifted his head and slowly, eerily smiled. She deserved to die. She earned it for refusing to save a life. 10 minutes later, Jiang He faced the boy who had plotted her murder. A child. How are you still alive? You should be dead. Seeing her unharmed, the boy nearly unraveled, thrashing wildly, desperate to lunge forward and strangle her with his bare hands. But his wrists were locked behind his back, gripped tightly by Qinling, rendering him utterly immobile. It was then Jiang He finally recalled where she'd seen the dead woman before. She ran a mobile supermarket, well-stocked, generous. Many came to beg for free rations, weaving tales of hardship. This mother and son were merely one such pair. The woman suffered a severe disability in her right leg, making movement arduous. Alone, she raised her 13-year-old son under crushing hardship. With no labor assignments recently issued, their sole source of food vanished. When supplies ran dry, scavenging for credits became the only recourse, yet her physical condition forbade it, and she refused to send her young son into peril. After agonizing deliberation, she fixed her hopes on Jiang He. Kneeling before the delivery van, she pleaded tearfully for even a morsel of sustenance. Jiang He showed no mercy. She spoke plainly and sent them away. What transpired afterward she neither knew nor cared to know. The boy glared at her, eyes burning with venomous hatred, his voice raw and ragged. It was your refusal to help that I'll kill you. After failing to beg for food, his mother resorted to servicing elderly men, enduring their cruelty and degradation. Each time she returned battered and broken, the scraps she brought home barely filled a palm. Unable to bear watching her suffer, he ended her pain himself. He'd resolved to end his own life next, until unexpectedly the Dawn supermarket arrived directly beneath their dormitory. That sparked his vengeful resolve. He believed his plan flawless, yet not even a single strand of that wicked woman's hair had been harmed. Seeing his unshaken delusion, Jiang He shook her head and sighed. You're mistaken. Your mother wasn't killed by me, it was the cataclysm. It was the apocalypse. The Dawn supermarket had already offered them their greatest lifeline: trade precious metals and jewels for nourishment. Under the cataclysm, life and death hang by a thread. She is no deity incapable of decreeing who lives or dies. Host, shall I execute punishment? Jiang He paused, then declined. Hand him over to the base. Qin Song and the others had witnessed everything. The base would mete out due justice. At 1130 m. All merchandise was sold out. Today's total earnings 58620 credits. Only 70000 credits remain until the 1 million target. Beep. Mission merchandise sale completed. Reward 8-minute restocking window. New item unlocked: hand warmers. After closing the store, Jiang He returned to her quarters to rest. The system cheered. Excellent work, host. Tomorrow the supermarket upgrade is almost within reach. After dinner, Jiang He went to the virtual supermarket to restock, taking 100 hot water bags and 500 warming patches. Each warming patch only costs 10 points, heats instantly, and keeps warm for 6 hours. This exceptionally valuable product will surely be snatched up by customers. Instant noodles, self-heating hot pot, sour and spicy noodles, chicken leg lunchboxes, and braised chicken wing lunchboxes were all Jiang He's main focus for restocking. She didn't take much of items like cola, orange juice, Sprite, or chocolate ice cream. However, Jiang He's body temperature was not affected by the external environment, so she could eat these. She bought 3 ice creams, mostly for herself. System. The supermarket was not consumed, it was merely fortunate. After a day's hard work by the soldiers of the military district and Jiang He's assistance, a well-connected road was cleared at the base. Hail piled up like a mountain, but it did not affect the residents' travel. The road outside the base was still filled with hail, and everyone couldn't go outside to earn points, feeling somewhat anxious. Fearing that they would consume all their points sitting idle all day, they still couldn't leave the base, and would have to return to the days of insufficient food. Today's temperature has already dropped below zero, making the purchase of winter supplies urgent. Early in the morning, customers found the position of the bread truck and started lining up outside. Ding, today's selling task has been refreshed. Sell 100 thermal blankets at 888 points each, 200 down comforters at 88 points each. Reward 8 minutes of restocking time. Various medicines. Jiang He stretched and then went to wash up in the bathroom. For breakfast, she had 2 rice balls, a large chicken leg, and a bottle of milk. Sang Viao and Ba Wan snuggled together in the thermal box, their heads leaning against each other, creating a heartwarming scene. Jiang He did not wake the 2 little ones, left their breakfast in a bowl, and went to work. It was only 8:55 in the morning, and the long line outside the supermarket already seemed endless. Wang Hongba was lucky today to snag a spot, placing 5th in line. He was very grateful that he had bought a military coat at the Dawn supermarket, but also regretted not buying a few more. His 2 children at home had no warm clothes to wear and had been sniffling from the cold yesterday. As a native resident of the base, he should have kept clothes for all seasons at home. However, with a large family, and having been poor for a time with hardly any food, he had given away all his unused clothes to the base in exchange for 3 days' worth of food for his family of 5. Now, with the temperature dropping, he had no preparations at home, and Wang Hongba was nearly at his wits' end, hardly sleeping through the night as he awaited the supermarket to open. It was one thing for an adult to catch a cold, but the key was that if the 2 children got a fever, it would truly be a matter of life and death for him. Before the opening, Jiang He picked up a loudspeaker and introduced the 2 types of blankets being sold today. Everyone, the Dawn supermarket has new products: thermal blankets and regular down comforters. The size and thickness are the same, 2 meters wide and 2.3 meters long. The thermal blanket is somewhat similar to the previous thermal tent. As long as you lie down in it, you don't have to worry about not keeping warm. The blanket heats automatically, maintaining a suitable temperature, ensuring you have a comfortable sleep all night long, priced at 888 points. The regular down comforter does not have this feature, so it is cheaper, only requiring 88 points. An hour later, there were no more customers queuing in front of the supermarket, and there were very few items left on the shelves, with only 4. If it weren't for the military coat, the 2 children might have fallen ill by now. Other customers like him were filled with uncontrollable excitement. Additionally, the Dawn supermarket has hot water bags and warming patches, essential winter warmth tools available for purchase as needed. After saying this, Jiang He went around to the back of the bread truck, skillfully pulling out the shelves. Watching the 4 people in front take back a thermal blanket, Wang Hongba felt a twinge of hesitation. He initially wanted to save points by buying 2 regular down comforters and some warming patches and hot water bags. But it seemed more worthwhile to buy the thermal blanket. He needed to calculate this again carefully. Although the price of the thermal blanket was 10 times that of a regular one, buying it would mean he could purchase far fewer warming supplies later. One self-heating blanket would take care of everything, right? Wang Hongba slapped his forehead, realizing he had only been thinking about saving points and hadn't accounted for future expenses. Moreover, if he missed this chance, he might never be able to buy a thermal blanket again. Wang Hongba gritted his teeth, determined that he must spend the 888 points on the blanket. Jiang boss, I want a thermal blanket. Alright, please swipe your card first. After placing the card on the black box, he heard a beep in less than 2 seconds. The 2 were not on the same page regarding joy and sorrow. Jiang He, the delightful prompt sound, I just earned over 800 points. Wang Hongba sighed, nearly 1,000 points are gone from my card, it hurts. He walked to the shelf, thought for a moment, and picked up a sakura pink hot water bag, a color his daughter would surely like. Having bought the thermal blanket, 1 hot water bag was enough. As long as the supermarket was open, customers could come and get hot water without worrying about it being wasted. A customer could get hot water twice a day, including for instant noodles. Getting hot water once is equivalent to buying a bottle of mineral water, making it very cost-effective. The warming patches and small bear biscuits were priced similarly quite cheap, but Wang Hongba didn't buy many, only taking 10. Tong Tong and Duo usually didn't need to go out and lay under the blanket all the time, so the warming patches weren't very useful. Wang Hongba also took some other supplies: 3 bottles of mineral water, 6 loaves of bread, 3 rice balls, and 5 rolls of toilet paper. Carrying the items to the checkout, these plus the thermal blanket totaled 2098 points. Wang Hongba sighed with relief, thankful that he had earned some points outside earlier, as he still had over 10,000 points left on his card. If he could hold out, he should be able to survive this winter, the duration of which was uncertain. 300 blankets were sold out by the afternoon. Old Man Wang walked over with his agile steps a steel fork, never leaving his hand undefeated across the land. Jiang boss has the supermarket sold out of everything. I'm really unlucky making a trip here only to find nothing. Jiang He couldn't help but laugh. For some reason, every time she saw Old Man Wang she felt he brought his own sense of humor. Old Man Wang, it's already 1:30. If you want to buy something you'll need to come earlier next time, at least in the morning. By this time all the food and daily necessities in the supermarket had long been snatched up completely. I still have a few blankets left. Do you want to buy one? Let me see them. Since he was already there he should take something home. Old Man Wang touched the soft thermal blanket, finding it very comfortable. Listening to Jiang He's introduction, he was nearly left speechless. You say this thing can do what? Self-eating. If one sleeps alone without a partner, can it still work? Jiang He. This question sounded rather strange. When customers raise questions, Jiang He always responds earnestly. Old Wang, the constant temperature heated blanket works the same for two people as it does for one. Since it generates heat on its own, it doesn't matter how many people are sleeping under it, as long as there is someone it will warm up. Oh, Old Wang understood, and his eyes widened even more. Isn't that just tailor-made for me? As I've aged, no matter how thick the blankets I use at night, my hands and feet are as cold as ice blocks, and I can never warm them up. Sometimes I even wake up frozen. With this blanket, I'm sure I can sleep soundly until dawn. After a moment of excitement, he remembered to ask Jiang boss how many points for this blanket. Jiang He extended her hand, holding up her thumb and index finger. 888. Wow, that's so cheap. Old Wang quickly took out his card, looking very affluent. I'll buy 2 blankets and bring one for my nephew. All right. The constant temperature blanket is packed in a vacuum compression bag, taking up little space, and it's very easy to carry home. Old Wang held a steel fork in one hand and 2 blankets in the other, leisurely walking towards the villa area. After nearly an hour of walking, he finally arrived in front of a luxurious villa. The bodyguard at the entrance saw him and immediately nodded politely, showing great respect. Old Wang, why didn't you let us know you were coming? We could have sent a car to pick you up. It's quite tiring to walk such a long distance. It's nothing, just consider it exercise. Old Wang glanced into the villa and asked, is my nephew home? The bodyguard smiled broadly and nodded. Yes, there are guests at the villa these days and young Master Zhou is personally entertaining them. Old Wang wasn't interested in the guests Zhou Yanzi had. They were just a bunch of good-for-nothing friends who made the house chaotic and unpresentable. All right, I'll go find him. As he watched Old Wang enter the villa, the bodyguard couldn't help but feel. They say nephews resemble their uncles, but compared to Old Wang's easygoing nature, Zhou Yanzi's temper is like night and day, a stark contrast. Xia Huifeng had stayed at the villa for 2 nights. Each time he expressed a desire to leave, Zhou Yanzi found various reasons to keep him there. Even now he still hadn't quite figured out Zhou Yanzi's intentions. He claimed he wanted to promote him, but hadn't given him any position. If he didn't want to promote him, why let him live in a mansion and treat him so well? Just at noon, the meal included abalone, lobster, bird's nest caviar. All things a lower-class citizen could never hope to experience. He hadn't returned home for 2 days, and was unsure how Yaya was doing. Before leaving, he had explained that he was going to do something very important, and had left plenty of supplies, so there shouldn't be any issues. Nephew. A familiar voice echoed in the living room. Xia Huifeng instinctively turned to look and saw someone unexpected. Old Wang, who guards the cornfield. Previously, several residents had mentioned that Old Wang had connections with the base leadership, but he hadn't thought much of it at the time. Could that nephew be referring to young Master Zhou? Zhou Yanzi walked down from the 2nd floor, and upon seeing Old Wang his expression instantly changed to one that was notably different, his smile reaching his eyes. Old man, why did you come today? Did you walk here by yourself again? I can't get used to your cars. A walking is more comfortable. Old Wang's tone was nonchalant as he set the steel fork against the wall and walked over with the blanket. I just went to Don's supermarket and found a good item, so I bought 2 and specially brought one for you. Hearing the words Don's supermarket, Zhou Yanzi raised an eyebrow, his gaze shifting down to the item in Old Wang's hand. Isn't that just a blanket? I have plenty at my villa. Old Wang wore a proud expression as he introduced it enthusiastically. Don't be fooled by its ordinary appearance. Jiang boss calls it a constant temperature heated blanket. It doesn't require electricity or anything, it generates heat on its own. No matter how cold it gets, just using this blanket is enough. You'll never have to worry about getting cold at night again. It's not only suitable for the elderly like me, but also very suitable for you. Zhou Yanzi chuckled, asking with interest, how is it suitable for me? You're not weak. Now that the weather is getting colder, you can cover yourself with it at night and won't even need to turn on the air conditioning. It saves electricity. Old Wang Zhouyan's uncle came from the countryside and loved working in the fields. He had been frugal for most of his life and couldn't stand his nephew's extravagant behavior. In the past the weather was too hot and they had to turn on the air conditioning just to feel comfortable. But now with a substitute it's best to save where you can. Alright, I'll give it a try tonight and see how it works. Zhou Yanzi laughed lazily and added, Old man, did you ask the supermarket owner if this blanket can be returned for points if it doesn't work? Old Wang shot him a glare, picked up the steel fork by the wall, and gave his calf a whack. Let me tell you, Jiang Boss is a righteous, kind, and hard-working young woman. Last time she harvested corn she didn't take any tasks, but came over to help out doing good deeds anonymously. She is not like the women kept in your villa. Don't think just because she's pretty you can go and bother her. This blanket only costs 800 points, not even enough to fill your teeth. If you dare to go and make things difficult for that young lady, don't ever call me uncle again. In the large living room, only his scolding voice echoed. Xia Huifeng was startled by Old Wang's sudden action. Would young Master Zhou not get angry? He had spent 13 years in a small village before being taken abroad to manage the family business with several older brothers. Zhou Yanzi was not close to his parents, but was closest to his uncle. He had spent 13 years in a small village before being taken abroad to manage the family business with several older brothers. Zhou Yanzi was not close to his parents, but was closest to his uncle. He had a mischievous personality as a child and got beaten often, so he was already used to it. Old Wang controlled his strength and didn't hit too hard. He just wanted to give him a warning. He said this not only because Jiang Boss is a good girl, but also because her ability to open a supermarket at the base and provide so many unique items indicates her background is definitely not simple. Old Wang worried that his nephew might provoke the wrong people and in the end it would be him who suffers. The rest of the family, even his biological father, only cared about interests. For the sake of profit, even their own daughters could be sacrificed. In this world, only his uncle genuinely cared for him without any ulterior motives. Zhou Yanzi, looking lazy and relaxed, quietly admitted, I was just talking, I didn't really intend to stir up trouble. Upon hearing this, Old Wang finally felt relieved. His gaze turned to another person in the living room. Nephew, is this the guest you've been entertaining for 2 days? On the day of harvesting corn, some unpleasant events occurred. Xia Huifeng steeled himself and greeted him, Grandpa Wang, long time no see, how have you been recently? Recalling the entangled moments he had with 2 women in the cornfield, Grandpa Wang wasn't very fond of him. However, considering he was the guest of his grandnephew, he replied perfunctorily, I'm doing all right. Seizing this opportunity, Xia Huifeng spoke again, Zhou Xiao, I haven't been home for 2 days. If I don't return today, my family will start to worry. Upon hearing this, Grandpa Wang cast a suspicious glance at his grandnephew. Why are you keeping someone from going home? Despite his lack of fondness, he could understand that being away for too long would concern family members. Zhou Yanzi shrugged, speaking confidently, I didn't keep him here, I have good food and fun here. If some people want to come and I wouldn't let them. At most I could invite his family to stay over, the more the merrier. This statement made Xia Huifeng a bit excited. If Yaya could come to the villa with her it would be perfect. Grandpa Wang had nothing to say to him. A good family shouldn't have so many outsiders, it wastes water and electricity, and he didn't understand what it was all for. He was fine as a child, but growing up he became a crooked tree. He didn't know what Xia Huifeng had experienced during those years abroad. Xia Huifeng was successfully released and hurriedly left the villa. Grandpa Wang looked at his grandnephew, and then at the departing Xia Huifeng, his brows knitting together. Yanzi, tell me honestly, do you like men? The older generation has conservative thoughts. He held back for a long time before saying the latter part. Zhou Yanzi was taken aback. Had it been anyone else who dared to ask him like that, they would have long been dead by his hands. Old man, what are you thinking? I'm a straight man, my sexual orientation is female. If you're worried, just move in with me. I can afford to keep you, you don't need to run to the fields every day. When he had just returned from abroad, he wanted to invite his uncle to live with him. But the old man was unwilling. Grandpa Wang waved his hand, not hiding his disdain for him. Forget it, I want to live a few more years. His grandnephew learned nothing good from abroad, just bad habits. With so many women in the villa, if he saw something stimulating his heart, couldn't take it. It was better to live apart, that way he could live longer. At 3 in the afternoon, all 300 bedsheets were finally sold out. Jiang He was preparing to pack up the shelves when she saw Qin Song dressed in military uniform walking towards her. Boss Jiang, the base has decided on the execution of Xiao Chenlin. He will be expelled from Nanyang and sent to the northern mining site where he will spend his life mining there. Director Xia asked me to ask for your opinion. In the post-apocalyptic world, too many people had died at places like mining sites were in dire need of labor. in the base unless the situation was particularly severe and threatened the safety of residents. Offenders would not be executed on the spot. Generally, they would be sent to various mining sites to serve as labor. Jiang He understood the base's approach. Rather than letting those people die directly, it was better to utilize the remaining value of their lives. Mining sites would be guarded by armed forces, making escape nearly impossible. I have no objections, let's proceed as planned. Qin Song nodded, indicating he understood and prepared to leave. Jiang He suddenly remembered something important and immediately called out to him. Captain Qin, wait a moment. The man paused and turned around, looking at her with questioning eyes. Is there anything else? Jiang He smiled faintly, her appearance sweet and lovely, but her words sent chills down his spine. The extreme cold is coming soon, the base should prepare in advance. After a brief moment of shock, Qin Song suppressed his astonishment and asked with confusion, Boss Jiang, do you have any basis for your statement about the extreme cold? Where did the news come from? Jiang He shrugged, I have no basis, it's my personal news. Just tell Director Xia what I said verbatim, and whether you believe it or not is up to you. Qin Song's face bore the seriousness of an old cadre, and he nodded earnestly, all right. After leaving Shuguang's supermarket, he hurried back to the military district building. Qinling bumped into him, and upon calling out Captain, could only see his hurried silhouette. He frowned and scratched his head. What urgent matter could make the captain run so fast? On the 9th floor in the commander's office, Xie Jingshan was disassembling a gun with exceptional skill. Seeing the usually calm Qin Song forget to knock and stride, and he tensed up and asked in a deep voice, what happened? Is there something going on with Boss Jiang? Sir, Boss Jiang has no objections to the execution result. Qin Song's expression was grave, his voice carrying a hint of urgency, but she said the extreme cold is coming soon and that the base should prepare in advance. After hearing this, Xie Jingshan felt a chill in his heart. The extreme heat had just passed, and after a brief respite, he had already planned for the base to replant, but now a heavy hailstorm caught them off guard. Now that the hail hadn't even melted, they were informed that the extreme cold was imminent. Such a merciless natural disaster left them no breathing space. The office fell into an eerie silence. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Song asked, Sir, should we listen to Boss Jiang and prepare in advance? In his view, there was an 80% chance that this was true. But Xie Jingshan was 100% certain that what Jiang He said would indeed come to pass. Do you remember the volcanic eruption near Mianyang village a while back? Qin Song nodded slightly, still unclear about the connection between the two events. The villagers of Mianyang were able to relocate their entire village a day in advance, seeking refuge in our Nanyang base, thanks to the news provided by Boss Jiang. She predicted the day of the eruption and saved over 200 lives in their village. Although Xie Jingshan wasn't present in the civilian area, he had many of his spies placed there, and he was well aware of the happenings. Qin Song felt a jolt, and the hairs on his body stood on end. The extreme cold was indeed coming. Notify everyone, let all department heads and captains gather in the conference room to discuss measures against the extreme cold. This meeting would likely last until midnight. The entire military district was shaken by this news. Jiang He eagerly awaited the supermarket upgrade, nodding impatiently yes. Ding, 99,000 points have been deducted and the supermarket has successfully upgraded to level 3. The virtual supermarket has doubled in size, unlocking the fruit section, allowing for 10 types of food, 5 types of daily necessities, and 5 types of fruits. The appearance of Shuguang supermarket has changed, expanding threefold with cash register equipment, surveillance equipment, and a set of dining tables and chairs unlocked within the supermarket. The portable space has been successfully unlocked, though it cannot be used inside the virtual supermarket. Host, please check it out. The space is connected to the system and Jiang He can sense it with her mind. The area is not large, only 8 square meters with a height of 3 meters, which is sufficient for her current goods. As the supermarket upgrades, the space will also upgrade, so there is no need to worry about running out of space later. Opening the system panel, Jiang He unlocked 20 product slots, spending a total of 2,000 points. Food section, fresh meat buns 30 points each, a sticky rice dumplings 15 points each, original flavor soy milk 50 points per cup, starch sausage 30 points each, a roasted duck 300 points each. Potato chips 50 points per bag, a squid shreds 60 points per bag, noodle salad 80 points per box, a rice noodles 80 points per bucket, meat zongzi 50 points per bag. Daily necessities section, shampoo 40 points per bottle, body wash 50 points per bottle, milk fleece blanket 100 points each, a lighter 50 points each, a cotton slippers 50 points per pair. Fruit section, watermelon 200 points each, a pineapple 60 points each, a orange 10 points each, a strawberry 10 points each, a lychee 10 points each. Host, you have unlocked roasted duck and starch sausage, and you need to purchase the corresponding facilities. Roasting rack for duck 5000 points. Sausage machine 3000 points. Jiang He glanced at her account balance. After the upgrade, it felt like going back to square one with less than 140000 points left. Alright, let's buy it. I spent 990000 points, so I'm not worried about this A000 points. Alright, purchasing the roasting rack and sausage machine, which have been placed in the supermarket. Jiang He swiftly entered the virtual supermarket, which has significantly improved in appearance. From left to right there are the daily necessities section, food section, and fruit section. Host, due to the increase in supermarket products, I have unlocked a special shopping basket for you, which can speed up your restocking process. How thoughtful. Jiang He turned her gaze and saw a pink shopping basket at the entrance of the supermarket. It was medium-sized, measuring 43 centimeters in length, 33 centimeters in width, and 23 centimeters in height. Although having the shopping basket saves a lot of time, Jiang He still had to make certain choices when restocking. Water, food, and warm supplies are currently the most sought-after items. Other products can be taken in small amounts. Starch, sausages, buns, dumplings, and roasted duck are all packaged for Jiang He's convenience. She craved roasted duck and casually picked up a few more. After restocking, Jiang He returned to her small room, almost mistaking it for the wrong place. The room's decor and layout were completely different from before, transformed from a single room into a one-bedroom apartment with a study. The overall area has expanded fourfold, now totaling 100 square meters. Sangbiao, where are the two little ones? Jiang He searched for the pink insulated box, fearing that the room upgrade might have caused the two to disappear. That won't do. She hasn't even earned back her 80000 points. Meow meow, a faint call came from the study. Jiang He pushed open the door, and what came into view was a massive bookshelf roughly holding 400 or 500 books. She squinted her eyes and saw a striking book title from afar, The Substitute Ex-Wife, the Wolfish CEO's Nightly Affection. Jiang He gasped, eager to know how he showed affection. Meow meow meow, the cat's weak cries echoed. Right, she came to find the two little ones and almost forgot. In the corner of the study, Zhang Biao and Ba Wan were huddled in the box, their fur all ruffled as if they had experienced something terrifying. Jiang He hurriedly asked System, are they in any danger? I heard that cats can die from stress. No, they were just startled by the change in the room. After a while, just feed them some food and water. Jiang He breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, her A000 points were safe, and the two little ones were alive. She stroked their heads, took out chicken breast and bread, placed them in a nearby bowl, and filled the water bowl with clean water. In addition to the massive bookshelf, there is also a desk against the right wall with a desktop computer on it. Host, I have already downloaded various movies, TV shows, and animations on the computer for you, just like the books on the bookshelf, tailored to your preferences. The system's tone was slightly elevated, as if it wanted to say, quickly praise me, quickly praise me. Jiang He clasped her hands together, her eyes shining with genuine light. System, you are the best system I have ever encountered. I will never say I want to change systems again. Having such a thoughtful and considerate system like you is a blessing I've earned over 3 lifetimes. Oh, don't mind those details. If I say you are the best, then you are the best. Jiang He waved her hand, casually walking towards the computer she had been thinking about. She opened a food drama, took out a self-heating hot pot from her space, and enjoyed a delicious meal while, after eating, Sang Biao and Ba Wan felt much better adapting to the new house. The two little ones ran back and forth between the living room and the study, playing joyfully. As night fell, the sky was filled with tiny snowflakes and the temperature quietly began to change. Many residents without blankets were awakened in the middle of the night, sneezing and coughing their breaths, seeming to freeze, unable to sleep again. The long night passed. At 7 in the morning, the broadcasts in every corner of the base were activated for the first time. Attention, attention. Dear residents, please note that extreme cold weather is approaching. To ensure everyone's safety, the base has decided to distribute corresponding supplies based on your points. Residents are requested to bring their identity cards and line up at the military district building to receive supplies. Hearing the voice from the broadcast, Li Ting's face instantly turned pale. Zhaopeng, the next natural disaster is extreme cold. This time I don't know how many people will die again. Zhaopeng wrapped his arm around her shoulder, sighed. We've only been at the base for half a month and we've earned too few points. We might not even be able to exchange for a single piece of clothing. Every time a resident completes a task at the base, they not only receive a small amount of food, but also earn some points. The fewer tasks completed, the fewer points earned. Fortunately, we bought a temperature-regulated tent from Jiang He, and we've stocked up on supplies, so at least we won't go hungry or freeze. Even though they lacked enough points, the two still decided to head to the military district building to check the situation. When they left, the streets were packed with people. The hail remained unmelted, and there was only one path available, with the main group collecting supplies naturally stuck together. At that moment, Jiang He was sitting at the dining table eating meat buns and drinking soybean milk. Ding, today's task has been refreshed. Go to the military district building to check in and loudly shout the corresponding slogan. Reward 10 minutes of shopping time. Sell 100 scarves priced at 50 points each and 200 warm masks priced at 30 points each. Reward 5 minutes of shopping time and various medicines. After finishing breakfast, Jiang He arrived at the driver's seat, and the originally compact chair had widened considerably. The pink van was remodeled into a pink box truck approximately twice the size of the original. Jiang He looked outside and found that the road was completely blocked. That's fine, she would just take another route. The truck started and zipped into the mound of hail. In front of the military district building, residents were lining up in an orderly manner. Suddenly someone shouted, "Hey, isn't that Jiang Boss' car? Are you seeing things? Jiang Boss drives a van, that one is a truck, totally different, okay?" Just as those words were spoken, Jiang He stepped out of the vehicle, stunning everyone. It really was Jiang Boss. When did she change her car? Wasn't it this one yesterday? The nearby residents hurriedly gathered around, eagerly anticipating. "Jiang Boss, are you opening a supermarket here today? Can we buy things now?" "Just wait, it's not time yet. The supermarket opens at 9 o'clock, and it's only 8:40 now." Jiang He had to complete the check-in task first. "Isn't it said to check in outside the building? I'm here, why can't I check in?" "It's not here, you need to go up the stairs at the entrance." Today, all the residents of the base were mobilized to collect supplies, with the armed forces dispatched by the military district being 3 times the usual number. At the entrance of the building, 4 to 5 ranks of armed soldiers stood guard, with patrol teams scattered around, strictly maintaining order and exuding an intimidating presence. No one dared to step onto the stairs except for Jiang He. She directly leaped 2 steps at a time, quickly reaching the glass doors. The soldiers glanced at her and, having seen it all before, turned their eyes away without stopping her from entering the military district building. Qinling jogged over, warmly asking, "Jiang Boss, are you here to see the commander? I'll take you up." Jiang He stood in the middle of the doorway when the system emitted a notification sound. "Ding, the host has arrived at the check-in location. Shout the slogan to check in." She waved at Qinling. "I'm not here to look for anyone, and you don't need to mind me. Just continue patrolling." Qinling found it a bit strange, but didn't ask further. Holding his gun, he had just taken a few steps when he was startled by a noise coming from behind. Jiang He held a loudspeaker, her voice echoing throughout the military district building. "How can I make you meet me at my most beautiful moment? For this I have prayed before the Buddha for 500 years. Qinling turned around, his ears slightly reddening. "Huh. Jiang Boss, are you talking to me? Why does this feel like a confession?" "I'm feeling a bit embarrassed." Interrupted mid-spell Jiang He shot him a glance, her eyes deep. "Please do not disturb me." Qinling quickly shut his mouth, falling silent, and listened to her subsequent words. Jiang Wu helplessly repeated the previous 2 lines. "In the aftermath, there were petals all around you." "My friends, that's not petals. It's my wilting heart." The residents collecting supplies were left speechless. The soldiers were equally dumbfounded, wondering what Jiang Boss was doing coming up to perform a poetry recitation. After her heart wilted, there was a long silence in the crowd as an endless stillness spread among them. Jiang He stood out but felt no embarrassment at all. After finishing the slogan, she seamlessly lifted the loudspeaker and shouted, "The Dawn supermarket is about to open. Those who want to buy supplies, hurry up and line up." The group that had been stunned suddenly snapped back to reality and rushed towards the truck. At the entrance of the military district building, only Qinling remained disoriented in the cold wind. He must be crazy. He actually thought Jiang Boss was trying to confess to him. Jiang He had never seen what the upgraded supermarket looked like, and for a moment even struggled to find the entrance. "Host, the Dawn supermarket has undergone a comprehensive overhaul, now featuring automated equipment. Just press the switch to transform it into a supermarket." The switch is a standalone button device easily held in hand and was initially placed in the door storage compartment. Jiang He found it and immediately pressed the button. In the next second, the truck began to transform, with 3 doors opening simultaneously and the bottom tires folding inward. Once the 8-square-meter truck bed landed steadily, the floor quickly extended outward, doubling its area before stopping. The foundation was laid and 3 rows of double-sided shelves appeared in the center of the supermarket, with a cash register set up near the driver's seat, followed sequentially by a roast duck rack and a hot dog machine. A refrigerator, microwave, and hot water station were placed on one side near the hot dog machine, all of which were twice the size of the previous ones. In the vacant corner, a set of tables and chairs was crammed in. 2 cameras were installed at the front and back capable of capturing the entire supermarket from all angles. From the outside, it looked just like an ordinary supermarket before the apocalypse. In an instant, a supermarket materialized before them, and not only the customers were stunned, but Jiang He was also left in shock. The first-level supermarket was a tricycle's cargo bed. The second-level supermarket required manually pulling shelves. By the time it reached the third level, it was like sitting on a rocket automatically transforming. This supermarket was amazing. No, it was her who was amazing. Host, please retract your chin. The supermarket will not only continue to expand, but will also build upwards with second, third, and fourth floors. This is just the initial form, don't be too surprised. Jiang He composed herself and walked behind the cash register to welcome customers. Welcome to the Dawn Supermarket, please come in, and let me know what you would like to purchase. Wu Guangxing was stunned for a while before reacting. He had no blanket last night, caught a chill, and now felt weak and dizzy. Having just witnessed an astonishing magic, his mind became even more muddled. Knowing for a long time that Jiang Boss was not an ordinary person, Wu Guangxing did not ask further, forcing a smile as he greeted her. Good morning, Jiang Boss. The cool mat I bought from you last time really saved my life. I've heard that extreme cold is coming. Do you have any products to recommend? In this post-apocalyptic world, people's hearts are hard to read. After saving my life, I trust no one but Jiang Boss. Jiang He smiled gently. The supermarket has just received new scarves, masks, blankets, and cotton slippers today, all reasonably priced. You can buy them to keep warm. Additionally, there are hot water bags and heat pads on the shelves. Both are excellent winter essentials. From your voice, it seems you're not well. There are medicines over there that you can purchase yourself. Wu Guangxing was taken aback. Boss Jiang's observations were so thorough that he even noticed his illness. He was simply the most beautiful, kind-hearted, and meticulous supermarket owner he had ever encountered. After expressing his gratitude, Wu Guangxing first found the medicine on the shelf. The fever-reducing medicine was a powder priced at 200 points per packet, which was already very cheap. In the apocalypse, medicine was hard to come by. For commoners like them, it was unimaginable to obtain any medication from the base. But at Dawn's supermarket, everyone had infinite possibilities. Those who originally belonged to the lowest tier could buy clean water and high-quality food here to fill their stomachs. It could even be said that there were affordable medicines available for them to choose from. Wu Guangxing blinked his sore eyes, picked up a packet of fever-reducing medicine, and glanced at the instructions on the back. Take 3 times a day after meals. Next to it were cold medicine and cough medicine priced at 180 points and 150 points respectively. With the extreme cold approaching, temperatures would only continue to drop, so it was very necessary to stock up on various medicines. Wu Guangxing bought 6 packets of fever-reducing medicine, 3 packets of cold medicine, and 3 packets of cough medicine. He had always had good immunity since childhood, and after taking the fever-reducing medicine 3 times, his temperature should return to normal. The rest would be saved for emergencies. His gaze caught sight of a shelf on the left where fruits were emitting a faint fragrance, and Wu Guangxing couldn't help but swallow. He hadn't eaten such things since the apocalypse. Strawberries and lychees were surprisingly sold individually, and each one only cost 10 points. Wu Guangxing's eyes sparkled. Although he needed to save points for other supplies, buying one to satisfy his cravings was completely within his budget. After hesitating for 2 seconds, the man reached for a plump, juicy strawberry, picking the reddest one. Continuing forward, Wu Guangxing grabbed 6 bottles of water, 10 loaves of bread, 3 rice balls, and 5 bags of bear-shaped biscuits. 2 rolls of toilet paper, 1 hot water bag, 20 heating pads, 2 blankets, and a pair of cotton slippers. At the checkout, he also requested 2 scarves and 2 warm masks. In the end, he spent over 4,000 points. After delivering these items back to his dormitory, he would have to come back to queue for more supplies. The points he had accumulated were not few. He could obtain winter supplies such as thick clothes and shoes from the base. The 3 types of medicines sold out quickly. Upon hearing that the supermarket had fever-reducing and cold medicine today, the entering customers were moved to tears. Boss Jiang certainly did not treat them as outsiders, as such precious medicines were generously put up for sale. After wiping his face with tears in his eyes, he took home several packets of cold medicine and fever-reducing medicine. Customers who couldn't buy any looked disheartened. Boss Jiang, will the supermarket sell medicine in the future? Jiang He smiled and nodded yes, it will. Once she completed today's sales tasks, she would receive some medications. She had checked the system interface. The virtual supermarket would level up and unlock a medical supplies section. With this reassurance, the customers felt relieved. In the future, if they unexpectedly fell ill, they would not be left with only the option of waiting to die at home. These days they had been lurking outside the supermarket hoping to stock up on some commonly used medicines before the extreme cold hit. Yi Qingqing was on a day off today and had not been assigned any tasks. Accompanying her sister to handle business at the military district building, she happened to see that Dawn's supermarket was nearby. Without hesitation, she abandoned her friend and rushed to queue to buy things. Looking at the newly renovated supermarket, Yi Qingqing's eyes nearly popped out in astonishment. She had only been gone for 2 days. How could the supermarket have changed so much? Last time it was just a simple row of shelves, but now there were even checkout counters, surveillance cameras, tables, and chairs. It had become much more refined. Yi Qingqing sniffed, catching a rich aroma of meat. She tiptoed, straining to peek inside the supermarket. Oh my, was that roasted duck! Inside the transparent glass, 2 rows of golden, fragrant roasted ducks hung, rotating slowly. Yi Qingqing couldn't help but salivate in this apocalypse. Who would have thought she would still have the chance to eat roasted duck? Counting, there were still 8 people in front of her. She fervently prayed in her heart, begging that one roasted duck would be left for her. The checkout counter was a long rectangular table. On the left was a black box for payments, and on the right was a computer. Similar to the one in her study, it had downloaded many movies and TV shows. Jiang He would no longer feel bored while guarding the supermarket. She had placed a pile of snacks under the table, preparing to binge-watch that large-scale palace drama from start to finish. After queuing for several minutes, Yi Qingqing felt as if she had waited for hundreds of years. She strode into the supermarket, pointing at the roasting duck rack, and asked rapidly, "Boss Jiang, is the roasted duck ready to eat now?" What a sweet little girl to be so fierce just for a roasted duck. Jiang He was momentarily taken aback before chuckling and reply, "You can eat it directly." Yi Qingqing quickly walked over, only to discover that there was also a roasting sausage machine nearby. After grabbing 1 roasted duck and 2 roasted sausages, she walked up to the checkout counter and asked, "Boss Jiang, can I use the table at the back?" Jiang He turned her gaze away from the computer screen and nodded, "Yes, that is specifically for customers. However, you must finish your purchases and check out before you can eat at the dining table over there. Dining time cannot exceed 40 minutes. If it exceeds 40 minutes, you'll be warned the first time, and the second time you'll be blacklisted." Yi Qingqing cherished the opportunity to shop at Dawn's supermarket. Being blacklisted was absolutely unacceptable. She continued to browse the supermarket, and fresh fruits instantly caught her attention. Just eating roasted duck might get boring. She needed some watermelon, pineapple, oranges, strawberries, lychees, and such to complement it. Yi Qingqing directly took a large watermelon, bought 10 strawberries, and lychees, 2 pineapples, and 5 oranges. She basically grabbed all the new products at the supermarket. 3 meat buns, 3 xiaomai, 2 bags of potato chips, 3 bags of dried squid, 2 boxes of mixed noodles, 4 buckets of rice noodles, and 5 bags of meat zongzi. The shampoo provided by the base was not very effective and had a strange smell. Yi Qingqing bought 2 bottles of gardenia-scented shampoo and a bottle of refreshing lemon-scented body wash. She didn't lack winter supplies, but she still grabbed 3 hot water bags, keeping 1 for herself and bringing the other 2 for her roommates. With only 3 heating pads left, Yi Qingqing wanted to stock up a bit more as they were hard to find. After checking out with Jiang He, she spent over 2,500 points. Mainly because she arrived late and there were too few items, otherwise she could have continued buying. The tables and chairs at the back of the supermarket were for 4 people, and now Yi Qingqing was the only one there, choosing a seat facing the aisle. All the food was laid out on the table while other supplies were placed at her feet. Yi Qingqing was so tempted that as soon as she sat down, she grabbed the whole roasted duck and began to eat it without caring about her image. Tang Wanqing, dressed in a blue princess dress and down jacket, stood out in the crowd alongside Tang Wanyun, who wore red. She blinked, her big eyes staring in the direction where Yi Qingqing was. "Sister, what is that beautiful sister eating? It smells so good." Tang Wanqing turned her head. "Don't look, it's something we can't afford." Tang Wanqing looked at her with longing in her eyes. "Sister, I want." Anticipating what she wanted to say next, Tang Wanqing quickly covered her mouth. Tang Wanqing looked at her with longing in her eyes. "Sister, I want." Anticipating what she wanted to say next, Tang Wanqing quickly. No meat or snacks would be included. They only had 4 down jackets for winter, which would barely suffice if it was just a minor drop in temperature. However, the base broadcast had announced that they would soon enter extreme cold weather. Therefore, they needed to stock up on more warm items. Looking at the few items on the shelves, Tang Wanyun felt the situation was not optimistic. It seemed they had not yet had their turn, and everything in the supermarket had already been bought by others. There was nothing they could do. There had been too many people earlier, and after pulling her sister, they had squeezed for an unknown amount of time before finally getting into the line. just as Tang Wanan had thought. After serving 5 customers, the supermarket shelves were completely emptied. Tang Wanan frowned, her face filled with worry, unsure if the extreme cold would arrive tomorrow or the day after. They had too few resources for winter, and the risk of freezing to death was very high. Tang Wanun grasped her sister's hand, feeling dejected as she turned around. In front of the cash register, Jiang He paused the TV series and looked at the crowd waiting outside, shouting through a megaphone, "Everyone, please wait a moment, the supermarket has another batch of goods today." As soon as the words left her mouth, Tang Wanqing excitedly grabbed her sister's hand. "Sister, we don't have to leave. New roast duck will be coming soon." Inadvertently voicing her inner thoughts, she quickly covered her mouth, fearing her sister would scold her, and hurriedly added, "Sister, I definitely did not want to eat roast duck." When Tang Wanan turned around, she stumbled and quickly took 2 steps back. Chao Tianxuan, who was behind her, had his feet stepped on 3 or 4 times. However, the girl was very light, and stepping on her didn't hurt much. I'm sorry, I really didn't mean to." Seeing several footprints on the man's shoe, Tang Wanun quickly bent down to apologize. Living in the base with her sister and unable to offend anyone, she had long been accustomed to being humble, just hoping that the other party wouldn't cause them any trouble because of this. Seeing her sister apologize, Tang Wanqing hurriedly imitated her, bowing at a 90-degree angle, her tone sincere. "Brother, I'm sorry." Chao Tianxuan could see that the two were very nervous. He lifted his foot, patted his shoe, and casually said, "It's fine, I'm not hurt, you don't need to bow so deeply." Seeing that he wasn't holding a grudge, Tang Wanun breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly a man's hand reached out towards her. Tang Wanun reacted a bit overly quickly, dodging to the side, looking up at him in fear. She had encountered similar situations many times, but this was at the entrance of the Dawn supermarket. How dare he be so bold in public? Chao Tianxuan raised his right hand in the air, not advancing any further. "Beautiful lady, you dropped your card." As her eyes landed on the points card in his hand, Tang Wanyan's face flushed red. She quickly retrieved her card and lowered her head, thanking him politely. Although it was a misunderstanding, one should always be cautious. Tang Wanyan stopped talking to him as if there was some virus behind her and squeezed close to her sister. 10 minutes passed and Jiang He emerged from the virtual supermarket, returning to the cash register. "The first customer can come in to shop now." This new batch of goods was even more than before. Jiang He adjusted according to the latest customer needs and brought in a large amount of warming supplies. Hot water bags, warm babies' blankets, and cotton shoes filled 2 layers of shelves. When the Tang sisters entered the supermarket, the shelves were still full. Tang Wanyan couldn't help but feel her heart race. She could no longer be stingy with her points today. It would be best to stock up on everything at once. She was responsible for picking items while Tang Wanqing was in charge of transporting things to the cash register for Jiang He to tally the points. Last time she had bought 2 hot water bags, but Tang Wanyan felt that during extreme cold it might not be enough, so she took 4 more. 1 for warming hands, 1 for warming the belly, 1 for warming the knees, and 1 for warming the feet. Perfect. 100 warm babies, 6 blankets, 2 pairs of cotton shoes, 4 scarves, and 4 warm masks. This time she truly spent a lot, enough to show how much she valued her life and how afraid she was of freezing to death in the extreme cold. No one can be sure how long the extreme cold will last. Therefore, they needed to stock up as much food as possible. 10 bottles of mineral water, 25 pieces of bread, and 15 rice balls. Seeing her sister's wrinkled face, as if she had been mistreated, Tang Wanyan impatiently clicked her tongue. "Go pick a fruit you like from over there, I'll buy it for you." Although she didn't get to eat the 300-point roast duck, a 10-point fruit was enough to please an innocent little child. Tang Wanxing's face immediately brightened, and she happily ran to the fruit shelf. "Sister, these fruits all look so delicious." Tang Wanyan's tone was stern. "You can only choose one." The little spark of excitement in her heart was instantly extinguished. "Oh, okay." Tang Wanqing compared the 3 fruits that were all 10 points and chose the largest orange, unlike the strawberries and lychees that could be finished in 1 bite. Without hesitation, she selected the orange, cradling it in her hands like a treasure. After swiping her points card, Tang Wanyan instructed her sister to sit in the supermarket and watch over their supplies while she made a trip back to the dormitory to bring them back. Chao Tianxuan's family also stocked up on many winter supplies, 3 times as much as the Tang sisters. But they had more people in their family, with 2 big men who tied their supplies together with ropes and carried them on their shoulders, making it easy to transport everything home in one go without needing to run back and forth. The next customer was a slender, middle-aged man wearing an ill-fitting baggy sweatshirt with both hands tucked into his sleeves. He first scanned the supermarket left and right, his gaze subtly glancing over 2 cameras. The man didn't even look at the cash register, walking straight inside. Jiang He frowned and called out, "Have you applied for a points card? You need to apply for a card before you can go in to select items." The man paused, silently walked back to the cash register and applied for a points card according to Jiang He's instructions, the entire process without uttering a single word. Jiang He looked at his back in confusion, returned to her seat in front of the computer, and continued watching the previous plot. After a while the system suddenly shouted urgently, host stopped staring at the TV and laughing foolishly, we've got a thief in the supermarket. Jiang He suddenly stood up and exclaimed, draw your sword and look around. Who dares to steal from me? Her gaze swept over Yu Qingqing, who was busy eating, and Tang Wanqing, who was talking to an orange, before finally landing on a frail man in front of the shelf. He had his back to the cash register, his head lowered, and was fidgeting with his hands as he quickly stuffed cookies into his clothes. Jiang He silently approached him from behind and coldly uttered a few words, put the items back. The man's shoulders twitched violently for a moment before he paused for 2 seconds and quickly returned to normal. He turned around, opened his hands, and gestured, Boss Jiang, I don't know what you're talking about, I haven't taken a single thing. His voice was awkward and rarely used, and his expression was calm, showing no signs of guilt. If it weren't for the system as evidenced Jiang, he might have believed his nonsense. The supermarket has surveillance, do you think you can deny it? Wang Han was unrepentant. Before the apocalypse, he was a habitual thief with his own set of skills. Even with surveillance all around, he was confident that there would be no footage of him stealing. Besides, this supermarket had a strange mechanism. Once an item was taken off the shelf, it would automatically restock. It was impossible to trace any signs of his theft. Wang Han stepped outside, facing the crowded customers. Everyone, please judge for yourselves. I came to the supermarket and got a card, but didn't buy anything, yet the owner is accusing me of stealing her things. Without any evidence, just casually slandering good people. Isn't this a black market supermarket? Customers waiting to buy supplies looked dumbfounded. What happened? I don't know, but I stand with Boss Jiang unconditionally. Yu Qingqing took a couple of bites of roast duck, then had a piece of fruit to pause. The roast duck was delicious, but if eaten too much it could be a bit greasy. Absently she overheard someone saying that Dawn's supermarket was a black market. Yu Qingqing tore off a piece of paper and wiped the grease from her mouth and hands. With a gaze like a knife, she angrily approached. There's a very simple way to find out if you stole anything. Wang Han shrugged indifferently. You tell me. Looking at Jiang He, Yu Qingqing's expression softened considerably. Boss Jiang, can I act a bit violently in the supermarket? I promise I won't damage any of the supermarket's facilities. Jiang He seemed to understand what she wanted to do and took 2 steps back. Please begin your performance. Showtime. Yu Qingqing was not tall, and next to the man she seemed half a head shorter. With 2 large strides she quickly approached the man and unexpectedly executed a shoulder throw, slamming him to the ground. Without giving him a moment to react, Yu Qingqing grabbed his legs, holding him upside down. She shook him vigorously. Crack, crack. A bag of teddy bear cookies, 2 bags of teddy bear cookies, 5 chocolate bars, and 7 or 8 warm baby patches. All the supermarket goods fell from Wang Han, hitting him hard in the face. You stole so many things and still say Boss Jiang is wronged. Look at what this is. Shameless thing, you are tarnishing our Nanyang base. Yu Qingqing was furious, wishing she could personally give him a beating. But she always remembered that they were in Dawn's supermarket, so she could not act recklessly, tossing the man to the ground like trash. Boss Jiang, how do you want to handle him? Jiang He blinked, answering irrelevant. You have such great strength. The scene a moment ago, she would call it the super strength, lowly violently throwing a troublemaker in the supermarket. Those from the military district were indeed not to be trifled with. Host, she asks how you want to deal with the troublemaker. Oh. Just leave him be, I'll handle it myself. After Jiang He finished speaking, she immediately communicated with the system in her mind to blacklist electric shock punishment. The next second, Wang Han, lying on the ground, suddenly started convulsing violently with both hands and feet. In no time he rolled his eyes and fainted. Yu Qingqing was excited, her eyes sparkling. Boss Jiang, do you need help throwing him out? Jiang He nodded, thank you. With a whoosh, Yu Qingqing casually tossed the man onto the hail as easily as if she were throwing a human-shaped doll. She clapped her hands and returned to the table. Tang Wanqing cautiously retracted her feet, holding her beloved little orange, silently trying to lower her presence. And that of the little orange. Yu Qingqing picked up a strawberry and took a bite of the tip. Accidentally, she caught a glimpse of the girl sitting across from her, looking tense, and felt that she was somewhat amusing. What kind of gaze is that? Am I scary? Tang Wanqing was stunned for a moment before realizing the other was speaking to her, and her head shook like a rattle drum. No, you are a beautiful sister, not scary at all. Then why is your hand shaking? Tang Wanqing looked down and saw her trembling right hand, quickly covering it with her left. But as a result, both hands shook in unison. She explained awkwardly, it's cold. Yi Qingqing chuckled softly, her voice gentle. Don't worry, a sweet little thing like you I won't hit you. Tang Wanqing blinked her eyes, blinked again. Is this sister the same person as before? Now she looked so gentle and so beautiful. Why aren't you eating your orange? Yi Qingqing asked curiously. Tang Wanqing licked her lips. I want to wait for sister to eat together. After chatting for a while, seeing Tang Wan and returning, Tang Wanqing waved goodbye to Yi Qingqing. Sister Qingqing, my sister is here to pick me up. See you next time. After saying that, she ran out of the supermarket with a bunch of supplies. As she approached, Tang Wanqing's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, glaring coldly at her. Tang Wanqing, I've told you many times, don't talk to strangers outside. Can't you understand? She had just made a trip to bring supplies back to the dormitory, and to speed things up, she squeezed desperately through the crowd, wanting to return quickly to pick her up. But this girl was happily chatting with strangers. Seeing it with her own eyes nearly made her explode with anger. Tang Wanqing couldn't even imagine what would have happened if this weren't Dawn's supermarket. Oh, would this fool have already been tricked away? She didn't even know where to find a body. If you like her, go ahead and call her sister, live with her, and stop. Upon hearing the last sentence, Tang Wanqing was frightened and quickly grabbed her sister's red dress, not letting her leave. Sister, I'm sorry, I was wrong. She explained softly with red eyes. That beautiful sister just now is a good person. She helped Boss Jiang teach the thief a lesson, and she even told me her name. She's my friend, not a stranger. Knowing the name means she is not a stranger. Tang Wanqing truly wanted to take her brain apart and see if it was filled with glue. Taking a deep breath, Tang Wanqing reminded herself not to argue with fools. Tang Wanqing, don't delude yourself into thinking you can make true friends here. In the apocalypse, the concept of true friendship is non-existent. Everywhere are beasts that will devour you without leaving a bone. This time I can forgive you, but if I find you making the same mistake again, I will definitely throw you out to fend for yourself. Even if death stands before me, I won't spare a glance. She knew that with her sister's intelligence, no matter how much she said, it wouldn't be understood. Only threats were effective. Tang Wanqing hurriedly cried and promised never to make the same mistake again. As she spoke, her voice suddenly trembled as she asked, Sister, when can we find Mom and Dad? I'm so scared they'll be eaten by others. Tang Wanqing paused, then looked away, her tone flat and emotionless. I don't know. I hope Mom and Dad meet good people like Boss Jiang so they won't have to go hungry every day. Tang Wanqing looked up at the gray sky, a faint sadness surfacing in her eyes. They must be in some corner of the world living a happy and joyful life right now. After a moment of sadness, she regained her spirits. The apocalypse could not accommodate useless emotions. Finding a way to survive was the most important thing. Let's go home and eat. The two sisters worked together to carry the remaining supplies back to their dorm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the selling task, earning 5 minutes of stock replenishment time, 50 packets of cold medicine and 50 packets of fever medicine. The goods were sold out and the supermarket was preparing to close. Jiang He pressed the switch, and the 3 car doors clicked shut, retracting as the compartment returned to its original form. The entire process left the customers astonished. The supermarket run by Boss Jiang was truly miraculous. It resembled something from a movie like Transformers. Suddenly everyone had a bold speculation, could Boss Jiang be from another planet? Is that why he possesses so many extraordinary abilities? After being labeled a terrorist Jiang, he was now seen as an alien. Hearing this, she couldn't help but smile wryly. She indeed wasn't from this earth, so it wasn't entirely wrong to say so. Back in her room while eating a chicken leg lunchbox, a decision began to crystallize in her mind. System, please help me set up 2 prominent electronic screens in the supermarket. Sure, but it will require a small amount of points. Jiang He anticipated this and pouted, asking, how much? The system weakly replied, 1,500. Host, why do you cut the price by half like that? Jiang He wasn't clear on its tendencies. After all, 2 electronic screens shouldn't require 1,000 points. She knew they were taking advantage of her. 600, not a penny more. All right, deal. In less than 2 minutes, the system had set up the electronic screens. Jiang He only needed to input text into the system interface for it to display on the screens. The next day, the supermarket opened. The first thing customers in line noticed was the 2 enormous electronic screens hanging inside. With a black background and red text, they were visible from a distance. The first screen displayed the rules of Shuguang Supermarket. 1. No cutting in line, fighting, or intentionally causing trouble while queuing. Violators will be blacklisted. 2. Those who steal or damage supermarket goods will be blacklisted and receive electric shock punishment. 3. No use of force is allowed in the supermarket. Violators will be blacklisted and subject to arbitrary punishment with a 99 risk of death. 4. Dining table usage is limited to 40 minutes. If you overstay, you will receive a warning on the first instance, be blacklisted on the second, and those who refuse to cooperate will face electric shock punishment. 5. Shuguang Supermarket is always collecting various small animals with generous rewards. Feel free to consult the boss for details. 6. Items other than money can be exchanged for points with the specific amount determined by machine detection. Note accessories with special significance will be worth more points than ordinary accessories. 7. Reselling items purchased from the supermarket is strictly prohibited. Violators will be blacklisted. 8. No wasting of any supermarket resources is allowed. Violators will be blacklisted, and those with serious offenses will face electric shock punishment. 9. All rules are set by the boss. For any questions, please challenge the boss directly. Looking at the adjacent screen, the words, purchase limit, made everyone widen their eyes. Shuguang Supermarket's limited purchase items today include mineral water, bread, 8 treasure porridge rice balls, and cotton shoes with a limit of 1 per person per day. Steamed buns with meat filling, sticky rice dumplings, spicy sour noodles, rice noodles, instant noodles, mixed noodles, hot water bags, and blankets with a limit of 2 per person each day. Teddy bear cookies, cold medicine, and fever medicine limited to 3 bags per person per day. Sanitary napkins limited to 3 packs per person per day. Heating pads limited to 10 pieces per person per day. Other items have no purchase limits. Jiang He had already considered the idea of limitations, but hadn't implemented it until now, having witnessed so many residents unable to obtain supplies at the base. Those who came to the supermarket to queue also couldn't grab anything. Too many people were suffering from hunger and cold, and surviving the extreme chill was an exceedingly difficult task. The supermarket's operating principle is to serve the vast number of disaster victims, allowing more people to survive in the apocalypse. Thus Jiang He decided to limit basic supplies in the supermarket. This way resource distribution would be more equitable. Those with more points could buy other unlimited items, and those with fewer points need not worry that only expensive items would be left when their turn came. Seeing the purchase limit regulations, most residents raised their hands in approval. Boss Jiang, limiting purchases is great. It's so appealing. This way my chances of buying items at the supermarket every day have greatly increased. The person at the back of the line couldn't help but cheer quietly. I can finally buy water today. Every time I reached the front, the water was sold out. Thank you, Boss Jiang. Hee, I thought I had come too late today and wouldn't be able to get supplies. I didn't expect Boss Jiang to implement purchase limits, so I won't have to return empty-handed and face my wife's scolding. Today's selling task is to sell 100 pairs of heated insoles priced at 40 points. After the task was issued, Jiang He added an announcement on the electronic screen. Heated insoles limited to 1 pair per person. Customers entered with smiles, greeted Jiang He, and went into the supermarket to select supplies. Those with sufficient points bought the limited basic supplies and then stocked up on other unlimited items. At checkout, someone politely inquired, Boss Jiang, will Shuguang Supermarket still be open during extreme cold weather? Jiang He nodded, a smile on her lips. Of course. If you can't leave your dormitory, I will even come to your door. Just as she finished speaking, the guest closed their eyes, put their hands together, and kept muttering the same phrase. The District Building 3, Room 608. The District Building 3, Room 608. The District Building 3, Room 608. He muttered to himself, then suddenly opened his eyes, raising his hands to perform a few strange gestures, as if he were trying to guide her spirit. Chanting while performing a ritual. Where did this master come from? Jiang He reached out her hand and waved it in front of the man. Hey handsome, are you alright? He can't go crazy here in her supermarket. The man finished his ritual and gave an awkward smile. Boss Jiang, you don't need to worry. I was just repeating my dormitory address, thinking if I said it a few more times I could transmit the information to you via brainwave. Perhaps when Boss Jiang comes to deliver goods, she might suddenly remember. Jiang He. So this person is trying to brainwash her with his confusing actions. What did he just say about which building in what district and which building in Area C? Jiang He didn't move her car yesterday, and the supermarket is still near the military district building today. Nearby there was a long queue for supplies filled with people. Old Wang had accumulated many points, allowing him to collect 2 cotton jackets, a quilt, 2 pairs of thermal shoes, and 2 sets of autumn clothes. Since he already had a temperature-regulating quilt at home, Old Wang exchanged the quilt for 3 sets of autumn clothes. His nephew didn't like wearing autumn pants, so he would send them over to him and make sure he wore them. Old Wang bundled everything up with ropes, not needing to carry anything, simply hanging it on his steel fork. At that moment, the conversation of 2 people nearby reached his ears. Let me tell you, my feet are now the warmest part of my body. Me too. Cold starts from the feet, that's true. As long as the feet are warm, you won't feel cold. Old Wang checked his own feet, which had already gone numb and lost feeling. He looked down and saw that the two were wearing ordinary sneakers, not even cotton shoes. Looking at his own furry shoes, they were only warm when he first put them on, but after a few hours they would cool down with the outside temperature. Old Wang walked up to the two and curiously asked, "Young man, you're just wearing sneakers, how are your feet so warm?" The young man was taken aback for a moment, then straightened up proudly and replied, "Because we have heated insoles in our shoes bought from the Shuguang supermarket. These insoles even have a switch you can turn them off when not in use, and they can heat for up to 300 hours. If used sparingly, they can last a month." I heard that the supermarket used to sell a kind of heated snow boots, which functions similarly to the heated insoles, but between the two the snow boots are definitely warmer. What a pity. If I had known there would be extreme cold later, I would have definitely snatched up a pair. As Old Wang listened, he became more and more excited. The heated insoles felt like they were tailor-made for him. "Young man, could you please tell me where the supermarket is open today? I also want to buy a pair." The young man enthusiastically pointed the way for him, just over there at that corner, the place with the most people. Old Wang looked up and saw a small truck with only the front visible. Too many people blocked his view, and he couldn't see what was in the back. He recognized Boss Jiang's van, which looked different from this one. When he saw it earlier, he hadn't thought about Shuguang supermarket. So Boss Jiang has changed cars. Old Wang clearly knew how scarce supplies at the supermarket were. Of fearing he wouldn't get the insoles, he hurried over. "Please make way, my steel fork is not very careful." Seeing the sharp fork, the residents instinctively stepped aside to let him pass. During a break from watching a drama, Jiang He looked up and glanced outside, inadvertently catching a glimpse of something that caught her eye. Upon closer inspection, oh, isn't that Old Wang? He is out again with his steel fork. The supermarket has no walls on three sides, with one side blocked by an electronic screen, so customers outside can clearly see what's inside. Old Wang's eyes were fixated on the instant noodles on the shelf, which came in various flavors. Among the ones he saw were spicy beef scallion-flavored ribs, golden soup, fatty beef, old hen soup, and pickled cabbage beef. Zhou Yanzi held countless top-grade supplies, including abalone, birds' nests, sea cucumber, fish fins, various big fish, and meat, and even allowed Old Wang to choose what he wanted. But there were no instant noodles. Old Wang wasn't used to gourmet delicacies, he just had a craving for them. Shuguang supermarket was exactly the kind of supermarket he loved to visit before the apocalypse, with a wide variety of products, and if it were a bit larger it would be even more enjoyable. Originally he came to buy insoles, but unexpectedly he found something else. "Welcome to Shuguang supermarket. Old Wang, you came quite early today. There are still many good things in the supermarket. Before shopping you must first check the information on the electronic screen. Some items have purchase limits and cannot be bought in excess." Old Wang followed Jiang He's pointing and squinted. It clearly stated that each person was limited to 2 buckets of instant noodles. Old Wang frowned. He could only buy 2 buckets. He had been thinking of getting one of each flavor. This was a bit troublesome. Standing in front of the shelf, Old Wang felt conflicted. Thinking of the many people waiting outside, he closed his eyes and randomly picked 2 buckets. Braised beef and old hen soup. Alright, these 2 will do. Old Wang then browsed the nearby shelf. He had a big nephew who was a leader at the base. His family lacked nothing, and good things were sent to him every day at the villa. In the end, he chose a few of his favorites: 2 meat buns, 3 meat zongzi, 2 bags of potato chips, and 2 buckets of rice noodles. He stopped in front of the roast duck rack. His nephew loved to eat this. When he was young, he would always shout to go into the city to buy roast duck, asking him to bring one back. After paying with points, Old Wang hugged the buckets of instant noodles and found the hot water station. At the top there was a cards wiping area. Placing the points card there would result in hot water coming out, deducting 20 points each time. 1 bucket wouldn't be enough, so Old Wang simply soaked both buckets. Seeing the scene, Jiang He expressed that she had grown accustomed to it. Before Old Wang, at least 20 customers had directly taken off their shoes and placed insoles in the supermarket. Fortunately, the supermarket was well ventilated on 3 sides. If it were a confined space, and someone with smelly feet came in, wouldn't it suffocate her? Old Wang ate quickly. The chewy noodles were so delicious that he couldn't keep his eyes open. After finishing the noodles, he didn't leave any soup behind, gulping it all down in just a few big bites. When he left, Old Wang consciously took his trash with him and wiped the dining table clean with his sleeve, leaving not a speck of dust. Jiang He liked such conscious and clean customers, though there was no need to wipe with his clothes, as she actually had. Beep, the sales task has been completed, gaining 6 minutes of restocking time and unlocking mashed potato noodles. Jiang He opened the system panel to check the situation in the supermarket. The number of guests entertained today is also 2 to 3 times that of usual. Beep, the sales task has been completed, gaining 6 minutes of restocking time and unlocking mashed potato noodles. Jiang He opened the system panel to check the situation in the supermarket, unexpectedly discovering that all facilities within the supermarket could be freely moved. This means she can freely change the layout and decoration of the supermarket. Clicking on the cash register, a detailed interface popped up immediately. Cash register functioning normally, there are 3 interchangeable styles and 5 color options. However, unlocking new styles and colors requires a certain number of points. Once the style of one facility changes, other facilities in the supermarket will definitely follow suit. Jiang He thought for a moment. The supermarket currently has a fresh pastoral style and hasn't been used for many days. She would consider changing the decor when she gets tired of it. Seeing a plus sign behind the supermarket facilities, Jiang He curiously clicked on it. Level 3 supermarkets can additionally configure facilities: 1 air conditioner 20,000 points, 1 vacuum cleaning robot 20,000 points, 1 automatic recycling bin 8,000 points, 1 folding shopping cart 5,000 points, 1 pot of green plants 3,000 points. With today's earnings, Jiang He's account balance has over 178,000 points. These devices are all needed for the supermarket, especially the vacuum cleaning robot, which can save her a lot of trouble. System: can this vacuum cleaning robot also wipe the tables? With dining tables in the supermarket, many guests will stay for meals. No matter how careful she is, there will be stains left on the surface, which ultimately requires Jiang He to clean manually. System hosts: the vacuum cleaning robot setup in the supermarket is a sweeping and mopping combination. As long as you place it on the table, it will automatically clean the stains. Alright, let's buy it. I'll get them all. Beep, 56,000 points have been deducted. Host: do you want to arrange the positions of these facilities yourself? Of course, having spent so many points, I definitely want some experience. Jiang He paused to operate on the system interface. The air conditioner was installed in the center of the ceiling, the shopping cart was placed by the door, and the recycling bin was positioned to the right of the dining table. The vacuum cleaning robot and green plants were arranged next to the cash register. Once done, it's time for dinner. Suddenly the system popped up, sounding particularly excited. Beep, beep, beep. Host: good news. The supermarket has received an antique again. A customer has charged a Tang Sankai into the points card. Congratulations, host, you have gained a chance to draw a grand prize. Jiang He's eyes brightened. Oh wow, she has another chance to win a little treasure. Before long, the big spinning wheel reappeared in the room. Last time it took away the temperature regulating tent, and the blue segment was replaced with another reward, a portal. Jiang He held a dart aiming at the purple segment marked little treasure. Just as she was about to launch it, the wheel began to spin rapidly, making her dizzy. Alright, the system gives her no chance to cheat. Unable to find a target, Jiang He randomly threw the dart at the center of the wheel. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The big wheel gradually came to a stop. Jiang He felt her heart racing. Purple, purple, purple. Host, you hit the yellow segment. Congratulations, you've won a full fish banquet. It has been placed in the personal space. Host, go enjoy it. Seeing the dart hit the yellow segment, Jiang He pouted. Having fish to eat is good enough, I suppose. Looking into her personal space, wow, it's not just acceptable, it's extraordinarily good. A dense array of dish plates neatly arranged was enough to trigger her claustrophobia. There must be hundreds of dishes here. Indeed, host, the reward for the full fish banquet includes 500 dishes. It's said that this is a grand prize draw, so how could the reward not be substantial? 500 dishes. That's enough for her to eat for a year. System: can I sell them to the customers? The fish dishes are delicious, but they take up too much space. These dishes belong to the host, you can handle them as you wish, but the pricing cannot be too outrageous. If the price is set too high and discovered by the main system, points will be deducted. As long as she can sell them, the price should be set similar to roasted duck. That should work. Dinner, of course, means eating fish. Jiang He took out a plate of braised sea bass, steaming hot, exuding a red. The dishes put in are hot, and no matter how long it takes, when taken out they will still be hot. Meow, meow, meow. The dishes put in are hot, and no matter how long it takes, when taken out they will still be hot. Meow, meow, meow. Sang Biao caught the scent of the fish and immediately became excited, pawing at Jiang He's pant leg, meowing incessantly. What is that? Fish that even little cats love to eat. I want to eat too. Quickly show me in my mouth. 80,000 flapped its wings, running back and forth next to the dining table. I'm hungry too, I'm hungry too. I want to eat, I want to eat. Jiang He was speechless. 1 or 2, all are starving ghosts reincarnated. She hasn't even eaten yet, and they're already making a fuss. Jiang He gritted her teeth. Alright, I'll get you something to eat. Whatever they ate now, they would have to work to In the space she picked and chose, giving Zhang Biao a plate of small yellow fish, prepared in a lighter style suitable for little cats like it. With a thud, Jiang He placed a plate of small fish in front of it. "You all have to finish eating, no wasting." Sang Viao began to eat, letting out satisfied purring sounds. 80,000 was equally quick, its small mouth nibbling away, devouring a small fish in just 2 bites. It must be said the dishes rewarded by the system are truly delicious. Jiang He sincerely asked system, who is the chef that makes these dishes. "I want to befriend her. I'm not sure either of the dishes are sent over by the main system. Alright, after completing the tasks in this world, I'll look into it and see if I can get a free meal or something." Another day passed, and the temperature in the base had dropped to -15 degrees. The extreme cold is drawing near. The weather is too cold, those customers waiting outside the supermarket, since Dawn ultimately cannot hold on, at most waiting outside for half an hour. If they wait any longer, they will freeze into popsicles. Welcome to Dawn's supermarket. The first to enter the supermarket is a couple with their young daughter. As soon as they stepped into Dawn's supermarket, the woman froze in place, widening her eyes at the man beside her. "Honey, don't you feel that the temperature inside the supermarket is very comfortable, different from outside? It shouldn't be just my illusion, right?" The man stepped back a pace, the biting coldness hitting him again. Returning to the supermarket, it was another kind of warmth, like spring. Xinjia looked up and saw a white central air conditioner installed on the supermarket ceiling, blowing out warm air. She couldn't help but exclaim, "How amazing." The supermarket has no walls on 3 sides, yet this warm air doesn't escape, it just gathers within the supermarket. Jiang He smiled without saying a word. Although the supermarket lacked physical walls, there existed an invisible barrier that separated it from the outside world. The little girl next to her wore a thick down jacket and a cute cartoon hat with 2 brown antlers on her head. Her round little face clearly showed she was well taken care of by her family. She looked left and right, suddenly reaching out her small hand to point at the electronic screen overhead. "Mommy, there are fish." Fish. Yan, the little girl, was 5 years old and already knew quite a few characters. Upon catching sight of the words braised fish on the screen, she couldn't help but get excited. Xinjia and Ji Yuan both turned their gaze to the electronic screen. The upper half displayed today's limited purchase items, while the lower half looked just like a menu. Shuguang Supermarket, today's special items: braised fish, boiled fish, diced chili fish head, sweet and sour carp, sour soup fish, tofu fish, squirrel mandarin fish, braised belt fish, steamed grouper, garlic beer fish. Each dish required between 200 to 400 points. Xinjia was somewhat surprised. Isn't this a supermarket? How did it have so many dishes like a restaurant? Moreover, they were all fish. No wonder Yan was so excited. She had spotted something she loved to eat. During her pregnancy, Xinjia particularly craved fish, and after Yan was born, she became a little glutton. "Boss Jiang, where can we find these dishes?" Jiang He casually replied, "They're in the boxes under the cash register. After paying with points, you can eat here or take them to go. Would you like to order some?" Every dish here is meticulously prepared by the chef and can be considered a divine delicacy. You won't find such flavors anywhere else. Xinjia nodded in agreement, realizing that in this post-apocalyptic world there was probably only Shuguang Supermarket, and indeed they couldn't eat this well elsewhere. She looked down at her daughter. Yan, what do you want to eat?" "Tell Boss Jiang." Yan hadn't been out for a long time. She used to be very lively, but now she seemed a bit shy. She held her mother's hand, stealing a glance at Jiang He, then peeking again. This sister looked kind with a gentle and beautiful smile. Summoning her courage, she piped up sweetly, "Sister, I want to eat braised fish." The little girl was bundled up tightly, looking as adorable as a doll from a New Year painting. Jiang He was charmed, her voice growing several times softer than usual. "All right, just 1 portion. Do you want anything else?" "System host, right now you make me feel so unfamiliar." Suddenly the system interjected. Jiang He rolled her eyes internally at the system, thinking of course you wouldn't understand the cuteness of human babies. Xinjia thought for a moment and added, "Boss Jiang, let's also get a portion of steamed grouper, well eat here." She preferred fish without many bones. Ji Yuan followed his wife and child. Whatever they ordered, he would eat, focusing on cleaning the plates. Jiang He nodded. "Okay, you can continue shopping for other items. When it's mealtime, I'll bring the dishes to you." Just by looking at their attire, one could tell that their family of 3 lived quite well. No need to guess, they were definitely from the military district. Before the apocalypse, Ji Yuan was a special forces soldier, and after the disaster struck, he brought his wife and daughter to the military's base in Nanyang. Due to the disaster, other family members were scattered across various major bases, and it might be very difficult for them to reunite in this lifetime. The base treated these soldiers fairly well, but the rations provided didn't taste very good. Occasionally, after completing a significant task, if he received a packet of sandwich biscuits as a reward, he would bring it home to satisfy his daughter's cravings. During the extreme heat, Ji Yuan almost lost his wife and child, but fortunately they managed to survive. Otherwise, he wouldn't know what the meaning of continuing to live would be. Later, Ji Yuan heard of Shuguang Supermarket's reputation. During the extreme heat, the supermarket owner used heat relief supplies to rescue hundreds of residents. Ji Yuan had long wanted to come to Shuguang Supermarket to buy some useful supplies, but he had been on duty continuously for several days and only found time to come today. As soon as he walked in, he was greatly shocked. Only a few high-ranking officials at the Nanyang base were qualified to use air conditioning. Except for important buildings in the military district, the rest of the base had no electricity. He wondered how Shuguang Supermarket generated power. "Daddy, pick me up. I want to see up high." His daughter tugged at his clothes, pulling Ji Yuan back to reality as he bent down to lift her up. The top shelf displayed chocolates, sausages, boiled eggs, and beef jerky. Yan Yan's eyes sparkled as she giggled, revealing 2 rows of little white teeth. "Mommy, I love all these." Xinjia smiled indulgently. "Okay, I'll buy them for you." The couple already felt guilty for not providing their daughter with a joyful childhood. Now that they had the means, they certainly had to fulfill her wishes. Snacks were unlimited. Xinjia grabbed 15 chocolates, 10 packs of beef jerky, 15 sausages, and 12 boiled eggs. She also bought some fruits, 40 strawberries, 40 lychees, 20 oranges, and 1 pineapple. If it weren't for the current low temperature, Xinjia wouldn't dare to buy so many fruits. In the recent extreme heat, fruits would spoil overnight. Ji Yuan held the child in one hand and pushed the shopping cart with the other, while Xinjia focused on adding items to the cart. Jiang He watched the cheerful family and felt that this shopping cart was worth it. It was much more convenient than before. As they approached the shelf with drinks, Xinjia's eyes lit up. "Honey, Yan Yan is at the age where she needs to grow. We should buy more milk." Ji Yuan nodded in agreement. "Yes, just take whatever you need from the top shelf. I can handle it." Having points meant being indulgent. Jiang He stopped watching TV and focused on watching them sweep the supermarket. 6 hot water bags, 6 blankets, 30 heating pads, and 9 bags of Bear biscuits. They bought everything at the highest specifications under the limited purchase policy. Fortunately, the limited purchase conditions were in place, otherwise they would have emptied half the supermarket. When the 3 returned to the cash register, Jiang He recommended, "The supermarket has just released heated blankets today. Would you like to buy one? It's about the same size as a blanket, costs 300 points, doesn't need to be plugged in, and automatically heats by pressing a switch, lasting up to 150 hours. One per person though." Xinjia didn't hesitate for a second. "All right, let's get 3. After they used their cards to pay over 20,000 points, Jiang He took the braised pork and steamed grouper out from the space and placed them on the dining table at the back. "Enjoy your meal." After saying this, Jiang He truly felt a bit like a waitress in a restaurant. The electronic display board changed from braised fish and steamed grouper to scallion, braised yellow flower fish, and spicy fish fillet. It took the family of 3 half an hour to finish their meal. Before leaving, they collected the trash on the table and tossed it into the nearby bin. In less than 2 seconds, the contents of the bin were decomposed and vanished without a trace. Ji Yuan was once again taken aback. There were just too many magical aspects about this supermarket. Little Yan Yan only knew that the braised fish was incredibly fragrant. She felt quite full today and didn't understand the complex thoughts of adults at all. She patted her round belly, hugged Xinjia's hand, blinked her big eyes, and whined, "Mom, I really like Shuguang Supermarket. Can we come here to play every day?" Upon hearing this, Xinjia couldn't help but chuckle and pinched her little nose. "The weather is too cold lately. Let's come back to play when it gets warmer, okay?" Yan Yan sighed helplessly. "All right then." At noon, Jiang He fetched hot water and prepared a bucket of mashed potato noodles. The side dish was spicy chopped pepper mixed with fish chunks. After taking a couple of bites of fish, she went to the fruit shelf and grabbed a handful of strawberries. After the upgrade, the supermarket had comfortable seating and entertainment computers for her. Jiang He had been having her lunch directly at the checkout counter these past few days. Essentially, during this lunchtime, the supermarket remained open as usual. After all, she only needed to sit here and collect points, so she didn't bother to return to her room. By working an extra hour at noon, she could also finish early in the afternoon. Grandpa Wang was preoccupied with thoughts of instant noodles and had no appetite for anything else. However, it snowed outside today, and the ground was slippery. Zhou Yunjia was worried he would slip, so he had to accompany him in person. Grandpa Wang didn't want to trouble his grandnephew and argued with him at the door. "Oh, I'm fit and healthy. With something to hold on to while walking, I definitely won't fall. You don't need to accompany me, go do your own business." Zhou Yanzhe wore a stern face and drawled, lazily stubborn old man, if you keep being obstinate you won't get to eat instant noodles today. I'll have the bodyguards watch over you and you won't be able to go anywhere. He also didn't understand it wasn't that stuff, just low-end junk food. What was so delicious about it? Grandpa Wang knew he could pull off something like that, and could only reluctantly compromise. Did you wear the long underwear I gave you? Zhou Yanzhe helped him into the car, his tone somewhat indifferent. Of course I wore it. It's below 10 degrees today. If I didn't wear it wouldn't I freeze to death? Grandpa Wang smiled with satisfaction. You're young now, and in good shape. You think you can handle the cold, so wearing less is no problem. But if you end up with old cold legs later, then it will be too late. Zhou Yanzhe lowered his head and fiddled with the cigarette box. He had heard these words so often that his ears were nearly calloused. They usually went in one ear and out the other. If he didn't let the old man finish, he would go on endlessly. At Shuguang supermarket Jiang, he was munching on sunflower seeds while staring intently at the computer screen. The good drama was reaching its climax and she was so engrossed that she was completely immersed in the tense atmosphere of the play. The system loudly reminded her host, your noodles are ready. If they soak for too long the texture won't be as good. Jiang He suddenly snapped back to reality, realizing she still had a bucket of noodles left uneaten. As she lifted the lid, a rich aroma rushed towards her. The hot broth had been absorbed by the noodles, and after stirring with a plastic fork each strand was coated with soft mashed potatoes. It felt a bit sticky and gooey. The mashed potatoes were smooth and soft, paired with fine rice noodles, creating a delicate texture that was irresistible, both fragrant and spicy. Halfway through her meal, Jiang He stood up to check out a customer and saw two people walking in at the entrance. Grandpa Wang and that Zhou Yanzhe. It was a combination she had never expected. Jiang He suddenly recalled the gossip Li Ting had shared with her. A Grandpa Wang was the father of a certain base leader. Could they possibly be related by blood? But the disparity was just too great. One was surnamed Wang and the other Zhou. They didn't match up at all. Seeing her confusion, Grandpa Wang smiled and took the initiative to introduce. Boss Jiang, this is my grandnephew. He came with me today to buy some food. Jiang He nodded. Oh, so he was her uncle. That made sense. Grandpa Wang glanced at the checkout counter and curiously asked Boss Jiang what. Jiang He picked it up and showed him up close. Mashed potato noodles, a new variety just launched in the supermarket today. It tastes pretty good. Grandpa Wang, you should buy a bucket to try. Grandpa Wang was all smiles. All right, I'll have this. Mashed potato noodles for lunch today, plus a bucket of instant noodles. After speaking, he walked towards the not-so-full shelf with his hands behind his back. Zhou Yanzhe followed behind and upon seeing the little bear biscuits on the shelf instinctively wanted to devour them all. Grandpa Wang noticed and swiftly swatted his greedy hands away. Yanzi, what are you doing? Didn't you see the sign on the screen over there? Little bear biscuits are limited shopping items. Each person can only buy 3 bags at most. If you violate the supermarket rules, I won't be able to stop Boss Jiang from shocking you. Zhou Yanzhe had noticed the 2 additional electronic screens when he came in, but he hadn't looked closely. Now with a glance he saw the words electrocute repeated several times. When did this ridiculous rule? He grumbled internally, but his actions became more restrained, and he only took 3 bags of little bear biscuits. Zhou Yanzhe poked Grandpa Wang's shoulder. Old man, do you want some biscuits? Grandpa Wang chuckled teasingly. Who would have thought you'd actually like to eat these little biscuits? Their shape is so cute. It looks like something you would have loved to eat as a child. Zhou Yanzhe didn't want to explain. If it weren't for the ridiculous limit, he would devour these little biscuits every time he saw them. Bye. I'll let you eat my share. Just moments ago, he didn't want his grandnephew to follow him. When it came to buying instant noodles, Grandpa Wang realized having an extra person was indeed delightful. His grandnephew didn't like instant noodles, so the 2 buckets he got would definitely belong to him. However, Zhou Yanzhe never played by the rules. He picked up 2 buckets of braised beef flavor instant noodles and held them tightly to his chest. Grandpa Wang. Didn't he say he didn't like instant noodles? Yanzi, these are all low-end junk food. You can just let me eat them. Zhou Yanzhe sidestepped, avoiding his outstretched hand. Old man, eating too much junk food is bad for your health. You should eat less. I'm young, I can handle it. He carried his items to the checkout counter. Jiang He was there calculating points when she suddenly heard Zhou Yanzhe quietly ask, did you really almost marry Xia? Huh. Who's spreading that rumor about me outside? Seeing her reaction, Zhou Yanzhe already knew the answer, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Xia himself told me, and he mentioned many things about you from before. Jiang He's face darkened more than a pot's bottom, gritting her teeth as she spat out a few words. He's talking nonsense. Suddenly remembering they were in the supermarket, as the boss she needed to be a bit more civilized. Cough, he's just talking nonsense. I have no relationship with him at all. Zhou Yanzhe nodded leisurely, saying, all right, I understand. Old Wang stood nearby, his gaze oddly fixed on his nephew, as if he wanted to bore a hole through him. After preparing the noodles, he finally couldn't help but ask, Yanzhe, you care about Jiang Boss' marital status. What are you planning? Zhou Yanzhe took a bite of strawberry, replying casually, guess. Old Wang expressed his unwillingness to guess, wanting to poke his nephew's head with a steel fork and twist it off like a ball to kick. He wrinkled his brow in disgust, saying, to put it bluntly, you are not worthy of Jiang Boss. If you really have that thought, it would be better to give up early. Zhou Yanzhe's gaze darkened, amused by the old man's words. Who exactly is your real nephew? What's wrong with me? I have looks and resources, plenty of girls want to marry me. You have everything except for face. Old Wang loved to speak the truth and showed no mercy to his nephew. This is called helping reason, not kin. Your material conditions are good, but Jiang Boss runs such a large supermarket, what could she possibly lack? And you still like to mess around with relationships, hugging and holding countless girls at home, you can't even count them all. Zhou Yanzhe touched his nose, explaining, those were all sent to me by others just for fun. Old Wang shot him a sideways glance, you can play as you like, just don't involve Jiang Boss. Zhou Yanzhe. He hadn't really thought about doing anything serious, he was just a bit interested. Including letting Xia Huifeng and his fiancée move into the villa, he found it amusing. Playing with them was as simple as teasing a dog. There were not many people or things that piqued his interest whenever he encountered something he couldn't help but want to explore further. Old man, don't worry, I will never get married in this lifetime, and I definitely won't have kids. Hearing this, Old Wang paused in his actions of slurping noodles. Oh no, could it be that he spoke too harshly and hurt his nephew's pride? Yanzhe, actually, you're not completely worthless, at least you are filial. Zhou Yanzhe self-deprecatingly tugged at his mouth. If my dad hears this, he would probably laugh his head off. All right, you can stop persuading me. I've had this thought since I was 20. It's not just because of the apocalypse. I can live on my own. If I can't, then so be it. In the frigid weather of -10 degrees, many residents stayed at home, afraid to go out. It's really about the lack of medicine. Stepping outside just to feel the cold wind could lead to falling ill the next day. It's almost like the backward medical technology of ancient times, where even a slight cold could be fatal. Unless one were on the verge of starving, there would be no need to take such a big risk to go out to the supermarket. For someone like Old Wang, a wealthy family being driven around in a car with air conditioning, there was no need to worry about getting sick from the cold wind. The snow outside kept falling heavier, and the supermarket remained open until 5 before closing. Given this situation, Jiang He estimated that she would soon need to prepare for home deliveries. Fortunately, she had now unlocked her portable space, which made things much more convenient. Ding, today's sales task has been completed, earning 5 minutes of restocking time. 50 packs of cold medicine, 50 packs of fever-reducing medicine, and 50 packs of cough medicine. Ding ding ding, host, a temporary task has been assigned. Build a snowman at the designated location within a time limit of 20 minutes. Reward a random restocking aid tool effective for 15 minutes. Cough cough, dear host, this snowman needs to be photographed and sent to the main system. Please perform well. I know, it's the annual snowman building competition organized by the main system. All hosts will participate and there will be rankings at the end of the year. Jiang He still remembered that her first time participating in this competition, she received a creativity award, which made the system so happy it did 100 backflips. As for why it was so happy, of course it was because the host won an award and the system also received a commission. The designated location was over in the villa area, in an empty garden villa about half an hour's drive away. Love isn't something you can just buy whenever you want. Jiang He hummed a tune, cruising smoothly over the snow. Not far away at the intersection, Jiang Shue was running forward, wiping her tears. Xia Huifeng quickly caught up, grabbing her shoulder. Yeah, let me explain. I really haven't slept with those women. They are all Zhou Xiao's people. How could I possibly touch them? Jiang Shue's eyes were filled with tears. Her voice choked as she asked, then tell me, where did the scent of perfume on you come from? The man's gaze flickered, and he did not answer her immediately. Jiang Shue pushed his hand away and took a few steps back, her heart feeling as if it were being cut by a knife. I knew you were lying to me, Xia Huifeng, you betrayed me. She turned and continued running toward the civilian area. Jiang He was driving normally, just honked twice, when suddenly a figure sprang into the middle of the road, scaring her into an emergency brake. Fortunately, the small truck had good performance, stopping just a meter away from Jiang Shue, avoiding any casualties. Lowering the window, Jiang He couldn't help but curse, if you want to die, get far away, don't die in front of my car, that's bad luck. No sooner had the words left her mouth than Xia Huifeng quickly ran over, hugging Jiang Shue tightly. Yeah, thankfully you're okay, you scared me to death. Jiang Shue buried her face in his chest, still shaken. Woo, I almost got hit by a car. In the midst of the falling snow, the young couple embraced, tenderly sharing their heartfelt feelings. Anyone who didn't know would think they were filming a Korean drama. Shouldn't they have a suitable background music to match? Jiang He gritted her teeth, her hands tightly gripping the steering wheel. She regretted it. She shouldn't have braked just now. System, I want to create a disaster for them. Dear host, calm down, you still need to go build the snowman. In front of the small truck, Xia Huifeng held the face of his beloved, explaining in a voice only they could hear. Yeah, Zhou Xiao is in the arms business. If I can get weapons to put in the space, I won't have to rely on others for promotion. When that time comes, I'll take you away from here, just the two of us, to establish a new base. I'll be the base leader and you'll be the base leader's wife. What is Ji Gulu saying? Jiang He couldn't understand. If there was something important to say, why couldn't they do it inside the house instead of blocking the driveway and talking in the snow? Beep beep, Jiang He quickly pressed the horn. If she kept watching, the two would be about to kiss. She feared she would lose her lunch. Let's go back. You must not misunderstand me again. My feelings for you are more genuine than pearls. Xia Huifeng held Jiang Shi's hand and walked to the roadside, intending to return the same way. In the next moment, a small truck sped past them. The splashed snow water drenched them from head to toe, soaking their clothes and chilling them to the bone, making them shiver uncontrollably. Jiang Shue trembled and pointed at the pink truck disappearing into the distance, complaining, Brother Huifeng, look at her, she must have done it on purpose. Seeing the two drenched like drowned rats, Jiang He burst into laughter from the driver's seat. He he. The system couldn't help but interject, host, your laughter is a bit like a movie villain. Jiang He shrugged, oh, let me be a villain. I'm in a bad mood. The snowman competition might not go well for me. Regarding commissions, the system immediately changed its tone, host dear, your laughter is more beautiful than a mermaid song. Laugh more, I love it. The further into the villa area, the sparser the population became. The last few villas were all uninhabited, looking particularly desolate. After getting out of the car, Jiang He walked into the garden villa where no one had stepped foot. The snow in the yard was very clean and intact, perfect for rolling snowballs to make a snowman. She remembered that the judges from the main system preferred a cuter style. This time the time to build the snowman was limited to only 20 minutes, so she couldn't make anything too complicated. Jiang He thought for a moment and decided to make a cute little chubby bear. Host, go for it. You are the best. The annual snowman competition champion belongs to you. The system was like it had been injected with adrenaline, constantly cheering her on. Jiang He rolled 2 round snowballs to serve as the body of the chubby bear, with the larger one on the bottom and the smaller one on top. Next came the detailing. The little bear would wear a small hat with its ears sticking out and its chubby hands and round short legs. After finishing the body, some accessories were still needed. The system generously sponsored a pink scarf and a box of paint. The little bear's features were crafted without any other tools, as Jiang He painstakingly shaped them and then painted them. Black eyes, a pink nose, pink ears. In the end, she just used the full 20 minutes. Done. System, take a picture and send it over. Ding, congratulations, host, on completing the snowman task. You have received a random inventory assistant tool. Jiang He brightened her eyes and asked, is it Xiaobao? A tall figure of 1.9 meters. Host, it's not Xiaobao, it's it. Jiang He was left with a head full of question marks. What did this it refer to? Turning her head, she saw the snowman she had just built blink its black eyes and take a step forward with its chubby legs. Jiang He widened her eyes and involuntarily took a step back. Wait, has the snowman come to life? Ahem, host dear, it is your new inventory assistant tool, the little bear. What? Jiang He had not yet recovered from the shock of the living snowman when she heard this bad news. Yes, host, you heard correctly. A minute ago the little bear was just an ordinary snowman, but it has now been reprogrammed into a robot with learning consciousness, just like Xiaobao. Jiang He tried to understand what the system meant. Does reprogrammed mean that the main system has taken it? Yes, the main system thinks the little bear's image is very cute. Currently there isn't a similar robot model, and they plan to trial it in this world first. If it passes, they will replicate a robot with the same appearance for use in other worlds. Wait a moment. Jiang He felt something was off. This is my snowman. Shouldn't the copyright for its appearance belong to me? If the main system wants to use it, they should at least seek my authorization and pay me a copyright fee, right? Host, currently there is only one model of the little bear robot, and it is not mass-produced yet, so copyright issues are not involved. The system was offline for 2 minutes before coming back. Good news, the main system said the little bear can become your exclusive robot. Once it completes its inventory assistance, it will not be taken back. Host dear, from now on you are the host with a robot. You don't need to worry about copyright fees. Once the little bear robot is qualified, the main system will credit points to your account. Jiang He nodded. Fine, if they give points, then everything is negotiable. Afterwards, she brought the little bear into the virtual supermarket. Host, are you ready? The countdown is about to begin. Jiang He. She was ready, but she was unsure if the little bear was prepared. System, can't the little bear talk? Why does it not respond when I ask it anything? Host, hey, race the thing. The robots produced by the main system are divided into upgradable versions and non-upgradable versions. The little bear is an upgradable version robot, and its initial level is much lower than Xiaobao's. It needs to learn and gain experience to advance. Right now it is equivalent to an infant, and it has to learn to speak slowly. Oh, so it's a nurturing... Jiang He assumed a starting position, and the little bear mimicked her, its short legs taking a step forward while its tiny arms swung back and forth. System, we can start now. Alright, 5-minute countdown, let's go. The gate of the supermarket opened and Jiang He dashed forward with her shopping basket. The little bear tried very hard to run, but its short legs left it far behind. Seeing that it could only carry 4 bottles of water at a time, Jiang He felt regret for the umpteenth time. If only she had designed the little bear's arms to be a bit longer. But having a robot to help was better than none, even though it had short arms and legs standing only up to her chest. Little bear, you only need to carry the mineral water, and you don't need to worry about the rest. Jiang He gestured and spoke, finally helping the little bear understand her meaning. The chubby bear paused for a moment, then shook its round head and continued to carry the mineral water. 3, 2, 1, countdown ends. As the system's voice fell, both the person and the bear were instantly ejected from the virtual supermarket. Jiang He counted the supplies. The little bear's combat power was about 1/10 of hers. 1/50th of Xiaobao's. So, what did the main system see in the little bear? Was it its cuteness? Jiang He turned and admired her creation. The little chubby bear had a round body, big bright eyes, and rosy cheeks appearing adorably clumsy. It was indeed very cute. Alright, considering it was her own creation, she decided to forgive its shortcomings. Jiang He believed that watching exciting dramas was the best shortcut to learn a language. The little bear's eyes sparkled like the black pearls in bubble tea, shining brightly, exuding a pure yet silly. It couldn't comprehend the television dramas, yet it mimicked Jiang He sitting straight on the stool, utterly focused on the computer screen. Hearing its owner's laughter, its chubby little legs unwittingly swayed back and forth in the air. When it was bedtime, Jiang He turned off the computer and prepared to head to the bathroom for a shower. System, robots shouldn't need rest, right? Theoretically, yes, but all of a robot's actions are supported by the energy within its body. As long as it is powered on, it continuously consumes energy, which seems a bit wasteful. My suggestion is, if there are no assigned tasks, the host can set a sleep mode for the little bear to save points. Jiang He paused. Do I have to spend points to buy energy? Yes, the little bear is now the host's exclusive robot, and the host must take responsibility for it. Jiang He's mind was racing with calculations. The little bear was now considered her employee, so paying it some points as a salary seemed reasonable. How many points is the energy? The robot's full energy is 100 units, and 1 unit of energy costs 300 points. If it does not go to sleep, it would consume about 4 units of energy in a day, but if it sleeps at night, it would only consume 3 units. By this calculation, the little bear's monthly salary is around 30,000 points. Compared to the goods it helps acquire, this amount of points is hardly anything. Jiang He thought it was quite a good deal and opened the system panel to set a sleep time for the little bear. Aligned with her sleep schedule, it would be from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. the next day. Sleep location: living room sofa. Sang Biao and Ba Wan also lived in the living room, and the arrival of this big fellow piqued their curiosity. Cautiously hiding by the edge of the sofa, they observed in silence. Seeing it remain motionless throughout the night, Sang Biao and Ba Wan finally lowered their guard and continued to frolic on the sofa. When they finally tired of playing, Sang Biao simply lay down, curling up into a ball and sleeping on the little bear's round belly for the night. At 7 in the morning, the little bear powered on, springing up from the sofa. Sang Biao, who had stayed up late, was still fast asleep, eyes closed, his body floating in midair. In the center of the living room, a perfect parabolic arc was traced. Chirp, 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 chirp. Ba Wan scampered over with tiny steps, bobbing its head. Biao, go, are you alright? Are you okay? Sang Biao, bewildered, fell to the ground. After recovering from his shock, he raised his head and cried out, meow. Help! A bear is bullying a cat. Jiang He had just woken up when she heard a commotion outside the room. What's going on? Are they fighting? Weren't they getting along well before? Jiang He quickly put on her clothes as she had to go check out this rush. Opening the door, she saw Sang Biao and Ba Wan tightly huddled together on the floor, keeping warm, both glaring at the little bear on the sofa, muttering curses. What on earth happened? The little bear looked over at Jiang He, its slightly upturned mouth moving as it suddenly emitted a soft, adorable sound. Meow. Jiang He twitched her brow, never expecting that her little bear robot would speak its first word as trying to imitate a cat. Could it be experiencing a cognitive bias thinking it was a cat like Sang Biao? Jiang He patted its big chubby head trying to correct its erroneous thoughts. Bear, you are not a cat. The little bear tilted its head, eyes vacant. Meow, Jiang He. Let's keep trying. Although your name is Little Bear, you are not a bear, you are a robot. In the future, when greeting customers at the supermarket, you need to learn human language, not cat language. The little bear tilted its head to the other side. Meow. Jiang He. Well, it seems impossible to correct it in a short time. Perhaps it would be better to let it interact more with humans. Breakfast time arrived and Sang Biao shook off the previous gloom and squatted in front of the food bowl with Ba Wan eagerly waiting for their owner to feed them. The little bear stood in line with them, obediently taking the last position. Jiang He placed items into the bowls one by one. Your chicken breast, small yellow croaker. Your bread, little fish. Your. When it was the little bear's turn, her hands were already empty. Stunned, the little bear reached out its short hands, opening its palm without fingers. Meow. Its expression was pitiful, as if it were the only one in kindergarten without snacks while all the other children had some. Jiang He felt a pang of remorse. System, can robots eat human food? System, no, they can only. Since she was raising several of them, she couldn't be partial. The little bear started with 100 units of energy and had just used up 1 unit. Without hesitation, Jiang He instructed the system to deduct points to buy 1 unit of energy for the little bear. Host, the energy shop has many flavors to choose from. For example, lime flavor, strawberry flavor, blueberry flavor, orange flavor. Original flavor, 300 points. Flavored, 350 points. Jiang He was speechless. Can robots even taste flavors? It sounded like a consumer trap. Yes, flavored energy can stimulate the robot's emotions and make them feel pleasant. Jiang He planned to consume rationally, avoiding any unnecessary extravagance. Let's start with the original flavor. She would observe the little bear's performance today before deciding whether to give it a special treat. The temperature today had dropped to over -20 degrees. The entire base seemed frozen, covered in silence enveloped the area. Jiang He opened the car door. Only a handful of guests waited outside. Compared to the usual bustling scene, the number of people was pitifully few. Even with so few guests, Jiang He still needed to operate normally. She pressed the switch, and the Dawn supermarket became the most eye-catching building amidst the snow. The first customer wore dozens of thin clothes, a mismatched outfit that offered little warmth, leaving him so cold that he could hardly speak. Once inside the supermarket and feeling the warm air, his body gradually warmed up. The young man took off his mask, revealing a handsome face with sharp, deep features, yet his eyes held a gloom that contradicted his sunny appearance. Boss, can I go in and pick things? His voice was low and hoarse, sounding less like a 17 or 18-year-old and more like an elderly man. Jiang He paused for a moment. Yes, but be careful, there are limits to how much you can take. The young man nodded seriously, checking the electronic screen behind him, knowing which items were limited before stepping toward the shelves. Outside, 6 customers were still waiting, the biting cold wind cutting like knives, chilling them to the bone. One of the customers could no longer endure the cold and, steeling himself, walked to the supermarket entrance and asked Jiang, boss, can we wait inside? With him taking the lead, others immediately echoed, Boss Jiang, we promise to stay quiet inside. It's so cold outside, I'm afraid I might freeze to death before my turn comes. Indeed, waiting outside was unbearable. The aisle in front of the cash register was spacious enough for them to stand. After a moment of thought, Jiang He agreed to the customer's request. All right, you can come in. Those who ventured out in such weather were mostly forced by circumstances. If they didn't purchase supplies, they might starve or freeze to death by tomorrow. The 5 customers expressed their gratitude, and as they stood in the supermarket, enjoying the air conditioning, they felt as if they had come back to life. In search of his sister's whereabouts, Jiang He had not eaten for 2 days. He had searched through the entire civilian district, yet there was no sign of his sister. The only possibility was that she had been taken to the military district by that man. However, he was just a commoner without any identity or background, completely unqualified to enter the military district to look for someone. Jiang He had attempted to force his way in once and nearly got shot by the soldier at the gate. The man who had taken his sister held some power, and with his meager strength it was impossible for him to contend with such authority. The base officially stated that no one was allowed to be coerced into relationships. Yet there was a group of ruthless beasts in the civilian district serving as lackeys for certain minor leaders in the military district. They secretly scavenged for young and beautiful women and men in the civilian district, and once they set their sights on someone, regardless of consent, they would find a way to drug them and deliver them to those leaders' beds. Jiang He's sister, with her outstanding looks and gentle demeanor, could not escape the clutches of those people even when she tried to deliberately make herself look unattractive. Chichingya not only hated those who harmed his sister, but also despised his own helplessness. In this apocalyptic world there was no order, lacking sufficient strength meant he would only be bullied. Having come to terms with reality, Chichingya was left with one hope, to find a way to become part of the military district. Only then could he possibly find his sister and avenge her. There were very strict conditions for civilians wanting to enter the military district. First, there was an age limit. One had to be between 16 to 20 years old, and there were also specific height and weight standards. Once those were met, various physical tests would be conducted, and if he qualified, he could officially enter the military district. Among these standards, Chichingya only failed the weight and physical tests. Having gone without food or water, meeting the physical standards was more challenging than climbing to the heavens. But now it was different. Perhaps out of pity, the heavens had allowed him to find a small gadget, which he charged into his points card, gaining several tens of thousands of points. With sufficient food, if he could do some targeted training, he might really be selected to enter the military district. Chichingya was now exhausted and hungry, desperately needing a hot meal. He stocked up on all limited supplies, and for other goods that wouldn't expire soon, he took as much as he could. 10 boxes of self-heating hot pots, 12 large chicken legs, 20 sausages, 20 braised eggs, 20 boxes of milk, 10 chocolate bars, and 10 bags of chicken breast. As he pushed the shopping cart to check out, Chichingya pointed at the clothes hanging behind the cash register and asked, "Boss Jiang, is that the furry coat mentioned on the electronic screen?" It looks somewhat familiar, like a snow camouflage suit from a certain game, a long white furry coat that looks very warm. Jiang He took the coat down and recommended it to him. Yes, a furry coat only costs 200 points, very practical for keeping warm in the cold. It's the most considerate companion in extreme cold weather. Hey handsome, do you want one? Chichingya nodded without hesitation, yes. He was in dire need of winter clothing. All he had were summer short-sleeved shirts, and shirts layered together which looked thick but weren't windproof at all. The cold wind outside nearly blew him silly. After purchasing supplies, Chichingya didn't leave immediately. He heated a box of braised chicken wings and sat down at a table behind the supermarket to eat. Other customers also gradually made their selections. Because the supermarket had air conditioning like Chichingya, they all stayed to finish their meals before leaving. Once the dining customers finished and left Jiang, he called over the bear and taught it how to wipe the table. The first step was to put the robot vacuum cleaner on. The second step was to take down the robot vacuum cleaner. If it couldn't even learn that Jiang, he would have to suspect whether the bear was a bit slow. After demonstrating once, she made way for it. "Little bear, you try it." After a couple of seconds, the little bear slowly walked over and mimicked Jiang He's actions quite well. It was just that its arms were a bit short, making it look somewhat clumsy. It had to bend down to reach the robot vacuum cleaner, having to lie on the floor. But finishing the job was not a big problem. Jiang He patted its shoulder and decided to adopt an encouraging educational approach. "Well done, little bear, I have great expectations for you. From now on, the task of wiping the tables will be entrusted to you." The little bear didn't quite understand her words, but could read human expressions. Its owner was praising it. "Meow. It would definitely do a good job." With few customers visiting the supermarket today, Jiang He planned to only operate in the morning and start delivering goods in the afternoon. In the blizzard, Chichingya, wearing the furry coat, blended seamlessly into the surrounding environment. If someone in the distance aimed a gun at him, they wouldn't be able to find him even with an 8x scope. Chichingya was laden with supplies and his heart was filled with hope. He must enter the military district and avenge his sister. As he was contemplating his future plans, he suddenly bumped into a figure coming towards him. Chichingya stepped back cautiously, looking down to see a girl who was only about 13 or 14 years old. Wearing a tattered brown cotton coat, her face was red from the cold, her lips purple. Beneath her clothes something was bundled up, creating a bulge. "Brother, did you come out of the Dawn supermarket?" Chichingya responded with a light and the girl quickly followed up with another question. "Where is the Dawn supermarket open today? Brother, could you please point me in a direction? I'm begging you." The girl's voice was filled with pleading, and Chichingya inexplicably thought of himself having once humbly pleaded with the soldiers at the gate when searching for his sister in the military district. His thin lips moved as he raised his hand, pointing in the direction he had just walked. "That way. Thank you, thank you." With a clear direction, the girl no longer had to wander aimlessly like a headless fly in the snow. Although she was wearing a cotton coat, it was tattered inside, with some places leaking wind. If she had not encountered a kind-hearted person to guide her, she would soon be frozen into an ice sculpture, dying on the road while searching for the Dawn supermarket. Upon seeing the pink delivery truck, the girl gathered all her strength and quickened her pace. In the icy world, her stumbling figure moved towards the Dawn supermarket. "Boss, do you take in puppies?" As the girl walked into the supermarket, she fainted right in front of the cash register. Jiang He, bewildered, exclaimed, "What happened to her? She's not dead, is she?" "System, no, she just fainted from the cold. She'll wake up after a while in the air-conditioned supermarket." A faint whimper came from beneath the girl. As Jiang He stepped away from the cash register and helped the girl up, a fluffy little dog tumbled out from under her clothes. Its fur was a beautiful gray resembling a young Alaskan. The puppy's voice was very weak and it struggled to stand. Jiang He's eyes sparkled. The third little animal had arrived. The puppy's owner was in a coma. If she were a heartless supermarket owner, she could easily take the puppy back to her room and save a hefty amount of points. But Jiang He was a conscientious owner. She would never pocket what her customers brought in. She would definitely give the reward that was due. 20 minutes passed, and the girl slowly opened her eyes, still in a daze. Looking around at the dazzling array of products, confusion danced in her mind as she appeared utterly bewildered. Had she died and ascended to heaven? "Little sister, do you feel any better?" Jiang He bent down and waved her hand in front of the girl. "Is your puppy meant for the supermarket's recycling?" "Puppy." Hearing these words, Wenli suddenly came to her senses and recalled what had happened before she fainted. In the third month of the apocalypse, it was just her and her grandmother left in their family. The two of them completed simple tasks at the base, receiving meager supplies, struggling to survive until now. After the weather turned cold, her grandmother had given her the only thick clothes they had while she wore just a thin jacket. This morning, Wenli had called her grandmother to get up, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't wake her, and her body felt as hot as a furnace. Worried about her grandmother, Wenli took her points card, hoping to try her luck at Dawn's supermarket. Previously, there had been too many people queuing at the supermarket, and she and her grandmother could only grab a bottle of mineral water and 3 bags of teddy bear biscuits. Although the food was scarce, it was still much better than before. At least they could eat a little each day and wouldn't starve. Wenli had just over 100 points left. She didn't hope for other supplies, only wishing to buy medicine and a heat pack to help her grandmother break the fever and wake up. What she didn't expect was that shortly after leaving, she would stumble upon a nearly lifeless puppy. Fearing the puppy would freeze to death, Wenli quickly hugged it into her clothes to warm it with her body. After walking for a long time without finding Dawn's supermarket, in despair, Wenli encountered a kind older brother who pointed her in the right direction, allowing her to arrive here safely. After resting for a few minutes, she stood up, looking seriously at Jiang He. "Boss Jiang, does the supermarket accept puppies?" She only knew that Dawn's supermarket recycled small animals, but wasn't sure if such a small puppy was acceptable. Jiang He smiled and nodded. "Of course we do. This one is worth 100,000 points." "How many points?" Wenli stood there, mouth agape, momentarily doubting her hearing. Did she really just hear 100,000? Seeing her stunned expression, Jiang He joked, "What? Do you think that's too little?" Wenli snapped back to reality, hurriedly waving her hands to explain, "No, I don't think it's too little." The puppy was indeed something she had picked up. Whatever points she earned were pure profit. Jiang He curled her lips into a faint smile. "The 100,000 points have already been credited to your card. Go ahead and choose your supplies." In just 2 minutes, she went from being poor with just over 100 points to a wealthy holder of 100,000 points. Wenli felt as if she were dreaming, but thinking of her sick grandmother, she didn't have the energy to focus on anything else. She needed to quickly buy what she needed and return home. She first grabbed 3 packs of cold medicine and 3 packs of fever-reducing medicine. Then she moved on to other supplies. A bottle of mineral water, a loaf of bread, a rice ball, 3 bags of teddy bear biscuits, 6 large chicken legs, 15 strawberries, 15 lychees, and 8 oranges. 2 hot water bottles, 2 blankets, a pair of cotton shoes, 3 packs of sanitary pads, 5 rolls of toilet paper, 10 heat packs, 1 lighter, and 1 flashlight. Seeing the stacked lunch boxes, Wenli licked her cracked lips. It had been a long time since she and her grandmother had eaten rice. After hesitating for 2 seconds, she picked a chicken leg lunchbox and a braised chicken wing lunchbox. If she walked a bit faster and hid the lunchboxes in her clothes, they should still be warm when she got home. Quickly selecting her supplies, Wenli also bought a fluffy coat that was a bit long, dragging on the ground. Although it didn't fit perfectly, she was wrapped up warmly in the coat, and the cold wind couldn't penetrate at all. Wenli filled the 2 hot water bottles with scalding hot water, tightened the lids, and slipped them inside her clothes. She didn't have a large bag, so she used the blankets to carry the remaining supplies. The 2 blankets became 2 big backpacks, one slung over each shoulder. Before leaving, Wenli crouched down and smiled as she petted the puppy's fluffy fur. "Thank you, little puppy. Goodbye." In this life, she would always remember that it was a little dog and a kind-hearted brother who saved her and her grandmother. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have collected 3 small animals, earning 3 minutes of restock time, and unlocking a magical pet. The beast raising space has been successfully activated. With no customers in the supermarket, Jiang He opened the beast raising space and took a look at the environment inside. What met her eyes was a tranquil little forest with vibrant flowers and greenery, birds singing and fragrant blossoms, and the fresh air was invigorating. 3 sturdy trees stood beside a small stream. Their bases were hollowed out with a small carved wooden door on the outside, resembling tiny wooden houses. It was truly strange, although the lower halves lacked wood, these 3 trees were lush and green. The system immediately explained, host, these 3 little houses are the homes for the 3 small animals. The system that designed this place paid attention to aesthetics, and not wanting the animals' homes to look too out of place, it created these little wooden houses. In fact, these trees were all fake, just made to look quite realistic. Jiang He understood, looking at the clear stream nearby. The wooden houses indeed blended better with the environment than conventional cat and dog houses. The beast raising space was completely different from the outside world, filled with vitality and energy, and there was a vast grassy area beyond the little forest. The animals would surely love it. System: the little wooden houses come equipped with sleeping nests for the animals, food and water troughs, and toilets. Animal waste will be automatically removed through the toilets, so the host won't need to worry about it. The only thing the host needs to do is provide food for the small animals, which can be fed with supermarket items or directly purchased in sets. Until noon, there were hardly any customers at the supermarket. Jiang He still had more than half of yesterday's stock unsold. She closed the supermarket and went back to her room to have lunch. Sangpiao, Bawan, and Sherwan were placed in the beast raising space. The 3 little ones were frolicking and rolling on the grass. Today, Jiang He was too lazy to do it herself and directly spent 300 points to buy them 3 meal sets. After eating, she entered the virtual supermarket and arrived at the magical shelf. Below the supply station, a new treasure was unlocked: miraculous pills designed for small animals that failed to mutate. They show effects within 3 days, though the results may vary for each animal, generally trending positive. Once their health stabilized, the small animals could go out to work and earn points. Each pill was priced at 330,000 points. This price made Jiang He's heart feel a chill. Does this mean that after buying Bawan and the others, she would have to invest a huge amount again to send them to work? The system cautiously replied, host, this price is not expensive, but they will earn it back many times in the future. Jiang He smiled with a hint of sarcasm. You also said the same when I spent 80,000 points to buy Bawan. The system replied, hee. After feeling a bit frustrated, Jiang He quickly figured it out. Thinking of it as a long-term investment, once they all went out to work, she could earn points while lying down. Host, you don't need to rush to buy the miraculous pills now. You can save points to upgrade the supermarket or purchase the supply station. Wait until mutated beasts appear, then let them go to work. The greatest use of the small animals is to deal with mutated beasts. There's no need to let them take the pills now. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Jiang He randomly chose a dormitory building to deliver goods and promote products. Finding it inconvenient to hold the furry coat, she simply put it on herself to better showcase it to the customers. At the first house, she knocked several times, but no one answered. Hello, this is the Shuguang supermarket delivering to your door. Do you need any supplies? After waiting for 2 minutes, footsteps approached from inside. The doors of this dormitory building were equipped with peepholes. A little boy brought over a stool and stood on it to look outside. The next moment, he shouted loudly, Mom, there's a white-haired monster at the door. The entire corridor echoed with the words white-haired monster. Jiang He maintained a smile. No need to shout so loudly. That was a bit impolite. The system said, host, there's something I don't know if I should say. Jiang He rolled her eyes. If it shouldn't be said, then don't say it. Inside the room, a woman curled up under a thin air conditioning blanket, holding a lukewarm hot water bag, sleeping soundly. The little boy at the door was dressed like a dumpling, bundled tightly in layers, wearing an adult's coat that made him look especially bulky. Hearing her son's voice, Zhong Man struggled to open her eyes, hoarsely asking Tang Yuan, who was knocking just now, Mom, it's the white-haired monster. The little boy's voice was loud and clear. Jiang He could hear it clearly from outside, and her mouth twitched. Ahem, I am from the Shuguang supermarket. Do you need to purchase supplies? Shuguang supermarket. Zhong Man instantly lost all sleepiness and quickly threw off the blanket to get up. As she opened the door, she was momentarily taken aback. The one in the white furry coat should be Boss Jiang, right? The furry coat came with a big hat, and the long white fur hung down, covering half of her face. Jiang He took off her hat and greeted the customer with a smile. Hi, what would you like to buy? Remembering what her son had just shouted, Zhong Man felt embarrassed, her toes curling up. Boss Jiang, I'm sorry, my son doesn't see well and didn't recognize you. It's alright, this outfit of mine is indeed very white. And furry. Besides, it looks odd. Even though she stopped the system from saying anything, Jiang He was quite self-aware. Perhaps only tall people could wear such clothes well. Tang Yuan's big eyes blinked curiously at what was behind Jiang He. Mom, there's a cute little bear over there. Jiang Man looked over as well, inwardly thinking, isn't that a snowman? How could it blink? It looked alive. Anyone would feel fear of the unknown. Jiang He immediately introduced to them, this is our supermarket's robot bear, also my assistant. Knowing it was something from the Shuguang supermarket, the little bit of panic that Jiang Man felt instantly disappeared. A cold wind blew in, and she rubbed her goosebumps, exhaling cold air, asking Boss Jiang, does the supermarket still have blankets and warm packs? Yes, we haven't sold out the products yet since there aren't many customers today. As she spoke, Jiang He tugged at her clothes. If you lack materials for warmth, I recommend you buy this furry coat of mine. Though it doesn't look impressive, the fur inside is very thick and incredibly warm. Each one is only 200 points, with a limit of 1 per person. In such cold conditions, who would care about the style of the clothes? Jiang Man's eyes brightened, and she immediately ordered 2 furry coats. After that, she also purchased bottled water, bread, bear biscuits, warm packs, blankets, cold medicine, and fever-reducing medicine. Remembering the hot water bag that had gone cold on the bed, Jiang Man quietly asked Boss Jiang, can I get a bag of hot water? Jiang He placed the hot water station, microwave, and other supplies into the space. Getting water? Sure, just bring the hot water bag, and I will fill it for you. Jiang Man returned to the room, took out an empty water bottle, and carefully poured the water from the hot water bag into it without spilling a drop. While getting the water, Jiang He also took out all the items the customer wanted. Watching her pull out a pile of things as if performing magic, Jiang Man was left in awe. Did Boss Jiang bring the supermarket with her? However, having supplies was the most important, why bother with the rest? Even if Boss Jiang was an alien, as long as she could keep her and her son alive, she would still be a kind-hearted alien. After delivering goods to this dormitory, a quarter of the supermarket's products were sold. The bear followed her closely, sparking curiosity among many customers. With its adorable appearance, it won unanimous affection from the customers. Some even asked if they could buy the robot bear. Jiang He immediately refused. This was a creation she made with her own hands, and no matter how low her points were, she wouldn't sell her beloved bear. Arriving at the next building, the bear had already learned how to knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. The little chubby hands tapped on the door several times. Who is it? A man's voice came from inside. Jiang He asked from outside him, from the Shuguang supermarket, do you want to buy supplies? Why is another one from the Shuguang supermarket here? The last of my things were snatched by you all. What do you want now? If you provoke me, I'll fight you. What did he just say? Another one. Jiang He frowned slightly, wondering how someone dared to flaunt the name of Dawn Supermarket and deceive others everywhere. This dormitory building doesn't even have a peephole. Otherwise, just a glance would reveal the truth. She thought for a moment and asked, didn't you say all your belongings were stolen? If I were a scammer, why would I come back to rob someone who is nothing? The man was taken aback by her words. They made quite a bit of sense. It was a bit heart-wrenching. The voice from outside sounded very familiar, but having been deceived once, he didn't dare to trust easily. You say welcome to Dawn's supermarket. Jiang He cleared her throat, her lips curving into a standard professional smile. Welcome to Dawn's supermarket, feel free to pick what you need. Creak, the door slowly opened a crack, revealing a tuft of white fur, and Hong Liang instinctively wanted to close the door. Seeing Jiang He's face, he opened the door wider. Boss Jiang, it's really you. The man looked frail, wearing nothing but thermal clothing, and his bare feet were freezing like radishes in the ground. Inside, trash was strewn everywhere, the floor a mess, a tragic scene of having been ransacked. Boss Jiang, they're not human. Hong Liang's eyes were brimming with tears, almost hugging Jiang He's legs, sobbing and accusing. His home was in such disarray that there was hardly any space to stand at. Jiang He stood at the doorway, feeling great sympathy for his plight. Why don't you buy a pair of shoes first? Hong Liang nodded, realizing. Right, my points card is still with me, hidden in a very discreet place. Just as he was about to take off his pants, Jiang He immediately turned her head away. The little bear was still staring at him, watching with great interest. Found it. Hong Liang pulled out his points card from his pocket. After buying a pair of cotton shoes, he also stocked up on many other supplies. There wasn't even a crumb of biscuit left at home. If Jiang He hadn't come in time, he wouldn't have known how to survive the upcoming extreme cold. Hong Liang tidied up the room a bit, sweeping the trash into the corner, while the newly bought supplies were neatly piled beside the bed. Seeing his small home filled again, the man's eyes brimmed with tears, but as soon as the tears formed, the cold air froze them, causing them to crystallize at the corners of his eyes. He rubbed his eyes, took a small stool, invited Jiang He to sit, and gritted his teeth as he recounted the painful experience of the morning. Boss Jiang, you have no idea, those people are so shameless. It was around 7 or 8 in the morning. I was sleeping soundly at home when suddenly I heard someone knocking. A woman's voice claimed she was delivering for Don's supermarket. Just as I was about to speak, 4 or 5 men rushed out from the side and knocked me out cold. When I woke up, all my supplies were gone. Perhaps they thought my thermal clothing was too thin, so they didn't take it away. Hong Liang chuckled a couple of times. What they didn't know is that I bought these clothes from Don's supermarket. They are self-heating thermal clothing, warmer than down jackets. He was quite lucky to have earned a large amount of points before the extreme cold, wanting to support Jiang He's business. He would usually buy 1 or 2 of those items that couldn't be sold back then. He stocked up on everything: hats, snow boots, wool gloves, and wool socks. Damn, the more he thought about it, the angrier he got. So many good things all taken away by that gang. A group of people committing crimes together, there was no chance to resist. Hong Liang said firmly, Boss Jiang, I believe they will definitely look for more targets. Meanwhile, several sneaky figures appeared in the most dilapidated neighborhood of the base. The leading man wore a thick black down jacket, a cap, a thick scarf, and a thermal mask, while his feet were clad in heated snow boots. The other 5 were also bundled up tightly, wearing mostly stolen clothing. They had robbed 3 households that morning and already had a fair amount of supplies. But the overly smooth zero-cost purchase made them a bit unsatisfied. Directly robbing was much more convenient than waiting in line at Don's supermarket. Waiting in line there for 2 hours sometimes meant coming away empty-handed. A glint of excitement flashed in the man's eyes. I remember there are over 10 people in this building who bought thermal tents. If we can rob one along with those supplies, we won't have to worry about surviving the extreme cold anymore. Hearing this, the others began to get restless. Xinggu will follow your lead. In a cramped room there was a blue tent, making the space feel even tighter. Outside the weather was freezing, while inside the thermal tent was a small world of its own. Li Ting and Zhao Peng had stocked up on some food, but they didn't eat much each day. For breakfast, half a piece of bread at noon, a rice ball at night. If they were hungry, they would eat a small piece of bread, if not, they would skip it. Having lived frugally before, they now didn't dare to eat freely. As long as they felt about 6 parts full, it was enough. After all, they spent their days lying down, not consuming energy, so they saved wherever they could. Bang, bang, bang. The door was suddenly knocked on. Li Ting and Zhao Peng exchanged glances, then sat up, warily pricking up their ears to listen to the movements outside. Don's supermarket delivery. A woman's voice came through, but they didn't hear it clearly inside the tent. Jiang, he has come to deliver to us. Zhao Peng's face lit up quickly, putting on thick clothes and walking out of the tent. Do you want to buy supplies? The woman's voice rang out again. Li Ting's smile froze as she grabbed Zhao Peng, who was about to open the door. Wait, that's not Jiang He's voice. Zhao Peng also realized this, frowning and shouting outside, Stop knocking. What do you want? We haven't seen you at Don's supermarket. The woman paused for 2 seconds, then calmly explained, Boss Jiang is busy today and asked me to help. It's normal that you haven't seen me before. Zhao Peng turned back to ask Li Ting's opinion. Shouting, should we open the door? Li Ting's expression tightened. If the person outside was Jiang He, she would definitely want to open the door. But the other party was just a stranger claiming to be helping the supermarket, and it was uncertain whether it was true or false. If you're not buying supplies, I'll go to another place. There are still many goods at the supermarket. If you don't buy now, don't regret it. The woman had already used the same line twice before, and it was quite effective. As soon as they heard she was leaving, the people rushed to open the door, afraid that if they were a moment late, they wouldn't be able to buy supplies. And then they fell into their trap. The woman silently counted to 5 in her heart, and sure enough, she heard footsteps approaching to open the door. Li Ting placed her hand on the doorknob, her heart filled with doubt, unable to summon the resolve to turn the handle. The woman's expression grew slightly impatient, yet she still smiled and answered her, Boss Jiang is delivering goods in another building. It was a coincidence. She saw me, a woman about to freeze, and feeling pity, gave me some credits to help her with the delivery. Li Ting found it increasingly absurd, her brow furrowed tightly. You're lying. Jiang He could never trust an outsider so easily. She runs a supermarket, not a charity, and giving you credits. Don't make me laugh. Li Ting felt fortunate that she hadn't opened the door earlier, or she wouldn't know what might have happened. Are you trying to use the Don supermarket as a pretext to come in and rob us of our supplies? I'm telling you, if you cross Jiang He, you'll be in serious trouble. Half a month ago, when the Don supermarket had just opened, someone from their team attempted to steal something and was instantly electrocuted to a crisp. That terrifying power still sent chills down her spine as she recalled it. Realizing her intentions were guessed, the woman showed no signs of panic. The base is so vast, and that supermarket owner doesn't have wings or clairvoyance. Could she possibly single out their group from thousands of residents? They had considered the possibility of being discovered, but they never feared being caught. The woman coldly chuckled. "If you don't believe it, that's fine, I'll just move on to the next place." Before she could finish speaking, a woman's voice amplified through the loudspeaker from outside the dormitory building. "Attention residents, here is a friendly reminder from the Dawn Supermarket. If someone knocks on your door claiming to be from the Dawn Supermarket, please confirm their identity before cautiously opening the door." Some residents have already fallen for scams, losing all their belongings to those robbers. The Dawn Supermarket has only one owner. There are no other human employees. Anyone you don't recognize, do not open the door to them. If anyone does not heed this warning, the consequences will not be the responsibility of the Dawn Supermarket. Attention residents, please take note. Jiang He recorded this segment and was playing it on loop in her car throughout the base. Li Ting's lips curled into a slight smile, wearing an expression of, "I knew it would be like this." Still trying to play dumb here. Let's see if Jiang He doesn't take you down. The doors of the dormitory building were hardly soundproof. Li Ting and Zhao Ping shouted outside, "We caught a robber. We caught a robber. There's a woman impersonating the Dawn Supermarket trying to swindle us in this building. Don't believe her." "Which floor is that dog on?" "I'm grabbing my weapon to come assist." Li Ting shouted, "5th floor, she hasn't left yet." After being exposed, she still wants to keep conning people. At this, the woman's calm demeanor finally cracked, revealing a hint of panic. She glanced around, but the few men who had been hiding were already nowhere to be seen. Damn it, they left her behind. Thud thud thud. There were sounds of someone descending the stairs along with the click of a door opening. The woman dared not linger. Tightening her hat, she quickly ran downstairs. With the spatial storage in hand, Jiang He's delivery speed was extraordinarily swift today. Before 5 o'clock, all supermarket supplies were cleared out. She drove her pink delivery truck around every corner of the base. The purpose was to leave no hiding place for those who were using the Dawn Supermarket's name to commit crimes. Catch the robbers. Catch the robbers. There was quite a commotion coming from the southeast. The small truck drifted, changing direction. As she passed the intersection, she spotted a woman hurriedly running out of the dormitory building, followed by a line of residents wielding shovels and clubs. It truly had come to the point where everyone was shouting to catch her. Jiang He looked around. This woman definitely had accomplices. The howling wind swirled with snowflakes, forming a white wall that obscured visibility. She squinted her eyes and finally spotted several suspicious figures down a narrow path. Jiang He drove after them, honking her horn multiple times. Beep beep beep. One of the men turned back to look, instantly petrified. "Shingo, it's the Dawn Supermarket's truck. What should we do now? There are only 2 legs and we can't outrun a 4-wheeled vehicle." Li Yongxing simply stopped in his tracks, composed himself, and approached the small truck, taking the initiative. "Boss Jiang, does the supermarket have anything for sale today? We've been looking for the supermarket for a long time, and we're surprised to run into you here." The system remarked. No wonder he thought to use the Dawn Supermarket as a scam. His psychological resilience is impressive. It was completely impossible to tell he was lying. He had some acting skills after all. Looking at the panting group, Jiang, he found it amusing. "Is that so? You want to buy supplies, yet you run away when you see my truck." The man looked at her and earnestly explained, "The snow is too heavy, we couldn't see clearly, and thought those robbers were chasing us, trying to steal our supplies. Didn't the loudspeaker say that robbers had appeared in the base? We were just being cautious." Not only did he act well, but he also shouted thief while being a thief. "Shinga, help me, please save me." The woman, being chased by the residents desperate to survive, ran to them and loudly begged for help. She couldn't escape, but she had to drag her abandoning accomplices down with her. The words she had just spoken now slapped her in the face. Li Yongxing's face turned ashen, his eyes almost bursting with flames. Damn it, this wretched woman, reacting too slowly herself, still wanted to drag them down. No way. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Li Yongxing quickly darted into the narrow path on the left. With his face covered, no one had seen what he looked like. As long as he escaped this time, no one would find him. Moreover, this path could only accommodate one person. As long as he was fast enough, they wouldn't be able. But the ideal was beautiful while reality was cruel. Jiang He said leisurely, "System blacklist them all." Done. Those who were blacklisted and attempted to seize the supermarket's goods would be electrocuted. In the next second, Li Yongxing felt as though his entire body was enveloped in an electric net, powerful currents coursing from his skin into every cell, causing him unbearable pain. Before he could even escape, he blacked out. The others like him lay stiff on the ground within 2 seconds. Jiang He drove away with satisfaction. Even if these people weren't electrocuted to death, they would freeze to death, lying there overnight. Ding, the host has completed today's sales task, earning 8 minutes of restocking time, unlocking crab roe noodles. Today's revenue is 65984 credits, and the account balance is 139190 credits. Ding, the conditions for upgrading the supermarket to level 4 have refreshed. The host can check on their own. A pink delivery truck casually parked in an empty space, and Jiang He opened the system interface, sliding to the supermarket details. The supermarket needs to accumulate a turnover of 3 million points. The upgrade conditions become increasingly stringent as one progresses. For now, the primary goal is still to accumulate points to purchase a supply station. However, the goods she brings in daily are only sufficient for selling at the supermarket. Host, you don't need to worry about that. When you purchase a supply station, there will be an increase in restocking time. Jiang He. So once I buy the supply station, I'll have an extra 2 minutes of restocking time. Sure, spending 8,000 points to buy a supply station is definitely worth it. She can work hard and not worry about acquiring a small supply station. Jiang He, filled with determination, glanced at the darkening sky outside. Oh, it's now time to get off work, so she'll have to convert her determination into appetite. With the absence of Sang Biao and the others, the house felt eerily quiet. Especially when the little bear suddenly meowed, startling Jiang He nearly to heart failure. During lunchtime, with only an hour of rest, it was a bit lonely, but she could accept it. However, dinner should be a bit livelier. Jiang He took the 3 little ones out from the pet space. After staying inside for an afternoon, 10,000 had turned from limp to lively. This shows that the environment in the space is very beneficial for the little animal's health. She tapped the bowl. Ahem, it's time to eat. Sang Biao and Ba Wan were the most eager to eat, quickly finding their bowls and waiting eagerly for their owner to feed them. 10,000, confused, could only follow behind them. At the dining table, the little ones lined up in an orderly fashion. From left to right, Sang Biao, Ba Wan, little bear, 10,000. There wasn't much left in the space, and the 100-point package provided by the system consisted of cat food, dog food, and chicken feed. All 3 little ones loved it, especially 10,000, who licked the bowl clean. Jiang He directly bought them the package plus a few other side dishes. Little bear did well today, following her to deliver goods, and its chubby legs were almost running thin. With a grand gesture, she lavishly bought little bear a box of orange-flavored energy. System, alright, 350 points have been deducted. The energy little bear consumed was tangible, a brightly colored orange gem. Gluttonous Jiang He was a bit curious. System, can I try this gem? Host, this type of energy stone is very hard. I do not recommend you try it. Be careful of breaking your teeth. Oh, then never mind. Jiang He noticed little bear's reaction. When it took a bite of the energy stone, the corners of its mouth lifted slightly. It crunched loudly while chewing. Humans smacked their lips, unable to hold back. The sound of little bear and the kitten smacking their lips was doubly adorable. The extra 50 points didn't seem like a consumption trap. At least little bear was genuinely happy because the food was delicious. So she would buy it a different flavor every day as a reward for its hard work. Full of food, ready to work. After resting for 20 minutes, Jiang He took little bear to the virtual supermarket to restock. With previous experience, little bear's movements were noticeably faster this time. Its legs were a bit short, but it moved quickly. In no time, it had delivered 4 bottles of mineral water to the shopping cart at the door. Jiang He let little bear focus on transporting water while she handled other items. In 8 minutes of restocking time, little bear brought in over 100 bottles of water. Selling them all could earn over 10,000 points. Compared to the roughly 1,000 points little bear spent on food daily, who wouldn't say that such an employee was incredibly cost-effective? Exiting the virtual supermarket, Jiang He grabbed a few bags of snacks and continued watching dramas in her study. Little bear obediently sat beside her, occasionally meowing softly. Jiang He was worried. So many people didn't teach it to talk yet. It only learned this one phrase from Sang Biao. But what could she do about her own creation? She couldn't scold it. She would teach it gradually. Before going to bed, Jiang He sent Sang Biao and the others back to the pet space, planning to summon them out when she felt bored. The next day, the Nanyang base officially entered extreme cold. Residents were too cold to dare extend their hands out of the covers in the morning. The weather was too cold, and exposed skin would lose sensation instantly. Every breath felt like swallowing knives. Jiang He felt no change in temperature. She wore a dark knitted dress inside and a black coat outside. The combination with little bear was referred to as the black and white duo. Beep, today's tasks have refreshed. Task 1, sell 50 barbecue-type heaters priced at 666 points. Reward 5 minutes of restocking time and some medicines. Task 2, go to Area F of the base, check in at buildings 1 to 10, and shout the corresponding slogans. Reward 15 minutes of restocking time and unlock a fruit. Jiang He was stunned for 2 seconds. System, did you say too many words? Why do I have to check in at so many places? The system recounted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. No mistake, you just need to check in at these places. Although today's check-in points were a bit more, the reward for restocking time was also more. Host, you're amazing. I believe you can definitely complete the task smoothly. Jiang He. My throat suddenly felt dry. Since she had to check in at Area F, she decided to drive directly there. The road outside had turned into an ice rink, and the blizzard was getting fiercer, with many trees blown down by the wind along the roadside. If it were a normal car, it would be impossible to drive on such a road. Not only was the road slippery, but there were also many obstacles. Jiang He stepped on the gas and sped past, regardless of whatever was on the road, clearing everything in her path. The pink delivery truck transformed into a cleaning master on the road, clearing all obstacles. In less than half an hour, Jiang He arrived at the civilian dormitory Area F. Beep beep beep. Arrived at Building 1 check-in point in Area F. Host can shout the slogan now. The slogan appeared on the system interface. It was a song Jiang He was very familiar with, requiring no preparation, as she opened her mouth to sing. Look at the iron hooves trample across the mountains and rivers. I really want to live another 500 years. Residents inside the building. Is this for real? As the song came to an end, Jiang He took a sip of water and noticed the bear's eager gaze. She patted the bear's shoulder and said, "There's no need to be envious. Once you learn the human language, I'll teach you how to sing, and I promise you'll master it." System, no need to worry. After completing the check-in at Building 1, Jiang He got off the car and walked towards the dormitory. The little bear followed closely behind her. Room 309 on the 3rd floor. Tang Wanqing was bundled up in a thick down jacket wrapped in 2 blankets, with a soft scarf around her neck and a double-layered warm mask on her face. Even fully armed, she was still shivering from the cold. The biting cold air seemed to penetrate through the fabric of her clothes, drilling into her bones and freezing her limbs. Tang Wanqing blinked, feeling her eyelids stiff. She stuttered, "Sister, I think I'm frozen, silly." Tang Wanqing slowly turned her head, her expression deadpan. "You were silly to begin with." She had underestimated the extreme cold. It was entirely different from a typical winter, as if she had been thrown into an ice cellar, regardless of how many clothes she wore. Unless there was something that generated heat, it was impossible to warm up. They bought 6 hot water bags at the supermarket, which provided comfort for 24 hours. After the water cooled down, the temperature dropped further. They could only rely on their warm packs to survive the extreme cold nights, sticking 2 on their feet, 1 on their knees, and 1 on their lower back. Each night required 4 warm packs, meaning they needed a total of 8 between the 2 of them. And during the day, without the warm packs, they simply couldn't endure. The 100 warm packs they had stocked up would not last long. They heard that the Dawn supermarket had previously sold temperature-regulating tents, heated blankets, and heated snow boots. Those who could buy such items must be incredibly fortunate. Seeing her sister shivering so hard that the bed was shaking, Tang Wanqing furrowed her brow and spoke in a hoarse voice, "Xing, why don't you use 2 warm packs?" Tang Wanqing longingly stared at the warm packs piled on the table, but hesitated to act, cautiously asking, "Sister, are you going to use them?" "I'm not as cold as you are." Tang Wanqing shook her head, saying, "Then I won't use them either." She didn't want to be warm alone while her sister suffered in the cold. Moreover, her sister had said that they didn't have many warm packs left, so they needed to conserve them. "Sister, did you hear someone singing outside just now?" Tang Wanqing hadn't slept well that night and was in a daze, not noticing the commotion outside. "I didn't hear anything. Maybe it was someone upstairs just passing the time." Tang Wanqing whispered, "No, it sounded a bit like Boss Zhang's voice, but I've never heard Boss Jiang sing, so I can't be sure it was her." Knock knock knock, Dawn's supermarket door-to-door delivery. Tang Wanqing's eyes widened in surprise. "Oh my, did I just speak of the devil and he appeared? Sister, it really is Boss Jiang. I'm going to open the door." Tang Wanqing wrapped herself tightly in her blanket and hurried to the door. "Jiang." Upon seeing a small white bear, she opened her mouth in a daze. "Hello, how are you?" The little bear looked back at her and said, "Meow." "Hello." Tang Wanqing frowned, feeling conflicted. Are you a little bear or a little cat? How can a bear sound just like a cat?" The little bear blinked. "Meow, I don't understand." Tang Wanqing's eyes lit up. "I know. You look like both a bear and a cat, so you must be a giant panda. Am I right?" "Meow." Jiang He. Can it be understood this way? One person and one bear were clearly not on the same wavelength, yet managed to converse, which was simply unbelievable. Tang Wanqing walked over in her cotton shoes, her pupils suddenly constricting. "Oh my, who made this snowman come out?" Tang Wanqing quickly corrected her. "Sister, it's not a snowman, it's a giant panda." Tang Wanqing twitched the corners of her mouth. Had she never seen a giant panda before? Who has a giant panda with blush on its cheeks? Was the world going mad, or was she? Before the two sisters could argue, Jiang He smiled and introduced, "This is Xiao Xiong, my robotic assistant, and also an employee of Dawn's supermarket." Hearing this, Tang Wanan let out a breath of relief. So it's a robot. Good, she wasn't insane. This world was just a little crazy. Tang Wanan forced a stiff smile. "Boss Jiang, does the supermarket have any warming gadgets today?" "Yes." Jiang He produced a luxurious golden heater and placed it at her doorstep. This is a new barbecue-style heater from the supermarket, dual purpose for grilling and warming. It comes with a grilling plate and net, and all 5 sides except the base can be used for heating. Each side has a button for independent temperature control, energy saving, and points efficient. Tang Wanyan's facial muscles trembled with excitement, and the joy in her eyes was about to overflow. "Boss Jiang, how many points is this?" Boss Jiang held up 6 fingers. "It's not expensive. Each one is only 666 points. Great, will buy one." Tang Wanan was so anxious that she almost bit her tongue. "Wait a minute, I haven't finished speaking. The 666 points is the purchase price, but once the heater runs out of energy, you'll need to spend points to buy more energy. A full charge can last for 72 hours, and each time you recharge you need to spend 88 points. Charging is very simple. Just insert the points card into the slot at the base, wait for 2 seconds, and it will be fully charged." Tang Wanan had initially thought that even if the heater cost several thousand points, she would buy it. The price of over 600 was well within their budget. They could also afford the subsequent recharging. Enchanted by the heater, Tang Wanan swayed slightly. "No problem, Boss Jiang, will buy it." Jiang He took out a black box for payment. "All right, do you need any other supplies?" "I can provide hot water here." Hearing this, Tang Wanqing hurried back to get the hot water bags. They also stocked up on 20 warm packs, 3 bags of bear biscuits, 2 bottles of water, and 2 loaves of bread. Tang Wanan wanted something warm to eat and bought 4 meat buns and 4 xiaomai. Carrying the heater back to their room, Tang Wanan gently twisted the temperature regulator at the top, setting it to the highest setting. Instantly, warm yellow light illuminated the room, reflecting on their 2 rosy faces. To save energy, Tang Wanan only turned on 2 sides of the heater. Later, feeling the room was still not warm enough, she turned on the other 3 sides. The 2 sisters huddled beside the small heater, holding meat buns in their hands. As they bit into them, the rich and fragrant broth exploded in their mouths. Tang Wanan also wore a satisfied expression, at least for a long while they wouldn't have to suffer from the cold anymore. She hoped the extreme cold would end before they ran out of points. Tang Wanan also wore a satisfied expression, at least for a long while they wouldn't have to suffer from the cold anymore. She hoped the extreme cold would end before they ran out of points. As the horses' hooves tread south, people gaze northward. People gaze northward, the grass turns green and yellow dust swirling. Tang Wanqing lifted her head and muttered softly, "Sister, do you hear someone singing?" Tang Wanyan was so startled that she forgot to breathe. A meat bun lodged in her throat. "Now I can hear it. Based on the sound's location, it should be coming from building 2. Moreover, such a resounding voice undoubtedly belonged to Boss Jiang. In the entire Nanyang base, who else could sing with such vitality?" Upon checking in at building 4, the supermarket's goods were already sold out. Ding. "Congratulations, host, you have completed the sales task, earning 5 minutes of restocking time, 30 packs of cold medicine, 30 packs of fever-reducing medicine, and 30 packs of cough medicine. The check-in task still has more than half left. Please keep it up, go for it." Jiang He pressed on and completed the check-ins at the next 7 points. Building 5, who is tapping on my window? Building 6, who brought you to my side? It's the round bright moon, bright moon. Building 7, who is singing, warming the loneliness? Building 8, who whispers in my ear, love never changes? Building 9, whose heart remains lonely? Building 10, who brings the ancient call? Residents in Zone F listened to songs for the entire morning, and each one felt quite familiar, unable to resist humming along to Jiang He's rhythm. The extreme cold seemed less unbearable. Ding. The check-in task is completed, rewarding 15 minutes of restocking time and unlocking grapes. Ding ding ding, host, there is a new task available. Deliver warmth to 100 guests. Rewards 5 minutes of restocking time and unlock 1 type of food. Jiang He was pleasantly surprised. What is delivering warmth for? It's just delivering hot water to the guests. There are many guests in the base who have bought the supermarket's hot water bags, but they have no hot water to exchange, so they have been left unused. The host should quickly deliver warmth to increase the usage rate of the hot water bags. The items produced by the system are not just any ordinary goods. Even a small hot water bag has a detector inside. Jiang He opened the map and saw many red and green dots surrounding her. The red dots represented idle hot water bags, while the green dots indicated hot water bags in normal use. The task of delivering warmth is almost directional. There is no need for Jiang He to go door to door. Just looking at the map makes it clear which household is currently in need of hot water. Chao Tianchun was anxiously waiting at home. He clearly heard Boss Jiang's voice, but had yet to see her come upstairs to deliver goods. Just when he thought there was no hope, he heard a knock on the door around 3 p.m. "Boss Jiang, you finally came." As he opened the door, Chao Tianchun's expression was dazed for a moment. "Huh? Who piled a snowman at my doorstep? It blocked the way." Jiang He raised her hand and said, "I built it." Chao Tianchun's expression changed rapidly, his eyes fixed on the little bear. No wonder it looks so cute, round and plump. Look at those big eyes, pink nose, and pink mouth. Isn't this a creation from Niwa? Meow. The little bear moved its short arms, startling Chao Tianchun into jumping 2 meters away. "My goodness." Zhu Yuxia, wrapped in a blanket, came over. "Why are you calling for your mom?" Jiang He waved to the guests. "The Dawn Supermarket delivers warmth. This is our supermarket's robotic employee, Little Bear." Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuxia rolled her eyes at her ungrateful son. "A robot scared you like this? No wonder you can't find a wife now. When faced with trouble, you only know to call for your mom. Why not call for your dad?" Chao Tianchun. He felt 1,000 points of damage. The family of 3 stood neatly in front of Jiang He, glancing at Little Bear, then at her. "Boss Jiang, does the supermarket have any supplies left?" Jiang He smiled. "Sorry, all supermarket goods have been sold out today. However, I have hot water. You must need it, right?" The 3 of them nodded in unison. That was absolutely necessary. Although they had stocked up on many warm packs, hot water bags were still better for sleeping at night. Warm packs can only keep warm for 6 hours, and before dawn they would wake up frozen. The hot water bag, however, could keep warm for a full 24 hours. They hurriedly emptied the cold water from their hot water bags, took out their points cards, and came to Jiang He to get hot water. Each time costs 100 points. For this warmth delivery task, the system unlocked all permissions for the hot water station. During the warmth delivery period, guests can get hot water without limit. Chao Tianchun and his family of 3 had a total of 12 hot water bags, filling them all up, spending 100 points. In this extreme cold weather, preserving life is the priority, and spending these points is worth it. After all, the cold water can still be drunk. Overall, they would gain more than they lose. Jiang He followed the map, delivering warmth until quitting time, 6 p.m. Just from delivering hot water, she earned over 200,000 points. Coupled with selling heating stoves, the supermarket's daily revenue directly exceeded 100,000 points. She was one step closer to buying the supply station. Congratulations, host, for exceeding the task, earning 5 minutes of restocking time and unlocking coriander noodles. Jiang He. As a coriander enthusiast, dinner must include a serving of coriander noodles. Completing 3 tasks in a single day, she now had a total of 20 minutes of restocking time. At this moment, having a little treasure would be perfect. Little Bear is great, but Little Treasure has longer legs and arms. The countdown hasn't paused, and she and Little Bear must maintain a high efficiency of continuous restocking for 20 minutes. Before entering the virtual supermarket, Jiang He planned her restocking priorities. Little Bear was responsible for mineral water, bread, and Little Bear biscuits. Her main focus was on warm packs, hot water bags, blankets, and cotton shoes. Next were instant noodles, rice balls, 8 treasure porridge, meat buns, and xiaomai. The remaining time was dedicated to restocking boxed meals, coriander noodles, crab roe noodles, rice noodles, mixed noodles, tiger skin, chicken feet, large chicken legs, toilet paper, sanitary pads, wet wipes, and various fruits. Other snacks and drinks would be picked up in small amounts, but she wouldn't take too much. She generally takes 3 packs of chicken breast, which Sangbiao loves to eat. The system prompted, host, 15 seconds left. During the final sprint, Jiang He grabbed the shopping basket, taking whatever she saw. With 3 seconds left, she quickly ran towards the shopping cart at the entrance, dumping everything from her basket into it. Upon exiting the virtual supermarket, her personal space was filled with supplies, with these goods occupying almost half of the space. Back in the living room, Jiang He first soaked the coriander noodles before attending to the dinner of the other animals. Today was a bountiful harvest, as she was in a good mood and decided to treat them all. Once the teams were lined up, Jiang He distributed the items in order. Sangbiao received half a bowl of cat food, a piece of chicken breast, and 2 tiger skin chicken feet. Ba Wan received half a bowl of chicken feet, half a piece of bread, and several small fish. Xiao Xiang got a blueberry-flavored energy stone. Sherwan received half a bowl of dog food, a large chicken leg, and 2 sausages. Jiang He prepared coriander noodles for herself and took out a bowl of stir-fried fish, orange juice, and a pile of assorted snacks from her space. The noodles of the coriander dish were green, soaked in coriander juice, and there was also a packet of coriander. The broth was made from spicy beef. It filled a large bowl to the brim, a generous portion indeed. The stir-fried fish was made from grass carp cut into pieces and stir-fried with lime peppers and small chili peppers, tender and flavorful, perfect with rice. Jiang He took a bite of noodles and a bite of fish, and when she got tired she sipped orange juice to take a break. In the entire living room the only sound was the smacking of food. The usually boisterous Sang Biao became quiet and obedient during mealtime. Sherwan was indeed a small Alaskan with fluffy and smooth fur. She looked like a little chubby dog, but in reality she had little meat on her body. After finishing what was in the bowl, her small head tried to nuzzle towards Sang Biao, only to be swatted away by Sang Biao's paw. Meow meow. Try to steal again and I'll scratch your dog face. Sherwan was very timid, and despite her large size she was not as agile as Sang Biao and would be no match in a fight. Thus she set her sights on Bawan, as those small fish smelled so good. Her fluffy head stealthily crept closer. Just as she was about to touch the small fish, Sang Biao gave her a sharp slap. Meow meow meow. This chicken is under my protection, I don't think you can bully it. After being slapped twice, Sherwan was completely defeated, drooling as she stared at them eating. Jiang He watched the interactions of the three little ones, and seeing Sherwan being firmly suppressed by Sang Biao, a smile unconsciously crept onto her face. No matter how many little animals came in the future, it seemed Sang Biao would always dominate the food chain. This extreme cold might last for an unknown duration. Not only did the residents of the base hope for it to end soon, but Jiang He also wished for the same. Isn't it better to sit in the supermarket than to climb up and down the stairs? After waking up in the morning, Jiang He immediately pulled back the curtains. Outside the wind howled fiercely and the blizzard raged, plunging the entire world into a white chaos. Glancing at the two large trees collapsed beside the small truck, Jiang He frowned and asked, "System, when will the extreme cold pass?" "I'm not quite sure about the specific time, but you can judge based on the items in the sales tasks host." Upon hearing this, Jiang He immediately checked today's tasks. Task 1, go to Area D, sign in at buildings 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and shout the corresponding slogans. Reward 7 minutes of restocking time, unlock 1 type of food. Task 2, sell 100 cups of hot drinks with various flavors priced at 88 points. Reward 3 minutes of restocking time. Task 3, the supermarket's total sales reach 2.5 million points. Reward 8 minutes of restocking time, unlock 2 types of food. Great, today I don't have to decide where to deliver, I can just drive to Area D. Building 1, room 303 in Area D. Cough cough cough. Cough cough cough. The room was filled with the sound of the old woman's severe coughing, as if she were about to cough out her lungs. Chen Xiaolan leaned by the bed, coughed heavily one last time, and a pool of blood immediately appeared on the floor. Wenli bit her lip, trying hard to ignore the fresh red blood, as she tore off 2 pieces of paper to clean her grandmother's mouth. Throwing the soiled paper into the corner, she opened a bottle of clean mineral water and held it up to the old woman's lips. "Grandma, here, have some water." Chen Xiaolan held her wrist, her breath uneven. "Literally, don't waste water, save it for yourself." She knew her body well enough to realize that she wouldn't live for many more days, so it was better to conserve some resources. Wenli sniffled, her eyes red and sore. "Grandma, you'll definitely get better, don't give up on yourself, okay?" In this world, she only had her grandmother as family, and she didn't want to be abandoned once more. Not wanting to hurt her little granddaughter's feelings, Chen Xiaolan took a small sip of water from the bottle. "All right, Grandma has had some water, a little, don't cry." Wenli wiped away her tears and squatted by the bed cautiously, saying, "Grandma, I want to go out and find the Dawn supermarket. At Jiang Boss place, there might be medicine that can cure Grandma." The antipyretic medicine she bought last time Grandma took 3 times, her temperature went down, but her condition didn't improve. Perhaps she bought the wrong medicine. Cough cough cough. Chen Xiaolan coughed, her face turning red and her neck thickening, tightly gripping Wenli's hand. "Literally listen to Grandma, stay at home obediently. Last time you were lucky and didn't encounter danger on the road. Now with the extreme cold weather outside, before you even find the Dawn supermarket you could freeze to death." Wenli hesitated, but before she could finish her sentence, a passionate tune suddenly rang out from downstairs. "Just caught a few monsters and subdued a few demons. Chimera and ghosts, how come there are so many of them?" Wenli's head buzzed. What was she about to say? This interruption made her forget completely. A phrase kept ringing in her ears. "Hey, take a hit from my staff." It was so catchy. Outside, the howling wind and raging snow made her wonder who dared to wander around so boldly, singing so loudly downstairs. Before long, an answer emerged in her mind. Wenli suddenly widened her eyes and rushed to the window. To her disappointment, a thick layer of ice covered the glass, completely obscuring the view outside. Could it be Jiang Boss? Wenli sat back by the bed, tucking the blanket around her grandmother more securely. Chen Xiaolan struggled to breathe, watching her granddaughter's head droop, a deep sorrow welling up in her heart. If she were to leave, it would be too difficult for her granddaughter to survive alone in this apocalyptic world. If only she could find someone trustworthy to entrust her granddaughter to, she could die in peace. However, in this apocalyptic world, people are treacherous. Trusting others easily would only lead to a more tragic fate. Relying on oneself is always the right choice. The only fortunate thing was that her granddaughter's points card had over 90,000 points. As long as the Dawn supermarket remained, she wouldn't have to worry about starving for a year. With different thoughts, the two of them only heard the occasional sound of coughing in the room. Half an hour later, a voice suddenly came from outside the door. Dawn's supermarket home delivery. Wenli practically sprang off the bed, quickly running to the door and opening it. She was slightly out of breath, and upon seeing a small bear standing outside, she didn't have time to be surprised and hurriedly asked, "Jiang boss, my grandmother is ill. Last time I bought antipyretics and cough medicine at the supermarket, but it seems they didn't work. Does the supermarket have other medicines?" Jiang He glanced into the room where the old man lay on the bed, struggling to sit up. "Do you need any other supplies? The supermarket has a wide selection of goods today for you to choose from. A cup costs 88 points, quenching thirst and warming the stomach." With disappointment, Wenli lowered her head, hardly listening to Jiang He's words. Before this, the Dawn supermarket was her only hope. Now even that last hope has been shattered. What should she do about her grandmother's illness? What can she do to help her grandmother recover? Wenli fell into self-reproach and panic when suddenly a hand rested on her shoulder. "Xiaoli, didn't you used to love drinking milk tea? Why not buy a cup and give it a try?" Chen Xiaolan had a smile on her lips, her voice gentle and kind. If it weren't for the obvious signs of illness on her face, one could hardly tell that she was a gravely ill old woman. She was holding on. With her last bit of life, she controlled this broken body solely to allow her granddaughter to feel a little more at ease. When Li's throat tightened, "Grandma, I am not in the mood for milk tea right now." Chen Xiaolan raised her hand to smooth the stray hair from Wen Li's forehead, her eyes filled with pity. "Not buying the medicine isn't a big deal, Xiaoli, you don't need to blame yourself. Medicines taste terrible, I want to drink milk tea too, something sweet and delicious." Upon hearing this, Wen Li's eyes sparkled. It was the first time her grandmother had actively expressed a desire for something. "All right then, let's each buy a cup." She smiled at Jiang He. "Boss Jiang, well, buy 2 cups of milk tea." Jiang He smiled and asked, "There are many flavors of milk tea. What flavor would you like?" When Li thought for a moment, 1 cup of caramel milk tea and 1 cup of taro milk tea, is that okay? Jiang He had already sold 30 cups of hot drinks to the delivery person and searched her space, finding exactly these 2 flavors. Warm in her hands. As Jiang He handed the milk tea to them, she asked again, "Do you need to buy any other supplies? If not, I'll go to the next place." Chen Xiaolan quickly answered, for Wenli, her tone a bit urgent. "Boss Jiang, we would like to buy some more supplies." Once she left, the supplies hoarded at home would be the most important guarantee for her granddaughter. Whenever there's a chance, they had to stock up on things at home. The 2 bought water, bread, self-heating hot pot, a treasure, porridge, rice, balls, bear biscuits, toilet paper, cotton, shoes, blankets, and warmers. The hot water bottle was refilled with hot water again. All the items cost over 2,000 points. Before closing the door, the old woman looked at her with gratitude. "Thank you, Boss Jiang." Jiang He smiled in return. "You're welcome." A bear walked to the door of Unit 304 and gently knocked twice. Soon someone came to open the door. Hearing the commotion next door, when Li was taken aback, wasn't her sister Chi not home? How could someone be living inside? "Grandma, it seems Sister Chi is back." Just after saying this, a male voice came from outside. When Li felt it was somewhat familiar, but she couldn't recall where she had heard it. "It's not Sister Chi, a boy has moved in next door." She showed concern on her face. "Grandma, do you think Sister Chi won't come back?" Living in the base dormitory, neighbors are not really familiar with each other. Even in a small community, they wouldn't interact often, let alone visit each other. People's hearts are hidden, exposing the things at home. Who knows if others might harbor ill intentions? Especially for the 2 of them, an old woman and a young girl, they could easily be bullied by others. Aside from going out on missions, they rarely spoke to outsiders. The acquaintance with the girl next door was due to an unexpected event. Chen Xiaolan had trouble walking. One day, she twisted her ankle downstairs and couldn't move at all. It was Chi Qingru who helped her up and brought her to her doorstep. She was a gentle, kind, and beautiful girl. Chen Xiaolan had a very good impression of her, and Wenli also liked her very much. When they met in the hallway, she would actively try to talk to her. Those bad people used drugs. A sister Chi couldn't resist and was captured, never to return. Wenli prayed every day hoping that Sister Chi would be safe. Sometimes in her dreams she would dream of Sister Chi coming home safely. What a good child ruined by those beasts. Chen Xiaolan felt very regretful. Shaoli, everyone has their own fate. In the apocalypse, being able to protect ourselves is already quite good. As for the rest, we are powerless. They were merely inconspicuous ants in the civilian district. To contend with those powerful people in the military district, one would have to be tired of living. Everyone is selfish. Chen Xiaolan liked Qi Qingru very much, but did not want Shaoli to put herself in danger because of someone else. At the entrance of 304, Qi Qingya bought a pile of supplies from Jiang He. Only when he is full can he have the strength to train. Jiang He passionately recommended, "Would you like a cup of hot drink?" If it weren't for the task, she could drink 10 cups herself. Qi Qingya hesitated for 2 seconds and asked, "Do you have coffee?" Jiang He looked at her face. "Yes, there's vanilla latte, caramel latte, hazelnut latte, soybean milk latte, osmanthus latte, hot coconut, and hot mocha. Which flavor would you like?" Qi Qingya did not hesitate. Caramel. After settling the bill, he moved all the items inside just as he was about to close the door when a hand blocked it. Qi Qingya frowned, and the next moment he heard a crisp voice from a girl. "Brother, what a coincidence, you actually live here." Looking down at her, Qi Qingya didn't recognize her and coldly rebuked, "Go away." There were many children in the base selling their woes to beg for food. He thought this person was also here to ask for something and just wanted to get her to leave quickly. When Li's hand pressed against the door was pushed away by the boy, and in the next moment the door was slammed shut. "Brother, it was you who guided me in the snow, helping me find the Dawn supermarket. I just wanted to say thank you, that's all." Upon hearing this, a memory surfaced in Qi Qingya's mind, but he had no intention of responding to her, instead walking into the house with his belongings. When Li initially wanted to go home, but couldn't help but quietly ask, "Are you Sister Kai's brother?" Her brother looked like Sister Qi, and Sister Qi had mentioned that she had a brother. She should have guessed correctly. Qi Qingya didn't even put down the items in his hands, his figure swirling like a gale as he quickly opened the door. "Do you know my sister?" When Li was frightened by the ferocity in his eyes and took a step back, slowly nodding, "I know her." Jiang He kept glancing over at them. Who wouldn't love a bit of gossip? Qi Qingya knew better than anyone that his sister was different, as she was inherently a kind person, so 90 of what Wen Li said was believable. "When was the last time you saw her?" Wen Li pondered and quietly replied, 5 days ago, I saw Sister Qi being taken away by bad people." Qi Qingya couldn't contain his excitement and grabbed the girl's arm. Jiang He perked up, wanting to hear more, but was caught by the system. "Host, it's time for you to deliver goods on the 4th floor. Ahem, she really wanted to finish her snack, but as a principled supermarket owner, she had to earn points quickly. Watching customers drink milk tea, Jiang He could only bring out a bottle of ice-cold cola. It would do just to satisfy her craving. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the sales task, earning 3 minutes of restocking time. Ding! You have completed the check-in task, earning 7 minutes of restocking time and unlocking cheese breadsticks. Jiang He sang downstairs every day, becoming a conspicuous performer in the base. During deliveries, she even encountered a professional music critic who praised her singing with closed eyes, finding no flaws at all. She blushed from the compliments. Over the 7 days, Jiang He delivered hot drinks for 3 days and warm meals for 4 days. Not a single customer at Dawn's supermarket was frozen. During this time, she unlocked peach soda, mango oatmeal porridge, crispy rice, and stir-fried meat lunchboxes. By the 8th day, Jiang He had saved up 83,000 points. Just a little more, and she could buy a supply station. That morning, Jiang He stretched lazily, walked to the window, and pulled aside the beige curtain. To her surprise, the wind and snow outside had lessened. Could the storm that had lasted more than a week finally be coming to an end? Thinking of something, Jiang He quickly opened the system interface and flipped to today's tasks. Only one task: refresh, sell 100 pieces of insect-proof clothing priced at 100 points. Reward 5 minutes of restocking time, unlock 1 type of fruit. Jiang He. Extreme cold is about to end. Judging by the insect-proof clothing, the next disaster should be an insect plague. She was excited that normal business could soon resume. As ordinary folks, we are truly happy today. The first delivery was to a pair of twin brothers. Jiang He put on the insect-proof clothing as the outer layer. The outfit was made of transparent material, a one-piece suit with gloves and foot coverings, zipping it all the way up, making her look like she was encased in a transparent plastic bag. She enthusiastically marketed, "The supermarket has just received new insect-proof clothing. Would you be interested in getting one?" Lu Bingtian scratched his head in confusion. "Jiang boss, why is the supermarket suddenly selling insect-proof clothing today? It's all snow outside and the temperature is so low. Where are the insects?" Jiang He put her hand to her mouth and whispered, "Let me tell you a little secret. The brothers asked in unison what secret. Jiang He pronounced each word slowly. The next disaster is an insect plague. The brothers widened their eyes simultaneously. They slid to their knees. Jiang boss, please sell us the insect-proof clothing. Questioning the supermarket was their fault. Jiang He laughed, no need to beg. Each piece of insect-proof clothing is 100 points. You just need to pay with points. Alright. Li Ting felt something was missing when she woke up in the tent. After taking a sip of water, she suddenly looked out the window. The wind was gone today. There was no sound of wind outside. Li Ting's face lit up with joy as she excitedly shook the man sleeping beside her awake. Zhao Peng, it seems the extreme cold is coming to an end. What? What? Zhao Peng opened his eyes and his mind became clear. The two stepped out of the tent and approached the window. Although they couldn't see outside, clearly they could distinctly feel that the wind and snow were gradually diminishing. Once the extreme cold passes, we can go out to earn points and continue stockpiling supplies, so we won't be afraid of any disaster in the future. With a temperature-controlled tent, they were not having a hard time during the extreme cold. They could only stay in a small space. Compared to most residents, they were quite comfortable. Li Ting and Zhao Peng both agreed that following Dawn's supermarket allowed them to avoid a lot of suffering in this apocalypse. Knock, knock, knock. The sudden sound of knocking on the door startled both of them. Then they heard Jiang He's voice. Dawn's supermarket delivery at your door. Li Ting's eyes sparkled with joy as she ran to open the door. Hi, little bear. When she first met little bear, Li Ting was quite scared, but now seeing this adorable white bear again, she could greet it with ease. Little bear smiled and replied, meow. Hello there. Turning her gaze, Li Ting curiously asked Jiang He, what are you wearing? Your outfit today. Jiang He winked at her insect-proof clothing, a new product at the supermarket. Zhao Peng walked over from behind Li Ting, and upon hearing this, both of them reacted quickly. Could it be that the insect plague is coming? Exactly. Jiang He spun around, showcasing the product from every angle. Wearing this insect-proof clothing, you won't have to worry about insect bites anymore. It's absolutely the companion you need during an insect plague. Li Ting felt a bit weak in the legs. The extreme cold had not completely passed yet, and they were already thinking of how to deal with the next disaster. However, knowing in advance was quite lucky. Zhao Peng supported his wife, his expression also serious. Jiang He, will our temperature-controlled tent be damaged by the insects? They were unsure about the temperature during the insect plague, and didn't want their temperature-controlled tent to suffer even a bit of damage. Don't worry, the tents produced by the supermarket are guaranteed to be of high quality. They won't be damaged by insects and even have a certain insect-repelling effect. The special material emits a kind of smell that insects will avoid. Li Ting and Zhao Peng immediately breathed a sigh of relief. They had definitely made the right purchase. With the temperature-controlled tent, it could be useful at any time. 5,000 points well spent. Although they already had a tent at home, they still needed to stock up on insect-proof supplies. Each of them bought an insect-proof clothing, carefully folded it, and placed it inside the temperature-controlled tent.